my name is Lini. A junior at Shanghai University. Currently single. Idon. Thavapeta kept me company. Bumat a voted fan of Marvel movies. And me heart burns with enthusiasm for superheroes. On today. Avengers Endgame. Premiered. Irish to the cinema soon as possible. After all, this might be Thella's film in the Avenger series. How could he possibly miss it? After the movie, I checked at the time and planned to head back to me dorm for a round soft gaming. Just then, I noticed a menacing-looking man in the distance, quietly sneaking up behind a girl to steal her phone. The people nearby had all seen what was happening, but no tone of them spoke up. Maybe they were afraid him might be carrying a weapon. So every Yonakosa to keep themselves safe. Honestly, I wanted to pretend he hadn't seen anything and just leave quickly. But this time, I decided to muster me courage and stand dupe like the superheroes he admire. That thief had just gotten hold of Thafan and hadn't even had time to gloat when I strode over. Hands in me pockets. And kicked him hard to the ground. I learned habit of self-defense. And dealing with a petty thief like this wasn't a trouble at all. I picked up the phone and handed it back to the girl. Only then did she realize Esha. D nearly been robbed. I glanced at her and noticed their long hair drape over her shoulders, her tall, graceful figure, and her fair, radiant skin. She was extra striking. Beauty quickly looked eat away and handed her the phone, saying, "That guy just re-toastily your phone. Here, Mim jivinjit back to you. It was me first time catching a thief." And me heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment. The girl gave me a sweet smiley and said, "Thank you." The near-by passers-by began to praise me as well. "Young man, you really something. Sarathi stays to see someone willing to step up for others. Nice kick. Maybe no way. I'll think twice." All the compliments made, Ema embarrassed. And a Kodnan. Thel Bugrin. Justasi was about to say goodbye to the girl. The thief suddenly scrambled up from the ground, glaring at me man cursing. "You just wait. You're ruined everything for him." Then, out of nowhere, he pulled out a fruit knife and lunged straight at my stomach. A sharp, searing pain shot through me, and decolden. Fell buckry out, collapsing to the ground as blood poured from me wound. The Sami people who had just been praising Menno panicked, scattering in all directions, too frightened to get involved. Everyone just wanted to call the police as quickly as possible. The girl turned pale, her body trembling with fear, but she didn't turn away. Instead, she dialed the emergency number, frantically shouting to him, "Hey, wake up. Dawn. T scare me. You losing so much blood. Please. I am Azori." I could no longer make out the sounds around me. My consciousness was fading. And my mind kept muttering anxiously, "Is thighs really the price for standing up for what? Shrite, how lucky. No wonder so few people are willing to step forward." But Dina thought, even in the real world, someone should be brave. Inato, become a hero. I killed. Let this girl jethert because of me. That's what a true hero would do. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he suddenly heard a voice. Host locked in. Invincible Marvel experience card system activating. Immediately after, another voice echoed in my mind, and a virtual interface appeared before me eyes, brimming with futuristic style, just like some high-tech gadget straight out of Fast movie. It was so shocked I could barely speak. Me min nearly stopped working altogether. But soon enough, it dawned on me. I just ain't any of those system powers unlysionals, and it even mentioned Marvel. Could this be related to superheroes? The thoughts and ta wave of excitement through me. I fell off. This was real. Did that mean he was about to become a real superhero? Me dream was finally coming true. But this wasn't. The Timatiga tech-sided. Saving Salmonek came first. I quickly asked at the system. Cut to the case. Just tell me how I turn into a superhero. Can it choose me power? The system replied. No. The system will randomly grant the host the ability so any Marvel hero. Each day, the host gets one Marvel hero experience card. Simply be clicking the lottery button on the interface. However, it didn't care what else it wanted to say. I queued it up right away. Stoit. I want to be a superhero. Saving this girl comes first. With a thought, I click enter lottery wheel on the interface. Suddenly, it occurred a merely Thean Lion in this world with these abilities. The system answered that besides me, there were indeed author synthesis world with special powers. Butenly it had access to the system, so I didn't need to worry. I nodded, watching as the wheel spun at lightning speed. Thero finally landing on non section. Slowly. The Terra revealed Spider-Man. Psychon. This system. Svoi sound dead and some more. This time, Shrandom experience card Spider-Man. Current Thoughtful 1. Duash to Z. Activating JIT will grant you all of Spider-Man abilities, letting you experience the world of a true superhero. As soon as Stowe's Susworth spoken, a felt me body rapid liar covering, almost in the blink of Fanny. He was back to full strength. Linya noticed that there wasn't much changing his clothing. Buthicly realized the sight, hearing, and strength all improved. Dramatically, Huon dared himself a fecal shoot, webs like Spider-Man. Since it was a Spider-Man experience card, that should be possible. But for no, saving the girl was what mattered most. What on earth is going in here? Just no was injured. And no way looks totally fine. The thief. Sfasu's full of shock. He had clearly seen himself stabbing you with that knife. Thegi should have gone down. Yet Nalini seemed completely unscathed. As if nothing had happened at all. It was unbelievable. The beautiful girl was utterly stunned. If she hadn't witnessed that it with her own eyes, she would never have believed what had just happened. But from the looks of it, the young man really didn't seem to be hurt at all. The thief gritted his teeth and threatened. I don't care what kind of monster you are. I not afraid of you. With that, he suddenly changed. The Stargatan lunged at the girl, trying to seize her as a hostage. He realized that the young man's fighting skills were far beyond his own. And only by grabbing, the girl did stand a chance of surviving. However, the thief hadn't expected Yido finally make his move. A strand of web shot swiftly from a knee. Spalm. Wrapping itself tightly around the knife and the thief. Shand. In the next instant, another web flew out, enveloping the thief entirely and trapping him so he could move an inch. Lin Yi looked at his own hand, just as surprised as Sanyon. He cordially shoot spider webs. This power was exactly like Spider-Man. Synthemovies. In the blink of Fanny. He had subdued Edisimi. It was almost beyond belief. Totha girl. Lin Yi no middle most unimaginable. Moments ago. He being stabbed and didn't even flinch no echoed subdue a criminal with spider webs. Could hearily be Spider-Man. But wasn't Spider-Man supposed to be foreigner. Linyi. Saxons left her speechless. She called in Legapethum, her face filled with disbelief. With a calm expression, Linnia strode over to the thief entangled in webs, not caring that the girl was still frozen in shock. Howash no. He was Spider-Man, a Ralafi superhero. And the hero wasn't a thing he always wanted to do. Give villains the punishment they deserve. There was no way we'd let this thief off lightly. After all, Themin had almost killed Thetham. If he did, Tijata proper listen. Hook knew what terrible things she might do in the future. Linny then suspected that this guy was no pickpocket. Who cold scythe Ishan swearin. Taurity stained with innocent blood. Solinier, Salvatasha no mercy. He flexed his limbs. Then Gavadeth a fossilid kick, sending him flying upward as if were a king shuttlecock. Lin Yai kept kicking higher on higher, catching him with his foot each time and sending him back up, over and over again. The thief. Saganai's scream secadath roth air. But Lin Yai remained utterly unbothered. His face command composed. In his mind, Themin had brought this entirely upon himself. The girl opened her mouth, wanting to thank Lini. But the sight before her left her too stunned to speak. Apperson being kicked and tote the air like he a shuttlecock. Just how much strength the have. Seeing the girl, Sasishern pale. Lin Yai kept kicking the thief while flashing Gary assuring smile. Dawn, Turi, I won. Third you. He said gently. The girl is cautiously. Are you early Spider-Man? It's unbelievable. Linny's Maldand replied. You could say that, but could you keep what happened at a day a secret for me? Yes, Dawn, Turi. I won. Teleninyo. No matter what. I should be thanking you. By the way. What? See your name. Linny shook his head. That. Snowed important. Well, could you at least leave you a way for me to contact you? I really want to thank you properly. No need. I am happy to do this. I wasn't looking forward. A simple thank you is a marathon enough. A deep sense of satisfaction filled Linny. Sart. He had always dreamed a dofamament like a this, helping someone on. Leaving with Ototane, departing Likidero. At this moment, Heffel tassifies life had reached a new weight. Hinata's theft the way the girl looked at Datham had changed. There was a touch of regret in Harius. Buven more admiration, meanwhile. The thief, still dangling in midair, tried to protest. You two seem to behavingGanishat. But could you please let me down first? Irelikin told him much longer, realizing Heshulan. T. Dragititani further. Linya released the thief from the web. Thema meant the thief hit the ground. He doubled over and vomited uncontrollably. Then looked to Pat Linya with tears streaming down his face. Is wary. Emazori. I. LLN never dared a Thesagain. Heck knew in his heart that tonight, he hadn't choosed into Zaman like Spider-Man. He also experienced what it was like a Tofflith Rothair. Hurled a pan down from dizzying heights, anyone would be terrified. Linya responded calmly. Alright, there's this up to the police. With that, he glanced at the girl, signaling her to call the authorities. The girl nodded Dandile the number. At that moment, the thief suddenly asked Thirtaputha Callan speaker. Though uncertain why, the girl complied. As soon as Thelen connected, the thief shouted to the officer. Hello, officer. I want to turn myself in. MRI therapy the music fountain. Please come and arrest me quickly. I really regret what did. I should have surrendered sooner. Linya and the girl exchanged a look, both find it a little surreal. It was the first time either of them had seen a thief so eager to turn himself in. Linya thought this was actually a good thing. Maybe the thief had really been frightened by his ability San Woon. TD or do anything but again. With everything settled, Linya go ready to leave. After all, the thief was still tangled up in the web. And the girl only needed to wait for the police to arrive. Justice Lyacher Netogo. The girl suddenly called out, my name is Bailing. Linya paused, wave his hand, and vanish from Bailing. SSI. Bailing let the Takoyatsai, feeling a pang of regret. Perhaps she would never see him again. At that moment, Bailing noticed a wallet laying where Linya had fallen. Curious. Shepik edit a pandapenet. Inside, there was an Laya student at Ishianha University, School of Medicine. Linyi. This discovery left Bailing utterly astonished, her face filled with disbelief. She murmured softly to herself. So his name is Linyi. Tianha University, School of Medicine. What a coincidence. It seems fate will bring us togas there again soon. Have you ever wondered? I Fondeyo Bekami a superhero, what would you most want to do? Linny of ten imagine such scenarios to if ever turned into a superhero, what will he do? Of course. He had fantasized about what life would be like as Spider-Man. The thing most enviable about Spider-Man was his ability to swing freely between skyscrapers. Gliding through Thessa Dias if we were flying. Linny Colden. Thel but long to experience that sensation. Buth hesitated and asked the system. System. I want to try Spider-Man. Ability sand swing between buildings. But, what if some easy's man attends upon line? Even Linique knew that some think this extraordinary was best kept secret. The fact that he had just revealed his abilities in front of the fawn bilingual ready mad a Haimatunizi. The system replied. You don't need to worry. You can cover your face. Noon, will know it, Sue. That girl from earlier probably won, TSA anything. And the thief was a frightened. Hugh won. TDRS stir up trouble. So, you can relax. However, Linny cued off. No more. However, that's good enough for me. I am going to experience Spider-Man. Spower. Haha. The system fell silent for a moment. At that instant, Linny burst out laughing. For the first time, he felt completely carefree and joyful. Hitora Cornera Fisher tanned, rapid around his face, making himself look a bit like some oddball character. Then, focusing his mind, he began to swing through the familiarity scapian strands off web. Though heck knew Thicity well, seeing it from this new perspective you was the first. It was as if we were gazing down from a planier of lights. The city, Sputy suddenly felt Novland magical, and the people moving below seem as sotany yan distant. He even felt, if he just reached to da little higher, he might be able to touch the moon itself. That sensation was simply unbelievable. At that moment, an astronomer, peering at the moon through atoscope, suddenly spotted a figure mask, with third claw syringe incredibly high, almost as if heading straight for the moon. The astronomer cried out in shock. Is that an alien? Oh my god, I've discovered an alien. Aretha planning to invade the moon? His excitement sent his blood pressure through the roof, and had promptly fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, in a restaurant, a young man was down on a neckney, ready to propose to the girl he loved, but oh his horror. His sudden eye realized that the ring had carefully prepared was missing. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward, leaving him at a complete loss. Just then, both the young man and his girlfriend felt a gust of wind and with their tissues weeping from the window. Moments later, a powerful force push fest the window open behind them. But that wasn't the most important part. Their surprise was that, almost magically, a fresh flower appeared in the young man. Shand. Only Thendi, I comment to his senses. He quickly offered the flower to his beloved, skillfully dispelling the awkwardness. Thanks to this unexpected turn, she accepted his proposal. Please don't cry. Mommy wants to apologize for what is said earlier. Alright, is shouldn't. Thavish courage do be saying there, snosa thing as Spider-Man, in the park. A mother Anderson sat together in a bench. The mother gently comforted her child. How was sobbing because of her words. Just then, the little boy rubbed his on looked up, only to see a figure swooping through the air. It was Spider-Man. Had darted between tall buildings with the agility of a gecko. Look, Mom. Spider-Man is real. Look. Yes, yes. I believe you. Wait, oh me goodness. What is that? How can there be Spider-Man? Actually, it looks more like a Spider monster. But that can. TBE. Can it? This is unbelievable. At that moment, Linyu was weaving his way between skyscrapers, his heart pounding with both nerves and exhilaration. The thrill of leaping from rooftop to rooftop wasn't like anything he had ever experienced. He just wanted to keep soaring like this forever. He hadn't expected Spider-Man. Powers to be so easy to control. Perhaps thanks to the system's assistance. Linny swung toward a patch of woods nearby. He shot out a strand of web, sticking it to a tree, preparing to swing across. System prompt experience card time has reached 10 minutes. Abilities will be lifted soon. Hearing this, Linya froze. His powers would be activated. That transformation way sending would turn back into an ordinary person. Oh no. This was a disaster. If forever timidare, he Dendupa pancake. Ain't the ground. Could the system wait until landed first? But clearly, this system rules were in. Tab out a cage, just for him. While in was still swinging he gabbeth at the ground, his Spider-Man powers suddenly vanished. The Weblin disappeared along with them. He was about to plummet from a terrifying hate. But at the critical moment, luck was in his side. He landed right onto Pofolo, Bentry, and managed to escape with his life. After realizing he was saved, Linny took a Pfizered headscarf and sat down in the grass. Looking exasperated, he said, There, sat a limit on the set transformations. Why didn't tell me earlier? I almost fell to me death. You know. The system replied. He was going to mind you. But you never gave him a chance to speak. Can you really blame him for that? Linny paused, thinking it over. Maybe had been too impatient. All right, Ewan. TB, blame you? You for this. Go ahead. I'm listening carefully no. If he didn't. T figure out Theral soft ethereal card system. Showing off his abilities in future cold days a lip danger. The system went in. Host. You can draw and a Marvel superhero experience every day. But, yuckin. To see sweet shira yauget. It's always random. Also, every experience card comes with that limit noni if theme air permanent. You didn't notice your currental velas one. Trialaval, experience. Oh. 0 point story clevel. Linea finalinata situs attribute screen. There really was of indicator. but highly tenses a status. That was odd. As your level increases, your transformation time will gradually extend. With every level Yugen, the transformation lasts minutes longer. Hearing this, Lin was a bit surprised. 10 extra minutes per level. Sotoval, it would be 20 minutes. If reached level 10, that actually sounded pretty good. After all, the power granted by the trio card system was just like the superheroes in the movies. Completely unweakened. Butan minute team limit was just too short. There was barely any time to get anything done. So how do I level up? By completing hero missions. You just finished out and earned 500 experience points. Submissions will be prompted by the system. Beat others you. Elneta discover yourself. Decide for yourself which situations are worth using your superhero power for. Linya blinked, in surprise. So saving that girl just no counted as completing a mission, that medething Saba clearer. A saw superhero fan. Heck me exactly with Rose were supposed to. Ding, congratulations. Host, you receive their first mission reward pack. Would you like to open it? Linya asked curiously, reward pack. What? Inside. When you complete certain special missions, you get an extra pack. Inside are some magical items that can strengthen you before you transform. Very useful thing sin. Linya immediately realized that while a Thetrial card was incredibly powerful, without it, he was still just an ordinary college student. However, the attempts in the gift pack seemed at Automateheim a bit stronger than the average person. In other words, even if it didn't choose Thetrial card in the future, he would still be stronger than most people. Of course, he also understood that these enhancements gold never compare to the power so ferial superhero. Even so, Linya was thrilled. Without hesitation, Heko Satupin the gift pack. After all, leaving Jitun open would be a waste. Congratulations, host. You've received a clone potion and acquired that skill clone. With that, Linya obtained a bottle of Iella potion, though he had no idea what its exact effects might be. All Heck knew was that it called granted him the ability to create a duplicate of himself. Perhaps like some characters in anime who can conjure their own copies. Asamazing, guess this was. What Linyara Lenindathama meant was to clone potion. Beauty change of clothes. After all, in his current state, it would be nearly impossible to go home. His shirt from earlier had been shredded to pieces. Normally, wandering outside in such a state might not bother him, since she's abilities gave him confidence. But no Weffel Tabit embarrassed. Solani put the clone potion away, deciding to explore its uses another time. I initially considered calling Gaffron from a storm to bring him some clothes. But when he checked the map, he realized he wasn't far from home. In that case, it might be better to ask his dad to bring some clothes over. After all, it was family. He felt more at ease that way. Besides, it had been a while since had been home, and him is seeing his father. With that in mind, Linya dealed his father, Lin Zishu, deafening for a while before it was answered. Hello, ye. What made you think of calling your dad today? Did you find allegedly yourself a girlfriend? Lin Zishu's voice cometh offline, full of teasing and anticipation. He had always been supportive of Linya dating, and even hoped to become a grandfather sooner than latter. Hearing his father's words, Linya felt a pang of guilt. His dad had always encouraged him. Had even slipped to him extra allowance for dating, yet Linya hadn't managed to start a relationship. Instead, had spent the money on other things. Hekad Nenthal Bufil had let his father down, and sometimes Evan wondered if he'd ever find Simone. Dad, let's talk about that latter. If you have time, could you come and pick me pan bring me shirt? I'll text you out headdress in a bit. After hanging up, Lin's issue found him's elf puzzled. Would Edison want to redeem ashore, and specifically ask for raw shirt? What on earth had happened? After driving for over 10 minutes, Lin's issue finally arrived. Dat headdress Linny has sent them. The Plasuwa surrounded by woods. The night so deep and dark the Thackle barely see anything at all. Heffeltabit puzzled, unable to understand Willen Ewald Commodore such a Plassi in the middle of the night. Could it possibly have something to do with his wish for a grandchild? If that were truly the case, then his son was certainly resourceful. Arranging Garendez Vinthi Wild, just like he himself used at Ado in his younger days. Dad, I'm over here. Did you bring the clothes? Linya's voice called out from the darkness. Lin's issue hadn't entertained the thought in passing. not taking Gidu seriously. But when I saw thesaurus status sonwasin, Hekanenthal think that may be his earlier guess was, so far fetched after all. Alaflenius clothes were rind, deed in tatters. And Sishu found himself feeling a touch of admiration for Isin, catching sight of his father's mischievous grin. Linyi cold and Lysiine resignation. Heckle tell his father's imagination was running will doggen. Boothyu was already as toit. His father's mandatal ways being full of strange and colorful idios. Sometimes, Linya thought that if his father ever became a novelist, he'd probably be quite successful, instead of working in his current, rather unusual profession as a middleman. In truth, Linya never knew the specifics of his father's job. He only knew that their family had always managed well enough. They weren't exactly wealthy, but never short of money either. A perfectly typical middle-class family. I won't ask too many questions, Sishu said, handing the clothes over. Hurry up and just. I'll take you home so you can have your shower. I still have a Tomaketer trip back to the site. Lenny I frowned. It's a ladle reedy. And, you're still going back. You're busier than the workers. Sishu shook his head and smiled. Not at all. The workers have it much tougher than Edo. My job is actually pretty relaxed. It's just that there's been some trouble lately. Sonnet at work overtime, but don't worry. The momentum done. I'll come home and meandering you a midnight snack. You rarely come home these days. Soik no. Ha. Linny smiled faintly, realizing in sea gain that his father understood him. Never mind. I'll just go back to sit with you. Let me sife there's a thinjakando to help. Linjuine Linik each other well. Linya felt that the more lightly his father spoke about things, the more serious the issues probably were. Sisha glanced at Linny, considered it for a moment, and didn't refuse. All right then, it's up to you. You're grown up now. And if you want to help, that's a good thing. Hender stood perfectly well that there wasn't real anything Linny could help with. After all, Linny was still a student. If they didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm, it was good for young people to have a passion. And so, Father Anson returned at the construction site. Linny headed off to take his shower first, while Lindsay went to the office with the site for man to discuss some matters. Only then did Linny realize his father really wasn't the foreman. He hadn't been lying about that. Linny wanted to go into the office ask about the situation. Buta she reached the door. He overheard their conversation. Because of the accident, some workers sent you pin the hospital. If we can't finish that project be the Linny and the contract, well have to pay a hefty penalty. How about this should take some responsibility too, since he was the one who connected you with this job. I'll cover half the compensation. That's the best solution I can think of. Old Lin, don't joke about this. If you pay half off the compensation, your family will be ruined. Besides, that's no trivial solution. What if we had the workers pull an all-nighter? If we work straight throughout the night, maybe we can still catch up. That wanto. We can't have every own working to exhaustion. You know how to construction work Oredius. If they don't get proper rest, how can we guarantee their safety? Linya stood at the doorway, listening to the entire conversation, shocked by how serious their problem really is. If they really had to pay half the damages, his family simply couldn't afford it. This was sentimental setback, it was a disaster. What made him even more frustrated was that his father hadn't confided in him of this. But then he remembered had just come into possession of a doppelganger potion. That potion seemed to grant him the ability to create multiple copies of himself. He wasn't exactly sure how it worked. But it was probably like those sexual actors in comics. Suddenly there could be a whole crowd of imitants. If he could create enough duplicates, couldn't they take the place of the workers and help rush their job throughout the night? Since she had this ability, why not Putithetis? Had thought that the doppelganger potion wouldn't be useful anytime soon. But no, it seemed like it was exactly what needed. Fire Dupathis thought. Hepush, Joe opened the door and announced, Arya still hiring at the construction site. I want to move bricks. I'll work Casalaborer. His words left Bothlin's issue on the foreman stunned. The foreman almost blurted out the Theshield and common amica trouble, wondering whose kid this was. Showing up just to mess around. Before the foreman could say anything, Linzisha spoke up first. Shall ye? What are you saying? Don't joke here around. Go back and wait for me. The foreman breathed a dashy hope relief. Sothisung, Manwaslin Sishason. Good thing he hadn't said anything harsh just now. After all, a critical moment like this. Words like that could easily be mistaken for trying to up trouble a thon offering real help. But Lenya insisted seriously. Me it. I want to be worker here, Dad. Ignore about our situation. If you can't finish in time, you'll have a to piahugi amount. You're me father. Of course I have a to help you. This time, his decision had nothing to do with being a hero. It was implied because the person in Troublash's father. Now that this family was facing hardship, there was no question, had it whatever heckle to help. Lindsay Shuays deeply moved when heard this. His yesterning moiste's motion welled up within him. He agreed right away. Since she should had such determination, why not let them give it a tree? An extrapper off hands was always a good thing. No matter how small the help, Heffold comforted, believing his should had truly grown up. But the foreman was not so sentimental after all. Linny was Nothason? With a cool head. He said, "You're far too's, light forth a skinned off work. Even if you cold manage to be labor. One person alone wouldn't make a much difference. What when in a wise large workforce? You can solve this problem by yourself." Linny nodded understanding and replied, You're right. Which is exactly why it's better to let me handle this. He understood the foreman's concerns. Butha had no way to explain high secret. The duplication potion, all he could do was inwardly. Knowing Thief was far from an ordinary worker. The foreman responded, with some exasperation. Young man, don't think you're something special just because you have ideas. Stop fooling around. We don't have time for games. If you keep this up, it won't go easy on you just because you're old Linson. At that moment, the foreman was anxious beyond words. The worksite was in trouble. And suddenly Youngman appeared, convinced Hezalone cold Savade. How cold the foreman not angry? He had no patience left to explain the difference between reality and wishful thinking. Did this kid really believe he could do the work of hundreds of laborers be himself? That was imply unrealistic, a subtle change across Linnea's face. He found the foreman's attitude condescending. He hadn't been reckless. He'd only made a suggestion. Was it fair to say he was causing trouble just because the foreman didn't believe him? Linnea bristled inwardly. He respected the workers. But that didn't mean had respect to foreman who only knew how to throw tantrums. How about this? Leave tonight's work tome alone. You don't have a to worry about how we'll do it by tomorrow. I promise the job will be finished. The workers gone rest as usual. No over to meet it. As soon as Linnea spoke, notably was the foreman stunned. Even Lindsay Shu found authority to believe. That was Katia boast. Even his father couldn't find Darius on to defend him. The foreman, Gava called laugh. All right, kid. I'd like to see how y'all finish everything you know tonight. I'll agree to your plan. But what happens if you can't deliver? Lindsay Shu was just about to speak up for Linny. But Linny jumped in first. If I can't do it, my father will pay half the penalty fee. That way, the matter is settled. Lindsay Shu was inwardly crying out in dismay. He didn't joked about it. But Linny had taken it seriously. Wasn't this putting family's fortune on the line? A faint smile flickered at the corner off the foreman's mouth. Good. It's a deal. And what if we succeed? Linnea pressed further. The foreman said indifferently. If you can't really pull this off. Ill apologies so you and Fronto falth workers. Even live streamy self-jetting in Meeknees. How's that? Hugh ascertained that Linnea was just there to make a trouble. There was no way Annie called accomplish as she can impossibly task. That's why he dared make Sucha. Besides, no work called yet on tonight anyway, so he might as well let Linnea waste his time. And if Linnea failed, old Lin would have a to pay half the penalty fee, which was actually a pretty good deal for them in. He had refused, at agreedo theserlier Becca's Theother side was just being polite. And there was no real reason to make them pay. But no. With Linnea's bold promise, everything was perfectly justified. Lindsay surely did via Goodson. One wow was greetagging pits for his own father. Alright, it's a deal. Afrin lie reminder. Are you sure you don't want help from the workers? None need. It told you. I can handle this alone. Tomorrow morning. You'll witness a miracle. And so. All because of his father and this wager. Linnea found himself alone late at night, hauling bricks into the construction site. Lindsay Shu had actually wanted to stay and help. But Linnea turned him down, insisting he could do it by himself. After all, he needed Tao's the doppelganger potion. And, if his father was there, he wouldn't be able to. So he and Lai asked Lindsay Shu to come back with the foreman in the morning to witness their assaults. Though he spoke with confidence, Linny soon realized a fatal flaw. He actually had no idea how to do the actual work on the construction site. Don't worry. The system reassured him. The doppelgangers created by the potion look just like you. You test their own personality and different skills. So even if you don't know how to todo the work, as long as Sonia if your doubles does, they can lead the other Sanjatidadone. Linny was taken aback. He hadn't expected the potion to be so clever. This ability was incredible. Every bit has impressive as Spider-Man superpowers. Still, Hecadnenthal Butte worry theorem might be catch. The system, however, kept things mysterious, telling him to try and see for himself. Linny snorted and it impressed further. In the end, it didn't matter if Thera saw catch, as long as Zek could help us. Father Throth's ordeal. That way's enough. He took out the bottle of gold and doppelganger potion and drank it down in a gulp. Theta stew surprisingly pleasant, with a touch of sweet thony. After finishing it, Linny didn't feel any obvious change in his body, the system explained. This trill card gives optimized effects and disredi taus. Very simple. Beautiful something that boosts your own abilities. You'll need time to practice. For now, all unedited is imagine how many doubles you want to create. Just keep picturing it, and they'll appear. Linny nodded and began to picture what this duplicates would look like. It seemed that, however many I imagined, that so many I could summon. In that case, why not picture 100 of them? That should be marathon enough. 10 minutes went by, then half an hour, then a full hour. Yet still, nothing happened. Linearly gave you pan thought he meet as well with Ebrich himself. Just then, 100 duplicates finally appeared before him. Row upon row Linnea stood in front of him, each one looking exactly the same, as if they had been copied and pasted. The idle theft the mutterless stunned. Oh no. Air warily going to Hallbricks. I don't want to. That sounds exhausting. Stop slacking off. Let's get a work. I'm already feeling motivated. Heh. Amateurs. Don't you if you actually know construction. Looks like I'll have a Torlian duplicates like yous who actually understand how to build. Excuse me. Mai. Are you orally me? Move aside. We're jetting started. Yeah. Don't jet in our way. Linny paused in surprise, watching his duplicates. They ignored him completely. Each diving expertly into Thetis Xathand. Some hauled bricks. Some poured over blueprints. Others mixment. Before heck knew it, he, the supposed master, while standing on the sidelines. Linny Conthal Butte wondered these duplicates serially belong to him. The assistant cleared its throat. Your duplicates are necessarily your subordinates. Maybe they are masters. Only by growing stronger will you truly have essay. Linny see helplessly, muttering to himself that the experience card was still themisting thing go fall. What to nearth was going in here. Each duplicate had a different personality, but their efficiency was astonishing. Their Zembel Dowell trained our mile Biastric captain. Thought his was no battlefield. Beauty construction site. It didn't tack along before Linny saw that more than half the work was already finished. And the end was clearly in sight. Linny Conthal Beauty mazed. These duplicates were incredible. It seemed he just found a whole new way to strike Heatrich. What can Doff way? Look at them so capable. If it put them in charge of construction, hauling bricks of every day, notably woo they work at lightning speed, he wouldn't even have a to pay them. Isn't they perfect? At this rate, it'll be on top of the world dinner time. In truth, these duplicates shad for exceeded Lenny's expectations. Whether it was Thurman's strength or speed, they matched Stephanus soldiers. That was why, with just 100 of them, they outperforms everal 100 ordinary workers. Linny felt much more at his Becca's office. With nothing else to occupy himself, he found a place to sit down and thought about some inga duplicate toga shoulder massage. Just to enjoy the convenience so faving Gakapio of himself. Yet, this time, the duplicatism and was far from cooperative. If you're not working, why are you bothering me? Leave me alone. Instead of giving him a massage, the duplicate actually slapped him across the face, rubbing his nurid cheek. Linnea felt to mix off emotions. Heckled in the laugh with himself and think, fine. I'll leave you alone if that's what you want. How about a game of cards? We've got nothing to do anyway. And if us felt like working, of course. No tall his duplicate testern him down. Some ignored Lin Yi completely, occasionally taking Thekatianasa to lecture him. But there were if Wowery obviously more laid back and willing to keep him company and play. With a soft chuckle, Lin Yi found playing cards with his own duplicate surprisingly entertaining. The four of them started a game of poker. Beauty for a long. Lin Yi had lost everything. His face was plastered with so many slips off paper that his features were nearly hidden. Theo third three duplicates played like seasoned anglers, never losing a single round. Lin Yi Khan felt beautiful to himself never guy name playing cards with escapees. It's just completely unfair. The sun's low, Lyros over the mountains, the foreman, munching gonna breakfast off some milk on Frito sticks, began to gather all the workers. His aim was simply bring every on to the construction site to watch Lin Yi make a fool of himself in public. In this way, he could also pressure Lin's issue and to sharing responsibility and splitting the compensation, which Wu Day's Heesun burden considerably. Heck knew this wasn't entirely fair, but since Lin Yi had volunteered for this, he was about to show mercy. If the situation weren't so unusual, he wouldn't be so hard on a youngster. Be tried no. Hefelth had new turquoise. Once Lin's ish arrived at the scene, the foreman cleared his throat and addressed that Cordaverion. It's not Theta want to embarrass Saldlin, but that kidry doesn't know his limits. Today, let's all see for ourselves if it can actually finish the entire Ezatine night. The crowd wore a variety of expressions, but every enek knew the truth it was utterly impossible. How could one person complete the work of an entire Zeit overnight, even with several hundred workers? The job would take a days. Lin Zishu certainly understood that the foreman was justicing the situation a sapper text. His real intention was to make Lin Zishu pay up. Athos thought, Lin Zishu let outside. For once, it wasn't the Sonko for him instead. He was the dragging Hisson into Thismus. How about this? Foreman, let's no thol the against the boy. Bringing so many people just to watch a youngster make a mistake. It's really not appropriate. As for the compensation, like you said before, I'm willing to cover half. Lindsay pondered for a moment and decided couldn't let the son take the blame. So, stealing himself, he spoke up. At worst, they would simply start over again. With just the Mandison, they would manage how to survive somehow. The foreman noticed Lindsay's determined attitude this time there was no signal of evasion. And it was clear had her truly made you Fizmond. Relieved, the foreman figured as long as Lin's issue was willing to pay, the matter could end there. After all, he never intended to make things difficult for Lin Yi. He was just about to fist an expression and replace it with Thafronless smile, ready to say something like, it was all just a misunderstanding. Let's all move along no. Butat they'd every moment. A piercing suddenly echoed from the construction site. Ashril. Anguish clearing out. There wasn't a mistake in it. A cry of pain. And it came from the direction of the worksite. The foreman's fascia changed instantly. A spiky fancy eye tightening his chest. Could something have happened Edo Thakid, Lin Yi? Everyone fell silent. Each person realizing the truth letting Godchild work alone at night on a construction site. If anything happened, they would havianly themselves. Lin's issue. His expression darkened. He sees the foreman beat the collar and barked. If anything happened Stomison. Dawn. Taven talk to me about Moni. LCO in court. And you, go to jail. With that, he shoved the foreman to the ground, said nothing more, and sprinted toward the construction site. The onlookers, seeing this, murmured among themselves. Lin Yi was clearly Lin's issue. Sown full shan blood thish had nothing to do with old Wang. Chattering as they went, they followed to see what was happening at the site. Though their words were casual, there was a note of real concern for Lin Yi in their hearts. He was, after all, just a child. The foreman broke out in a cold sweat, his nerves fraying. It wasn't Flynn's issue, Hefferdit was the thought of being held responsible. If something truly bad had happened, it would be far more serious in paying compensation. The consequence could be dire. Heckin. Tefer to worry about anything else. Note him bothering to brush the dust of his clothes. Harish toward the site. Nearly matching Lin's issue. Speed. When Lin's issue and the authors arrived at the construction site, everyone stopped in their tracks. Stunned. They part off the project that the bad being left unfinished yesterday was, no entirely complete. It was as if a miracle had unfolded overnight. One could have call it something out of legend. After the workers inside realized what had happened, some of them were as moved, that ears welled, yes. How could one person moving bricks be even more impressive than all of them working together? The thought hit them hard. They even wondered if they were better off going back to school, since this was just too demoralizing. Still, everyone was filled with respect for Lin Yi. Nuna could figure out how he managed to pull it off. Meanwhile, Lindsay noticed that Lin Yi had already collapsed on the ground. He rushed over to check on Lin Yi. Relieved Tofin there when a sign soft blew on his head. No serious accident seemed to have occurred. Yet, scattered beside Lin Yi work with Teve playing cards. Goodness. Had this child managed to complete such a massive project overnight, and still found time to play cards? Lindsay Shuasa amazed and exasperated. Eventhal Lin Yi didn't. Tapier to be injured. Lindsay shooted. Tidire Takenichan-san decided to take him to the hospital immediately. At that moment, the foreman Aradatha seen, panting, and breathless. Butha clearly hadn't. T figured out what was going on, headed. Teven look up to taking the state of the construction site. Hesimply dropped to his knees before Lin Yi and began wailing. I am Azori. It saw me fault. For Samanaso, Yungto, Havatothrothis. Oh, what Havadone. Between sobs. Hekreed. I, no Teven human. I really am not human. Ash whipped. The foreman slapped himself hard across the face. Over and over, clearly. Whether or not Lin Yi was actually hurt, he had decided to plead guilty first, hoping to keep things from getting any worse. However, Lindsay shooted not accept the foreman's apology. His employer replied coldly, "My son is fine. Sasta pretending to be the good Gideon savior act for some meals. And on. Think kneeling, gone the ground ice enough for an apology. You should kneel endurance in front of everyone. Live on camera. I am taking me son to the hospital no. And afterward. LL male youth durians. With that, Lindsay snorted and left with his in. Only then did that Kradar on themfully process what had been said, realizing Lindsay had a point. The foreman really ought to kill endurance in public. The events of yesterday had already been shared by the very own by the foreman. So the Yawk knew what had transpired. Otherwise, they would have come to watch the foreman. However, still looked utterly bewildered. What was going on? Eve, Anna Flinny. Son had been injured because of him. Was there hilarious on to make Hink kneel endurance? He hadn't. Plus a bit. By rights. It should have been Linnik kneeling, not him. He pursed T slips and stood up. Ify. D known things, swould turn out fine. Hugh wouldn't. Thevek knelt in the first place. Only now he definitely notice that the entire project was complete. That, shite, that construction was actually finished. It was Sassasamech, Ketcode had been activated. How could anyone possibly finish a Suka Huja project overnight? Some people didn't. T find it all, the impossible. Guessing that maybe Thawson soft worker had been secretly called into work throughout the night, which explained how it could be completed in a single evening. To every own. That seemed like the unreasonable explanation. The foreman oughta deed as well. Feeling that it made a sense. Maybelline Yarely was wealthy, just always kept a low profile. And when hacked it weighs always an agron scale. Meanwhile, he himself was still fussing over every penny. Now when Derlin had been so confident, he DC misjudged them in Neelandurians. Someone in the crowd started chanting, Kamion, Cutetout. Where would he venge it to Durian? Notring Toskipout, Irelidon, Thavian, Solit, just drop it. Everybody, disperse. Minimood Forthus. Vega to Durian or Ithier. Someone shouted, raising Thier hand. Akshalosh board works stew? I can, lend you mean. Another chimed in. Nailboard's not of adoption either. Someone joke. Surrounded and outnumbered. The foreman was utterly exasperated. Everyone was pushing him tall of stream himself kneeling on a durian and posted in line. He'd originally gathered every onatope of Funadlini. But no. Thittable shattered and had become a thelifing stock instead. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Especially after Thagui suggested the nailboard. That was just doom. And so, the project came, and inexplicable. The next day, after paying the workers' theurages, the foreman vain to new caress a non-linear influencer. He drew plenty of attention with his live stream off kneeling on a durian. Doctor. Is my son really going to be okay? At the hospital, Lindsay still could not asked the doctor anxiously. She deeply regretted letting Linny work alone at the construction site. If anything happened, how could she ever forgive herself? He's fine. You can rest easy. He just fainted from exhaustion. Summer stand good nutrition will have him back on his feet. The doctor reassured urgently. With that, the doctor left. And Lindsay finally breathed out a sigh of relief. Realizing it was mealtime, she go to pan headed out to buy something for her son, wanting to make sure Theros food ready for him when he woke and needed to regain his strength. Beeth hardly had Lin's issue after when Linnaeus lie opened his eyes, taking in the hospital room. Instant lie realized, passed out after all. Heffel tell little helpless. He hadn't expected the side effects of physical inability to be severe. There was no warning walius in jit, but them men attended. His whole body felt completely drained, hollowed out. So, although your clone skill is permanent, you'd better avoid over as tonally or body gets stronger. Otherwise, your life could really be trisk. You know. The system remind, daddy in a breeze I don't. Linny was indignant. But there was nothing, Hakuldo about the system. With new turquoise, he forced himself to endurate. Ding. Heroic quest detected. Danger leveled. Host. Please complete the task immediately. The system's prompt sounded abruptly. Linny's mouth twitched. Quest. Now. He'd only just woken up from fainting and still felt weak. Even heroes need a break sometimes, don't they? Not going. In a deaderus for a while. I haven't recovered diet. Linny refused without hesitation. As if it were in la natural. That's fine. But did I remind you? If you fail a mission, you will well, get some rest. I won't bother you. Good afternoon. The system stone was light, almost casual. As if it were all king about weather. Linny shot a Prighton, genuinely startled. What kind of dreadful rule was this? When had the system ever mentioned Sukathing? Good afternoon. Indeed. So, if he failed Justins, his life would be over. This was utterly unreasonable. Ignore re-joking. Very funny. Really. Haha. Linny tried to comfort himself, forcing a law. Not joking at all. Every word is true. Failamesh and evidence. And, yellow seer life. Only in moments of extreme danger can a hero unleash their true power. Simply put. Without pressure, there's no motivation. There must be both rewards and punishments. The system stone remained, as relaxed as ever. Linearly coughed due blood and frustration. This system was utterly shameless. Yet, he hidden course be to believe that it was telling the truth. Given that, from now on, any task issued by the system would have a Toby histo priority. Ignoring his lingering weakness, he scrambled out of bed and hurried toward the door. Still in his hospital gone, guided by the system. He seemed at a sense exactly where his task was waiting. Somewhere in Sedith's very hospital. What do you call this? Responsibility. The surgery enlist startida while ago. The patient's still inside. And you're telling Gusto prepare for the worst. That's right. Is this the attitude often half the hospital? Listen. I don't care what you say. You must have him. The Guan family was only of the most prominent clans in Xianhai city, and now their patriarch, Guang Xiaochuang, was on the brink of death. Members of the family staff were agitated, bombarding the doctors with questions and demands. If anything happened to Guang Xiaochuang, it would shake not only the interest of Tianhai, but also put everyone close to him in grave danger. Chief Surgeon Juzan ignored the crowd gathering outside the operating room. Hesempli shook his head and said, "There's nothing more Wakando. The tumor is far too close to the patient's heart. It can't remove safely. If we force the operation and try to extract it, the heart cold stop instantly, and the patient would be on that spot. Unless we could freeze time and had the highest level of surgical skill, there's no way to succeed. So, you're saying we should just give up?" "That's right. If we don't operate, the patient might last another hour or so. You still have time to treat another hospital if you wish." Athos. The onlookers finally realized the doctors were afraid to take responsibility. Since they weren't confident of success, they wanted to transfer the patient elsewhere. In truth, this was where Zan's cleverness lay. Although he had no idea whose people were exactly, it was obvious at a glance that they were far from ordinary. If something were to happen to their patient in his hospital, it would bring about enormous trouble. By handling the situation this way, at worst he might offend them. Butadalesti wouldn't invite disaster that couldn't be done. However, Suturapli was clearly not satisfied that women in black. One of them spoke up sharply. Let me tell you. This is the head of the Guan family. Do you think this is some kind of game? The patient has already been transferred 8 times. That's no matter what. Your hospital must do this surgery today. If you can't do it, then find a way.
Head of the Guan family? Could it be that notorious playboy Guan Xiaochuang? Of course, Zhousen had heard this name before, but this was the first time he was meeting Guan Xiaochuang in person. He never imagined their first encounter would happen under such circumstances, making it even more crucial not to offend him. With a helpless sigh, Zhousen said, "Even if you were young Master Guan, there's nothing I can do. I really can't perform the surgery." That's not our concern. If anything happens to him, you'll be the ones held responsible." Zhousen paused to consider. The Guan family was not known for being reasonable, but simply refusing them outright was likely not an option either. Perhaps it was time to call in old Master Niu and see what he could do. But Zhousen himself had no right to summon such a figure. Only the Guan family did. "Here's the truth. Our hospital genuinely can't perform this surgery. But that doesn't mean there's no one who can." "Who? Just say it. Don't keep us guessing. This is a matter of life and death, and you can't afford to delay." Zhousen calmly uttered 2 words. "Old Niu." The moment he said it, everyone gathered around. Onlookers, and even Lin Sishu, were visibly stirred. That's right. Among the crowd was Lin Sishu, who had just returned with his meal and couldn't help but join the spectators, completely forgetting about his own son as he watched the drama unfold. To be fair, old Niu was a towering figure in Tianhai City. Who hadn't heard of him? Unlike Guan Xiaochuang, whose fame came from his wild ways, old Niu was a respected elder in the medical field, and his reputation carried real weight. In Tianhai's medical community, old Niu was second to none. His expertise was legendary. It was said that there were hardly any illnesses he couldn't treat, and if he declared a case hopeless, then no one else could do better. It was time to prepare for the worst. Lin Sishu nodded in approval. He hadn't expected this doctor to be so clever, handing the hopeless case over to old Niu. That way, even if the patient couldn't be saved, it wouldn't be his responsibility, and no one would dare blame old Niu for it. Everything would resolve itself neatly. The Guan family, however, didn't overthink things like the bystanders did. Hearing old Niu's name, they immediately felt reassured. Why hadn't they thought of this before? If old Niu was willing to take the case, surely their family head would be saved. "All right, I'll call old Niu right away." One phone call later, both Zhousen and the onlookers were relieved. Old Niu agreed to come and take a look, as he happened to be nearby at Tianhai First Hospital. Now all they could do was wait, hoping old Niu could arrive within the hour. If he didn't make it in time, Guan Xiaochuang's fate would be sealed. Lin Sishu glanced around and figured that the legendary old Niu wouldn't arrive for a while yet. There was no need to rush, she thought. So she decided to head home, first to bring her son a meal. She could always return later to watch the drama unfold. "You're just letting the patient lie there like that? Step aside. If you won't treat him, I will." But just as Lin Sishu was about to leave, she was startled as if she'd seen a ghost. Her own son had suddenly woken up and was already at the patient's bedside. She knew her son was studying medicine, but he was still only a student. Even if there was a patient, it wasn't his place to intervene, and besides, wasn't he a patient himself at the moment? That's right. The moment Linny arrived, he jumped into action. He was almost certain that his task was to save the man lying in this hospital bed. The mission signal was coming straight from him. There was no mistake. Come to think of it, being a superhero really meant you had to know some medicine, or how else could you save people in a situation like this? Truth be told, Lin, he was pretty nervous. If the guy in front of him died, wouldn't that mean he'd be saying goodbye to the world himself? He didn't want to waste a single second. He had to save this man as quickly as possible. That was why he sounded so angry. Everyone around was stunned. Who was this guy anyway? He looked like a patient himself. And yet here he was, trying to treat someone else? Dr. Zhou, exasperated, said, "Are you from a psych ward? You're not a doctor. What are you doing here, causing trouble?" Lin, he truly wasn't a doctor, and he wasn't shameless enough to claim otherwise. He was just a medical student. If he mentioned that, the doctors would only laugh at him, so he kept quiet about it. He simply said, "I'm not a doctor, but we can't just let the patient lie here, can we? His condition looks serious. If you waste time, he might not make it. Can you take responsibility for that? And you're the crazy one. Who are you calling insane?" The Guan's family members nodded in agreement. thinking this stranger actually made a lot of sense. Even if they were waiting for old Neo, they couldn't just do nothing in the meantime. That simply didn't add up. Seeing that everyone agreed with Lin Yi, and even the Guan started acting unfriendly again, the opposing doctor grew angry and retorted, "Such arrogance! Do you even know who he is? Do you think you could just operate on him? All I know is that he's a patient." Lin Yi replied. By now, Lin, he couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. On one hand, he was worried about his mission. On the other, he was genuinely concerned for the patient. He started examining the patient on his own, completely ignoring Dr. Zhou. This left the assembled doctors feeling extremely awkward. They had refused to operate, and now this young man had stepped in. What was that supposed to mean? Was he trying to embarrass them? "I'm warning you. Stop right now, or I'll call security. You're not a doctor. You have no right to treat patients. That's right. Please leave the hospital immediately." Lin, he still chose to ignore them. With his level of experience, he honestly couldn't tell what illness it was supposed to be. Could it be kidney deficiency? Well, truth be told, he had almost no experience at all. He was just an ordinary medical student, not even a practicing intern yet. How could he possibly diagnose anything? That was wishful thinking. So, he could only leave it up to luck. Maybe he'd get a useful superhero this time? From what Lin could recall, there was really only one person who might be able to handle this sort of situation, Dr. Strange. Not only was he the Sorcerer Supreme, but before that, he was an exceptional doctor. If it were him, he could definitely save the patient in front of him. Even if he couldn't, at the very least, he'd be able to figure out what was wrong and come up with a plan. Lin, he certainly wasn't going to ask the angry crowd behind him. There was no point in questioning them, as they clearly weren't about to offer any answers. Honestly, he understood why they wanted him gone. After all, he wasn't a real doctor. But these people weren't exactly exemplary themselves. Even if they couldn't cure the patient, couldn't they at least try to help, instead of just standing there and watching? Steeling himself, Lin, he opened up the system and activated the daily lottery function. In his mind, he chanted over and over, "Dr. Strange! Dr. Strange!" As luck would have it, his luck was truly extraordinary today. When the pointer finally stopped, he actually won a Dr. Strange experience card. Ding! You have drawn a Dr. Strange experience card. Duration, 10 minutes. Do you want to use it now? A strange, powerful energy immediately surged within Lin Yi's body. The unmistakable feeling of magic. Looks like it's time to teach you a lesson. Some people just have no manners. Wednesday could no longer stand Lin Yi's amateurish posturing. The security guard was nowhere to be seen, and no one had come to intervene for ages. So he decided to handle things himself. In his mind, taking action against someone like this was all for the patient's sake, so there was no need to hold back. But just as he raised his hand, Lin, he shot him a sharp look. In fact, it was more like a glare. Instantly, Wednesday's hand froze in midair. It almost looked as if Lin, he possessed an overwhelming aura, intimidating Wednesday into submission. But in reality, Wednesday found himself completely unable to move, as if some invisible force had seized him and left him utterly powerless. Wednesday had no idea what was happening. Was there something wrong with his own body? Or had this young man used some sort of trick? The onlookers, however, were oblivious to Wednesday's predicament. All they saw was that he'd meant to strike, but one look from Lin, he had left him too scared to act. "Ah, that's hilarious. Are you really that much a coward?" The Guan family burst out laughing, utterly unconcerned. All they cared about was whether their leader could be healed. Doctor or not, it didn't matter in the slightest. If he couldn't cure him, well, there'd be a bloody price to pay. Originally, when Lin Sishu saw that Zhou San was about to make a move, he was worried about Lin Yi and almost rushed out himself. But to his surprise, this young man Lin, he had actually inherited his kingly aura. Not bad at all. Lin, he cleared his throat. So this is magic? Telekinesis is truly useful. Just a bit of effort, and the opponent is completely immobilized. And if you use it subtly, no one can tell what happened. They'll just assume Zhou San had his own issues. It seems that, in the real world, magic is much more convenient than the silk-spinning ability. Not only that, Dr. Strange powers aren't limited to telekinesis, flight, hypnosis, teleportation, interdimensional travel, summoning object from afar. All these abilities are within reach. He could use any of them if he wished, but with only 10 minutes, he couldn't afford to waste time. Saving lives had to come first. Because Lin Yi was using Dr. Strange's experience card, he didn't just gain magical powers, but also Dr. Strange's original skills, medicine included. So after a quick examination, he had a good idea. It was probably a malignant tumor. Next, Lin Yi turned his attention to the man and quietly used a bit of telepathy. Even if the man didn't speak, Lin Yi could sense his condition. As expected, there was a malignant tumor near the heart. It needed to be removed immediately for the patient to survive. The problem was it was so close to the heart that if they tried to remove it, his heart would likely stop instantly, leading to immediate death. But if they didn't operate, the malignant tumor would kill the man in less than 15 minutes. Either way, death seemed inevitable. Lin, he was left speechless by this dilemma. He turned to Zhou San and asked, "Are you waiting for someone?" Zhou San frowned. "That's right. What? Can the person you're waiting for get here within 10 minutes? What do you mean by that?" The members of the Guan family sensed something was off and questioned Lin. Lin, he replied coolly, "What I mean is if you don't operate, this man probably won't survive another 10 minutes. He won't last half an hour." Zhou San immediately tensed up. Was this kid telling the truth? But how'd he know? In reality, he was well aware that Guan Xiaochuang wouldn't make it past half an hour. 10 minutes was already pushing it. But why did he say an hour? At first, Zhou San had thought he could push the patient to another hospital. That way, with an hour's time, the family might feel more at ease about transferring him, and he wouldn't have to worry about them making a scene. Anyone could see they weren't easy people to deal with. But who could have guessed? They turned out to be from the Guan family, and they had absolutely no intention of transferring hospitals. There was nothing to do but throw the responsibility onto old Neo, hoping he would arrive in time. As long as he made it quickly, nothing would go wrong. And if anything did, all the blame could be pinned on old Neo. Now, though, this young man had blurted out the truth, leaving them with no choice but to retort forcefully, "Don't talk nonsense. Are you a doctor? Just because you say it's 10 minutes, does that make it 10 minutes? Lin, he simply shook his head, not even having the chance to speak before several members of the Guan family grabbed Zhou San by the arm. "What do you take me for, a fool? I've seen right through you. You're no good. You're a disgrace to the medical profession, scheming in front of patient, and you call yourself a doctor? Listen, if anything happens to the master, you're finished." This time, Zhou San was truly terrified. He plopped straight down on the floor, forcing an awkward smile. "Then please, hurry and do something. As long as you save the master, whatever you want, the Guan family will give it to you." Though the young man was clearly not much older than a boy, the skill he'd just shown in his examination was enough to impress even a layman. It was clear he was no ordinary amateur. They decided to trust this young man. It was surely better than leaving things to Zhou San, who hardly seemed like a doctor at all. Old Neo was excellent, of course, but he hadn't arrived yet. Who knew if he'd make it in 10 minutes? They couldn't risk Guan Xiaochuang's life on a gamble like that. "You're really willing to entrust this to me? All right then. I'm going to begin the surgery, but I'll need to use the operating room, and I'll have to do it alone. My methods can't be seen by anyone else." Lin, he thought for a moment as he spoke. He might need to use magic, after all, and naturally couldn't let anyone witness that. "Nonsense. You're not even a doctor. What are you?" Before Zhou San could finish, the Guan family members silenced him, covering his mouth. Then they demanded, "If you're qualified, why did you lie to us about having an hour? And why were you so eager to push the responsibility on old Neo? Don't think we don't see right through your little schemes. You're up to no good. Fine, if he's qualified. Let him operate on the master. Fine, let him do it. I'm out of this." That's right. Zhou San backed down. The Guan family was just too fierce for him, but inside, he was sneering coldly. Yes, he was up to no good, but he knew perfectly well this patient couldn't be saved. Not even old Neo would necessarily have a solution, let alone some random kid. So let the brat try his luck in surgery. If the patient died in his hands, the Guan family would surely take revenge. Let's see how arrogant the kid would be then. He said nothing more. Let them do as they pleased. He'd just sit back and watch the show. It was fair to say that among all the doctors at Tianhai First Hospital, Zhou San was one of a kind, a real oddball, utterly lacking in medical ethics. He was far worse than any of the other doctors, and it was anyone's guess how he'd ever become one in the first place. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Yi pushed Guan Xiaochuang into the operating room. There wasn't much time left, but Lin Yi clearly had no good solution at hand. What kind of magic could possibly pause time? Obviously, only a time stop could solve this situation. If he could freeze time at the very moment he removed the tumor, and then resume it after, the heart wouldn't stop, and the problem would be solved. System, I remember Dr. Strange could use the power of the time stone to stop time, but I haven't found a time stone on me. Or does my magic allow me to stop time? Without the time stone, you can't pause time. But Dr. Strange does have the time stone, including when you use the experience card. Lin Yi från it. Then where is the stone? It's inside your body. All you need to do is unleash your magic power, and you can summon the time stone. With it, you can freeze time. Ending his conversation with the system, Lin Yi touched his chest. The stone was inside his body. Would that mess up his health? Lin Yi was more than a little worried about this. But right now, saving a life was far more important than overthinking. He focused and released a surge of magic, bright and orange like flames. In an instant, the operating room overflowed with energy, making everything inside float, Guan Xiaochuang included. Lin marveled again at how, as a superhero, wielding power was effortless and smooth, without the slightest obstacle. Yet when he tried using his own strength, it always felt clumsy and hard to control, almost as if it belonged to someone else. So this was the system optimization he'd heard about before? That must be why using a hero's power was so seamless. Before long, a gemstone radiating green light emerged from Lin Yi's chest. The moment it appeared, the gem blazed brilliantly. A pillar of green light shot up from the hospital, piercing the clouds and streaking beyond the earth itself. As the stone released its wild energy, the entire world suddenly froze. The clock stopped at exactly 1:30. Swallows mid-flight hung motionless in the air. Cars packed on the road stood utterly still. Even outside, a quarreling couple and spilled drinks were frozen in place, the liquid suspended in midair. One had to wonder, if you tasted that drink now, would it be like biting into a fruit-flavored candy? On this Wednesday, the members of the Guan family, Lin Sishu, and everyone in the operating room were locked in their most awkward expressions, unable to change, sealed in a moment of eternity. Once Lin Yi saw the time stone had worked, he used his magic to fly out of the hospital. He surveyed the world, took it all in, and then returned to the operating room. It seemed as though in this very moment, time in the world had truly come to a halt. Only he remained, along with the flowing pillar of green light, the time stone, which allowed him to move freely in this frozen world. You seem to have gotten it wrong. It's not just you all. I can move around unaffected too. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. He'd almost forgotten about the system. Still, this was thrilling. Time had stopped. And what did that mean? Essentially, the whole world now belonged to him alone. If he wanted to visit the girls' dorm to see the pretty ladies, he could go. If he wanted to stroll into the supermarket and eat whatever he fancied, he could do that without spending a dime. If he wanted to walk into a bank and gaze at billions in cash, that too would be effortless. In this world, he was the king, a god who could do anything he pleased. Well, all right, no need to get carried away. These are just fantasies. Actually doing them might not be as wonderful as they seemed. The time stone was indeed powerful, and he could indulge himself for a moment. But there was still important work to be done, and after that, time would resume its flow. True heroes never use their power to reshape their own lives or act on every whim. Doing so would mean they were no hero at all. Lin, he wasn't a saint, but his sense of heroism ran deep, so deep it eclipsed everything else, even his own life. Thus, Lin, he shook his head. Maybe if someone else had obtained the time stone, they'd be far more excited and eager to use it. But for him, this was enough. The next step, remove the tumor. The surgery was a great success. With the added skills of Dr. Strange, a masterful surgeon, the procedure was effortless for him. At the same time, he learned a great deal. This was, after all, his very first surgery. The experience would surely benefit his studies in the future. After Lin Yi removed the malignant tumor, he put away the time stone. The green glow faded from the world, and time began to move once more. With time restored, although the surgery was nearly complete, there were still some final matters to tend to. It would take a little more time, and he wondered if 10 minutes would suffice. The duration of his trial card was all too brief. Meanwhile, everyone outside was still waiting patiently. Zhou San, on the other hand, was itching to see how Lin Yi would handle the aftermath. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his anticipation. He didn't believe Lin Yi could pull off a miracle. After all, how many miracles actually happened in this world? If they were that common, everyone would be buying lottery tickets. Lin Sishu's feelings were equally complicated. Even the official doctors hadn't found a way. Could a mere student like Lin Yi really succeed? What if something happened to the patient? Who would bear that responsibility? This Lin Yi kid was just too much. If only he'd stopped him sooner, but instead, he'd simply watched the drama unfold and done absolutely nothing. It was clear that Lin Sishu was worried that, because of Lin Yi, an innocent life might be lost for no good reason. This wasn't just a matter of compensation, nor was it about shirking responsibility. The value of a life was beyond measure, and once lost, nothing could make up for it. That's why one should be cautious. What business does a child have meddling in such a serious matter? What if someone else gets hurt? The more Lin Sishu thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Maybe he should try to fix things now? Pull Lin Yi out of there, give him a stern talking to, and then apologize to everyone? But just as these thoughts crossed his mind, an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a traditional Chinese suit, strolled in. Where's the patient's medical file? Let me have a look so I can treat them. As soon as he spoke, everyone turned to look at him, including Lin Sishu, the Guan family, and Zhou San. This was none other than Old Master Niu of Tianhai City, a truly remarkable figure, not only in Tianhai, but throughout all of China. People wishing for his medical expertise could form a line stretching from Tian High all the way to the Great Wall. Hello, old Master Nyo. Hello, old Master Nyo. The medical file is right here. But someone who doesn't know their limits has already gone in to operate on young Master Guan. You've arrived a little late. Joseon handed Guan Xiaochuang's file to old Master Nyo, quickly adding his explanation. Old Master Nyo took the file and examined it, frowning. Oh, which medical expert is so confident? After all, if they'd gone through the trouble of inviting him, it must have been a particularly tricky case. That's why he asked. It was a young man. A member of the Guan family replied after some thought. But Joseon deliberately added, he looks like a college student, so he's not even a doctor. He knew old Master Nyo was a man of strong medical ethics. He'd be appalled at someone like Lin Yi, who didn't understand medicine, taking such liberties. Nonsense. What are you people doing? Letting someone with no medical training perform surgery? Are you out of your minds? This is utterly irresponsible toward the patient. As expected, old Master Nyo was so furious that even his beard seemed to bristle. No exaggeration. Exactly. This is sheer madness. Joseon finally vented his anger. Of course, he hadn't realized that from old Master Nyo's words, he himself didn't come off much better. Old Master Nyo shot Joseon a glare, as if to say, you're the last person qualified to comment. What do you think you're doing? You're not a layman. Why didn't you stop this chaos? Old Master Nyo shook his head, saying nothing more, and focused on reading the medical file. Very quickly, he grasped just how challenging Guan Xiaochuang's condition was. Even he, for the moment, had no real solution. Still, in his hands, at least, the patient's suffering could be eased. He could help him hold on for a few more days. This illness is beyond my ability to cure, but I should be able to prolong the patient's life for a few days. Now, open up the operating room. I have to go in and treat the patient. I can't allow this recklessness to continue. No sooner had old Neo finished speaking than a figure suddenly appeared before them. That was my son just now. He's a medical student, so he rushed to save someone out of instinct. But that's no excuse for him to act recklessly or put a patient's safety at risk. I'll deal with that boy myself. But before that, I want to apologize to all of you on his behalf. I am truly sorry. Lin Sishu bent at the waist and gave everyone a deep, sincere bow. It dawned on the crowd that the young man was a university medical student, which, while not quite the same as being a doctor, was at least somewhat related to the profession. But for experienced doctors like old Neo and Joseon, the difference was glaring, worlds apart in fact. The gap between a doctor and a medical student was as vast as that between an elementary school student and a university student. Could you really compare the two? In every respect, the university student would come out on top. There was simply no comparison. Still, old Neo's anger subsided a little. At the very least, the father's attitude was commendable. Without waiting for anyone's response, Lin Sishu kicked off his shoes and made for the operating room, clearly intending to march in and give his son a piece of his mind. Seeing how serious Lin Sishu was, old Neo gave a wry smile. You'd better stop him. No matter what, violence isn't the answer. Let's go in and check the situation first. If surgery is underway, barging in could make things worse. Everyone sprang into action, grabbing hold of Lin Sishu to prevent him from going in. But he was determined and surprisingly strong. It took several people to hold him back. Joseon chimed in. Don't think a beating will solve everything. Stop putting on a show. If something happens to Master Guan, you'll be facing a lawsuit. That kid doesn't know the first thing about medicine. He's just a student, arrogant and reckless. Now he's going to ruin Master Guan. But before Zhou San could finish, something astonishing happened. From the hospital room, Guan Xiaochuang, his face still pale, walked out and called to the two burly men from the Guan family. Xiaoming, Xiai, what are you waiting for? Go get the red envelopes ready for everyone, especially for Dr. Lin. My life was saved thanks to him. I'm actually still alive. Everyone was too stunned to even comment on the peculiar names of the Guan family's bodyguards. Shock rippled through the crowd. Guan Xiaochuang had recovered? Dr. Lin? Could it really have been that young man who saved him? Xiaoming and Xiai exchanged a glance as if to say, see, who's an amateur now? Who's just a student? He's a real deal, a true master. What did he seem unreliable? It was their keen eye that spotted talent. And to think everyone doubted him, especially Zhou San, who only knows how to push people around. Joseon was completely dumbfounded on Wednesday. What on earth was going on here? He had imagined countless outcomes, all of which ended with Guan Xiaochuang's death. Never had he considered that she could actually be cured. Was this some kind of joke? A student who was still in school, not even an intern doctor, could cure an illness that even old Nyo himself had admitted he couldn't treat? Did that mean this kid's medical skills surpassed old Nyo's? So, of course, he was stunned. It would have been impossible not to be. At the same time, a faint sense of panic set in. Had he inadvertently offended someone truly formidable? And not just any big shot, but one who played the fool to hide his strength. Seriously, how could someone this impressive not be a big deal? Old Nyo's lips twitched ever so slightly as he glanced at Lin Sishu, who looked just as shocked. He wanted to say, "You really know how to put on an act, don't you? Such a remarkable young doctor. How could he possibly be just a student? You're his father. Would you really not know? Clearly, you were aware that he could cure Guan Xiaochuang, yet you still put on that whole show of sacrificing personal feelings for the greater good. You really know how to play the game." In any case, old Nyo believed that the student could surpass the master, and that there were always greater talents out there. But he couldn't quite bring himself to believe that a mere student could accomplish what he himself could not. Otherwise, what had he been doing with all those years of experience? Just then, Lin followed Guan Xiaochuang out. Seeing his father standing there holding a shoe, he was puzzled, but a hint of fear crept into his voice as he asked, "Dad, what are you doing?" Only then did Lin Sishu snap out of it. His son hadn't hurt anyone. In fact, he had saved someone. A moment ago, he'd been thinking of giving the boy a good thrashing, but what now? He felt a bit awkward, but as everyone knows, adaptability is a useful skill these days. He quickly switched to a broad smile and said, "Oh, it's nothing, my good boy. I was just feeling a bit hot, so I took off my shoes to cool down." "Well, that's certainly an unusual way to keep cool. Then hurry up and put them back on." Okay. Why aren't you all getting the red envelopes ready? Remember, they need to be extra generous. Dr. Lin, oh, old Nyo, you're here too. Then the red envelopes must be even bigger. Guan Xiaochuang showed no sign of being a patient at all, even though she still needed time to fully recover. Xiao Meng and Xiao Ai nodded and hurried off to prepare the red envelopes. As they left, they took Zhou San, the ever-unlucky target, with them. As for what they were actually planning, giving out red envelopes was the last thing on their minds. There was no way they'd let him off the hook so easily. What could Zhou San say? He had completely messed up his plans, and all he could do now was hope for a little mercy. Lin Yi, however, shook his head and said, "No need for any red envelopes. Those of us who practice medicine do not seek rewards. That's all there is to it. We have other matters to attend to, and you need to get some rest." Clearly, saving Guan Xiaochuang's life meant that he had also saved himself, and having done a good deed was enough reward in itself. Of course, Guan Xiaochuang refused. How could he not repay the man who saved his life? That would be ungrateful. Yet at this moment, Elder Nyo chuckled and said, "No wonder they say heroes rise young. Xiaochuang, don't force him if he's unwilling." Lin Yi glanced at Elder Nyo. So this was the old man everyone had been waiting for earlier? He didn't seem particularly remarkable. With Elder Nyo's intervention, Guan Xiaochuang really did stop insisting. He figured he'd repay Lin Yi some other time if the chance arose. Lin Yi almost wanted to say, "Come on, insist a bit more. If you just push a little, he might offer you a reward worth hundreds of millions." Truly, what a missed opportunity. At least take my WeChat. We'll hang out together and pick up girls sometime. I'm going to rest now. Still not feeling great. Elder Nyo, you all carry on. And so, Lin Yi's phone was snatched away, and he was forcibly added to a middle-aged man's WeChat contacts. Lin Yi's lips twitched. What's the point of this WeChat? Can he just delete it later? Elder Nyo could tell Lin Yi was rather unimpressed, so he gave a meaningful reminder. You just saved the head of the Guan family. Your father should know what that means. For people like them, a way to contact is worth far more than any so-called reward. Countless people would give anything for it, but can't get it. You should be satisfied. Fine, he'd be satisfied. Though it was obvious Lin Yi remained unimpressed and didn't take it to heart. At last, Elder Nyo smiled amiably and said, "I have a question I'd like to ask you if you don't mind." "Go ahead," Lin Yi nodded slightly. "How rude. Is that how you speak to Elder Nyo?" Lin Sishu couldn't hold back her frustration at Lin Yi's indifferent manner. This was Elder Nyo, after all, a renowned figure in Tianhai City. Only this clueless kid, who cared about nothing, would dare speak to him so casually. "It's all right." Lin Yi glanced at Lin Sishu. The man was an elder, true, but he was simply asking him a question. A brief go-ahead seemed perfectly fine. Elder Nyo didn't mind and continued. "Then I'll get straight to the point. How'd you do it? If you remove the tumor, the heart would stop beating. They're too close together. But if you don't remove it, how could you restore him to consciousness?" Lin Yi's lips twitched. Just as he expected, this was what they wanted to know. Could he really say he just paused time for a moment? Obviously, that was out of the question. So he found an excuse. "I've got a stomachache. Need to hit the restroom. Let's talk later." With that, Lin Yi slipped away in a flash, leaving Elder Nyo looking at Lin Sishu, as if to say, "You're his father. Surely you know something?" But if the son had made an escape, why shouldn't the father do the same? Lin Sishu could tell that his son wasn't unwilling to answer. he simply couldn't. So he decided to keep quiet as well. Respect for Elder Nyo was all well and good, but dodging the question was fair game. So, after tossing out, "I've got a stomachache too," he vanished from Elder Nyo's sight. Old Master Nyo pondered for a long while before murmuring to himself, "Could it be that the other party is a disciple of the Sun family? That would explain such disdain for fame and fortune, paired with unparalleled medical skill. If he truly is one of the Sun family, then we are destined to meet again. You cannot escape. This is fate." Lin Yi and Lin Sishu returned to their hospital room, never expecting that so much could have happened in just 2 short days. "Dad, is there something you want to ask me?" Whether it was what happened at the construction site or the events at the hospital, both seemed like miracles. Witnessing one might be explained away, but having seen both, Lin Sishu could no longer doubt that something extraordinary was at play. Yet Lin Sishu simply said, "Children grow up. Of course, they'll have secrets. You don't need to tell the adults everything. No matter what happens, you're still my son." Lin Yi was a bit surprised by his father's response. Truly, blood ties make all the difference. So Lin Yi said no more. After all, the power the system had given him was beyond imagination. And with something like this, the closer the relative, the more it needed to be kept secret. Perhaps this was a form of protection. After father and son finished their meal, Lin Yi insisted he was fine and could be discharged. Lin Sishu didn't press him to stay, since he needed to deal with matters of the construction site. So one returned to the site, while the other naturally headed back to school. Lin Yi took a cab to Tianhai University, feeling in high spirits. He planned to call his buddies from the dorm and invite them out for some barbecue near campus before heading back together. But when he called each of them, they all gave the same answer. They weren't coming, and told him not to bother them. Lin Yi felt something was off. Normally, with the promise of a free meal, they'd come no matter what, even skipping class if need be. That left only one explanation. He glanced at the date on his phone and realized it was the day for the freshmen to arrive. Tianhai University had a tradition. On this day, the upperclassmen would welcome the new students, helping them get to know the campus and carry their things. Of course, the real highlight was that it gave all the hungry wolves a golden opportunity to flirt with the new girls. Opportunities like this didn't come around often. It was like hunters finally getting the chance to go on the prowl. Of course, they wouldn't miss it for the world. If they managed to make a good impression on a girl, maybe they'd escape the fate of singlehood. What a wonderful prospect. But as for Lin Yi, he wasn't nearly so naive. He had no interest in chasing after girls. "Wait for me, guys. I'm heading back now. If there are any good-looking freshman girls, make sure to save one for me. Back in sophomore year, I saved some for you, didn't I? Don't forget our brotherhood. That's it. I'm hanging up." Indeed, shameless, childish, and a notorious flirt. These are the hallmarks of Lin Yi. As long as it had nothing to do with heroism, this was exactly the kind of person he was. But when it came to anything heroic, he'd turn into a saint, not even bothering to hide it. In short, he'd be completely different from usual. So now, it was time to drop the act and let loose. It was the peak of summer, and Lin Yi was running through the campus, sweat streaming down his face, but he couldn't care less. He quickly found his crew. "You finally made it, fourth. But hey, you're right on time." Their leader, Wang Xiao, was a guy with a buzz cut. Although his family wasn't well off, he was loyal to a fault. Probably the most dependable guy in their dorm. "Yeah, come over here and suit up. Once we're ready, it's time to rack up some points. The freshman girls are on their way." That was Li Yu, the second oldest in their dorm. He was the best at flirting, at least in theory. In reality, he was just as single as the rest, all talk and no action. "I'm not sure about this. Maybe we should just head back. We're all sophomores now. Is it really our place to crash a freshman event?" The third in their group, Lin Zaheo, wore glasses and looked every bit the quiet introvert. His words certainly matched his demeanor, but in truth, he was the wildest of them all. For all his protests, he'd been the first to show up and wait. "Come on, third, quit pretending. Get your gear on, and let's show these sophomores what real experience looks like." Lin Yi, unlike Lin Zaheo, was straightforward. He just said whatever was on his mind. So, Lin Zaheo nodded, dropped the act, and started helping Wang Xiao and Li Yu with their gear. A few pieces of name-brand casual wear, some fancy watches, expensive cologne, and the latest fruit phone. Almost 10,000 yuan just for the phone. They put on the clothes and watches, spritzed themselves with cologne, and held their flashy phones for everyone to see. Across the field, the sophomores helping with the freshman arrivals were left dumbfounded. Was this really how it was done? The difference in experience was staggering. They weren't even on the same level. These guys were the real pros. All those well-meaning sophomores, hoping to make a good impression by lending a hand, suddenly seemed hopelessly naive. Lin Yi and his friends exchanged satisfied looks. Now, this was what it meant to gear up for battle. Sure, everything was rented, and they'd have to return it all tomorrow. But for tonight, it was more than enough. When it came to all these preparations, everyone in their group had their own role to play. It wasn't the achievement of just one person. The creative idea came from Liu. Only he could have thought of such a scheme. The money, on the other hand, was credited to Lin Yi, who used the funds his father had given him for dating, finally putting his dad's hard-earned money to good use. As for renting everything they needed, that was handled by Wang Qiu and Lin Zihao. No one knew how many places they'd scoured or how long they'd spent searching, just to get all this done with the least amount of money. That's the unity of their dormitory, a true display of teamwork. Together, they were conquering their own sandcastle, forging a bond that belonged to men alone. All right, maybe that's getting a little off track. Having the right equipment was only half the battle. They also needed sharp judgment. They couldn't act on impulse. Not every girl was worth their attention. Let's make this clear. This time, we have to observe carefully and analyze before making a move. Otherwise, we'll end up like last time, rushing to chat up every pretty face, only to find out after months that they were all cross-dressing guys. Liu's words brought back some rather unpleasant memories for Lin, Yi, and the others. They had to admit, he had a point. Soon, the campus was bustling with freshmen dragging their suitcases behind them. Of course, male freshmen were excluded from their interest. But when it came to the girls, their eyes were wide open. They weren't about to let any slip by. The sophomores, clueless as they were, would rush to help anyone who looked even remotely attractive. Honestly, it was laughable. They were probably all being duped by cross-dressers. Veterans like Lin Yi and his crew were much more composed. Watch first, act later. Most importantly, don't panic. And to be fair, this year's crop of freshman girls was indeed attractive. There were the sweet, youthful types, the elegant, mature ones, and the pure, innocent-looking girls. But on closer inspection, some were obviously playing up the lowly act, others relied heavily on makeup, and even the innocent ones showed signs of plastic surgery. In the end, none of them quite made the cut. But the sophomores, lacking any discernment, were eagerly striking up conversations left and right. Lin Yi and his friends could only shake their heads and keep patiently observing. At last, their patience paid off. They spotted a truly stunning girl. Long, straight black hair, a classic beauty. By this time, the sophomores had noticed her too, but they'd already started helping other girls. Should they ditch those girls to hit on the black-haired beauty instead? Clearly, that wouldn't end well. They'd probably get an earful for it. If only they'd been as patient as the veterans and waited a little longer. Now, they were stuck, forced to watch the black-haired beauty slip away. A girl with all the makings of a campus queen. What a shame. Wow, she's gorgeous. Yeah, she's really something. She doesn't look like a cross-dresser. No Adam's apple, not too big or too small, and nothing weird about her vibe. She's definitely a real girl. But as Lenny gazed at the black-haired beauty before him, he couldn't help but freeze in surprise, utterly stunned. Liu saw Lin Yi's reaction and thought he was simply entranced. He teased, "How old for? Come on, don't look like that." "Sure, she's really pretty, but don't stare in such a creepy way. We need to keep a low profile. I think old four really likes that girl with the long black hair. Let's look at someone else." Wang Qiu chimed in, showing his loyalty at just the right moment. "Don't be like that. Let's stick together and see who she chooses." Lin Zihao protested, clearly displeased. Before anyone could say more, the girl with the long, straight black hair noticed them and stared at them for quite a while. All three of their hearts began pounding. Even though they talked tough and swore not to act like creeps, promising fair competition, in this moment all those promises were forgotten. All they could hope for was, "Pick me, pick me, pick me." At the same time, each of them felt as if she was staring right at him. What a tease. Even they couldn't help but feel shy. "We meet again. Can you show me around the campus?" she suddenly called out. "Yes, yes, of course," they all responded at once. "She's talking to me, not you guys. Why are you getting so excited?" one of them grumbled. Lin, he shook his head. "Don't flatter yourselves, guys. She's talking to me." He recognized her as the girl he had saved before, Bai Ling. He hadn't expected to run into her here. It turned out she was a student at Tianhai University too. What a coincidence. "Yeah, let me show you around," Lin, he said, brushing past the others. His friends were a little annoyed. Clearly, she was talking to them. What was Linny up to? "Thank you so much." Bai Ling gave Lin a sweet smile and fell in a step beside him. The three were utterly stunned. It really wasn't them she was talking to. It was Lin Yi. Awkward. They just couldn't figure it out. They were all experienced guys, so why was Lin Yi the one who stood out? He hadn't done anything, yet he'd already caught the goddess's attention. Was his gear better? But they all had the same stuff. The three of them were completely baffled. They couldn't help feeling a bit envious, but quickly adjusted their attitudes and turned their sights elsewhere. Lin Yi took Bai Ling's luggage, and the two of them strolled through campus together. The second-year students watching them were filled with envy and jealousy. If looks could kill, Lin Yi would have died 1,000 deaths. But they had to admit defeat. When it came to attracting girls, the gap between their skills and his was just too wide. Maybe next year, once they upgraded their gear, they'd be able to win over a goddess like her too. What they didn't realize was that Lin Yi could help Bai Ling not because of his gear, but because they already knew each other. Of course it made sense for her to ask him for help. I didn't expect you to be such a big spender, senior. Mind if I stick with you? Bai Ling teased playfully. Don't make fun of me. I was just messing around, Lin Yi replied, glancing at his clothes and watch and coughing awkwardly. The two of them walked beneath the thick shade of the trees. A gentle breeze stirred, lightly lifting Belan's glossy hair, making her look especially enchanting. Lin Yi blushed, hesitated for a moment, and said, if you keep walking straight ahead, you'll reach the girls' dormitory. As for the other places, you'll get familiar with them as you explore. All right, Lin Yi, I'll be counting on your help from now on. Can I save your contact information now? Belan suddenly stopped in her tracks, her large, bright eyes fixed on Lin Yi, making him feel quite awkward. Although he liked to act confident, when it came to actually dealing with girls, especially those he didn't know well, he couldn't help but feel shy. How did you know my name? Lin Yi quickly changed the subject. Belan pulled out an Iron Man wallet from inside her jacket and handed it to Lin Yi. Only then did Lin Yi realize. So that's where his wallet had gone. He'd been wondering where it was, and now he remembered he must have dropped it that day. But that wasn't the main point. What really caught his attention was, where exactly had she pulled it from? From inside her jacket? His mind wandered as he coughed awkwardly. He was definitely going to keep this wallet from now on. So that's what happened. I can give you my contact, but you have to promise to keep my identity secret. For now, Belan was the only one who had witnessed his abilities firsthand. Even if someone tried to spread rumors, no one would believe it. He wasn't foolish enough to try to silence her, but he needed her to keep his secret. Although he'd already mentioned this once before, he hadn't expected to run into her again at the same school. Just to be safe, he had to remind her once more. Of course, I can keep a secret. I won't tell anyone you're Spider-Man. Hee, don't worry. With that, Belan clung to Lin Yi until she got his WeChat. Only then did she seem satisfied. Lin Yi felt a headache coming on. Even though she'd promised not to tell, why did he still feel uneasy? Originally, he'd wanted to play the anonymous hero, do good deeds without leaving his name. Now, not only did she know who he was, but she might even become his girlfriend. No, just a friend. All his sense of accomplishment vanished. It almost felt like everything he'd done before was just to impress a girl. He walked Belan to the girls' dormitory. He wanted to go up for a glass of water, but the dorm matron turned him away with a sharp, go drink your own. So, he trudged back to his own dorm alone. At this hour, no one else was inside. Wang Qiu and the others were probably still out hustling, and it might be a while before they returned. Lin Yi flopped onto his bed, suddenly realizing, shouldn't there be a reward notification for completing his task this time? Because the task isn't finished yet. Guan Xiaochuang has to make a full recovery before it counts, but it should be soon. Lin Yi's lips twitched. He still had to wait for her to recover completely to finish the mission. He worried aloud. Does that mean something might happen to me in the meantime? You don't need to worry about that. The task is basically done. All that's left is to wait a little while, and nothing will happen to punish you during this time. Well, that's more like it. Otherwise, I really wouldn't play along with you anymore. Once Lin Yi finished his conversation with the system, he rummaged under his bed and pulled out a pile of Marvel figurines. He only picked up an Iron Man and placed it on his chest, then lay back down. Everything that had happened over the past few days had completely upended his view of the world. He needed time to slowly process it all. At the same time, his body finally began to tremble uncontrollably, fear catching up with him at last. All the things he'd done recently. He would be lying if he said he wasn't scared. He just hadn't shown it on the outside. After all, how could an ordinary person not be afraid? He'd almost been killed by a thief, then gone through a surgery he'd never even imagined before. But as Lin Yi hugged his Iron Man, the anxiety in his heart gradually settled, and before long, he drifted off to sleep. By the time he woke up, it was already the next day. It was his third brother, Lin Zihao, who came to wake him. He never expected Lin Yi to fall asleep hugging Iron Man. There really was no saving him now. Fourth, wake up. We need to head to class. The others have already left. Lin Zihao and Lin Yi were in the same department, so they usually went to class together. Lin Yi finally came to his senses. Glancing at the table not far away, he spotted a few leftover dishes and realized they must have tried to wake him for dinner last night, but he'd slept right through it. Adjusting his mood, Lin Yi stretched and said, "All right, I'll wash up and we can go." "Wash up? There's no time. Let's go, or we'll be late. You know how it is in the medical department. We can't be late. Besides, you look great just like this." With his hair sticking up in every direction, Lin Yi blushed. "Really? You're not lying to me, are you?" "I wouldn't lie to you. Come on, let's go." So the two of them rushed off to the medical department. Lin skipping breakfast but not caring in the least. The medical department was the most prestigious at Tianhai University, but it also came with the most pressure. If you didn't perform well, you wouldn't get a doctor's placement after graduation, which was a real headache. That's why nobody dared show up late. Everyone arrived on time, keeping their heads down. Everyone strove to make a good impression on the professors, hoping for a spot when graduation rolled around. As soon as Lin entered the classroom, he parted ways with Lin Zaheo and found a random seat in a corner, planning to just get by. Truth be told, Lin never liked medicine. This was entirely his father's idea, who claimed being a doctor was a steady job. When it came to life's big decisions, Lin Sishu wouldn't let him have his way. For other matters, he pretty much let Lin decide for himself. Can I sit next to you? Actually, you don't have a choice. Lin had just finished a yawn when a short-haired girl glanced his way. He shot her a look and recognized her instantly. Wasn't that Niu Mengmeng, the infamous little spitfire from their medical department? Niu Mengmeng, despite her fiery personality, had a figure to match and finely chiseled features. The only problem was her makeup, which looked so smudged it made her resemble a little street punk. If you want to sit, just sit, Lin said, pulling his gaze away in exasperation. It's not like I can refuse anyway, so why even ask? Niu Mengmeng snorted and retorted. I was just being polite by asking. That last line of yours was anything but polite, Lin thought. Honestly, you'd seem more polite if you didn't say anything at all. Lin decided to ignore her, and soon the teacher arrived and began the lecture. Most of the students paid close attention, and Lin pretended to listen intently as well, though his mind was elsewhere. But Niu Mengmeng, sitting right next to him, was a different story. She unabashedly started watching a movie on her phone, the volume turned way up. The middle-aged teacher didn't say much, only told her to lower the volume a bit. Had it been anyone else, they'd have been kicked out of the classroom by now. But what could anyone do? Niu Mengmeng had powerful connections. There was nothing for it but to let her be. At least she cooperated a little and turned the sound down. The class continued, but Lin sitting next to her, was having a miserable time. Of all the things she could watch, why did it have to be a Marvel movie? Even with the volume lower, she was right next to him. He could still hear everything. So even pretending to pay attention became impossible. Lin found himself sneaking glances at her screen, and before long, the teacher noticed his restlessness and shot him a warning glare. Niu Mengmeng could get away with watching movies. She was just passing the time. After all, the teacher had given up on her, but Lin did he have a family fortune to fall back on? Lin curled his lip and sat quietly for a while, then turned to Niu Mengmeng and asked, Could you wear headphones? I don't like headphones. They hurt my ears. Cut me some slack, man. Hey, do you like Thor? In Endgame, Thor gets fat. It cracked me up. I like Iron Man. Thor's great too, of course. Lin, you solve this problem. If you can't, get out of here. Clearly, under Niu Mengmeng's mischievous influence, the two of them had ended up chatting, and the teacher finally exploded at Lin He'd already been warned once, and now he was pushing his luck. Lin stood up, and all eyes in the room turned to him with sympathy. It was as if they were saying, Sorry, man, tough luck. This time Mengmeng picked you as her target. Just accept it. That girl's nothing but trouble. Lin glanced at the question on the board, realized he didn't know how to solve it, and decided he'd just admit it honestly. But Niu Mengmeng scribbled a line on the paper. A man can't afford to say he can't. If you don't know it, you still have to get up there and do it. I'm counting on you. She handed it to Lin Come on, that actually sounded pretty convincing. How could a man admit defeat? Still, such a cheap trick. Who'd fall for that? If you're so capable, you go. Not knowing is not knowing. Pretending otherwise is just foolish. Lin just wrote a few words in reply. I'm not falling for it. I really don't know. He was about to tell the teacher honestly, but at that moment, Niu Mengmeng lost her temper. Why are you being so difficult? I'm giving you a chance to show off, and you're not going? How boring is that? Then, without any hesitation, she pinched Lin hard on the thigh. Hey, are you crazy? That's right. Right after the middle-aged teacher called him up to solve the problem, Lin blurted out a curse and yelled, Are you out of your mind? From everyone else's perspective, including the teacher's, it seemed he was cursing at the teacher. The whole class was instantly in an uproar. The teacher's face darkened with anger. If you can't solve this problem today, prepare to be disciplined. Do you think you're above the rules? The other students were amazed. Wow, Lin Yi's actually going head-to-head with the teacher. What a savage. Lin twitched his lips. How did things end up with him insulting the teacher? What did he even say? He hadn't cursed at anyone, had he? He'd been scolding Niu Mengmeng. But, now that he thought about it, everyone really did think he'd gone off at the teacher. This misunderstanding was getting out of hand. He was doomed. He shot Niu Mengmeng a glare that said, Just you wait. At the same time, Lin was fuming. Niu Mengmeng was too much. She was a menace to their department, always causing trouble and playing pranks on her classmates. It looked like today it was finally his turn. If he let her get away with this, just the thought of it made his skin crawl. It would only make Nyo Meng Meng more delighted and bolder than ever. So, if she wanted to see him make a fool of himself, he'd just do the opposite. She wanted to laugh at him, did she? Well, he'd show off and impress her instead. He let everyone see he was actually a top student, just low-key for the past 20 years. Ignoring Nyo Meng Meng's gloating smile, he looked at the teacher calmly. If I was disrespectful just now, I apologize. It was a misunderstanding. Anyway, there's no point explaining. I'll just solve the problem. But what? This question is too simple. Why don't you put up all the hardest questions? I'll solve them for everyone, so the class can really learn something from me. That's the only way this will be worthwhile. One had to admit, Lin Yi truly knew how to show off. In just a few short sentences, he had managed to draw everyone's ire. Wasn't this arrogance a little too much? It seemed like you didn't even know how to solve this problem, yet you went ahead and wrote down the hardest part. What's the difference? You can't do it yourself, and yet you expect us to learn from you. Don't tell me you're some low-profile academic genius. This really turned everyone's worldview upside down. Nyo Meng Meng hadn't expected him to respond like this. Was he just giving up and letting things fall apart? Interesting. She couldn't help but re-evaluate Lin Yi, curious to see how he would deal with the mess he'd stirred up. The middle-aged teacher took a deep breath, so angry that he actually let out a laugh. Fine, very well. I'll set the problems, and let's see how you solve them. If you can't, you'll definitely receive a disciplinary notice. No problem. Lin Yi stuck out his tongue, even throwing an acute gesture. Everyone fell silent. This was some next-level showing off, truly a master at work. Impressive, brother. But Lin Yi quickly dropped the playful act and said, if I manage to solve all the problems, no matter what, you are not allowed to let Nyo Meng Meng stay in the medical department. That's my condition. Nyo Meng Meng was stunned for a moment. He actually dragged her into this? She hadn't realized this guy had such guts. The middle-aged teacher couldn't help but feel conflicted. If Lin Yi could really pull it off, do you think Nyo Meng Meng would still be here? She'd have left long ago. Wasn't this just making things difficult for everyone? Was Lin Yi doing this on purpose, looking for an excuse to get himself off the hook? The teacher was about to refuse. If you want to do the problems, then do them properly. Who are you to make demands? But to everyone's surprise, Nyo Meng Meng actually chuckled. Smiling sweetly, she said, all right, it's a deal. If you can solve every problem, I'll leave the medical department and won't bother you all anymore. So, teacher, please give us the hardest questions, no holding back. Let's keep it fair. No one expected this little troublemaker to agree to such an outrageous condition. But for everyone else, this was actually a good thing. The only problem was, Lin Yi couldn't possibly win, so there was no need to get excited. The middle-aged teacher nodded. Since Nyo Meng Meng herself had agreed, what else could he say? So be it. He began to set the most difficult medical problems, questions so tough that even some professors might struggle to solve them. For an ordinary student to crack all of them was simply impossible. In fact, there were some he didn't even know how to answer himself. It was clear he was taking this very seriously. Everyone began to worry about Lin Yi. Even if he couldn't solve the problems, he wouldn't have to leave the medical department, but he'd still be publicly criticized. Just imagining it was embarrassing enough. Yet Lin Yi remained calm, showing not the slightest hint of panic. He merely glanced at Nyo Meng Meng. He was a little surprised that she agreed so easily, but that was a good thing. After all, he just wanted to teach her a lesson. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to stir things up. Honestly, girls like her could be too much sometimes, constantly pulling pranks. Enough is enough. Lin Yi noticed the middle-aged teacher had been working on the questions for a while, and suddenly spoke up. Teacher, may I use the restroom? By the time I'm back, I'm sure you'll have finished preparing the questions. Then I can give everyone a thorough explanation. And, of course, this will be Nyo Meng Meng's last medical class. The middle-aged teacher shot Lin Yi a strange look. What was this kid up to now? Was he planning to cheat? But in just a few minutes, what could he possibly achieve? Even if he tried, these questions weren't something you could just look up in a textbook. These were not the kind of questions you could answer by flipping through a book. Still, just to be safe, the teacher decided to take Lin Yi's phone, making it clear he had to be back within 10 minutes. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, assuring them he'd be quick. With that, Lin Yi left, and the rest of the class started whispering and speculating, ready to watch the drama unfold. Lin Zaheo was genuinely worried about Lin, wondering if the guy had lost his mind from lack of sleep. Why did he have to make trouble for himself? But all he could do now was hope Lin Yi would get through this ordeal unscathed. Nyo Meng Meng stroked her chin, her big eyes swirling with curiosity. The more she watched Lin Yi, the more intrigued she became. What exactly was he up to that gave him such confidence in solving these problems? Or maybe she was just overthinking it. Maybe he really just needed to use the restroom. But whatever the case, she'd know soon enough. Honestly, this was getting more and more interesting. As everyone waited with anticipation, Lin Yi finally rushed back within the allotted 10 minutes. Are you done yet? Can't you hurry up? Do you think I'm as free as the rest of you? I really don't have all day. After his trip to the bathroom, Lin Yi returned not only with a noticeably more arrogant attitude, but even his previously messy hair had been transformed into a classic, neatly parted style, glossy, as if he'd used hair wax. Everyone was stunned. In the time it took to use the restroom, did he go fix his hair instead? And the change was so dramatic, it almost felt like he'd become a different person. Niu Mingming, amused, pulled out a teacup from somewhere and took a big sip. This was getting good. The middle-aged teacher looked darkly at Lin Yi and said, "You've wasted so much of our time. If you can't solve every problem here, you know what's coming." Clearly, in all his years of teaching, the middle-aged teacher had never encountered a student this brazen. "Don't worry, I'm not wasting their time. In fact, I'm giving them a bonus lesson. Let them see what true genius looks like." Everyone fell silent in collective disbelief. This wasn't just arrogance anymore. He was actually being smug about it. Was he developing a split personality? Despite the lack of confidence from anyone in the room, Lin Yi stepped up to the podium. He used the computer to type his solutions onto the big screen, ensuring everyone could see how he solved the problems. Staring at the questions, Lin Yi could barely bring himself to look. They were just too easy. Were these so-called tough problems really supposed to be challenging? Without hesitation, he quickly typed out the most accurate answers. The speed and certainty left everyone dumbfounded. However, these bystanders, students simply along for the show, were utterly confused. They had no idea whether the answers were actually correct, and instinctively turned to the middle-aged teacher for confirmation. The teacher, looking as if he'd seen a ghost, nodded in astonishment. Clearly, Lin Yi's answers were all correct. Of course, only for the questions where the teacher himself knew the answers. For those he didn't, he couldn't judge right or wrong. But seeing Lin Yi's confident solutions, the teacher felt his own doubts melt away, and his gut told him the answers couldn't be far off. Yet how could this be? The teacher remembered Lin Yi as a notorious underachiever. Had parting his hair down the middle somehow turned him into a prodigy? He was now solving problems even the teacher couldn't manage. It was utterly absurd. Was it too much to wish he could just curse out loud? Witnessing Lin Yi's rapid-fire display of advanced medical concepts on the screen, everyone in the room collectively gasped. Suddenly, everyone wanted to try the middle part hairstyle? No, what they really wanted was to become academic stars themselves. Lin Yi's performance was just too over the top, too cool for words. It was clear that each student had genuinely learned something new, things they'd never encountered before. It was as if Lin Yi had opened a door to an entirely new world for them. Even Niu Mingming, who had been sipping tea, was left in utter disbelief. She never expected Lin Yi to be a bona fide academic ace. "All done. Take your time to digest this. I'm off to the restroom. I'll be back in a bit." After finishing every problem, Lin Yi simply made this nonchalant announcement, then walked away without so much as a backward glance. Little did Lin Yi know that as soon as he left, the entire medical department was thrown into chaos. Both the middle-aged teacher and Niu Mingming were left completely stunned. Meanwhile, Lin Yi finally reached the restroom, only to find a man who looked exactly like him playing with an Iron Man action figure. The other man glanced up and said, "You're back? So, did you solve those problems too?" "Of course. Among all my avatars, I'm the most knowledgeable, though unfortunately, it's all theory. Otherwise, why would the real body need to show up?" That's right, the Lin Yi with the middle part hair, who just put on such a show, was merely one of his avatars. The real Lin Yi was the one playing with the Iron Man toy in the restroom. How could he possibly style his hair with a middle part? Even if he wanted to act cool, he just couldn't pull it off, but his clones could. Each of his clones was a distinct individual. This particular clone with the middle part was actually one of the 3 who had played poker with him before, one of the lazier ones who usually avoided work. But perhaps for this very reason, during their conversations, he had learned by chance that this clone was impressively knowledgeable, even possessing a good deal of medical know-how. So, when he had agreed to solve the problem earlier, he wondered if he could invite this clone to help out. He figured that summoning just one clone probably wouldn't have any adverse side effects. Yet, whether there were side effects or not was still unclear. What he did know was that simply summoning this clone had taken him 10 minutes, and that was just to call out a single clone. Still, regardless of the effort, it seemed that middle part Lin Yi had completed the task, so he was called back. At the same time, Lin Yi felt a bit tired. Not seriously, more like the exhaustion you get after a burst of strenuous exercise, and he could still handle it. Without hesitation, Lin Yi hurried back, wondering whether Niu Mingming would leave as promised. Of course, if she really insisted on staying, There wasn't much he could do. But he was just overthinking it. When he returned, the middle-aged teacher immediately acknowledged that all his answers were correct. The teacher also admitted that his own attitude earlier had been less than ideal, and he'd somewhat humbled himself. Of course, wasn't one to press his advantage, since this was his own teacher, after all. So he simply smiled and shook his head, reflecting on his own shortcomings as well. Everyone remarked. Now that the middle-parted he was gone, his temper seemed to have vanished too. Was the secret to becoming a top student or a genius really all about the hairstyle? At that moment, Niu Mingming spoke up. Of course, I'll leave the medical department as promised. I won't come to class tomorrow, so you'll all have some peace. That's it. With that, Niu Mingming glanced at Yi, packed up her bag, and walked out. Watching her leave, Yi couldn't help but wonder if he had done the right thing. But then he thought, why should he feel guilty? She was nothing but trouble, always switching targets and playing pranks on her classmates. Maybe she found it amusing, but did anyone else? If he hadn't had the system's help today, he probably would have been disciplined. He couldn't appreciate this kind of mean-spirited fun, so Niu Mingming had to face some consequences. Only then would it be fair. With that, the class returned to normal, and everyone was grateful to Yi. They had finally driven out the little troublemaker. To them, he was nothing short of an angel. After class, several people wanted to treat Yi to a meal, but he declined their invitations. He preferred to have lunch with his friend Zaheo at the cafeteria. He didn't know the others that well, and it was always more comfortable to eat with someone familiar. Fourth bro, you were on fire today. How about this? I'll treat you, and add a meat dish for you, sound good? Zaheo chatted with Yi as they made their way to the school cafeteria. Sure, don't mind if I do. By the way, why is it that when you part your hair down the middle, you seem like a completely different person? And who would have guessed you're a top student? You really kept us in the dark. Oh, it's nothing. It was just that moment. I suddenly felt all my meridians open up, every single one. And then, just like that, I knew everything. Zaheo didn't press for answers, and the two of them soon arrived at the school cafeteria. There were two cafeterias at their school, one for students and one for teachers, so teachers wouldn't come here to eat. Still, the food here was pretty decent. It wasn't anything fancy, but the portions were generous and the prices were reasonable. Occasionally, the lunch ladies would let their hands shake while serving, which was a kind of bonus in itself. Zaheo picked up a tray with rice, stir-fried eggs and green peppers, cabbage soup, mashed potatoes, and sausage. For he got rice, shredded pork and garlic sauce, cabbage soup, braised pork, and cucumber salad. Clearly, he was being generous and wanted to reward Yi a little. He couldn't help but feel a bit touched, but didn't stand on ceremony, because that's how brothers are. A lot of things didn't need to be said out loud. After that, they both dug into their meals with gusto. Even sampled some of Zaheo's mashed potatoes, and honestly, it tasted pretty good. Hey, fourth bro, after you finish eating, could you help me with? Actually, never mind, I've got something to do, so I'll head out first. Take your time. I've already paid for both meals. Zaheo had just started to ask Yi, who had supposedly opened all his meridians, for some help with homework when he suddenly spotted a group of people swaggering into the cafeteria. He quickly changed his tune, tossed out a hasty excuse, and left right away. He was momentarily stunned. You've barely touched your food, and you're already leaving? Isn't that wasting good food? So he took his friend's tray and started eating both meals, all the while glancing at the group who had just walked in. Though they looked like students from their school, they all carried a bit of a ruffian air, their talk laced with curses and crude jokes. Probably a bunch of troublemakers, Yi thought. Like everyone else, he usually stayed far away from that kind of crowd. But one thing nagged at him. Why did Zaheo just bolt as soon as he saw them? Could it be those guys had their eyes on him? It turned out he wasn't far off. The moment Zaheo left, the group filed out after him, as if they'd come to the cafeteria for him alone. Without a second thought, he hurriedly finished all the food and followed them out. Run, will you? Why aren't you running now? Still trying to hide from us? Let's see just how rotten your heart really is. We won't waste words with you. Just hand over the money you owe us, and you can leave. Remember, this is protection money. We work hard every day, so you should pay us something, don't you think? Clearly, the frail Zaheo hadn't gotten far before he was chased down, dragged to a secluded spot, and threatened. Zaheo clenched his fists. Money again? It seemed like this happened a few times every month, almost as often as his aunt's visits. I've given you enough over the years. I really don't have any more. Can't you just let me go? Taking a deep breath, Zaheo gritted his teeth and spoke, knowing it was useless, but he was fed up. The group glanced at each other and burst into laughter. It looked like he hadn't been beaten in a while and was starting to get bold. Fine, we'll let you go. What? Are you serious? If you don't pay, we'll just beat you up and strip you down before letting you go. How about that? I'm not taking this from you anymore. Lin Zaheo charged at them, but was knocked to the ground with a single punch. His face swelled instantly, and his glasses shattered. Well, if you won't cooperate, don't blame us for what happens next. Boys, let's get to it. Hey, hold on, let's talk this over. I'll pay for him. At that moment, the leader felt a tap on his back. Lin Zaheo was startled. It was Lin Yi. How had he followed them out here? Of course, when the group heard someone was willing to hand over cash, they had no reason to refuse. All right, great. Just give us what you have. No less than 1,000, or else you're not leaving either. Lin Yi shot them a glance and nodded. Sure, 1,000 it is. I don't have cash on me. Let me transfer it to you on WeChat. Lin Zaheo felt a pang of guilt, already thinking about how he would repay Lin Yi later. But what shocked him even more was that Lin Yi had no intention of transferring any money at all. He was just waiting for the moment when the thug, head bowed to collect the cash, would be easy to strike. Lin Yi suddenly smashed his phone down on the leader's head, followed by a swift kick. The guy was instantly stunned, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head and howling in pain. Lin Yi glanced at his shattered phone and curled his lip. If he hadn't wanted to avoid making a scene, he would have used a brick instead. He tossed the broken phone aside and said coolly, "You mess with my friend, you're asking for it." Even without any special abilities, Lin Yi wasn't about to back down. Not when his buddy had been attacked. There was no way he'd just stand by. He was ready to fight. And in the next second, Lin Yi and the remaining thugs were locked in a brawl. Although Lin Yi had some fighting skills, he could only take someone down instantly by catching them off guard. If it came to a head-on confrontation, especially against several opponents at once, he simply wasn't a match for them. But even though he was outmatched, he still chose to fight. Not for any particular reason, but simply because these thugs had hurt his friend. Lin Zaheo watched as Lin Yi was beaten black and blue, pinned to the ground by several guys. Tears welled up in his eyes. Even though he was scared, he threw caution to the wind and rushed forward, accidentally kicking Lin Yi in the face. Oops, he got the wrong person. Once he realized his mistake, he joined Lin Yi's side, a little less panicked now. Even with 2 against 2, Lin Zaheo didn't add much fighting power, so they were still on the losing end. But their attackers weren't left unscathed either, and seeing the 2 of them refuse to stay down, like cockroaches that just wouldn't die, left the bullies a bit rattled. They muttered some threats and left in a hurry. Lin Yi and Lin Zaheo found a chair and collapsed onto it, both looking like swollen-headed pigs. They glanced at each other and couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight. I drag you into this. Sorry my ass. You're saying that now? Just tell me what's really going on. Why are they targeting you? And why didn't you ever mention any of this to us? Lin Zaheo hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke after a long pause. Honestly, there's no big reason. I've been picked on my whole life. When I got to university, it was the same story. They singled me out, made me pay them money every week or else. They've got some thug connections, you know. If I told you guys, you'd definitely stand up for me, but then those guys would just get some outside muscle to retaliate. I didn't want to drag you into it. I figured I'd just pay them off till graduation and be done with it. But now I really don't have any money left. They keep asking for more and more. Lin Yi looked at Lin Zaheo in silence, then suddenly realized something and said, speechless, "Wait, you're saying they might send thugs after me too? Well, that's good. Looks like I was overthinking it, huh? To be precise, they'll be coming after both of us. We may not be born in the same year or month, but at least we'll die together." Ugh, you jerk. If I'd known, I wouldn't have stepped in. Who wants to die at the same time as you? That's just gross, okay? They messed with my brother, so they were asking for it. You said it yourself. I know you care about me. You idiot. Stop talking nonsense. What else could Lin Yi say to that? Of course he was scared, but now that they'd already fought, he and Lin Zaheo were in the same boat. Still, he grumbled, don't give me that crap. Anyway, you owe me big time for this. A few barbecue dinners at the very least. As for those thugs who want to give us trouble, let them come. I'll make sure they regret it. Lin Yi never bullied anyone, but he sure as hell wasn't going to let anyone bully him. If those guys really do, try to send thugs after them. Lin Yi wouldn't hesitate to play along. Worst case, he'd just use his trial card. Let's see who's tougher, the street punks or the power of the card. So Lin, he didn't bother worrying about it. He planned to leave campus with Lin Zaheo and head to a nearby clinic to get his injuries checked out. At the same time, Lin Yi needed to buy a new phone. Damn, it felt good to smash that last one, but it sure was expensive. Luckily, his phone wasn't that pricey to begin with, so buying another wouldn't break the bank. Originally, Lin Zaheo wanted to reimburse him for the phone, since it all happened because of him. But lately, he was really strapped for cash, practically down to eating dirt. So he just said he'd owe Lin Yi for now, and pay him back when things got better. Lin Yi didn't argue. The two of them arrived at the clinic, and the doctor was clearly surprised by their injuries. If you two were on display at the market, you'd be the star attraction, prime pork heads. How badly did you get beaten for your faces to swell up like this? But the clinic was famous for its skilled hands, or rather, its medical expertise. After just an afternoon of treatment, the swelling had gone down quite a bit. Though their faces were still battered and bruised, they didn't look as terrifying as before. Let's go grab something to eat, then head back to the dorm, Lin said as he stepped out of the clinic, glancing over at Lin Zaheo. I don't have any money. Obviously. My treat. Well, that works. They walked along for a while, when Lin Zaheo suddenly said, this doesn't make sense. With their personalities, they'd definitely try to get those thugs after us. Why haven't they shown up? Could they really be letting us off? No sooner had Lin Zaheo finished speaking than a group of men suddenly appeared ahead. Every one of them sported a mohawk and tattoos. Leading them was a burly, scar-faced man, flanked by that same student they'd seen earlier. Looks like you were overthinking it. They've come looking for trouble after all, Lin said dryly. Clearly, the guy he'd beaten up before had called in reinforcements. Bro, it's these two. They're the ones who beat me up, and my buddies too. You gotta stand up for us. You really are something, kid. Don't go around saying you're my brother-in-law. You're embarrassing me. As for you two, what's it going to be? Want to take this somewhere else? Or would you rather get your beating right here? The scar-faced man spoke coolly, a cigarette hanging from his lips. There were a few, too many bystanders here for his taste. It could cause a scene, which wasn't ideal. Still, he wasn't afraid. If he were scared, he wouldn't be in this business at all. But he did have some concerns. If these two knew what was good for them and agreed to settle things elsewhere, maybe he'd go easy on them. But if they refused to move, then sorry, he'd have to get started right here and now. And they'd have no one to blame but themselves if things got ugly. Lin was also pondering a question. If he was going to use the trial card, obviously the fewer people around, the better. So he nodded and said, let's settle this somewhere else. Lin Zaheo was instantly speechless. Isn't that a bad idea? There are so many of them. If we go somewhere secluded, won't we just get beaten to a pulp? I think we should run to a crowded place. That way, they might hesitate and not dare to make a move. You make a good point, but I'm not listening at all. As soon as he said this, Scarface burst out laughing. It was the first time he'd met someone who was so quick to read the room, and honestly, kind of funny on top of it. And so, the group left, planning to find another place to continue their business. Strangely enough, the atmosphere was oddly harmonious, nothing like a group about to get into a fight. Lin Zaheo was on edge the whole way. Of course, no one in his shoes could be calm. Fourth, are you sure your brain's working? Did you somehow open up all your energy channels or something? Otherwise, how could you be so thoughtless? If we go somewhere deserted, we'll be at their mercy. Lin, he didn't care at all. It's fine, really. Just trust me. I have a plan for when the time comes. Lin knew full well Lin Zaheo must think he'd lost his mind, but there was no helping it. He couldn't share his real thoughts with him anyway. Truth be told, he was eager to find a secluded place, and it looked like that's what the others wanted too. Wasn't that perfect? Why refuse? So he simply ignored Lin Zaheo's anxious looks. Lin Zaheo had no choice but to accept his fate. Well, whatever happens, happens. They made their way to an old club. There was a basketball court here, but hardly anyone came anymore. It had been abandoned for years. It was the perfect spot for a fight. Since you guys know what's good for you, I won't make things hard. Just hand over some cash, apologize to my brother-in-law, and we'll call it even. Bro, isn't that letting them off too easy? What else do you want? This is enough. Show some mercy when you can. Remember that. If things get out of hand, it won't be good for any of us. You had to admit, Scarface actually had some sense. He realized that instead of just beating them up, it made more sense to get a bit of money out of it. But obviously, Lin wasn't about to agree to that. He was just considering whether he should knock Lin Zaheo out first, so he could use the trial card. But just then a voice rang out, making both sides tense up a little. Who are you guys? Looking for a fight? Well, this is my turf. Go play somewhere else. Lin and the others looked up to see the newcomer, a heavily made-up girl. And, to his surprise, Lin recognized her right away. Wasn't this the little demoness Niu Meng Meng, the one he'd told to leave the medical department before? Of all places, they met again here. Niu Meng Meng was a bit surprised to see Lin and his group. She hadn't expected to run into them here. What were the odds in such a small world? From the look of things, it seemed they were in some sort of trouble. She couldn't help but feel a bit gleeful at their misfortune. With a bright, mischievous smile, she said, "Oh, it's my classmates. Well, you all carry on. I won't get in your way." Seriously? She can tell these guys are up to no good, can't she? Not that it's hard to figure out. So why isn't she thinking about calling the police? Or at least helping out? I won't get in your way. What's with that? Lin Yixikit, expecting this mischievous little witch to do the right thing, was just wishful thinking. She probably just showed up to watch the drama unfold. But as Niu Meng Meng was about to leave, Scarface's expression darkened. Hey, you're Meng Meng, right? Lin Yi and Lin Zihao exchanged glances. Did Scarface know Niu Mingming? Niu Mingming shot Scarface a strange look and replied, I don't think I know you. Do we have some kind of grudge? If not, what, you've never seen a beautiful woman before? What are you staring at? You really are forgetful, aren't you? Scarface sneered. Didn't you turn me into Scarface yourself? You're quite something, but today your luck's run out. Looks like you came alone, and I got all my brothers with me. This is fate. My chance for revenge is finally here. You're done for, Niu Mingming. At those words, Niu Mingming finally remembered who he was. It seemed this really had happened. Wait, seriously? Her luck couldn't be this bad, could it? She'd just come out for a walk to clear her head, only to bump into an old enemy? And he'd brought all these people with him. She hadn't brought anyone. What was she supposed to do now? She tried to laugh it off. Ahem, you've got the wrong person. I really don't know you. Anyway, I have to go. My dad's calling me home for dinner. Niu Mingming. Lin, he called out playfully at that moment. Huh, what do you want? Clearly, Niu Mingming had answered her name. So, it was true. She was Mingming. Why bother pretending anymore? Inside, Niu Mingming was fuming. She'd been laughing at their misfortune a moment ago, but now the tables had turned completely. Scarface twitched his lips. These city kids really knew how to play. But the more he saw of Lin Yi and his friends, the more he liked them. Besides, he had no interest in dealing with them now. So he simply said, here's the deal. You guys can go. I won't bother you anymore. You got guts, kid. I like that. Now hurry up and leave. I've got some unfinished business with her. Bro, didn't you say you'd help me get revenge? How can you let them go? I said I'm not touching them. Didn't you hear me? Stop pestering me. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Yi and Lin Zihao were completely stunned. They were just going to let them go like that? Weren't they supposed to teach them a lesson? Everyone was waiting for it and getting anxious, weren't they? But there was nothing they could do. Since the others had decided to drop it, it was time for everyone to go their own way. Really, they owed it all to the little troublemaker, Niu Mingming. Niu Mingming's lips twitched. Was it really possible for things to end like this? So if she messed things up, no one would be able to mess with Linny? Couldn't these people be a bit more professional? Wouldn't it be better if everyone just ganged up together? You call this fair? And you want to talk to me about fairness? Isn't that just laughable? And so, Lin Yi and the others prepared to leave. Before going, they couldn't resist showing off a little. Lin even pulled a funny face at Niu Mingming, as if to say, weren't you the one trying to set us up? Now look, you ended up tripping yourself up. Niu Mingming took a deep breath and shook her head. If you're going to leave, then do it quickly. I don't need you around anyway. You're no help at all. Lin Yi and Lin Zihao just shrugged and said nothing, heading on their way. But Linny glanced back and noticed Scarface was smiling. That wasn't the real issue, though. The real issue was that he was reaching into his jacket. Of course, even that wasn't the main thing. The real problem was what he pulled out. Why did it look so much like a handgun? No way. Don't tell him this guy actually has a gun. If that's true, could he really just walk away? Obviously not. Sure, the little troublemaker could be a pain, and sometimes she went too far, but she didn't deserve to die for it. After all, she was still just a kid. But this guy, he really meant business. If he just left, Niu Mingming would definitely not survive. Come on, could she possibly stop a bullet? But if he stayed with the system's trial card, maybe he'd have a shot at stopping those bullets and saving Niu Mingming. When lives were on the line, Lin, he would always drop everything to save someone first. Run and call the police right now. I am staying. No arguments. Just do as I say. Lin, he changed his mind, giving Lin Zihao a push before loosening up his arms and legs. He clearly meant to help Niu Mingming out. No one on the scene had expected this turn of events. Scarface, Niu Mingming, and Lin Zihao were all struck dumb by the sudden reversal. Though he didn't really understand what was happening, Lin Zihao still listened to Lin Yi and dashed out to find help. Scarface couldn't make sense of it. This guy had been so clever before, and now he was just being stupid? He actually wanted to stand up to him? Fine, if that's what he wanted, he'd oblige. He was just asking for trouble. Scarface had planned to let him go, but now there was no need. Niu Mingming stared at Lin Yi for a long time, speechless. Didn't he hate her? So why was he stepping in to help her now? Lin Yi didn't care what they were thinking. He simply walked up to Niu Mingming, cleared his throat, and said, Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't stay behind for your sake. I just can't stand that guy. No sooner had Lin Yi finished speaking than Scarface grew impatient. He pulled out a pistol and aimed it directly at Niu Mingming, deciding to take her out first before dealing with Lin Yi. Niu Mingming never expected Scarface to have a gun. She barely had time to be shocked before he pulled the trigger. At that crucial moment, Lin Yi seized today's lottery chance, hoping for a superhero that could resolve the crisis in front of him. Of course, from what he remembered, any superhero should be able to handle the situation. Still, he hoped to keep things low-key, just enough to take care of these people would be perfect. Luck was clearly on Lin Yi's side. and things happened just as he wished. A round shield, its surface painted in red, silver, and blue with a silver 5-pointed star in the center, suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's hand. Instantly, his body felt sturdier, sharper, and brimming with strength. Lin Yi reacted in a flash, raising the shield to block the bullet. That's right. He used a shield to stop the bullet, saving Niu Mingming from being shot. What on earth? Where did that shield come from? And how could it actually stop bullets? Wasn't this the kind of thing that only happens in movies? Yet it was happening right in front of them. Their worldview was completely overturned. They stared in stunned silence, unable to utter a single word. They might not know what it was, but Niu Mingming recognized it instantly. Wasn't this the same shield as Captain America's? But that wasn't the most important thing. What mattered was that Lin Yi actually managed to block a bullet. And where did that shield come from? It hadn't been there a second ago. How did it just appear out of thin air? Lin Yi cleared his throat, a bit surprised himself that it turned out to be Captain America. This was actually pretty low-key. Not bad. Honestly, I have some skills, he said. So you're all doomed. Guns don't scare me. Yeah, right? If you were really that skilled, would you have let your brother-in-law and his cronies beat you black and blue? Hey kid, where did you get that shield? Scarface was clearly more curious about this than anything else. Yeah, I know a little magic. Seriously, is there anything you can't do? Niu Mingming thought to herself. Not only is he a straight-A student, he knows martial arts, and now he can do magic too? What's next, flying? But her feelings were clearly changing. She wasn't just curious about Lin Yi anymore. She was starting to like him a lot. Maybe he's not so bad after all. You just got lucky this time. Don't get cocky. Let's see how long you can keep blocking. With that, Scarface fired several more shots in quick succession. Niu Mingming, now truly frightened, instinctively hid behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi also gave her a reassuring pat, and whatever it might have meant didn't really matter anymore, as long as it put Niu Mingming's mind at ease. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yi put on quite a show for everyone. This was what you'd call a stylish way to block bullets. To him, each bullet seemed to move in slow motion, giving him plenty of time to react. With every shot he blocked, he struck a different pose with his shield, always going for maximum flair and coolness. The gangsters watching were utterly speechless. Was this guy even human? Who blocks bullets with such ease and confidence? Some of them even started to wonder if the boss's gun was just a toy, completely powerless. Otherwise, how could something like this be possible? Scarface wanted to shout, "The only toy here is your brain. If you think it's a toy, why don't you come and try it yourself?" But honestly, this was unreal. He'd never seen anything like it in his life. Their bullets had become utterly useless, nothing more than dead weight. Still, Scarface was no ordinary thug. He quickly composed himself, realizing there was something unnatural about this kid. So why bother with guns anymore? Time for a brawl. After all, hadn't his brother-in-law and the others managed to knock this guy down before? That just proved, no matter how strange his skills, or how well he blocked bullets, one man couldn't stand against so many. Without hesitation, the thugs drew their weapons and charged at Lin Yi and his group. Seeing this, Niu Mingming looked worried. There's so many of them. Can you handle it? Maybe I should help. I actually know how to fight. No need, Lin Yi replied. You're a girl. There's no need for you to get into a fight. Let the guys handle this. Lin Yi really did look a little handsome right then. What am I thinking? Snap out of it. Don't act like a lovesick fool. Lin Yi faced the dozen or so attackers without even flinching. To be precise, Lin Yi always wore a blank expression, so of course he didn't look fazed. He recalled how Captain America in the movies wielded his round shield. Not only could it block anything, it could be thrown like a boomerang and miraculously return to his hand. It all seemed so magical. Lin Yi decided to give it a try, and hurled his shield at the thugs. The shield seemed to come alive. It not only sent several gangsters flying, but truly returned to Lin Yi's hand, as if by magic. Every thug struck by the shield collapsed to the ground, howling in pain, and none of them could get back up. Scarface was lucky enough to avoid being hit, but he couldn't help but gasp. A boomerang shield? This guy was a real martial arts master. How could they possibly win now? With just one throw, half his crew was down for the count. At this moment, Niu Mingming's thoughts were very simple. Only one thing was on her mind. He's so cool. I'd have his babies in a heartbeat. But this innocent thought still made Niu Mingming blush, and she quickly shook her head. Was she really becoming lovesick? Of course, Lin Yi had no idea that his intervention this time had truly earned him some extra points in her heart, leaving Niu Mingming with nothing but good impressions of him. Even if he did know, he wouldn't care. Was he sure of admirers? Just one more would make a difference. How amusing. Back to the matter at hand. Lin Yi genuinely hadn't expected Captain America's round shield to be so effective, defensive, and offensive, with no weaknesses at all. This made him a little smug. Come on, let's keep going. Scarface quickly shook his head, protesting. How about we talk this out instead? Let's not keep fighting. Seriously, we can't take any more. This is a one-sided beating. How are we supposed to win? Lin Yi glanced at the timer on his phone. His transformation only lasted 10 minutes. He didn't have time to argue. Talk sense when you're losing? He could only chuckle at that. City folks really know how to play. So, Lin Yi loosened up his shoulders, ready to settle things with the shield. A real man never wastes words. Ahem. Hold on, man. That's not fair. How about you don't use the shield when you fight us? Clearly, Scarface thought Lin Yi's shield was just too bizarre. If he kept using it, they'd never stand a chance. You had to admit, these thugs could really surprise Lin Yi. They even tried to reason with him. Did they have any shame at all? But suddenly, he remembered that the other side had been willing to let them go earlier, so maybe reasoning wasn't out of the question. All right, let's talk it out. I won't use the shield. But let me make this clear, I don't plan to drag this out. I'll finish it quickly. Yes, that's fine. As long as you don't use the shield, quick or not is up to you. Man, you really are different. This is how it should be. People these days need to be reasonable. But then Scarface's expression changed in an instant. A cold sneer crept onto his face, clearly thinking Lin Yi was an idiot. It was his lucky day. He actually agreed not to use the shield. Sure, people should be reasonable, but there's another thing they should know. Mercy to your enemies is cruelty to yourself. So, without hesitation, Scarface led his remaining men and charged at Lin Yi once more. Lin Yi really did set the shield aside. Whatever they thought, did they really believe Captain America couldn't handle a few gangsters without his shield? Thuds, slaps, and crashes filled the air. In no time at all, Lin Yi took care of Scarface and his crew with remarkable efficiency. Nearly every move was a one-hit takedown, clean and decisive. For Captain America, hand-to-hand combat was just another way to fight, second only to his shield. So, naturally, he could never be weak. Those thugs were simply no match for him. Forget a handful of them. Even if a whole van load came at him, he'd still stand his ground. What the? You mean he still couldn't lose? That's just impossible. How could this be? What on earth made you suddenly become so strong? Scarface, his mind awash with curses, blacked out on the spot. So, in the end, no one would ever answer his question. Lin Yi glanced at Niu Meng Meng, who was still in a daze, and said, "It's over. I'll be going now. You can call the police and let them handle these guys." With that, he turned to leave, just as his trial card's time was about to run out. It was just barely enough. He had no idea when he might be able to level up again. If only the trial card could last longer, he could accomplish so much more. But 10 minutes was just enough to get through this crisis. Okay, Lin Yi, thank you this time. There's no need to thank me. Otherwise, I'd feel awkward. All right, but I also owe you an apology. I shouldn't have played that trick on you. Is an apology really necessary? I didn't lose anything. You're the one who got the short end of the stick. That actually makes a lot of sense. So does that mean you're the one who should apologize to her? Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, honestly, about that whole thing with you leaving the medical department, you really shouldn't take it to heart. If you want to go back, you can anytime. But maybe it'd be better to change things up a bit. Being like that just rubs people the wrong way. After Lin Yi left, Niu Meng's cheeks flushed bright red. She hugged her face, lost in thought. The only thing anyone could be sure of was that those thoughts were definitely not suitable for children. Just as Lin Yi left the basketball court, he ran into Kai Shukuan. Wait, no, it was Lindsay Heo. By this time, he'd already called the police and rushed back in a hurry. Even if he didn't have much fighting ability, he could never leave his brother behind and run off alone. Even if Lin Yi told him to go, would he really leave? It's not like he'd ever listened before. Hey, number 4, are you all right? I called the police. They'll be here soon. Did I get here too late? They made me describe the whole situation, so it took a while. Lin Yi shook his head and said, it's already taken care of. Let's head back. He'd known all along that once the police were called, this guy would rush right back. Wait, seriously? There were so many of them. You handle alone? Well, obviously. Otherwise, would I still be standing here in front of you? I'd have been knocked out by now. You actually have a point. Seeing that Lin Yi was unharmed, Lin Zaheo didn't think any more of it. He just let out a long, relieved breath. Lin Yi glanced at Lin Zaheo and said, looks like they've been scared off. They probably won't bully you anymore. And if something like this ever happens again, just tell me, or any of the others. We can all step in together and teach them a lesson. Lin Zaheo's eyes suddenly reddened. He nodded, but didn't say anything. Still, something inside him began to change. So I can fight back after all. And when I'm with Lin Yi, it doesn't seem so frightening anymore. Maybe I was wrong before. If I can't solve something on my own, I should speak up. Perhaps, in their minds, this isn't even a real problem, and they're not afraid of trouble at all. So there's no reason not to say something. That's the conclusion Lin Zaheo finally arrived at. With things settled, Lin Yi and Lin Zaheo made their way back to the dorm. As soon as they returned, Lin Zaheo lay down and went straight to sleep. As usual, the dorm was quiet. No one else had come back, just the two of them. He decided he might as well get some sleep too, but just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. 500 experience points awarded. Host has leveled up to level 2. 3,000 experience points needed for the next level. You've received 1 mission reward pack. Host at level 2 unlocks the following. Experience card time extended to 20 minutes and a new feature, experience card accumulation. Congratulations again. Mission accomplished. Another 500 experience points awarded. Current total, 500 experience points. You've received 1 more mission reward pack. He was momentarily stunned. How did he suddenly level up and get 2 reward packs? Was this just incredible luck? But he quickly realized it must have been the earlier mission involving Guan Xiaochuang that seemed to be resolved now, since the other party had apparently recovered today. That was a surprisingly fast recovery. As for the other mission, he figured it was likely triggered by dealing with those thugs today. Whether it was because of Lin Ziheo or Niu Mengmeng, he wasn't sure. But that didn't matter. What mattered was he'd finally leveled up, and now his experience card would last for 20 minutes. It wasn't a huge amount of time, but it was certainly much better than the previous 10 minutes. And now, it seemed there was another strange new feature, experience card accumulation. The system explained, this feature means that from now on, if you don't use tomorrow's experience card after signing in, you can store it in the system's inventory. Over time, you'll be able to collect all sorts of superhero experiences, giving you many options to choose from. You won't have to rely on luck every battle, hoping to draw the right superhero. He couldn't help but feel pleased. This feature might not sound all that impressive, but to him, it was incredibly convenient. This is pretty much like being able to choose a specific superhero. Of course, if it hasn't dropped, you can't specify it. But even so, this is already quite good. Lin Yi's mood improved a lot, feeling genuinely cheerful. He glanced at the 2 big gift packs, debating whether or not to open them. If you want to open them, just go ahead. Even if you don't use what you get, you can keep it for later. There's no harm in that. They say that when you're in a good mood, your luck tends to be better too. That actually makes some sense. With that, Yi decided to open both gift packs at once, full of anticipation for what kind of items he'd get this time. Please let it be a maxed out talent selection. Give me a maxed out talent. However, this time, there were no physical items. Instead, 2 large, colorful words appeared directly in his mind. Maxed out talent selection. What on earth was that supposed to mean? The system explained, see? I told you, you really are pretty lucky. I don't see it. These 2 gift packs seem pretty lame to me. They're not even real items. Actually, some virtual items are even more powerful. Didn't you know? You really don't have an eye for these things. For you, this is a very practical tool, much more useful than a clone, at least for now. Really? He was clearly a bit skeptical. Maxed out talent selection means you can pick any talent from thousands of possibilities, and it will instantly max out that skill for you. You'll be at a world-class level. And since you got 2 of these, you get to choose 2 talents and max them both out. Tell me, if you're not lucky, then who is? Hearing it laid out like that, it actually sounded pretty amazing. Excitedly, he blurted out, can I boost my IQ? I want to be a genius. Or max out my looks. Let me max out everything, huh? Are you stupid? Since when are IQ and looks considered talents? Talent means things like piano, painting, music, those sorts of skills. That's what counts as talent. He couldn't help but blush. Right, that didn't make sense. He just gotten too excited and blurted things out without thinking. He put the 2 items away, storing them in his system inventory. For now, he still had no idea which talents to choose, and decided he needed to give it some serious thought before using them. Who knows, maybe he could even make a living off these talents someday. In Lin Yi's mind, talent and craft seemed almost the same thing. Thinking back, Lin Yi realized he'd never really had any special talents growing up. As a kid, he used to envy those students who did. Some were amazing dancers, others had beautiful voices, and they were always so popular. Every time there was a performance, the teacher would always pick them to go on stage, while he was forever just a bystander in the audience. That feeling was honestly a bit frustrating. The main reason was his dad, who insisted that learning those skills was pointless. As long as you know how to have fun, that's enough. When you grow up, just get into a good university, and that's all you need. What's the use of having so many talents? Trying to show off. As Lin Yi's thoughts wandered, Li Yu strolled in, wearing a mischievous grin, like he'd just discovered an exciting new movie. Naturally, Lin Yi went over to him. What movie did you find? Share it with me. We can watch it together. After all, watching movies is my favorite thing. Li Yu flashed Lin Yi that same sly smile. He was quite the movie buff himself, and in his experience, almost every guy loved a good film. There's just no helping it. Movies are a man's romance. Ahem, but I digress. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not a movie this time, so don't overthink it. Just get some rest. Lin, he rolled his eyes. Then why are you grinning like that? You look so sketchy. When do I ever not look sketchy when I smile? You got a point. Liu curled his lip and said, here's the thing. I heard the freshman welcome gala is coming up soon. Lots of first-year girls will be signing up to perform. By then, the university's campus beauty rankings should be updated too. Isn't that something to look forward to? Linny replied, exasperated, oh that. I remember juniors can sign up too, as long as you have the time. Yeah, but it's usually the freshmen and sophomores who participate the most. So what does that have to do with us? Liu was genuinely pained by Lin Yi's cluelessness. Clearly, you're no stranger to the game. So why does your emotional intelligence always vanish at crucial moments? First, we get to enjoy the girls' performances. If any of them are gorgeous and do well, the new campus beauty will emerge. And that gives us someone to daydream about. It's been a whole year since Tianhai University had a campus queen. Haven't you felt a bit lonely? Kind of. Second, and this is the big one, we could get on stage ourselves. It's the perfect chance to show off. If we perform well, think of all the girls who might notice us. Wouldn't that make finding a girlfriend a breeze? No way. You want to perform in the show? What are you planning to do? Not just me. I mean both of us. As for what to perform, I haven't figured that out yet. That's why I want to talk it over with you. Lenny coughed and said, you can stop right there. I'm not joining any gala or whatever. Our department is super busy. I don't have the time. Liu really wanted to say, no wonder you're still single. Just because you're busy, does that mean you shouldn't show off a little? If you never put yourself out there, how are you ever going to find a girlfriend? Well, of course he didn't say that out loud. Instead, he said, come on, aren't we brothers? Even if you just come along to keep me company, wouldn't that be great? Linny replied with a strange look. Why don't you ask the guy lying over there? Or the boss? Aren't they your brothers too? Already asked them. None of them want to go. So now all my hopes rest on you. If you won't go either, I honestly don't have the confidence to join alone. So I'm begging you here. Lin, he let out a sigh and finally agreed. After all, Liu did have a point. You can't attract anyone if you never show yourself. And if you don't attract anyone, how are you supposed to flirt with girls? So, even though he was busy, he'd still make time for this. That was the growth he'd undergone over his university years. Lin, he was no longer the same as before. And so, in the middle of the night, instead of sleeping, Lin, E, and Liu started discussing what kind of act would be impressive enough for the showcase. But one was a hopeless Marvel fan, and the other was just a seasoned old hand at life. When the two of them collided, sparks didn't fly. Instead, it was more like a train wreck. How about singing? I think I'm pretty good at it. And you probably are too, right? Oh, please. When you sing, even the audience wants to come back as someone else in their next life. Then you come up with something. We've been discussing this forever. If you ask me, we should just go get some sleep. Let's decide tomorrow. The next morning, the two of them woke up bright and early, planning to go to the registration desk and sign up first before figuring out their act. Clearly, they still had no idea what they were going to do, so they decided to listen to what others were planning and maybe get some inspiration. When they arrived at the registration area, they were surprised to see quite a crowd, most of them freshmen and sophomores. There weren't many old-timers like themselves, just a handful scattered here and there. Because of the crowd, a long line had formed. Lin E and Liu had arrived a bit late and had to wait their turn. After a while, a familiar voice called out, Lin Yi, you're here to sign up too. As the two waited, a pretty girl ran over to them. She was none other than Bai Ling, the only person who knew Lin Yi's secret identity as a superhero. Lin, you look surprised. Are you signing up for the performance too? Well, that makes sense. You're a freshman. Liu stroked his chin. Wait a second. Wasn't this the same girl Lin he had picked up at the start of the semester? It seemed their relationship was pretty close. He'd said before that this girl had a lot of potential. She might even become Tianhai University's campus beauty. But, alas, she was already his buddy's target, so he'd better keep his thoughts to himself. But people shouldn't be so rigid. Just think. If a girl has the potential to become the campus beauty, aren't her best friends probably just as attractive? They're all breathtaking in their own right. This really makes sense. Usually, the close friends of a campus beauty are all very pretty, and sometimes they might even outshine her. This is what you'd call the campus beauty circle, or simply the beautiful people network. Beautiful people tend to gather with other beautiful people, just like the wealthy always seem to mingle with their own kind. With this in mind, Liu turned to Bai Ling and said, let me introduce myself. I'm a friend of Lin Yi's. Your name is Bai Ling, right? What a lovely name. By the way, do you have any close girlfriends? Most of what he said before was just filler, irrelevant chatter you could simply ignore. The real point was in his last question. Lin was momentarily taken aback, not quite sure what Liu was getting at. Why was he asking about Bai Ling's friends? Did he already know them? But from the way he asked, that didn't seem to be the case. Bai Ling, though also a bit puzzled by his intentions, still answered readily. I do. Why do you ask? Liu beamed. Well, could you introduce us sometime? Maybe we could all have a meal together. Ha! At this, Lin Yi finally picked up on what Liu was after, not interested in Bai Ling herself, but clearly hoping to meet her friends. What a move. Sure, if there's a chance, I'll definitely introduce you, Bai Ling replied. It might be a little rude, but since we're not that close yet, I'll just be blunt. Are your friends pretty? Not that close yet. What do you mean by that? Bai Ling didn't quite understand, but Liu glanced at her, then at Lin Yi, as if to say, you like my buddy, so from now on, you're not exactly one of us. Bai Ling blushed, but she actually felt quite happy. This senior sure knew how to keep a conversation lively. They're beautiful. I think Xiaolan is even prettier than I am. Gulang. Even her name sounded lovely. From the way Bai Ling spoke, it was probably true. Liu couldn't help but feel pleased with himself for asking. He just stood there grinning, while Lin Yi had no patience for Liu's antics. Deciding not to bother with him, he suggested Bai Ling stay in line here while he and Liu would go to the back. Lin Yi's intentions made Liu's face fall. Was he really going to be this clever? After waiting so long, he wanted them to move all the way to the end of the line again. To Lin Yi, though, this was only fair. If you see someone you know in line, could you really ask them to go to the back? Besides, they weren't together, so they couldn't just cut in and stand with her. That would be butting in line, which Lin Yi absolutely hated and would never do. To Bai Ling, this made Lin Yi seem like a true gentleman, though she did feel a little embarrassed. It's fine, I'll just go to the back of the line. It won't take long anyway, she said with a gentle smile. Before Liu could say a word, Lin Yi shook his head firmly. Let's just leave it at that. You stay in line for us, we'll go to the back ourselves. He then pulled Liu away, heading straight to the very end of the queue. I mean, your approach is pretty wild. You're like a master at this. If you want to be a gentleman, fine, but I don't want to wait in line. It's scorching out here. Liu was clearly annoyed, glaring at Lin Yi with obvious discontent, but Lin Yi just smiled and said nothing. With no other choice, Liu had to accept it. But then, thinking it over, he realized it wasn't such a bad thing to play the gentleman for a while. After all, if he took good care of Bai Ling, she might introduce her best friend to him sooner. So he decided not to fuss about it anymore, and instead turned to Lin Yi and said, let's work hard together, brother. Bai Ling is yours, and her best friend is mine. Let's do our best together. No one knew how long it was before Bai Ling finished signing up. Apparently, she was going to sing, and now she was just waiting by the side for Lin Yi and Liu. Finally, it was their turn to register. They listened to the teacher's instructions. They could perform whatever they wanted, ideally something they were good at. Lin Yi's lips twitched as he exchanged a confused glance with Liu. The look on their faces was the classic bewilderment of someone who has no special talent to show off. Seeing that they were taking forever to decide, and noticing that the students behind them were growing impatient, Bai Ling suggested, why don't you do a comic dialogue? There are two of you, and it could be really fun. Wow, what an ingenious idea. Why hadn't they thought of that themselves? Even if they weren't particularly talented, they were at least confident they could tell a few jokes. So, they quickly agreed, let's do a comic dialogue together. Of course, this sounded like a great idea now, but once the actual performance night arrived, they would soon realize just how naive they had been. But for now, they were in high spirits, relieved to have finally figured out their act. Leaving the registration desk, Liu said he'd go prepare some material for their dialogue, leaving Lin Yi and Bai Ling alone together once more. Before Lin Yi could speak, Bai Ling suddenly announced, Lin Yi, I've figured something out. What have you figured out? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. I want to be your manager. Is that okay? Bai Ling blinked her big eyes at him, expectantly. A manager? What is she talking about? He wasn't some celebrity. Why would he need a manager? Bai Ling thought for a moment, then explained, think about it. You can't let your real identity be exposed to everyone. So you'll need someone to help cover for you, to distract people's attention, maybe even organize a fan club for you and everything. Lin Yi was speechless. Is that really necessary? Of course there are. Heroes are public figures, after all, so they need these things. That way, they can have more influence and help more people. Lin Yi actually wanted to say, you're already not making things harder for him, and that's enough. But seeing how earnest the girl looked, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. All right, suit yourself. If you want to be my agent, go ahead. But as I said before, just don't reveal my identity. Bai Ling nodded quickly. Okay, don't worry. I'm great at keeping secrets. Lin Yi rubbed his nose, hoping she meant it. Well, let's get going then. Get going? Where to? Just follow me. You'll find out soon enough. For now, it's a secret. And so, Lin Yi was led away by Bai Ling, with no idea what she was planning. He had a faint sense of foreboding. Sure enough, when they reached their destination, Lin Yi finally understood what she had in mind. This street was notorious for being the haunt of thugs and troublemakers who often bullied passersby. As a result, few people ever came here, but Bai Ling brought him straight to this very place. As long as you don't reveal your identity in front of ordinary people, it's fine. But when it comes to bad guys, it doesn't matter. They won't be believed anyway. So as long as you put on the Spider-Man suit, you can deal with them. Aren't I clever? I don't even need you to praise me. As long as we take care of these nasty villains, justice will be served. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Praise you? Are you crazy? So this is your reason for wanting to be his agent? Whenever he's got nothing to do, just send him out to fight evil. You're even more relentless than the system. The worst part is, he could only use the experience card once a day. If you have him do all this, what if a real mission comes up later? But if he doesn't use it, he's just an ordinary person. He'd be wiped out by these thugs before he could wipe them out. While Lin Yi was lost in thought, Bai Ling had already dressed him in the Spider-Man suit. Lin Yi was speechless, not knowing how to explain to Bai Ling that what they were doing was practically courting death. All you bad guys, come out. Today you're going to be punished. Just wait and see. Since Bai Ling was Lin Yi's agent, she naturally spoke his lines for him. Though the line Lin Yi really wanted to say was, let's just run for it. But of course, Bai Ling had no idea. And so, they were quickly surrounded by a gang of ruffians. Bai Ling felt no hint of fear at all, clearly because she believed in Lin Yi, or rather, in Spider-Man. So, you're the ones looking for trouble? Spider-Man? Is he just some cosplay nut? Crazy or just delusional? We don't care who you are. You're not getting out of here easy. That line should be ours to say. Do you even realize how much bad you've done? That's why you must be punished. Bai Ling looked at the group, her tone calm and steady. Lin Yi's expression remained dark and brooding. He couldn't understand how he'd ended up following them here. Now he realized. This girl was trouble too. But this wasn't the time to dwell on that. He cleared his throat and asked, let me ask first. Are you reasonable people? Reasonable, my foot. Without another word, Lin Yi grabbed Bai Ling's hand and took off running, pulling her along at full speed. What a joke. He wasn't about to stick around just because some system had assigned him a task. Was he supposed to spend all day, every day, dealing with this kind of thing? There was no end to it. He had other things to do with his life. So, the best choice was to flee while he could. Bai Ling, however, was completely bewildered. Why was Lin Yi running away? Why not give those people a good thrashing? They were clearly bad guys, after all. Lin Yi and Bai Ling found a place to hide. Not exactly a pleasant spot, but they squeezed in beside a pile of trash. That's how they managed to avoid being spotted by the group from earlier. After all, who would think to check near a garbage heap? It was a place people naturally ignored. Finally, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, pulling off his Spider-Man mask. Stop making a fuss. Even if I were Spider-Man, I'm not obligated to take down every single bad guy out there, am I? I'd run myself ragged. Taking care of the ones doing wrong right in front of me is enough. Bai Ling looked at Lin Yi puzzled. I don't get what you mean. Whether you see it or not, they're bad people. Fact is fact. If that's the truth, why don't you deal with them? You're a superhero, aren't you? Isn't this what you're supposed to do? Lin Yi managed a wry smile. You've watched too much TV. Real heroes have it much harder than you think. Try to understand, and don't make things harder for me. The truth was, he didn't have any way to deal with those villains. Without his trial card, he was just an ordinary guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hesitated to act. But he knew Bai Ling would never believe that, so he kept it to himself. I thought you'd be like the heroes I imagined. Guess I was wrong. If I've caused you trouble, I apologize. Unexpectedly, this only made Bai Ling more agitated. She stood up abruptly, her energy renewed. Lin Yi glanced at her, surprised by her fierce sense of justice. Yet, he also saw her naivety and lack of real-world experience. After all, she just graduated from high school. A kid, really, so he didn't take it too seriously. Well then, go ahead and apologize. And head home early, all right? Don't bother being my agent anymore. It's unnecessary. If I want to step in, I'll do it myself. Lin Yi's words carried a hint of playfulness, but what he said next was entirely serious. However, unexpectedly, Bai Ling took it to heart. I am sorry. In that case, goodbye. And with that, she really left. It was clear that she was upset. Lin Yi could only sigh helplessly. What was his situation? Somehow, for no reason, he'd managed to offend her. After a while, Lin Yi got to his feet, brushed the dust from himself, and prepared to leave as well. They might be hiding somewhere. Keep looking, don't let them slip away. Seriously? Now, they want to come after him? Let's see who gets the upper hand here. Everyone, search carefully. Even if you have to turn this whole street upside down, find them for me. Well, if he'd known, he would have left sooner. Now, getting out wouldn't be so easy. Lin Yi's lips twitched as he steadied himself. Maybe it was better to wait a while before leaving. No ruse. The next day, Lin Yi finally returned to the dorm. Clearly, he'd spent the night outside, still somewhere near the trash heap. Honestly, if anyone had the right to be angry, it should have been him, not her. This was just too much. Back in the dorm, Lin Yi just wanted to get some sleep, but Liu, wide-eyed, was already staring at him, eager to announce that he'd finished preparing the comic dialogue and wanted to start rehearsing right away. Lin really wanted to say, "Bro, could you not push it? I just got back and haven't slept at all. Can't it wait a bit?" But Liu insisted, "You got to spend the night with a girl. What about me? I'm still single, you know." So for him, this talent show was everything. Sure, Bai Ling's best friend might offer a chance to turn things around, but the talent show was still his big opportunity. The more chances, the better, right? Lin Yi, feeling quite pleased with himself, naturally wasn't thinking about anyone else's feelings. So who was really being unreasonable here? In the end, Lin Yi had no choice but to drag himself out of bed and start rehearsing with Liu. There are only 2 days left before the talent show. We have to practice, or we'll never stand out. How else am I going to catch the eye of a girl? Are you sure this comic dialogue is going to work? I'm starting to have doubts. Then you come up with something better. There aren't any other good acts, so this is it. Don't worry, it's easy to pick up. I've already found all the tutorial videos. We're just waiting on you. All right, let's cut the chatter and get started. And just like that, for the next few days, Lin Yi's life became a whirlwind of comic dialogue, practicing every day, getting ready for the big night. Their performance was just about ready, and they could take the stage at any moment, brimming with confidence. At the same time, he hadn't seen Bai Ling for several days now. He couldn't tell whether she was genuinely busy or simply avoiding him on purpose. Lin didn't feel that he'd done anything wrong. After all, there were so many villains in this world, and he was just an ordinary person. How could he possibly deal with them all? He only stepped in to handle some troublemakers when he absolutely had to, or when it was a system task. Of course, if things went the way Bai Ling envisioned, that would be wonderful and noble. But for now, it all seemed a bit too idealistic. Shaking his head to clear away these wandering thoughts, he set off with his buddy Liu for the venue of the talent show. It sounded like the event was being held in the stadium, which was spacious enough and well-suited for such activities. On the way, students bustled about in all sorts of costumes, each busy memorizing lines or preparing their props. After a short walk, they reached the gymnasium, which was already filled with a crowd of eager spectators. But performers like Lin Yi and his friend had to head backstage and wait for their turn. So sitting with the audience wasn't an option for them. The two made their way to the backstage area, and there they spotted Bai Ling, whom they hadn't seen for days. But this time, she didn't greet them, which made Liu all the more curious. Could something really have happened between them? Otherwise, why would the girl suddenly give Lin Yi the cold shoulder? Lin Yi shook his head and said, "How would I know what's going on? Aren't girls always a bit mysterious?" "You have a point, but wait, if you two argued, why would she still offer to introduce me to her friend?" "That's a separate matter. If you want her to introduce you, just go and ask her yourself. No need to worry about us." Li nodded in agreement and walked over. Part of his mind had been on the talent show these days, but another part was clearly focused on Xiaolan. Even her name sounded lovely. He even talked in his sleep, mumbling her name every night. The main thing was Bai Ling had told him that her best friend was very pretty. That alone got him excited. He'd been waiting impatiently, so now that he saw Bai Ling, he wanted to ask when exactly she'd set up the introduction. If her friend was around, maybe they could meet right now. "Bai Ling, we meet again." "Yes, we do. Is there something you need?" "Oh, nothing much. Just, last time you said you'd introduce your friend Xiaolan to me." Bai Ling paused for a moment, then remembered she had promised him that when they were in line the other day. So she nodded and said, "Xiaolan actually came today. How about I call her in? You two can meet and get to know each other. She really is beautiful." "That's wonderful. I owe you one for this," Bai Ling rest assured. "I'll find a way to return the favor if I get the chance." "I'm so excited. It feels like I've reached the peak of my life. At last, I get to meet Bai Ling's best friend. I wonder what kind of girl she is. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to the encounter." A little nervous, Liu hurriedly found Lin Yi and said, "Does my hair look messy? Should I put on some cologne or something? This is my first time meeting her. I have to make a good impression." Lin Yi rolled his eyes. "It's just an introduction. Why do you make it sound like a blind date? Is all this really necessary?" "It's all the same. Just answer me. Does my hair look messy?" "It doesn't, and you don't need any cologne either. You look just fine as you are." "Really? Seriously?" "Absolutely. Trust me." "Well, that's a relief." Soon after, Bai Ling made a phone call and asked her best friend Xiaolan to come in. Moments later, Xiaolan walked in, a beautiful young woman with flowing hair and an air of classical elegance. And sure enough, the old saying held true. The goddess's friend is a goddess too. Li was overjoyed. Bai Ling was really a good person. This Xiaolan was stunning. But as Lin Yin sized up Xiaolan, something about her struck him as odd. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he had a strange, uneasy feeling. "Hello there, handsome. I'm Gulan, Bai Ling Shawesti. Let's get along from now on, okay?" Xiaolan extended a delicate porcelain white hand, greeting Liu with a bright smile. Liu also reached out and shook her hand. He had to admit, her hand was soft and pleasant to the touch. Nice to meet you. I wanted to meet you for ages. You're gorgeous. Oh, you're making me blush. But you're quite the handsome guy yourself. Ah, is that so? You have good taste. Looks like we're destined to meet. Mind if I add you on WeChat? They say love is blind, and Lin Yi, watching from the sidelines, felt more and more uneasy. Of course, Liu didn't notice a thing. Unable to hold back, Lin Yi sidled over to Bai Ling and whispered, "Are you sure she's really your best friend?" Bai Ling glanced at him, but answered honestly, "Of course. He's my male best friend. We're really close. See, I didn't lie. Isn't he beautiful? Wait a minute. Here comes the twist. Male best friend? There's such a thing? So after all this, Qiulan is actually a guy? Ah, sure. He's beautiful. You weren't lying. But he's a cross-dresser. What's the point of being beautiful then? This is just too much." No wonder Lin Yin felt something was off. It turned out to be another cross-dresser. I wonder, if we were to tell Liu, who's still chatting away so cheerfully right now, this fact, would he be so devastated that he couldn't even perform in the show? That wouldn't do it all. We spent days preparing for this talent show. Maybe it's better to wait a few more days before telling Liu. For now, let him have a good dream. He deserves it. Lin, he felt he was still as kind as ever. Just look at how considerate he was toward his brothers. People like that are truly rare these days. Hey, old Ford, guess what I've got here? Qiulan's WeChat. Qiulan agreed that if I perform well, she'll go out to dinner with me. I seriously think I'm a genius. How could I be so clever? Bai Ling, I won't fight you over her, but I can still flirt with her best friend. Right? This way, the two of us brothers each get one. How amazing is that? I'm so thrilled. Once this is over, dinner's on me. I'll call everyone, oldest and third too. It's my treat. Lin Yi's lips twitched. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words just wouldn't come out. Still, even if he couldn't say it, he burst out laughing. He hardly ever laughed, unless he really couldn't hold it in. What's so funny? You're my brother. I'm just happy for you. Time ticked by, and after the host's opening remarks, the talent show officially began. Lin Yi and Liu's act was scheduled near the end, and they were genuinely curious about what the younger students would perform. They honestly had no idea, just knew their own routine. So, they found a spot with a good view of the stage and sat down. After all, their turn was still a while away. They might as well sit back and watch others perform. After all, knowing your competition is half the battle. Well, if they were honest, they were just bored and wanted to watch the girls perform. The first act was put on by two freshmen, both rather handsome guys. Their act was called The Car. Lin Yi and the others wondered what kind of performance that would be. It turned out to be a comedy sketch. As soon as they started, they launched straight into the routine, one witty line after another, keeping the whole audience laughing. It was clearly a hit, and Lin Yi and Liu couldn't help but feel a little anxious. After all, with such a strong comedy act leading the show, their own performance would definitely be affected. At least from Lin Yi's perspective, it felt like they weren't even in the same league. The other group's comedy was more polished, on par with professionals. Liu reassured him, "Don't worry. Even if that act was great, there aren't many comedy routines in the show. It's just us and them. So rarity alone should get us a good reaction." Lin Yi nodded, finding some sense in that logic. Although their performance this time wasn't particularly dazzling, the creativity was certainly noteworthy. They might just gain a little advantage because of it. The second act finally took the stage. Over a dozen junior girls, clearly preparing to dance or sing. It wasn't much different from what Lin Yi and his friends had expected. The music started, and sure enough, the girls began to dance. A group of girls, all dressed in matching outfits, performed a mesmerizing routine to the song Extreme Joy in the Pure Land. Many of the guys watching felt their blood boil with excitement. Those long legs, what a sight. Lin Yin and Liu were equally captivated, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Now this, they thought, was the essence of a talent show. But just then, the music cut off and the dancing stopped abruptly. The atmosphere took a sharp turn, and one of the girls stepped forward and announced, "We all know that a good crosstalk performance involves speaking, imitating, teasing, and singing." Suddenly, the whole girl group switched gears and launched into a group crosstalk routine. Each one of them was just as good as, if not better than, the boys who performed earlier. Lin Yi and his friends were left utterly bewildered. Another crosstalk? Can't you simply keep dancing? Why the sudden switch to crosstalk? A sense of foreboding crept over Lin Yi and Liu. Sure enough, for all the following acts, whether it was singing, dancing, or playing music, the routine inevitably morphed into crosstalk. It didn't matter if it was a solo, a duet, boys or girls. Everyone was performing crosstalk. Out of 10 acts, 9 ended up being crosstalk performances. And every single one of them seemed like a professional straight out of the renowned Yun Club, making Lin Yi and his friends look like complete amateurs by comparison. It was just too much to stomach. Was there really nothing else to perform? Or did everyone just love crosstalk that much? This wasn't a crosstalk academy, after all. So from that point on, they realized they'd have to go on with their performance anyway, because at this rate, even if they did perform, probably no one would pay attention. It just didn't stand out at all. Liu glanced at Lin E and sighed. Looks like our dream is shattered. Well, that's that. How are we supposed to impress the girls now? Maybe we should just forget it and go to bed. Should we even bother performing? That's not really an option, is it? We already signed up for the show. But honestly, if we go through with this, it's going to be tough to get through. The real problem is if we insist on performing our act, it'll be downright embarrassing. And the reason for this embarrassment was simple. Someone else had already performed a routine almost identical to theirs, except with a bigger, flashier production. It was a hard act to follow. It was like showing up in the same outfit as someone else, except whoever looked worse was the one left feeling awkward. They truly were caught between a rock and a hard place, and both of them felt their spirits sink as they tried to figure out a way forward. At the same time, Bailing's act took the stage as well. Surprisingly, it was serious for once, not a comedy skit. If it had been their usual crosstalk routine, Lin E and his friends would have lost their minds. Bailing's performance was a song, not a hit, but rather an obscure piece that few people had ever heard. Yet, hearing Bailing sing, it was truly beautiful. Her voice was like the song of a lark, and the melody flowed with the endless variation of nature itself. It was enchanting in a way that words struggled to capture. Everyone in the audience found themselves moved by the song, softly humming along as it went on. Lin E gazed at Bailing on stage, looking every bit the princess. He nodded slightly to himself, realizing that after tonight, there would likely be a lot more students joining her fan club. After all, her singing was genuinely impressive. Lin E hadn't expected this at all. He hadn't realized this girl was so talented. Just then, the guy accompanying Bailing on the piano abruptly stopped playing. The whole auditorium instantly fell silent, an awkward tension slowly filling the air. The pianist apologized to Bailing, admitting he simply couldn't go on. He'd eaten something bad, and now, at this critical moment, his stomachache had become unbearable. He'd been holding it in as long as he could, but he'd finally reached his limit. He couldn't last another second. It was an unfortunate situation, and admittedly not very professional, but it was out of his control, so he hoped everyone would understand. With that, the pianist dashed off the stage in a flash, leaving the audience in stunned silence, all eyes locked on Bailing. Under so many watchful eyes, and with the sound of mocking laughter beginning to ripple through the crowd, Bailing felt more embarrassed than she ever had before. Most people would probably have left the stage right then. Her accompanist was gone, so there was simply no way to go on singing. But Bailing was different. She was incredibly stubborn. Even if she was mortified, even if she had to sing a cappella, she was determined to finish her performance. It wasn't about showing off. She simply refused to give up halfway. Taking a deep breath, she readied herself to continue. No way. Is Bailing really not leaving the stage? Is she really planning to sing alone? How could anyone keep going with a performance like this? Lin E said nothing, just watched the stubborn Bailing standing on stage, feeling unexpectedly moved. Her cheeks were flushed, her nerves obvious, her whole body trembling. But still, she stood firm, insisting on carrying on. No wonder, Lin E thought, it was this very girl who could inspire him to do such outlandish things. He'd always thought she was just naively childish. Even if she had unrealistic dreams, he himself wasn't particularly resolute, so he figured it didn't matter much. Talk was cheap when you weren't the one trying to save the world, after all. Of course, he wasn't some kind of paragon, but he knew that however he hoped others would act, he should at least try to do the same himself. Seeing such stubborn determination, Lin E began to believe her. If she were the one who had the system, she would certainly do exactly as she said, spending her days getting involved in everyone else's business. So this is what it means to be a bleeding heart, Lin E thought, shaking his head. Well, she was his junior at school, after all. If she was in trouble, of course he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Since what they lacked was a pianist, Lin E figured he could just use the item he'd acquired earlier to max out his own piano skills and step in to help. He'd originally planned to take his time and consider which talent to pick, since he was notoriously indecisive about such things. But now, the choice was made for him. So Lin E gave you a quick pat before slipping out of his crosstalk costume and running backstage. What are you doing? Our act isn't up yet. Why are you getting ready so early? And hey, if you're getting ready, why are you taking your clothes off instead? Clearly, Liu had no idea what Lin E was up to, but he didn't really care. He just kept munching on his melon seeds, enjoying himself. Meanwhile, Bai Ling had no choice but to continue singing, forcing herself to go on. But without accompaniment, the performance fell flat. The girls in the audience started clapping offbeat, throwing the whole rhythm into chaos. Get off the stage. Get off. Yeah, just leave already. What is this singing? Are you just wasting everyone's time? That's right. The accompanist ran off, and you're still singing by yourself? These remarks made by Ling stumble over her lyrics, her voice growing weaker and weaker as more and more of the audience grew dissatisfied. Her voice was so soft now that those in the back couldn't hear her at all, which only fueled their frustration. But the real problem was that the offbeat clapping was contagious. Soon, the whole crowd was joining in the commotion. With her eyes brimming with tears, Bai Ling realized she had no choice but to give up. Had she been too idealistic after all? Even if she pushed through, no one wanted to listen. She'd only be wasting her effort for nothing. Li Yu, seeing Bai Ling's miserable state, wanted to help but was powerless. He couldn't even help himself. All he could do was offer her a silent moment of sympathy. But just then, a figure appeared on stage. It was none other than Lin Yi. As soon as he stepped into the spotlight, Lin Yi flashed a smile at the crowd and declared, "This is how the act is supposed to go. Halfway through the song, we switched to a new accompaniment to give everyone a little surprise. Makes it look like an accident. Seems like it worked pretty well." Whoa, what's this kid Lin Yi doing up there? Is he trying to save the show? That's a clever explanation, but can he even play the piano? Bai Ling was stunned. She hadn't expected Lin Yi to step in and rescue her. Lin Yi shot her a meaningful glance, signaling her to play along and say a few words so the crowd would believe him. Catching on, Bai Ling quickly nodded and said, "That's right, exactly. So now, we'll continue our performance." Everyone was full of doubt. Was this real or not? Why did it feel like an actual accident had happened? Did they really think they were fools? Yet no one said anything more. If everything they claimed was true, then naturally they should be able to play the piece. But if it was all fake, then surely they wouldn't be able to pull it off. So the crowd fell silent, waiting to see their performance. Lin Yi flexed his fingers a bit, then directly opened a maxed-out talent gift pack. He searched through it and finally found a talent for piano. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to play. Bai Ling was quite worried about Lin. Would he really be able to handle this piece? Although she was deeply grateful to him, playing the piano wasn't something just anyone could do. Besides, if Lin Yin had already known how to play piano, surely there wouldn't have been so much struggle when choosing a program earlier. But the moment Lin Yi began to play, everyone fell into stunned silence. The reason was simple. His performance was simply breathtaking. It far surpassed the boy who played before. By how much, no one could tell, but even amateurs could sense that this piano playing was of world-class caliber. Just watching Lin Yi's fingers dance across the keys was pure enjoyment, like witnessing a graceful performance. This wasn't just music. This was the art of performance itself. Is that really our fourth? I can hardly believe it. He can actually play piano? Why didn't he say so earlier? If he'd mentioned it, they wouldn't have needed to do a comedy routine, and besides, isn't this the best skill for impressing girls? Bai Ling was completely stunned as well. She never imagined that Lin Yi not only played the piano, but was a true master. There was no sign of it at all, just like how you'd never guess that Lin Yi was a superhero. He certainly didn't look the part in daily life. It seemed that Lin Yi was someone who genuinely preferred to keep a low profile, truly different from the average person. If Lin Yi knew what Bai Ling was thinking, he'd probably be at a loss for words, half amused, half exasperated. What was she thinking? He really couldn't play piano before. Otherwise, he'd have been showing off in the music room every day. Would that kind of person really be considered low-key? Lin Yi glanced at Bai Ling again, opened his mouth to remind her, "You should start singing too." That way, the situation could be smoothed over naturally. It was only then that Bai Ling snapped out of her daze and, working together, began to sing. With her beautiful voice and his enchanting melody, the entire scene was swept up in pure delight. That was amazing. Yes, if I didn't know better, I'd think I was at a concert. I have to post this online. It's just too wonderful. Am I the only one who thinks a guy is really handsome? You're not alone. The girl is beautiful too, but I feel like the guy has even more presence. When this is over, I'm going to ask that senior for his WeChat. Who's coming with me? The corner of Li Yu's mouth twitched. It looked like his buddy had finally gotten what he wanted. Sure enough, if you want to impress girls, you need real talent. Regret. If only he'd learned something useful when he was younger. Maybe then he wouldn't have ended up at this age with nothing but driving skills to show for it. What use was that? He couldn't even get a girlfriend. Still, he wasn't all that envious. Didn't he have his own goddess, Qiulan? At some point, Li Yu had managed to find where Qiulan was sitting, and without a hint of hesitation, plopped down right beside her, even pulling her into his arms. Clearly, at that moment, Li Yu felt that whether or not he shone at this talent show didn't seem so important anymore. Once the show ended, Lin Yi was instantly surrounded by a mob of female students. At the same time, Bai Ling didn't fare much better. She was encircled by a crowd of male students, all eager to ask her question after question. Bai Ling clearly wasn't used to this kind of attention. She felt like a celebrity, and the whole experience left her feeling awkward and uncomfortable. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was loving every minute of it. He thought this was more than worth it. He'd added a piano performance to his repertoire and ended up collecting so many girls' WeChat contact his fingers were starting to go numb. The scene quickly spiraled out of control. Not even the principal could rein in their excitement. In the end, there was no choice but to call off the talent show halfway through and begin ushering the students out, sending everyone back to their own dorms. Liu glanced at Lin Yi, his tone heavy with meaning. Hey, I'm not blaming you for getting our act cut short. It's fine. You just enjoy your time with Bai Ling. I'll head out with Xiaolan. Turns out we really hit it off. I'm having a great time. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Judging by Li Yu's attitude, was he really thinking of making a move on her? Maybe you should tell him not to do anything rash. Seriously, calm down. Lin, he didn't say it outright. After all, it was just a guy. There was no need to start talking about life dreams or anything like that, or he'd just end up questioning everything. Besides, with Xiaolan standing right there with them, it would have been downright rude to say something like that directly, and Lin, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. In the end, he could only watch as Liu walked off, hand in hand with Xiaolan, both of them laughing heartily. What are those two up to? Bai Ling asked, puzzled. The two of them hardly knew each other. Why would they suddenly be hanging out together? Clearly, Bai Ling hadn't warned Liu. She had no idea what his intentions were. She just assumed he wanted to make friends with her male bestie, so she'd introduce them. Otherwise, she definitely would have set things straight. This was just too much. It was downright painful to watch. Lin, he could only hope his brother would know when to stop. Otherwise, it would be a real mess. Soon, it was just the two of them left, and the place fell quiet all at once. What would you like to drink? My treat, Linny offered. Bai Ling was a bit surprised, but she beamed and replied, I want milk tea. And ice cream too. Lin, he couldn't help but comment. Are you planning to dunk your ice cream in the milk tea? That's right. Isn't that a great combo? She replied, utterly serious. So Lin, he took Bai Ling to a cold drink shop near the school and ordered her a cup of milk tea and a bowl of ice cream. To his surprise, Bai Ling really did start mixing them together, eating with such a look of pure happiness on her face. What a peculiar taste, Lin, he thought. He'd never seen anyone eat those two things together before. Lin, he casually ordered himself a drink, sipping as he said offhandedly, Aren't you going to thank me? I did help you out a tough spot just now, you know. I won't say it. You don't want me to thank you anyway, so I won't bother with politeness, Bai Ling answered with a grin. What did he ever say he didn't want thanks? Could she stop misunderstanding him for once? If she said thank you, he wouldn't feel awkward at all. After all, he deserved a bit of gratitude. Lin Yi's lips twitched, but he didn't push it. Forcing someone to say thank you would be a bit much. But I think you're right. I really have been too idealistic. So, from now on, I won't push you anymore, Bai Ling said softly. Lin, he shook his head and replied, Right about what? Maybe your way of thinking is actually correct. So, if you ever run into bad people or dangerous situations, you can tell me. I'll punish them for you. But of course, we'll let the police handle the rest. I don't have that kind of authority anyway. Bai Ling paused mid-bite, looking at him in astonishment. You mean, you agree to let me be your agent? If that's how you want to interpret it. I suppose it's not wrong, Linny replied. Huh, that's great. I knew you'd understand me, she giggled, eyes shining. And how exactly did you figure that out? Lin Yi said. If you could see through me so easily, I wouldn't make a very good agent, would I? Don't worry, from now on, I'll help you keep your secrets safe, and we'll stand up for justice together. We'll make the world a better place. That's a pretty ambitious dream, but suit yourself. Watching Bai Ling smile, looking as radiant as a blooming flower, Linny couldn't help but think that having an agent might not be so bad after all, even if it would bring him a fair share of trouble. In the end, Lin, he didn't pay for their drinks. He had Bai Ling pick up the tab, despite it being his treat. His reasoning was simple. After all, if she was going to be his agent, she'd have to manage everything for him, including his expenses. Wasn't that what agents were for? Bai Ling couldn't help but protest. Maybe she wasn't cut out for this after all. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. All the thugs on this street had passed out cold. They all had criminal records, and there had been several complaints about them recently. I can't believe we hadn't even gotten involved yet, and that person beat us to it again. The speaker was Song Mengqi, the squad captain at Tianhai City Police Department, a strikingly attractive and formidable policewoman. The officers standing around her knew full well that Song Mengqi was more than just a pretty face. She was fiercely capable, the goddess of their department. The only thing was, her temper wasn't exactly gentle. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, Song Mengqi punched the wall with a thud. If that punch had landed on any of them, they'd probably be bettered in for at least 10 days, if not half a month. Truth be told, no one could blame Song Mengqi for being so furious. The first time, she caught a thief on the street who gave himself up. She'd asked him who subdued him, but he refused to say a word, so she'd had to let it go. The second time, it was at a basketball court a group of armed thugs had been mysteriously taken down. When questioned, they only mentioned a man who could throw boomerangs, and that was all she got from them. Then came this third incident, another gang of criminals knocked out, and a call for the police to clean up the aftermath. After these repeated cases, Song Mengqi's seasoned instincts told her they were all the work of one person. After all, the way those thugs had been dealt with always looked eerily similar. So Song Mengqi had been searching, wondering, who exactly was this mysterious expert? If she could find him, maybe she could recruit him to the police force. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have such a talent on their side? After all, someone capable of pulling off such feats was no ordinary person, definitely worth bringing in. But just like before, this time she could only confirm it was that same person's handiwork, yet she still had no concrete leads. That's why Song Mengqi was so frustrated. It was like chasing something she was determined to have, only for it to slip through her fingers time and again, leaving her just as exasperated each time. Forget it. If fate wills it, I'll meet that person eventually. Let's take it slow. Get them into the cars. We're leaving. Song Mengqi shook her head and chose not to dwell on it any longer. Her hand was starting to hurt, after all, which helped her cool down. The officers began loading the thugs into the police cars one by one, while Song Mengqi yawned and went off to drive. As for Lin Yi, he had no idea that his recent exploits had put him under the watchful eye of a woman, a very beautiful woman, at that. And not just any woman, but a gorgeous police officer. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so carefree, discussing Marvel movies with Niu Mengmeng. Speaking of Niu Mengmeng, after that day, she shamelessly forgot her previous words and returned to the medical department. But there had been at least one change. Apart from sticking to Lin Yi, she'd stopped playing pranks on others, which was, honestly, a good thing. But for Lin Yi, even though he was researching his favorite Marvel movies, this girl, honestly, didn't like Marvel movies at all. She kept forcing small talk about them, leaving him at a loss for words. That's right, Niu Mengmeng was a fake fan, no doubt about it. Just because she watched a Marvel movie with him last time didn't mean she actually liked Marvel. She only did it because she knew he was a big Marvel fan. If she wanted to prank him, she had to play along, right? So she forced herself to watch and pretended to be a fan. Lin Yi only realized this as they discussed movies. She claimed she not only liked Thor, but also Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. Thor was fine, but Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman? What was that about? Those aren't even Marvel characters. They're from DC, for heaven's sake. Any real Marvel fan would know that. So, it was clear as day. She was a genuine fake fan. But she acted as if nothing was wrong. While she watched Marvel movies with him, she kept bringing up Superman in their conversation. Lin Yi felt completely thrown off, yet he couldn't shake off Niu Mengmeng. Wherever he went, she followed, never missing a beat. Thankfully, it wasn't long before class was about to start. Niu Mengmeng had already promised she wouldn't cause any more trouble, so hopefully things would finally quiet down. True to her word, Niu Mengmeng stopped messing around. Class was class, after all, and today's lesson actually seemed pretty interesting. Lin Yi, did you know? Today's class is going to be really fun. No, what's so fun about it? You really don't know? No, I really don't. Today, our medical department is getting a new teacher. I heard she's really beautiful. Is it a man or a woman? Beautiful, of course it's a woman. Well, not necessarily. Even Lin Yi felt a little anticipation. A new teacher coming, and apparently a very attractive woman. Naturally, that was something to look forward to. It wasn't just Lin Yi and Niu Mengmeng. Lin Zihao and all the other medical students were excited too. No more old men, no more middle-aged uncles or aunties. Finally, a beautiful teacher straight out of a novel. Who wouldn't be motivated to attend class? As everyone waited with bated breath, the new teacher finally entered. She was the picture of confidence in her professional outfit, with red lips, black stockings, and high heels. The complete ensemble of a perfect woman. All those elements came together in Ms. Jiang Shui, and the whole class felt their blood race with excitement. An elegant, commanding woman. This time, they had an ice queen as a teacher. This was almost too good to be true. They could swear if students from other departments ever found out that such a stunning woman was their teacher, they'd regret not joining the medical department themselves. They would all clamor and vie to join the medical department. Just imagining it filled them with pride. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Shui. In my class, I will not tolerate anyone putting on airs, causing trouble, or skipping class. And don't think you can just drift through my lessons. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences yourself. Jiang Shui ignored the cheerful atmosphere in the room and spoke with a stern, expressionless face. A queenly aura radiated from her, instantly making everyone feel uneasy. She was so stunning, a rare beauty. Yet how could she have such a personality? Would it hurt to be a little gentler? Are you all still half asleep? Won't you greet me? Or are you struggling to accept my personality because it's not what you expected? Let me tell you, there's no need for that. If I acted all sweet and cutesy with you, I wouldn't be Jiang Shui. So don't waste my time. Whoa, was she always this fierce? For a moment, they felt as if their very lives were at risk. The tension in the air was palpable. Good morning, Professor. Snapping back to their senses, the students greeted her in unison. Clearly none of them dared cross Jiang Shui now. Lin Yi also stood up to offer his greeting, but only Niu Mengmeng remained calm and unfazed. She kept studying Jiang Shui, unable to shake the feeling that she looked familiar. But that didn't matter. What did was deciding whether it was worth flirting with her. If she managed to win her over, it'd be quite the accomplishment. But it was clear this wouldn't be easy. So she pondered the possibility with great seriousness. And Jiang Shui, too, noticed Niu Mengmeng at the back of the room, apparently the only student in the department who hadn't greeted her. Interesting. Jiang Shui let out a soft chuckle, then strode over, step by step. Excitement rippled through the class again. This promised to be a spectacle. Who would come out on top, the formidable Professor Jiang Shui or the equally bold Mengmeng? The confrontation hadn't even started, but the air was already thick with anticipation. Everyone sensed sparks were about to fly. You stand up. Jiang Shui stopped in front of Niu Mengmeng and addressed her coolly. Niu Mengmeng blinked, unfazed. I don't want to stand up just to greet you. Don't think being pretty lets you do whatever you want. You're not my big sis. Why should I listen to you, right, everyone? She's got a point. No, she doesn't. Most of the class agreed with Niu Mengmeng at first, but when Jiang Shui shot them a glare, suddenly nobody thought so anymore. Jiang Shui looked at Niu Mengmeng and shook her head. Students aren't allowed to wear such heavy makeup. Are you not aware of the school's rules? I like it. What's it to you? Watching Niu Mengmeng beside him, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for her. She really was fearless. It seemed that this time, even teacher Jiang Shui had no choice. After all, who told her to mess with Sister Mengmeng? She didn't care about you at all, so what could you do? Right in front of everyone, Jiang Shui landed a solid punch on Niu Mengmeng's head. Niu Mengmeng let out a sharp, pained cry, and then, as if in a cartoon, a thin wisp of white smoke seemed to rise from her little head. Everyone could only swallow nervously. So this is what it's like when talk breaks down. They just start fighting, right here. I was wrong. What surprised everyone even more was that Niu Mengmeng actually admitted defeat. It was the first time she'd ever apologized to a teacher. Is Sister Mengmeng formidable? Absolutely. She's a mischievous little witch who can cause trouble anywhere. Before Lin Yi arrived, she had never suffered a loss. More often than not, she was the one bullying others. But this time she had backed down. It was truly unbelievable to everyone. Niu Mengmeng was suffering inside. She hadn't wanted to give in, but what she hadn't expected was just how much Jiang Shui's punches hurt. It was as if Jiang Shui was some kind of martial arts expert. Her hits packed a real punch. Otherwise, who'd dare hit Niu Mengmeng? She would have fought back long ago, not just stood there stunned. Jiang Shui gave Niu Mengmeng a look, as if to say, that's more like it. It's so much better when you behave. Don't you think you're going a bit too far? How can you just hit someone like that? At that moment, Lin Yi's sense of justice flared up again. Even if she's a little troublemaker, she's still a girl. You can't just go around hitting people. So Lin Yi stood up to speak for Niu Mengmeng, which moved her even more. Lin Yi really was the best. Yes, that's it. Stand up for me. Don't be polite to this woman. She's gone too far, hitting people on the head like that. Jiang Shui looked at Lin Yi without saying a word, simply fixing him with her gaze. Lin Yi started to feel a bit embarrassed under her stare. And then, with a practiced motion, she landed a familiar punch right on Lin Yi's head, sending him back to his seat, his vision spinning with stars. That hurt. It really, really hurt. His head felt like it was about to explode, but strangely, he couldn't even faint. So Lin Yi quieted down too, completely letting everyone's expectations down. Remember to come to school tomorrow with no makeup, or just don't come at all. And you, young man, good for you, standing up for someone. Too bad you picked the wrong moment. After class, both of you come to my office. Looks like I need to give you two a little education. This was Jiang Shui, a presence even more intimidating than Niu Mengmeng herself, leaving everyone speechless. Such a beautiful young teacher. What a wonderful thing it could have been, but why did she have to have this kind of personality? They didn't want a queen. They wanted a gentle, sweet teacher. If only they had a teacher like that, they could probably all ace their college entrance exams. But that was just wishful thinking. Reality had a way of balancing things out. If you were given a beautiful teacher, then her personality had to be a nightmare, just to keep things fair. After finishing her class, Jiang Shui received a call from her best friend, Song Mingqi. Why is Mengqi calling me today? Is something up? Yeah, there's actually something I need your help with. You're better at this stuff than I am. I want to show you a few photos and see if you can tell what kind of expert was behind them. Where are you now? I'll come over. Sure, I'm at the school right now. Come on over, and I'll take a look. But you owe me a meal afterwards. No problem. I'll treat you to 10 meals if you want. I said 10 meals, not 10 tons of food. Isn't 10 tons of food even more sincere? That's definitely sincere. After Jiang Shui's class, Lin Yi and Niu Mingming were both called to the office. The teacher's office was spacious, with many teachers sitting around, sipping tea and working at their desks. Jiang Shui's workspace was in a nice spot, right by the window, with a row of cacti lined up on her desk. It was clear that the cactus matched Jiang Shui's personality. Unyielding, indomitable, the very image of an iron lady. Lin Yi and Niu Mingming exchanged a glance. Then Lin Yi spoke up. Miss Jiang, do you know Iron Palm or Diamond Fist or something like that? We suspect she knows martial arts, but we have no proof. Otherwise, how could her hits hurt so much? The pain was unforgettable, not an exaggeration at all. Jiang Shui sat down, elegantly crossed her legs, and nodded coolly. Something like that. But that's not the point. What matters is your attitude. None of you behave like real students. How can you give back to society like this? So, what followed could easily be summed up in 10,000 words. Basically, she wanted them to study hard, behave like proper students, and, most importantly, show her respect. That was the main point, one to underline and remember for the test. She spent over half an hour just on that. She really was something. Lin Yi and Niu Mingming were left speechless, but didn't dare say a word. All they could do was nod along and play along. Whatever Jiang Shui said, just agree, and you'd be fine. Sure enough, Jiang Shui seemed quite pleased with their obedience, as if she had accomplished something significant. Look at how well-behaved her students were. That, in her mind, was proof that she was a great teacher. Though to be honest, it wasn't obvious at all. Excuse me, is Jiang Shui here? Yes, she's right over there. Ah, I see her, thank you. It didn't take Song Mengqi long to arrive at Tianhai University, and she quickly found the teacher's office. Through her inquiries, she quickly spotted the area where Jiang Shui worked and couldn't wait to head over. Wait a minute, isn't this the same policewoman who called last time? How did she end up here? Linny noticed a strange look flash across Niu Mingming's face and asked, "What's wrong?" Before Niu Mingming could reply, the capable Song Mingqi had already walked over. Jiang Shui, long time no see. Yes, it's been a while. I didn't expect you to be a teacher now. Oh, not really. I'm just an intern, haven't become official yet. You're too modest. Aren't you Niu Mingming? Niu Mingming nodded awkwardly, and Jiang Shui added, "Yes, she's a student from our department, Niu Mingming." Song Mingqi looked a bit puzzled and said, "Wait, isn't she an office worker? How did she become your student?" Both Jiang Shui and Lin Yi turned to Niu Mingming, equally baffled. See. Song Mingqi paused for a beat, then broke into a cheerful smile. Niu Mingming's face turned crimson, and she hurriedly tried to stop Song Mingqi from saying more. It was true that last time, when Song Mingqi asked about her job, she tried to sound impressive and claimed to be the CEO of some big company. It sounded mature, and honestly, it came with a certain flair. She figured they'd never meet again, so why not say whatever she liked? But who could have guessed that they'd run into each other at the university? The embarrassment was real. Jiang Shui's lips twitched, as if thinking, why not just say you're about to fly to the moon? You're not even graduated and already a CEO? Lin Yi's expression was also a bit odd. He seemed to have pieced together what was going on. Niu Mingming must have exaggerated her identity. Classic Niu Mingming. Ms. Jiang Shui, if there's nothing else, we'll be on our way, Lin Yi offered. All right, go ahead, Jiang Shui nodded gently. But just then, Song Mingqi interjected, don't leave yet, especially you, Niu Mingming. I actually have something to discuss with you. Now that it's convenient, I have to say, I seriously doubt you were telling me the whole truth before. The truth was, last time at the basketball court, it was Niu Mingming who had called the police, and they'd arrived on the scene quickly. They found that all the armed thugs had been subdued. Upon further investigation, they realized that the person responsible was the same one who dealt with the pickpocket incident before. Even the fingerprints matched. The methods were almost identical, so they were sure it was the same person. They'd asked Niu Mingming if she had seen or knew that person. After all, the thugs themselves didn't know much, so there wasn't anything useful from them. But after asking Niu Mingming, he found out that she wasn't a student at all. She was actually the CEO of a major corporation, dealing with tens of millions every minute, and incredibly busy. And it turned out she didn't even know the person Song Mingqi was talking about. Just some strange man, apparently ugly, only about 1.5 meters tall, and with a face full of acne. After dealing with those people using a frying pan, she simply told her to call the police. Clearly, these clues were hardly useful. They were basically worthless, as if they were just made up. But there was nothing she could do. She never expected to run into Niu Mingming again this time. and she wasn't about to let her slip away so easily. It seemed likely that Niu Mingming's teacher was Jiang Shui. In front of her teacher, let's see if she dares to keep making things up. Niu Mingming's lips twitched. Why wouldn't they let her leave? She had planned to ignore Song Mingqi and just walk out. After all, she was Sister Mingming. But Jiang Shui shot her a glare, clearly telling her to cooperate and leave later if she must. Left with no choice, Niu Mingming stayed, which made Lin Yi quite pleased. Of course, that was because he didn't realize that Song Mingqi's main target was actually him. Lin Yi was oblivious to all this, thinking he could just head back first, leaving Niu Mingming to stay behind on her own. But Niu Mingming grabbed his arm. Lin Yi might not have figured it out, but she certainly had. It was obvious this probably had something to do with that incident. And that meant Lin Yi was heavily involved. How could he just leave her here alone? Did he really think he could walk away that easily? So in the end, neither of them managed to leave. Both stayed right where they were. Song Mingqi was quite satisfied with this. This was exactly what she wanted. She looked straight at Jiang Shui and said, "Here's the thing. I'd like you to take a look at some photos and help me analyze what kind of expert took down these enemies. That way I might have some leads. All I have to go on are fingerprints and a few tiny clues, so I can only roughly determine it's the same person, but the scope is just too broad." Song Mingqi laid the photos out on the table for everyone to see. Jiang Shui picked up one and began examining it, while Lin Yi and Niu Mingming didn't hold back either, studying them carefully. But as Lin Yi looked, he started to feel uneasy. Weren't all these people the villains he had dealt with recently? Wait a minute. Could it be that the person this lady detective was searching for was him? That thought made him glance at Niu Mingming, who looked back at him as if to say, "What do you think? Isn't it obvious?" She could tell Lin Yi didn't want any trouble, which is why she'd helped cover for him last time. Otherwise, why else would she have bothered? It was simply because Lin Yi had helped her once, and she felt she had to return the favor. Lin Yi's expression changed as he looked at the photos, gradually realizing what was going on. A few of the pictures showed him dealing with that thief, the same one who had attacked both him and Bai Ling, focusing on close-ups of the thief's injuries after the incident. There were also some photos of the injuries he'd inflicted on the thugs at the basketball court. Lastly, there were shots of the wounds on thugs from another street. In other words, every time he'd called the police to handle these matters, they had all somehow ended up on this woman's desk. And what else had she discovered? Yet, there were still no photos of him, which clearly meant there were no security cameras at these locations. Otherwise, his identity would have been exposed in an instant. Even though he didn't know exactly why she wanted to find him, it was definitely nothing good. So he absolutely couldn't let himself be exposed. But did he have any concrete ideas on how to do that? Honestly, he didn't. All he could do was hope that Song Mingqi and teacher Jiang Shui wouldn't be able to uncover anything. Jiang Shui studied the photos for a while and analyzed. Judging by these pictures and the injuries, it's clear they were all caused by the same person. "As I suspected." "I thought so too," someone chimed in. Lin Yi curled his lips. He knew this didn't matter at all. The clues were too vague to be of any real significance. It seemed there was nothing to worry about. Besides, this person is clearly skilled. They completely overwhelmed their opponents, but there were no fatal wounds, no intention to kill. It's the work of someone naive with a kind heart. That makes some sense. Niu Mingming couldn't help but glance at him. Come to think of it, kind-hearted and naive fit Lin Yi perfectly. Lin Yi twitched the corner of his mouth, but didn't bother to respond. With analysis like this, there was no way they'd figure out it was him. Even if given a whole year, each time, the weapons used were different, as if this person knows many techniques, or maybe they have multiple abilities. It's highly likely they're not just an ordinary human. Oh, that sounded a bit dangerous. Why was he getting a bad feeling about this? Lin Yi really did feel a bit afraid now. The other side's deductions were frighteningly accurate. In all those incidents, he really had used different superhero personas, and Jiang Shui's analysis was almost spot on. Besides, with his system, he was far from an ordinary person. However, their conversation wasn't over yet. Jiang Shui was still uncovering more clues. He's a young man, probably in his early 20s. He seems to enjoy imitating Marvel heroes. The first time, he used something like Spider-Man's webbing. The second time, it was a round shield, very much like Captain America's. As for the third time, I couldn't quite tell, but I'd wager it's another weapon from the Marvel movies. So you can narrow your search down, maybe a college student, someone who loves Marvel heroes, and honestly, maybe a bit childish. That makes sense. And judging by these incidents, he has a strong sense of justice. With so many clues, I think it'll be much easier to find him. At least compared to before, we have a much clearer direction. Lin, he was completely dumbfounded. What the heck? How'd they figure all that out? That's impressive. Everything they said fit him perfectly, as if they were describing him directly. It was almost too obvious. Not only were their clues spot on, but they basically listed all his traits. Lin, he couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that these two already know he's the guy? If they did, why keep playing around? Shouldn't they have called him out already? Or are they just waiting for him to come forward on his own? But then Lin Yi thought again. Maybe they really did just deduce all this, and it simply never occurred to them that he could be the one, just because they don't know him well. Even though the clues and descriptions were incredibly clear, the problem was neither of them actually knew much about him. One had only just transferred in to become their teacher, and the other had never met him before. How could they possibly know what he likes or what makes him stand out? As it happened, Lin Yi's guess was spot on. While the clues were quite telling, since the two girls weren't familiar with him, they genuinely didn't realize that Lin Yi was the mysterious figure Song Mingqi had been searching for these past few days. They didn't know, but Niu Mingming had figured it out. She hadn't expected Lin Yi to have done so much behind her back. He really was trying to become a superhero, just like in the movies. She glanced at him, her gaze a little mischievous, maybe even a touch threatening. Should I tell them that you're the one Song Mingqi is looking for? That would definitely be fun to watch. Lin Yi shot Niu Mingming a warning look and whispered, "You'd better not, or you'll be in trouble too." She gave a light laugh. "You think I'm afraid of you? What are you two talking about?" Jiang Shui suddenly caught Lin Yi and Niu Mingming whispering, but she couldn't make out what was said, so she asked directly. Niu Mingming smiled and replied, "Nothing. I didn't say anything at all. By the way, Sister Song, can we go back now?" Song Mingqi shook her head. "Not yet. I was just about to ask you, do you really know this person? If not, why did he help you out? Was it really just a random act of kindness?" "I don't know him, really. I have no idea, but maybe we do." As you analyzed, Teacher Jiang Shui, the person clearly has a strong sense of justice. Seeing something like that, it's not strange at all to step in. People don't always need a reason for that, right? Song Mingqi studied Niu Mingming closely, but couldn't find any sign that she was lying. Yet her instincts told her that Niu Mingming absolutely must know that person. So, after a moment's thought, she said, "How about this? Next time, you come with me to see someone, I'd like to ask both of you some questions in person. It might take a bit of your time, sorry about that, but I hope you'll cooperate." Niu Mingming was left speechless. She'd already said she didn't know the person, so why was Song Mingqi still pestering her? Wasn't this a bit much? Lin Yi couldn't help but think, she doesn't want to, so why won't you let it go? You really are persistent. Before Niu Mingming could reply, Jiang Shui spoke up first. "Mingqi, she's my student. Clearly, she doesn't want to go with you. Don't force her. Let her focus on her studies. You can handle your investigation on your own. I'm happy to help if you need it, but please don't trouble her." Song Mingqi shook her head. "No, I have to take Niu Mingming with me. She's important." "Then you could try," Jiang Shui replied, stepping right in front of Song Mingqi. Even if Song Mingqi was her best friend, she wouldn't allow anyone to bully her student. Both Niu Mingming and Lin Yi were a little taken aback. They hadn't expected Jiang Shui to stand up for Niu Mingming like this. Song Mingqi glanced at Jiang Shui, and after a moment, she finally shook her head and said, "It's not like I'm arresting her. I just want to invite her out to ask a few questions. How about this? I'll treat her to a big meal, and we'll just chat over dinner. That's fair, right?" Jiang Shui looked at Niu Mingming, leaving the decision up to her. Lin Yi was certain that Niu Mingming would refuse. Why bother with dinner? Better to say no and avoid all that unnecessary trouble. But to his surprise, as soon as Niu Mingming heard there would be good food, she agreed, without the slightest hesitation. And not only that, she insisted on bringing Lin Yi along. Lin Yi had no way to refuse. If he did, Niu Mingming might just reveal who the mysterious expert was. Under her threat, he had no choice but to go along for the meal. Seeing there was no resistance, Jiang Shui finally relented. "All right, you can go. But Mingqi, don't force her. She's still a kid." Song Mingqi nodded and teased. "Jiang Shui, you've only been a teacher for a couple of days, and already you're this dedicated? Impressive. Ahem. If you're going, then take them and get moving. Don't dawdle here, I've got work to do," Jiang Shui replied with a cough. And just like that, the three of them left Tianhai University and headed for the best restaurant nearby. Lin Yi and Niu Mingming weren't shy at all when they saw this. They grabbed the menu and pointed to the most expensive dishes they could find. They simply ordered a mountain of food. Only then did they look satisfied, and Song Mingqi put on a serious face. "Now that you've ordered so much, I think it's time for you to cooperate with me. Don't you?" Niu Mingming took a sip of her drink and grinned. "Of course. Ask whatever you want, and I'll answer." Lin Yi pinched Niu Mingming, signaling her not to let a meal buy her off so easily. Could she at least stand her ground a little? Song Mingqi finally noticed Lin Yi and asked casually, "So, is this your boyfriend? What's his name?" "All right then, I'll call you Xiao Linzi from now on. Please take care of me." The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Didn't she hear his name was Lin Yi? What on earth was Xiao Linzi? That sounded like a nickname for a palace eunuch. So Lin Yi protested, Don't call me Shaolinzi. My name is Lin. Song Mengqi yawned and nodded slightly. Fine, I'll call you Shaolin then. Couldn't she just call him Lin? Well, whatever. Shaolin was still better than being called a eunuch. Niu Mingming nodded. That's right, he's my boyfriend. Says who? There's nothing between us. Oh really? Nothing at all? Well then, Sister Song, actually Lin Yi is. He's her boyfriend. There, is that enough? Seeing that Niu Mingming was about to start making things up, Lin Yi had no choice but to play along. Might as well amuse this little troublemaker. Besides, as a grown man, what did he have to be afraid of? Song Mingqi watched them with a smile, saying nothing, but deep down she thought, youth really is wonderful. Look how shy they are. Neither one wants to admit it. But in reality, shyness had nothing to do with it. They truly weren't a couple. Honestly, they weren't even that close as friends. Now, let's get down to business. Niu Mingming, of course I'm going to ask you some questions, but not just yet. I'm still waiting for another guest to arrive. It'll be better if we talk once everyone's here. Niu Mingming didn't mind at all. Ask whenever you want, she thought. Anyway, no matter when the questions came, she wasn't about to sell Lin Yi out. She had that much loyalty, though good food was important too, so she certainly wasn't going to turn down the meal. This must be the legendary eating and drinking for free without lifting a finger. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was a little curious. Another guest? Who could it be? Most likely another colleague of Song Mingqi's, he thought. It would be great if it was another pretty girl. Surrounded by 3 beautiful ladies, just imagining it made him happy. It wasn't long before the final guest made her entrance. And sure enough, she turned out to be a stunning beauty. It was just as Lin Yi had imagined, surrounded by 3 stunning women, yet there was not a shred of happiness in it. Lin Yi, what are you doing here? The voice belonged to none other than Bai Ling, Lin Yi's manager, a girl who often gave him a headache. To his surprise, it turned out that Bai Ling was the guest Song Mingqi and the others had been waiting for. Talk about an unexpected twist. Lin Yi greeted her with a cough. Ahem, I'm just here with a classmate for dinner. Song Mingqi looked at them in surprise. You two know each other? Bai Ling nodded. Yes, we do. He's my senior at school. Well, what a coincidence. He's here with his girlfriend, so let's not play third wheel. Bai Ling, why don't you sit over here with me? It was a casual remark from Song Mingqi, but it instantly turned the atmosphere awkward. Wait a minute. That earlier comment was just a joke. Why blurt it out like that? Especially in front of Bai Ling. To be honest, Lin Yi did feel a bit of spark with Bai Ling, and he sensed she might feel the same. But things hadn't reached the point where they could be openly acknowledged. Now, with Song Mingqi saying that, didn't it just shut the door on any possibility between him and Bai Ling? Sure enough, Bai Ling glanced at Lin Yi and then at Niu Mingming, a trace of disappointment flickering in her eyes. So this is Lin Yi's type. All this time, she'd misunderstood. She nodded quietly. Right, I won't be a third wheel. Lin Yi's heart sank. This was a disaster. Should he ask Niu Mingming to clear things up? It was all these girls doing. If not for them, there wouldn't be such a misunderstanding. So he gave Niu Mingming a nudge. Only then did she snap out of her dessert-induced bliss. Seeing another pretty girl join them, and not having heard anything about her relationship to Lin Yi, Niu Mingming assumed they were complete strangers. Without a second thought, she said, Hello, I'm Niu Mingming. That's Lin Yi, he's my boyfriend. Nice to meet you. Lin Yi was petrified. He had wanted her to clarify things, but this only made it worse. She'd only fanned the flames. Now what was he supposed to do? Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't wash himself clean. Bai Ling felt the awkwardness, too. Was Niu Mingming trying to signal that Lin Yi was hers, warning others not to get any ideas? Was this a declaration of ownership? Bai Ling had watched enough palace dramas to know how these things played out, and she couldn't help thinking along those lines. Still, she reached out and shook Niu Mingming's hand, introduced herself, and then fell silent. Song Mingqi noticed the strange look on Lin Yi's face. Remembered Bai Ling had once said she was a junior at school, and caught Bai Ling's and Niu Mingming's remarks about Lin Yi having a girlfriend. The expression on this girl's face was off, too. Was there something going on here? Was Lin Yi timing them? If so, that was pretty scummy of him. There's clearly such an adorable partner, yet he doesn't cherish her, and instead goes off to flirt with a naive junior. He probably didn't even mention that he's already taken. Having your cake and eating it too. No, more like eating from your bowl while eyeing the pot. Ugh, it's just infuriating, completely unacceptable. She simply couldn't hold it in and suddenly grabbed Lin Yi by the collar. Lin Yi was utterly bewildered. What's going on now? The way she looked at him was as if he were scum. Had she started imagining things too? What's with all this? What did I do? That's enough, all of you. Don't take it too far. Lin Yi meekly asked Song Mingqi to let go of him. Didn't he have any dignity? Besides, wasn't this just plain rude? Song Mingqi realized this wasn't quite right. Even if he was a jerk, she couldn't just beat him up, could she? So she simply huffed coldly and fell silent. Now he looked at the three women, feeling like he had more than one head. He'd always fantasized about meeting beautiful girls in his life, and maybe some stories unfolding. Just the thought was delightful. But reality was nothing like that. These girls were all undeniably beautiful, their looks more than up to par. Yet all he felt now was a headache. Dealing with one would be enough, but altogether, well, this was the result. There wasn't even a hint of that so-called happiness. He shook his head. Forget it, better not to overthink or care what they thought. As long as he kept a thick skin, he'd be fine. Once everyone had arrived, Song Ming-chi finally began. Since we're all here, I'll get straight to the point. The person who saved Bai Ling from the thief and the one who rescued Niu Meng on the basketball court are basically the same person. So I want to confirm with you. Do any of you actually know him? This is very important to us, so I hope you'll answer honestly. Lin Yi's lips twitched. So that's why Bai Ling was called over. Looks like after Bai Ling reported to the police, then Niu Meng, and even that night he called the police, everything wound up with Song Ming-chi. You'd all better be on the same page and answer carefully, or he'd be exposed for sure. Bai Ling and Niu Meng each glanced at Lin Yi. Clearly, they understood what was at stake. No, I don't know him. I don't know him either. Perfect. That's exactly the answer he wanted. Maybe now, Song Ming-chi would finally give up? Just let him live a quiet, ordinary life. Song Ming-chi nodded slightly and said, all right, then let's move to the second question. Are you ready? So there's more than one question? He thought it would just be a quick formality. But he wasn't nervous. He trusted Niu Meng and Bai Ling, believing they would cooperate and answer well. There was no need to worry. What did the person you saw look like? He was ugly, about 5 feet tall, his face covered in pimples. Looked just like a shut-in nerd. He was a quiet guy, actually kind of handsome, wore glasses, and had dimples when he smiled. Which one of you are you talking about? Is it really him? There's absolutely no resemblance between your descriptions. In truth, making something up isn't necessarily wrong. Sometimes it's better not to give away his real features. But here's the problem. If you're going to make things up, at least try to be consistent. Where's the teamwork you promised? Clearly, they were supposed to describe the same person, but somehow ended up conjuring two completely different people. This made Song Ming-chi suspicious as well. As she thought about it, it became more and more obvious. One of them must be lying. Maybe both of them were. But why would they lie? The only explanation was that they both knew the man and were trying to protect his secret, which was why they made things up. Otherwise, if they didn't know him, why bother lying? What would they gain from it? The more Song Ming-chi thought about it, the more convinced she became. She decided to keep pressing. They had to get to the bottom of this. Today, she was determined to find out just who had a connection with that man. Niu Meng and Bai Ling exchanged a glance, both looking terribly awkward. All they could do was give a sheepish smile, hoping to cover up their guilty conscience. Don't be nervous. Let's move on to the next question. Since both of you were rescued by that guy, did he say anything to you? No. Lin Yin wanted to bury his face in his hands. He couldn't watch any longer. Once again, their answers didn't match at all. If the encounters were brief, and one rescuer chatted while the other left in silence, were they really describing the same person? But Song Ming-chi didn't think their answers proved anything. She believed the real drama was yet to come. Then what did he say to you? Did he tell you his name? Since Niu Meng claimed he spoke to her, she'd have to come up with something. As for Bai Ling, who insisted there was no conversation, it would be too suspicious if even the smallest detail differed, so it was best to say nothing at all. He said a lot. He asked if I was hurt, if I'd been scared, where I lived, if I needed a ride home. He even asked my name, which university I got into, whether I had a boyfriend. In the end, he told me his name. It was Go Dan. He didn't say a word, and he didn't tell me his name. He's the type who keeps to himself. He just saved me and left, nothing more. Their simultaneous responses were still just as exasperating to witness. Clearly, neither of them was willing to wait for the other to finish before jumping in themselves. Their answers were quite amusing. After all, they were supposed to be the same person. One of them was an absolute chatterbox, practically ready to interrogate the girl about her entire family background. The other was as silent as a steamed gourd, playing the aloof card. She hadn't uttered a single word. So here's the real question. You both got rescued recently, and it all happened within the last few days. You haven't even spent that much time together. What could possibly have happened to turn a chatterbox suddenly mute, transforming her personality so completely it's like she's become a different person? Lin, you didn't even want to look at them anymore. These city girls really know how to play games. Song Ming-chi thought for a moment, her expression changing slightly as she said, I've said it before, the person who saved you both was the same man. But your stories make it sound like there were two different people. You're both lying, aren't you? You must know who he is, but you're trying to cover for him. Let me tell you, by doing this, you're not protecting him. You're actually putting him in danger. Don't you agree, Lin? Why don't you help me talk some sense into them and get them to tell the truth? Lin, he cleared his throat, like he was going to play along with her. Of course, he wasn't about to side with Song Ming-chi. He simply said, "Nice weather today, isn't it?" But no matter what, Song Mingqi's words made the other two start to hesitate. Maybe it really was better to just tell her the truth? To be fair, their story really was a bit far-fetched. Even they could hardly keep a straight face. They looked guilty, like kids caught with their hands in the cookie jar. It was obvious they were lying. If they kept trying to tough it out, it would be pointless. Besides, they were almost at their breaking point. Lin Yi really wanted to tell them, "Hold the line, don't rat me out." But with Song Mingqi watching, he couldn't say a word. How frustrating. It looked like they were about to crack. Was this the end of the road? Maybe it would be better if he just owned up to it himself. What's the worst that could happen? Why be afraid? Fine, I'll say it. Actually, Lin Yi had just started to speak, but before he could finish, Song Mingqi's phone began to ring. She glanced at Lin Yi, waved her hand, and said, "Hold on, let me take this call." He had to admit, the timing of that call was perfect. Whatever Lin Yi had been about to confess got stuck in his throat. Song Mingqi answered the phone, and both Bai Ling and Niu Mingming let out a huge sigh of relief. That invisible pressure instantly vanished. What relief! Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder, how fragile are you two? You were about to cave already. Absolutely unreliable. What's the matter? Song Mingqi asked. "Captain, here's the situation," came the reply. "There's a gang of illegal traffickers out by the outskirts. They've kidnapped a bunch of people, though we don't know their motive yet. Anyway, the higher-ups say it's a big deal. They need you back immediately to handle it. Then hurry up and find out what their real purpose is. I'll head over right away." It seemed things could only end here for now. Although she knew that if she pressed just a bit harder, she might finally get some answers. The two girls were already flustered. This unexpected situation took precedence. Saving someone in need was, without question, the top priority. So she turned to Lin Yi and the others and said, "Let's leave it at that for today. If there's anything else, we can talk another time. I've already paid for everything here, so enjoy your meal. I have an urgent matter and must go." With that, Song Mingqi left the restaurant without another word. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. What a close call. He'd nearly given himself away. It really was a narrow escape. Just then, the food finally arrived. Lin Yi hadn't even had a chance to dig in before Niu Mingming started eating, completely without restraint. Bai Ling, on the other hand, wasn't quite as ravenous as Niu Mingming. Instead, she simply stared intently at Lin Yi, making him feel more than a little uneasy. Could she still be bothered by what he'd said earlier, calling Niu Mingming his girlfriend? Lin Yi considered offering an explanation, but Bai Ling spoke first. "If there's nothing else, I'll head out now. You two enjoy your meal. I have things to do." "Okay, go ahead. I'll be sure to finish your share too." Lin Yi replied. He couldn't help but chuckle. She sure has an appetite. Well, that's not the issue here. The problem is, things are going sideways again. Just when their relationship had started to improve, something like this had to happen. Lin Yi figured Bai Ling probably found him even more irritating now. He shook his head. Better to let things take their course. With time, the misunderstanding might just fade away. It's true, Lin Yi was single purely by merit. Otherwise, with his looks and decent finances, he should have been off the market long ago. But when it came to emotional intelligence, he really did have none at all. Ding. New mission detected. Mission level. C. Host, please proceed with caution. Lin Yi's lips twitched. Why did the mission have to show up now of all times? Couldn't it have waited until after he'd finished eating? He was still starving. But he could sense this mission was much tougher than the last, probably a bigger deal too. To keep anyone from getting hurt, he decided he'd better take care of the mission before worrying about food. He looked at Bai Ling and, after a moment's thought, said, "Do you have any plans? You should come with me. From now on, you're sticking with me. I won't take no for an answer." After all, Bai Ling was his agent. If he was carrying out a mission, it made sense to bring her along. She might even be able to help. Besides, with his experience card system, he didn't have to worry about Bai Ling being in real danger while he used a card. Bai Ling was taken aback, not expecting Lin Yi to be so domineering. He was actually just going to take her away. Even though she didn't want to pay Lin Yi any attention, his sudden action stunned her, and she let him pull her along. Niu Mingming didn't mind this at all. In fact, she was happy about it. Now she could eat alone. All this delicious food was hers. Just the thought made her grin. She hurried to start eating. In the face of good food, men weren't worth mentioning. That's just how Sister Mingming was. After Lin Yi and Bai Ling left the restaurant, Bai Ling shook off Lin Yi's hand and demanded, "What exactly do you want?" Lin Yi glanced at her and replied, "Didn't you say you wanted to be my agent? I'm about to go save someone. Aren't you supposed to come with me? If you don't, what do I need you for? You'd be completely useless." "So you're saying we're going to save someone?" "That's right. So are you coming or not? If you're not, I'll just go by myself." "Fine, I'll go with you." Realizing the mission was a rescue, Bai Ling, though reluctant to deal with Lin Yi, decided to set her feelings aside and agreed. Only then did Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. This team was really hard to lead, but at least Bai Ling had finally agreed. Now, at last, they could go and see what was really happening. This mission was rated C level, a step above any task he'd taken on before. The system assigned the missions, and he had learned about these levels from it. They were S, A, B, C, and D, 5 ranks in total, with D-level tasks being the most common. So far, D-level missions had been a breeze, but he had no idea what to expect from C-level one. With a hint of unease, the two of them hurried toward their destination. Is everyone here? Yes, Captain, everyone's here. There are at least a dozen of them on the other side, heavily armed, and they have a lot of hostages. It looks like they're an international criminal organization. Song Mingqi glanced at her subordinate and asked, have you figured out what their real objective is? Basically, they want to use the hostages as human shields and head for the helicopter they've hidden nearby. If they manage to get there, they'll leave China. That way, we'll be too worried about the hostages to stop them, and they'll get away clean. I didn't expect them to be this cunning. That means we have to stop them before they reach the helicopter, rescue the hostages, and eliminate the threat. But as soon as Song Mingqi finished speaking, everyone looked uneasy. Someone spoke up. This kind of situation is for the professionals. The special forces are already on their way. Our orders are just to buy time. We're no match for these guys. They aren't your average thugs. They're armed with advanced weapons. We wouldn't stand a chance. Song Mingqi took a look through the binoculars before saying, it looks like we don't have time to wait for the special forces. If we don't act now, they'll be boarding the plane. Once the hostages are on board, how will we stop them? So let's not waste time. Let's figure something out. If there was one thing about Song Mingqi, it was that she was good at everything, except she could be a little too impulsive at times, probably thanks to her fiery personality. You make a fair point, but isn't this just walking into certain death? After all, there are just a handful of them, armed with nothing more than a few pistols, while the other side had machine guns, maybe even heavier weapons. Who knew what else they had? It was hardly a fair fight, so everyone instinctively chose to stay put. Only Song Mingqi took a few steps forward, and that was when she realized no one else was moving. Shaking her head, Song Mingqi said, if you're not going, then I'll go alone. I'll do my best to buy time until the troops arrive. If I get the chance, I'll try to rescue the hostages myself. With that, Song Mingqi left without hesitation. This wasn't recklessness, it was the urgency to save lives. She couldn't just stand by and do nothing. What if those people hurt the hostages? Then all will be lost. So Song Mingqi didn't have time to persuade anyone. She couldn't afford even a moment's delay. What she didn't know was that at that very moment, he had already made his way to the front lines of the battlefield. He was right in front of that group, the foreigners. Looking at they seemed baffled and asked, who are you? What are you doing here? Of course, they spoke in English, a language he didn't understand at all. But he didn't need to understand. From the look of things, his mission was clear, take these people down. There were hostages tied up beside them, mouths sealed, unable to say a word. This sight made furious. How dare they do this on his homeland? No matter how far away, those who offend must be punished. You're all trash. Just you wait. Though spoke boldly, his expression and the way he turned to walk away made it look like he was apologizing, like he'd stumbled into the wrong place and was backing out, waving them on, as if to say sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt. I'll just be on my way. Please, carry on. Okay. The group responded, bursting into laughter. They'd wondered who he was, but hadn't expected him to be such a coward. They nodded, waving him off, not bothering with him anymore. They already had enough hostages and didn't see the point in killing another. There was no danger in letting him go, and right now, their top priority was to get out of there as quickly as possible. He was speechless. Was this what it felt like not to be able to communicate? He called them trash, and all they could do was laugh and say, okay. Unbelievable. He first approached Bai Ling and said, when we arrived just now, I saw that Song Mingqi and her team actually showed up here as well. As unbelievable as it seems, they must have come for this too. I need to deal with the enemy next, and I'll need your help to keep them away. Otherwise, my identity will be exposed. So, whatever it takes, you must stop Song Mingqi and the others from coming over here until I've taken care of the enemy. All right, I understand. Don't worry, I promise I'll handle it. He gave Bai Ling a look. He wanted to say, trust you? That feels a bit naive, but right now he had no choice but to put his faith in Bai Ling. He hadn't expected that Song Mingqi would also come here after they arrived. It seemed that their goals were the same. Otherwise, why would they come all the way here just to have tea? That was obviously out of the question. Although Song Mingqi's presence here made it much harder for him to act, since if Song Mingqi discovered he wasn't just an ordinary person, or worse, that he was the mysterious expert causing a stir lately, it would definitely cause him endless trouble in the future. But even so, he still had to beat Song Mingqi to it, and complete the mission first. After all, his very life was at stake. The system's tasks had to be completed by him. Failure meant certain death. Besides, he'd already noticed that the weapons those people were holding were all formidable, far beyond what a regular unit could handle. Song Mingqi and her team wouldn't stand a chance against them. If things continued like this, the hostages' lives would be in grave danger. So, it was up to him to handle it. After giving Bai Ling his instructions, Lin Yi didn't hesitate. He immediately dashed off to pursue the enemy. It didn't take long for Song Mingqi to arrive. She had no idea that Lin Yi and his group had also come here, nor that they'd gotten ahead of her and already made contact with the enemy. Song Jia. Seeing Song Mingqi arrive, Bai Ling immediately called out in greeting, drawing her attention. Song Mingqi paused in surprise. What are you doing here? This place is dangerous. You need to leave now. There was a real risk of a firefight breaking out, with bullets flying everywhere. For an ordinary person, this place was clearly perilous. Bai Ling feigned confusion, asking, Dangerous? What's going on here? I'm not going to ask why you're here, and I don't have time to explain. Just go straight ahead, you'll see my colleagues. They'll escort you back. Now is not the time for idle talk, and Song Mingqi knew speed was of the essence. With that, she was about to press on, but Bai Ling stepped in to block her path. Song Jia, actually, I have something I want to tell you. Bai Ling said helplessly. She knew she had to stop Song Mingqi from seeing Lin Yi, but this task was proving nearly impossible. The other woman clearly had no intention of wasting time in conversation. I don't want to hear it. Stop wasting my time and get out of my way, or I won't be polite. Song Mingqi frowned as she spoke. She couldn't understand why Bai Ling was blocking her path, though now was hardly the time to dwell on it. Bai Ling hesitated for a moment. She hadn't expected Song Mingqi to refuse to listen to a single word she said. How could she help Lin Yi hold Song Mingqi back at this rate? After thinking quickly, Bai Ling realized there was only one move left. Maybe it could buy Lin Yi a little more time. She looked straight at Song Mingqi, bit her lip, and said nothing. Instead, a rosy blush crept across her face. Song Mingqi was momentarily stunned. What was with this bashful expression? All of a sudden, it seemed suspiciously flirtatious, but she had no proof. So she simply pushed Bai Ling aside. Whatever her problem was, it had nothing to do with Mingqi. Her priority was to save someone. But before she'd taken more than a few steps, Bai Ling grabbed her arm. Then, to Song Mingqi's utter shock, the girl darted in front of her and pressed a gentle kiss to her lips. Song Mingqi's mind went completely blank, as if her brain had short-circuited. For a moment, she had no idea who she was or where she was standing. She genuinely forgot, if only for a heartbeat, what she was supposed to do next. Bai Ling, meanwhile, was trembling with nerves, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. But this was the only way she could think of to stop Song Mingqi. Lin Yi, you'd better not let her down. Save the hostages quickly, and make her first kiss worth it. By now, Lin Yi had already chased them deep into the woods. There, several helicopters stood waiting. The kidnappers held a few large crates, which they loaded onto the choppers, giving those boxes higher priority than hostages. Lin Yi didn't know what was in those crates, but it had to be something valuable. But that didn't matter. He was determined to take them all down. Hostages, crates, and the kidnappers themselves. No one would escape. As Lin Yi emerged from the thicket, the group finally realized they were being followed. But when they saw who it was, they just grinned, clearly underestimating him. You got a death wish, huh? I was going to let you go, but now there's no escape for you. Say your prayers. You bunch of losers. What did you say? I said you look handsome. Luckily, Lin Yi could still understand that much English. When someone asked, what did you say? In English, he could always respond with, you look handsome. That alone made things exciting, and it also drove home the importance of learning English. When all this was over, he resolved to study hard. Though they didn't speak the same language, the hostility between them was unmistakable. The foreign leader pulled out a machine gun and aimed it squarely at Lin Yi. Flattery wouldn't save him now. Having shown up twice, Lin Yi was probably a real threat. Best to take him out, just to be safe. Lin Yi cleared his throat. Such an advanced weapon. Huh? Well then, let's see how it matches up against his own. Let's find out which one is truly more advanced. He activated his system and used the Iron Man experience card he'd managed to collect not long ago. That's right. At last, Lin Yi had gotten his hands on the Iron Man experience card. It was a dream come true for him. Finally, he could don the Iron Man suit and do something truly cool. Iron Man, activate Nano Suit. In an instant, Lin Yi was clad in the red and gold armor. This time, not only had his inner self transformed, even his outward appearance had changed. It seemed that some superheroes didn't just lend you their powers. They gave you their very likeness, too. Inside the suit, Lin Yi could use the advanced computer to observe the enemies outside, analyze their information, and experience the full force of cutting-edge technology. And since he was Iron Man, Of course, there was the pleasant, intelligent voice of Friday. Lin flexed his hands and feet, and the entire suit responded in sync. He stared in amazement at his own fist, completely ignoring the stunned foreigners nearby. What is that? Some kind of mech? No way. Isn't that Iron Man? Iron Man? Don't be ridiculous. That must be some highly advanced combat armor. A powerful weapon. Stay alert. No matter what it is, it might outgun us. Open fire. After their brief shock, the group quickly regained their composure. They grabbed their machine guns and unleashed a hail of bullets at the Iron Man suit. A storm of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down on Iron Man like a deadly downpour. Yet it was all in vain. The barrage had no effect at all. In fact, Lin was so unfazed that he even made Iron Man dance right in the thick of it. He broke out into the flashiest, most energetic folk dance. Somehow, music began to play. The lively tune of the most dazzling ethnic style echoed all around, and the storm of bullets became nothing more than special effects, lending a surreal beauty to the scene. The attackers were left dumbfounded. What in the world was this? Dancing in the middle of a firefight, was that even possible? And most confusing of all, what was this song? For some reason, even they felt the urge to lower their weapons and join in the dance. After a while, Lenny got used to the suit and stopped his public square dancing, lest things get any more awkward. He cut off the music and strode slowly toward the group, clearly unafraid of their bullets. Why isn't it working at all? How is this possible? What kind of monster is this? While they were still reeling in disbelief, Lenny closed the distance, reached out, grabbed the barrel of one man's gun, and crushed it with a single squeeze. Then, with a punch, he sent the man flying a dozen meters away. This threw them all into a panic. No one dared to keep fighting. Everyone scrambled to flee. Lin, borrowing the rocket power beneath his feet, soared into the air. He glanced down at the desperate escapees and curled his lips in a slight sneer. After witnessing his display of force, the smartest choice wasn't to run. It would have made more sense to beg for mercy. Who knows? He might have even let them go. After all, he wasn't some elite soldier or a figure from the underworld. He was just an ordinary college student, not all that strong. But clearly, these people had no intention of repenting. In that case, a little punishment was in order. So, he unleashed his palm cannon, his palm emitting a continuous stream of crimson laser beams. Countless beams shot out at lightning speed, leaving the fleeing men with nowhere to hide. They were struck down before they could get far. Not a single one escaped. But the laser beams didn't kill them outright. They merely pierced through their feet, dropping every last one to the ground, where they howled in agony. Now, with their escape cut off, Lin considered his work done. He decided to leave the cleanup to Song Mengqi and the others, feeling quite satisfied with Iron Man's power. There was no rush to deactivate the trial card. He hovered in midair, enjoying the feeling of being Iron Man for a little longer. The gang's leader had also been knocked down, lying on the ground and struggling to get up. But unlike his subordinates, he wasn't an ordinary man. He wouldn't surrender so easily, even when faced with such a supernatural opponent, even with a ruined leg. Seizing the moment while Lin wasn't looking, he crawled over to where the rocket launcher was stashed. It was one of their weapons, though he'd never imagined actually using it. But now it was his only hope. He refused to believe that even a missile couldn't take out this monster. Snatching up the launcher, he aimed it straight at Lin and roared, "Die, monster!" He fired. The missile struck Lin head-on, erupting into a spectacular explosion, a fireball that lit up the sky. He was certain. This time, the monster was finished. Still, he wasn't about to get careless. Ignoring his incapacitated men, he crawled toward the helicopter. He had long since given up on rescuing the hostage, who had fainted from fright. All he needed was to get the contents of the box safely away. Then his mission would be complete. At this point, there was no time to worry about anything else. He clambered into the helicopter, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. Once it took off, victory would be his. The sudden explosion jolted Song Mengqi awake, snapping her out of her previous daze. No longer distracted by feminine charms, she bit Bai Ling, pushed her aside, and, with cheeks flushed, hurried toward the site of the blast. What exactly happened? How did the enemy manage to use explosives? Could it be that reinforcements have arrived, and that's why a battle broke out? But that doesn't make sense. There was no sign of any troops coming. So what in the world actually happened? Bai Ling hadn't given up. She kept up with Song Mengqi, pushing herself to the very limit. She could no longer hold Song Mengqi back. All she could do was hope that Lin had already taken care of the enemy. But seeing that explosion, a wave of dread washed over her. Could something truly have gone wrong? Lin, you must be safe. If anything happened to you, she really wouldn't be able to bear it. Song Mengqi and Bai Ling soon arrived at their destination. The sight before them left them both stunned. Who could have imagined something like this would happen? What on earth had occurred here? All the enemies had fallen. Though the hostages had also lost consciousness, they seemed to be unharmed. But none of that was the most important thing. The most striking sight was a wrecked airplane lying right in front of them. Could the explosion just now have been related to this? Song Mingchi walked up to the plane and discovered that the person inside was actually the ringleader behind this whole incident. He was completely unconscious, and there was also a box inside the plane. Strangely, the box was utterly unscathed. What could have happened here that not only took down every enemy, but also destroyed a plane? Song Mingchi couldn't help but look over at Bai Ling, however, glanced up at the sky, looking around as if to say this had nothing to do with her. Yet, in her heart, she finally felt at ease. It seemed Lin Yi had resolved everything, so there was probably no need to worry. Soon, the rest of the troops arrived, and, to their astonishment, assumed that Song Mingchi and the other police officers were responsible for this miraculous turn of events. Song Mingchi wanted to explain, but didn't know where to start, so she simply kept quiet. The soldiers declared that, all things considered, this had been a narrow escape. The boxes contained precious cultural relics. Had these people managed to smuggle them out, the loss would have been incalculable. But, to everyone's relief, not a single item was missing. They had all been preserved. That was truly a rare stroke of luck. At the same time, Song Mingchi realized that, with this latest defeat, these foreign criminal forces would not let things rest. If it had been their team who had stopped them, it wouldn't matter as much, but in truth, it wasn't. So, if someone else had foiled their plans, that person would definitely become their target, and that would be extremely dangerous for them. Worried, Song Mingchi was desperate to find out who had intervened this time. She randomly picked one of the enemy's members, roused him, and interrogated him. Who on earth did this? The man answered honestly. It was Iron Man, a monster, a machine in armor. Is it that mysterious expert again? It really is. He doesn't seem to worry about his own safety at all. No matter how powerful he is, if this keeps up, something bad is bound to happen sooner or later. That's why I have to find out who he is. Only then can I truly protect him. Song Mingchi understood everything now. It was clear that this incident was once again the work of that mysterious figure. She shook her head and sent everyone home. The impact of this event was significant, so she had many things to handle on her end. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had wandered into an unfamiliar place. He had no idea where he was, only that it must be far from school. This time, Lin Yi finally understood a crucial lesson. The experience card was powerful, but not invincible. If he stayed this careless, he might not live to see another day. After becoming Iron Man, he had taken a missile head-on. Though the suit was still functional, it had suffered heavy damage, with sparks flying from several points. Even so, he managed to use the nanowire to shoot down the escaping enemy's helicopter and safeguard the cargo inside. But it was a close call. He had nearly lost his life. If he had been hit by another missile, there was no way he could have survived. And this was just a C-rank mission. He'd almost failed. What about B rank, A rank, or even S rank missions? Would he really make it out unscathed? It seemed the system had granted him power, but with it came danger in equal measure. If he wanted to survive, if he wanted to accomplish more, he'd have to change his approach and start using his head a bit more. Lately, life had been quite comfortable for Lin Yi, though trouble still popped up now and then. But after completing the last mission, he'd drawn a truly valuable prize, a luck potion. Supposedly, it could greatly boost his luck, a rare and precious item. Yet Lin Yi hadn't used it. This potion didn't have a permanent effect. It would make him incredibly lucky, but only for a short window, an hour at most. So Lin Yi kept wondering, what's the best way to use this potion? Should he buy a lottery ticket? Or buy a lottery ticket? Or maybe buy a lottery ticket? That was all he could think of. Even he had to admit it was a bit uninspired. So he decided not to rush. He'd keep it on hand until he thought of a better idea. Still, just knowing he had the potion put him in a good mood, even if he wasn't sure what to do with it yet. It was undoubtedly a valuable treasure. Despite his cheerful mood lately, Lin Yi noticed that Boss Wang Qiu had mysteriously vanished. He'd been searching all over for him, but neither he, Liu, nor Lin Zihao had seen Wang Qiu anywhere. It seemed as if, ever since the freshman orientation, Wang Qiu had simply disappeared without a trace. Lin Yi was starting to worry. Had something happened to his old friend? As Lin Yi was lost in thought, he hadn't expected Wang Qiu to return to the dormitory today, carrying his backpack. At last, I've found you. What's been going on with you lately? Did something happen? I couldn't reach you at all. No replies to my messages, no answer to my calls. Wang Qiu scratched his head with a sheepish smile. I've been job hunting these days, and my phone got disconnected because I didn't pay the bill. Sorry about that. Lin Yi glanced at Wang Qiu and noticed how exhausted he looked, but he didn't press the issue. He just said, as long as you're okay, I'll put 100 yuan on your phone, and tonight dinner's on me. Let's get the guys together for a meal. Wang Qiu quickly shook his head. No need, don't top up for me. I could do it myself. I just came back to grab something, have to leave again. You all go ahead and eat without me. With that, Wang Qiu pulled something out from under the bed and left straight away. Lin, he was left a little speechless. Guzi, you've changed. No, it's more like boss, you've changed. Has he really forgotten their friendship? How could he be so distant now? At that moment, Li Yu and Lin Zihao happened to walk in. Fourth, we just saw boss in the hallway. Did you talk to him? He seemed a bit off. Maybe he got dumped, Li Yu joked. Honestly, I almost feel bad for being so happy. My brother's still caught up in heartbreak, while I'm floating in the cradle of love. We only exchanged a few words before he left. I have no idea what's going on. Whatever, if he doesn't want to talk, what can we do? Lin, he replied to Lin Zihao, purposely ignoring Li Yu. That guy was getting too full of himself, acting like he's invincible in the world just because he has a girlfriend, always throwing shade at the rest of them for being single. But Lin, he couldn't quite figure out, because Li Yu's girlfriend was none other than Xiaolan. After that night, Li Yu had come back boasting that it was a done deal. Xiaolan was officially their sister-in-law. Since then, the two had gotten along perfectly. But here's the problem. That night, didn't Li Yu realize that Xiaolan was actually a guy? How did they end up together? And, judging from the way he talked, there was no sign that Li Yu knew Xiaolan was a man. After what happened that night, how could he not know? It just didn't add up. It was a total mystery. Lin even asked Bai Ling again, was Xiaolan really her male bestie? Could she actually be a girl? But Bai Ling was adamant. Xiaolan was her childhood friend, and he was definitely a guy. There was no mistake about it. Although Lin, he couldn't quite figure out what was going on. Seeing Li Yu showing off so smugly made up his mind. He wasn't going to get involved. He wouldn't bother to remind him either. Whenever Li Yu figured it out for himself, they could talk then. After all, this behavior was simply too much. Flaunting their relationship every day, without the slightest regard for their friends' feelings. So, let them deal with the consequences themselves. Lin, he chatted with the two of them for a while, and then left the dormitory. With a rare bit of free time, he naturally wanted to go out and enjoy a little solo celebration. A personal celebration meant treating himself to double portions at a high-end restaurant, spending time on his computer or game console, and then catching a movie he'd been wanting to watch. He could even buy 2 servings of cola and popcorn, just for himself. He'd use the budget meant for 2 people, but enjoy it all alone. This had practically become Lin Yi's Sunday ritual. Come to think of it, the last time he ran into Bai Ling was during one of these solo celebrations. He just finished watching a movie when a flurry of unexpected events unfolded, and somehow, he ended up acquiring his system, something he still found incredible. But as soon as Lin walked out of the school gates, a WeChat message arrived that instantly scrapped his plans for a solo celebration. The message wasn't from just anyone. It was from Guan Xiaochuang, the very same Guan Xiaochuang whom he'd saved using Doctor Strange powers. They hadn't spoken in all this time, so Lin, he had no idea why she was reaching out to him now. He opened WeChat to read the message. Just recovered from my illness. I absolutely have to thank you properly. Where are you now? I'll drive over to pick you up and show you my gratitude. Lin thought about it for a moment, then decided to call her directly through WeChat. Guan Xiaochuang, like I said before, you don't need to thank me, so there's really no need for you to come. Honestly, Lin wanted to say he was planning a solo celebration. If she came, how could he enjoy it? I know Dr. Lin isn't interested in money, and I'm not trying to pay you back. That would be far too tacky. Instead, I want to take you out and show you a good time in Tianhai City. Lin Yi's lips twitched. Show him a good time in Tianhai City? She might as well be tacky and just give him money. Really, there's no need. If you refuse, you'll be hurting my feelings. In the end, Lin, he had no choice but to agree. From the tone of her messages, it was clear she wouldn't take no for an answer. She was determined to take him out for some fun. Lin, he was quite unimpressed. Have fun in Tianhai City? Was there really anything new to see? He'd lived here for ages. There wasn't a place he hadn't visited, so what exactly could she show him? But since it had come to this, he couldn't very well refuse, so he sent her his location. Lin, he expected he'd have to wait a while. But to his surprise, less than 5 minutes later, 2 Lamborghinis drifted to a stop right in front of him. Afterwards, Guan Xiaochuang, along with her 2 bodyguards dressed in black, Little Meng and Little AI, who had left a deep impression on Lin last time, also stepped out of the car. Dr. Lin, long time no see. Lin ignored Guan Xiaochuang and instead gazed at the 2 Lamborghinis, visibly excited. Each of these cars must be worth at least 10 million, right? He'd only ever seen them in movies and TV dramas before. Rarely did anyone actually drive one in real life. Guan Xiaochuang smiled and said, Dr. Lin, of these 2 cars, which one do you like? Whichever you want, I'll give it to you. Lin, he felt a flicker of temptation. After all, cars are a man's best friend, and no man could truly claim not to like them. He hadn't yet reached a state of complete detachment from worldly desires. But these were not just any cars. They were luxury sports cars, far too valuable. He decided it was better to pass. He liked cars, certainly, but he preferred to earn the money himself and buy one through his own efforts. So he shook his head and replied, "No, thanks. I don't need one. You should keep them for yourself." Guan Xiaochuang was momentarily taken aback, then burst out laughing. "I knew Dr. Lin wasn't an ordinary man. Of course, you wouldn't accept a car as a gift, so I never really intended to give you one." He could see right through her. Did she really think he would refuse if she were truly sincere? There was no real intention in the offer. Clearly, Lin Yi's excuses were just that. Excuses. That was the real reason behind his refusal. Guan Xiaochuang beamed and said, "Even if you don't want one, you can at least take one for a spin. Pick whichever you like. I'll send you the address where we're headed, and we can drive there together." Lin Yi nodded slightly. This sounded good. At the very least, he'd get to experience what it was like to drive a supercar, and of course, he was more than willing. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll take the red one. It's a bit flashier. I like that." "Great. Little Meng, little AI, and I will take the blue one. Let's go." Lin Yi slid into the car and sank into the seat. It was surprisingly comfortable, and with the convertible top, he imagined it would be truly exhilarating to cruise down the road. He started the engine, and the throaty roar was utterly captivating, leaving Lin Yi completely enchanted. Soon, he drove the red Lamborghini out onto the street, though it wasn't long before he was caught in traffic. Oddly enough, this turned out to be a good thing. With the supercar idling there, he immediately caught the attention of several women in nearby cars, who started casting him flirtatious glances. Truth be told, Lin Yi owned a vehicle himself, just a little scooter. When he drove his scooter and got stuck in traffic, women would look at him too, but instead of batting their eyes, they would just roll them in disdain. That memory made Lin Yi feel a little indignant, so he simply acted aloof and ignored the admiring glances. Once the traffic cleared, Lin Yi's car surged forward, speeding down the road. Before long, he followed Guan Xiaochuang and the others to their destination, Tianqi Bar. Lin Yi had never even heard of this bar, so instinctively he thought it must be terrible. Of course, it's not that he's been to every bar in Tianqi City, but if a bar is any good, at the very least he would have heard of it. Sometimes a person needs to let loose and party at a bar, even if it's a party of one. But honestly, he never heard the name Tianqi Bar before. That really killed his interest. He'd rather just keep driving. Guan Xiaochuang could tell Lin he wasn't interested. She thought for a moment and said, "Dr. Lin, you've never been here before?" "Nope, never even heard of it." "Isn't that a sign it's pretty lousy?" "Ahem, actually it's not lousy at all. It's a great place. Since you've never been, it's the perfect chance to experience it." Lin Yi shrugged, stifled a yawn, and replied, "I doubt I'll be interested. Let's just have a quick look. Once we're done, I want to head back." Guan Xiaochuang nodded, leaving Xiao Meng and Xiao AI behind, and led Lin Yi into the Tianqi Bar. And then Lin Yi stepped into a world beyond imagination. For a moment, he almost wanted to admit, this place was incredible. The main hall stretched wide, with people dressed in all kinds of outfits, sipping drinks and relaxing, some in spacesuits, some in anime costumes, some in leather jackets, and even some cruising around on scooters, touring the place. Looking up from the hall, you could see at least a dozen, maybe 20 floors, all dedicated to entertainment. So, this Tianqi Bar called itself a bar, but in truth, it was an entertainment kingdom with everything you could imagine. Clearly, anything was possible here. Anime, music, futuristic technology, all could be experienced under one roof. No wonder Lin Yi was so surprised. Instantly, he forgot his drowsiness. A complete turnaround from his earlier mood, though he had to admit it was a bit embarrassing to be proven wrong so quickly. Guan Xiaochuang touched her nose and explained, "This is Tianqi Bar, but it's members only. Ordinary people can't just walk in." The corners of Lin Yi's mouth lifted in realization. No wonder he'd never heard of it before. It was all kept exclusive to members. Guan Xiaochuang handed him a red VIP card and said, "This is all set up for you. From now on, if you want to come here or bring your friends, just show this card. You can do whatever you want here. Everything's free." Lin Yi was astonished. Everything here is free? Even the food? What about shopping? Of course. Although most people don't actually buy much, they come to play and have fun. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't think it was an exaggeration at all. This place seemed to offer everything, and best of all, it was all free. Eat what you want, play what you want, buy what you want. Everything was free. Just imagining it, this was paradise. Even though he hadn't started playing yet, Lin Yi already felt like he could spend a whole year here. He thought to himself, why leave it all? He might as well stay and slowly enjoy everything this place had to offer. Guan Xiaochuang pondered for a moment and said, "All right, Dr. Lin, what do you most want to do?" I have a detailed guide map of the place. Whatever you want to try, you could go directly to the right floor and area. Otherwise, if you explore floor by floor, it would take at least 3 or 4 days, and it's easy to get lost. He cleared his throat. This place was truly extraordinary. The scale was almost unimaginable. He couldn't help but wonder who could afford to run such a lavish place. Is there a Marvel exhibit? I'd like to check it out, though I doubt it. I haven't seen any Marvel fans in the main hall, He said casually, not seriously expecting there to be one. To his surprise, Guan Xiaochuang nodded and replied, "Let me check. Yes, there's a Marvel zone on the 7th floor. We can take the mobility shuttle up." Lin Yi's eyes lit up. There really was one. Still, he was a bit puzzled. That thing doesn't seem to need an elevator. Wouldn't it be easier to just walk? The shuttle can't fit in an elevator, but that's because there are no elevators here at all. Just follow me, Dr. Lin. At first, Linny didn't quite get what she meant, but soon they arrived at a rainbow-colored track. Supposedly, this track let the mobility shuttles travel between all the floors. You could tour the entire place without ever leaving the shuttle, making the experience remarkably convenient. This was Lin Yi's first time encountering such a design. No elevators, just one continuous indoor track. It replaced the entire elevator system. Although the route was a bit longer, winding its way upward, the unique design was a feature in itself. Plus, the mobility shuttle meant you wouldn't get tired, so the whole experience felt more like sightseeing. The minor inconvenience was easily overlooked given the novelty. Lin Yi's excitement grew as he rode the mobility shuttle along the rainbow track. Guan Xiaochuang smiled and followed alongside him on her own shuttle. Before long, they arrived at the Marvel exhibit. The place was filled with models and statues of the superheroes. Everything looked incredibly lifelike, from Black Widow and Iron Man to Ant-Man and Thanos. The sight thrilled Lin Yi, and he eagerly snapped photos with each of the statues. Guan Xiaochuang glanced at Lin Yi, smiling. It said there's something special here. Would you like to experience it, Dr. Lin? Since you're a Marvel fan, I think you'll be interested. Naturally, Lin Yi nodded, signaling his enthusiasm. So, Guan Xiaochuang led him over to a particular machine. Attached to the machine was a golden glove, studded with 6 gleaming gems. Before Lin Yi could say anything, Guan Xiaochuang explained, if you want to experience what it feels like to snap your fingers, you can put on these gloves and give it a try. And to make it even more interesting, it's best if you wear these 5D glasses at the same time. Delighted, Lin Yi didn't hesitate. He put on the golden glove and the 5D glasses. Instantly, he felt a surge of electricity sweep through him. Through the glasses, he could also see dazzling special effects radiating from the glove, rippling up his arm in a rainbow of colors. To his surprise, it really did feel a bit like the real thing. The electric current wasn't that strong, just a mild sting, but visually it was wildly exaggerated, with lightning crackling and flashing along his arm. The spectacle was so convincing, it gave him the illusion that he was being struck by a powerful current. With a flutter of nervous excitement, Lin Yi tried to snap his fingers, only to discover there was resistance. The glove wouldn't let him do it easily. He summoned all his strength, veins standing out on his arms, and his face contorted with effort, until finally, he managed to snap his fingers. At that very moment, the glove automatically detached itself, adding a touch of futuristic flair. There's a camera on this machine, Guan Xiaochuang said. It recorded your entire snapping process. Do you want to watch it? Lin Yi cleared his throat and agreed. After using the machine, he looked at the monitor and saw himself, a goofy figure in gloves, pulling all sorts of pained expressions, especially the part where he struggled for ages to snap his fingers. Looking so dramatically over the top, it was almost like he was acting. By the end, his face was twisted into a comical grimace. In any case, he looked nothing like a normal person. Lin Yi twitched his lips. Without the 5D glasses, he realized, anyone watching from the outside would just see him flailing around like a fool. Yet from his own perspective, it had all looked so cool, with special effects and everything. He thought he was completely normal. He'd even felt pretty good about himself. Who would have guessed it would look like this? Dr. Lin, do you want me to send the video to your email so you can enjoy it later? Lin Yi shook his head. No thanks, what's there to enjoy? It just looked ridiculous. Still, he had to admit, it was actually a lot of fun, just like stepping right into a movie. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, but Lin Yi found himself reluctant to leave. Still, he wanted to explore the other areas. After all, if just the Marvel section was this entertaining, the other zones had to be worth checking out too. Is there a hot spring area here? I'd love to soak for a bit. If not, that's fine. We can always play elsewhere. It was just a whimsical thought. Lin Yi didn't really expect there to be a hot spring in a place like this. To his surprise, Guan Xiaochuang replied, of course there is, but it's in the backyard outdoors. The scenery is actually quite nice. They've recreated the world's finest hot spring environment. So if Dr. Lin wants to enjoy a soak, you're more than welcome. Lin, he couldn't help but be amazed. There really was a hot spring here. Was there anything this place didn't have? Lin, Yi, and Guan Xiaochuang promptly made their way to the open-air hot spring area. The surroundings were truly delightful. Cherry blossom trees were in bloom, accompanied by all sorts of vibrant flowers. A small artificial stream ran through the middle, encircling the entire open-air bath. The hot spring facilities were divided into men's and women's sections. The only slight disappointment was that mixed bathing was not allowed, which Lin Yi found a bit of shame. Guan Xiaochuang noticed Lin Yi's regret and said, "Of course mixed bathing between men and women is not permitted. But for some guests with particular needs, we've prepared monkeys, dogs, and cats, all female. If you bring one of these pets with you, isn't that technically mixed bathing? So, Dr. Lin, would you like me to bring you one? You can choose whichever you prefer." What on earth? Is that even allowed? Does this really count as mixed bathing? Lin Yi quickly shook his head, declining the offer. He would much rather soak alone. He didn't choose the large communal spring to bathe with Guan Xiaochuang. He had no interest in sharing with other men. Instead, he opted for a private room. It wasn't very big, but it was just right for him. As he sank into the hot water, the fatigue of the entire day seemed to evaporate with the steam. It was a wonderful feeling. Lin Yi felt completely relaxed. He soaked for quite a while before leaving the hot spring to take a shower. That refreshing sensation was simply unbeatable. Afterward, they visited the underwater restaurant and the 5-star luxury suites, among other spots. Thus Lin Yi wrapped up his day of indulgence. But of course, there was still more fun to come the next day. He'd barely scratched the surface. He hadn't even experienced a tenth of what the place had to offer. However, Guan Xiaochuang mentioned that he had some matters to attend to and wouldn't be able to keep Lin Yi company. Perhaps Xiaoming and Xiaoai could accompany him instead. Lin Yi quickly shook his head, better not. Cute as their names were, they were still burly men at heart. So, reluctantly, he decided to leave the Tianchi bar for the time being and head back. There was always time to come again. After all, he now had a membership card for the place and could visit whenever he liked. He didn't linger and returned to Tianhai University. Only after getting into the car did he realize he hadn't even had breakfast yet. So he asked the cab driver to drop him off next to a time-honored tofu pudding shop. The tofu pudding here was quite famous, though the only downside was its location, right next to a construction site. Perhaps it was for the convenience of the workers after a long shift. For a foodie like him, though, it was a bit of a hassle. It was just a little too far out of the way. But it didn't really matter. Being here was fine, and after all, the construction site had something to do with him anyway. He remembered the last time when this guy had helped out his dad, even hauling bricks all night long. Lin Yi ordered 3 big bowls, which was a bit of a tradition. Eat one, keep one as a backup for the second helping, and take the third to go. Because with really good tofu pudding, once you finish the first bowl, you're definitely going for the second. There's no way you'd let any go to waste. So you might as well order ahead and save yourself the trouble. As for the last bowl, well, if you could down 2 bowls in one sitting, taking one to go was only logical. After all, with something this delicious, it would be a shame not to bring a bowl home for later. That's why the regulars here usually order 3 bowls, not just one. This little custom was something the owner had explained to him, and Lin, he had to admit it made sense. Of course, he also suspected the owner just wanted to boost his sales, which was probably how this tradition started. Coming right up, 3 big bowls of tofu pudding. The owner's voice was as booming as ever, but Lin, he didn't mind. He waited patiently for the 3 steaming bowls to be brought out, already looking forward to a hearty meal. "Boss, 1 tofu pudding to go for me. I'll come back to eat after I finish up." Hearing this, Lin Yi's first thought was, "Buddy, you're doing it all wrong. You're supposed to order 3 bowls. 1 just isn't enough." He turned to share his wisdom with the guy. As Lin Yi turned around, his eyes met those of the man behind him. The man was dressed in construction clothes, covered in dirt. He clearly hadn't washed up yet, and was already grubby before starting work. But that wasn't the real surprise. The real shock was, this was Wang Xiao, the big brother of their dorm. What was he doing here? And by the look of it, he was working at the construction site? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, "Hey boss, what happened? How come you're working at a construction site? You never mentioned it to us." Wang Xiao seemed a little surprised to see Lin Yi too. Clearly, running into him here was the last thing he expected. "There's not much to say. Anyway, I've got to get back to work. Eat up, let's catch up sometime." Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, unable to figure this guy out. He'd always thought Wang Xiao was interning at some company, but here he was on a construction site? In his memory, Wang Xiao was the top student in their dorm. Well, all right, maybe not himself. Though he didn't like to admit it, their boss really was the best student among them. With grades like his, he could easily have landed an internship at a top company. So why was he working construction? "All right, boss, isn't Wang Xiao's tofu pudding supposed to be for takeout?" Lin Yi asked the owner offhandedly, still puzzled. The tofu stall owner glanced at Lin Yi. Are you a friend of Wang Xiu's? Lin Yi nodded. Yeah, we're good friends. Why do you ask? If you're able, please help him out. He's a devoted son, just born under a hard star. Only then did Lin Yi finally understand the situation. The tofu pudding wasn't for Wang Xiu himself, but for his mother. Every morning, Wang Xiu would reserve a serving of tofu pudding in advance. Then after work, he'd take it to the hospital for his mother. She loved tofu pudding more than anything, while he himself would just chew on a plain steamed bun in the morning and call it breakfast. Wang Xiu had grown up in a single-parent household, and now his mother had fallen seriously ill and was hospitalized. The surgery she needed cost a huge sum of money. That's why Wang Xiu worked at the construction site. Not just there, either, but juggling several jobs. After finishing at the site, he'd wait tables at night, or do whatever else he could find. Fortunately, Wang Xiu was in good health and managed to keep going, but with life like this, it was clear he had no heart left for school. Lin Yi learned all this only because one day, Wang Xiu got drunk and, by chance, poured his heart out to the uncle selling tofu pudding. After hearing the whole story, Lin Yi felt a swirl of emotions. He too came from a single-parent family and understood how precious family could be. But still, he couldn't understand. Why hadn't Wang Xiu told him any of this? Weren't they brothers? Weren't they supposed to share their burdens? And when it came to girls, well, that part didn't need to be shared. One way or another, Lin Yi was left feeling frustrated. He turned to the shop owner and asked, "Do you know how much Wang Xiu's mother's surgery is going to cost?" "Actually, not that much," the owner replied. Lin Yi nodded. "In that case, maybe he could find a way to help Wang Xiu get the money together himself." "It's just 1 or 2 million, the owner added. 1 or 2 million? How is that not a lot? To Lin Yi and his friends, that was an astronomical figure. Looking back on his earlier confidence, Lin Yi felt a bit embarrassed. Clearly, this wasn't something he could handle all by himself. It was more likely that the money would crush him, rather than the other way around. Still, even so, Lin Yi didn't plan to just stand by and do nothing. It was a massive amount, and maybe he couldn't solve it alone, but he didn't have to do it all by himself, did he? With that thought, Lin Yi lost his appetite. He asked the shopkeeper to pack up all 3 bowls of tofu pudding for Wang Xiu's mother. A small gesture, but it was something from the heart. Then he hailed a cab and left, not really sure where he was headed. Meanwhile, Wang Xiu was still hard at work on the construction site. After wolfing down his steamed bun, he prepared to get back to the job. Meals were provided at the site, but only for lunch and dinner. Breakfast wasn't covered. So, every morning, Wang Xiu made do with something simple, then filled up at noon. Otherwise, his body wouldn't hold out. Though Wang Xiu ate a lot, he truly worked like a man possessed, one man doing the work of 2 or 3. The foreman admired him greatly. If only there were a few more workers like Wang Xiu, the whole project might be finished ahead of schedule. Wang Xiu was working himself to the bone, not out of some burning passion, but because the more he worked, the more he could earn. Only by doing this could he save up enough money sooner. Even though he knew that, even after working like this for over a decade, he still might not manage to earn that much. But at least the hospital bills would be covered. At this point, he had no other choice. He could only rely on his own hard work. "Excuse me, could you open the gate? We're here to work on the site." To be honest, at first I didn't want to come, but my partner is so understanding, she talked me into it. So for love's sake, here I am. I may not be the strongest, but I'll do my best. Please don't turn me away. While Wang Xiu was still fully absorbed in his work, he had no idea that a few familiar friends had arrived at the construction site. Of course, these friends were Lin Yi, Li Yu, and Lin Zihao. They weren't here for any other reason. They had come to work as laborers, just like him. Soon, the 3 of them made their way to the foreman. The foreman said that as long as they worked hard, they could stay. Without further ado, the 3 rolled up their sleeves and grabbed wheelbarrows, ready to haul cement. It was only then that Wang Xiu noticed Lin Yi and the others, and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Why are you guys here? What are you doing? As you can see, we're here to work. Enough talking, we're busy." "That's right, don't distract me. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can go home and meet Xiulan for our date." "Finish sooner? Do you even know that the work here never ends? Don't you have any common sense?" Third, seeing these 3, Wang Xiu had no idea what they were up to. He clearly couldn't understand what they were thinking, but he didn't dwell on it. He just nodded and said, "Forget it, I won't bother with you guys. But construction work is tough. Are you sure you can handle it?" "It should be fine. It's not like I've never worked on a site before." Lin Yi's words sounded a bit hollow. Even the last time he'd worked on a construction site, he'd actually spent the whole time playing cards, while his clones did all the heavy lifting. As for Li Yu and Lin Zihao, neither said a word. They simply threw themselves into the work, determined to prove themselves by their actions. Lin Zihao pushed the wheelbarrow with all his might. using every ounce of strength he had, but the cart wouldn't budge an inch. He was working so hard his face turned bright red. Liu fared no better. After only a few steps, he tripped and fell flat on his face. Clearly, their claim that they could handle it was more than a little questionable. If anything, things looked quite the opposite. Lin Yi curled the corner of his mouth, but said nothing more. He quietly got back to work, keeping a low profile. Better to be careful, not to end up making a fool of himself like they just did. So Lin Yi didn't exactly excel, but he wasn't terrible either. His performance was just about average. Still, it left him thoroughly exhausted, and he couldn't help but wonder how their boss managed to keep going day after day. But little by little, as Lin Yi kept working, he started to grasp a certain truth. That is, when you do this kind of work regularly, your strength will definitely increase, and your overall fitness will keep improving. Of course, that seems obvious. If you spend your days working on a construction site, how could you not get stronger? How could your physical condition not improve? So Lin Yi honestly came to see this as a valuable chance to train himself. It wasn't just a temporary experience. Even without the experience card, he knew he'd need to build up a strong body if he ever wanted to be a qualified superhero. And so, they kept at it all the way through the afternoon. After a quick box lunch at noon, it was right back to work, pushing on until the day was finally done. To everyone's surprise, not only did Lin Yi make it through, Lin Zihao and Liu both saw it through to the end as well. Sure, there was a bit of slacking here and there, but for a first day, just making it to the finish line was an achievement. Then came time to settle up for the day's wages. Here, unlike other places, the pay was handed out daily, not just after the job was finished. That other way was a trap, an easy way to end up with unpaid wages. But this system, paying out day by day, felt a lot fairer. Here, your wage wasn't fixed. It depended entirely on how much work you got done in a day. The top earners could make up to 300 yuan a day. The less productive might only get a bit over 100, or even just a few dozen. Xiao Wang, here's your 300. Keep up the good work. Gooden, here's your 250. Dagua, this is your 210. Zhangji, you've got 270. Clearly, Xiao Wang deserved his place as their leader, pulling in the highest wage by far. Lin Yi and the others had to admit they respected that. After all, the guy could do the work of 3 men, so naturally, he earned that paycheck. As brothers, they were genuinely happy for him. Before long, it was Lin Yi's turn to collect his wage, and he felt a little flutter of excitement. He figured he could at least get 200. After all, he'd worked pretty hard. Lin Yi 160. Try even harder tomorrow. We believe in you. What? Hold on. Don't be so quick to say you believe in him. How is it only 160? He'd nearly worked himself to death. Surely he deserved at least 200. But the foreman explained, if you think you did well, it's just because you weren't paying attention. Look at how much work those top earners actually got done. You weren't even up to the middle standard, barely scraping by, honestly. That's exactly what this much money is worth. Lin Yi's mouth twitched in resignation. Making money was truly no easy feat. It was even harder than he'd imagined. Still, he quickly found his sense of balance and wasn't the least bit bothered by the modest sum he'd earned. 90 for Liu, 10 for Lin Zihao. Here, take it. This is all there is, so stop staring at me like that. Clearly, this was going a bit too far. Lin Zihao only made 10 yuan in a whole day, barely enough for a pack of cigarettes. And Liu hadn't fared much better. Between the two of them, they'd only made 100 yuan. What a rush. It felt like he was on top of the world. Lin Yi suddenly felt that making 160 yuan in one go was something truly impressive. Liu and Lin Zihao both wore gloomy expressions, unwilling to say a single word. This was just too much. How can anyone treat people like this? The injustice ignited a fire in both of them. So, you want to push us around, huh? The two of us only made 100 yuan, and one of us didn't even make more than a pack of cigarettes. They both made up their minds. Tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that. They were going to earn more, no matter what. That's right, they weren't just here for a day on a whim. They were planning to stick this out for a while. After the three of them got their earnings, none of them hesitated for a second. They handed over all 260 yuan straight to their big brother. Wang Qiu hurriedly waved his hands. What are you doing? This is your own hard-earned money. Why are you giving it to me? Lin Yi Simirkit. What? Is it too little for your taste? You looking down on us? That's not what I meant. Then stop making a fuss and just take it. We're brothers, aren't we? You need money. And sure, we might not have much ourselves, but we've got time on our hands. Helping you out is the least we can do. Lin Zihao nodded in agreement. Exactly. For the next while, whatever we make working together goes to you. It's just our way of showing we care. 10 yuan guy, you can stop talking now. Your care isn't even as big as a mung bean. Liu teased him. Just wait. Tomorrow I'm definitely going to beat you, and then I'll beat the rest of you too. Lin Zihao snorted, refusing to back down. Before long, the two of them were bickering again. If they hadn't been so exhausted, they probably would have started a scuffle. Watching them, Wang Chio's eyes reddened. He quickly turned away to wipe his tears. Lin, he just smiled. None of them pressed Wang Chio to talk. If he wanted to share, he would. If not, that was fine too. They just focused on doing what they could for him. Over the years, every single one of them had caused their big brother plenty of trouble. Whenever something happened, he rarely said much, but he always showed up when they needed him. Lin, he remembered a time when he'd gotten a fever in the middle of the night while camping out, with no cell signal. It was their big brother who carried him on his back, searching everywhere for a hospital. That was something he would never forget. It wasn't just him. When Lin Zihao mysteriously ran out of money, probably because he'd had to pay protection fees, the big guy would secretly cook hometown specialties in the dorm for Lin Zihao, so he wouldn't go hungry. Although, in the end, they got caught and weren't allowed to cook anymore. As for Liu, that guy was always trying to show off and flirt with girls, only to end up getting beaten up by their boyfriends. Every time something like that happened, it was always the big guy who'd go over, get even, and give those guys a taste of their own medicine. Only then did Liu feel things were fair. So, you could say that all of them had received King Chio's help before, and now, of course, they would help him in return. Whether it was because they liked to meddle, or just pretended to be reluctant on the surface, or even if they couldn't actually do much, none of them would stand by and do nothing. Otherwise, that would be heartless, and that just wasn't who they were. After King Chio calmed himself down, he told everyone about his mother being discharged from the hospital. He didn't hide anything anymore. Lin Yi and the others immediately offered to call their families and wire over some money if needed. But King Chio firmly refused, saying things were fine for now and that he would figure something else out if necessary. So, over the next few days, Lin Yi and the others continued working at the construction site with King Chio. From the initial paycheck of just over 100 yuan, Lin Yi managed to increase his daily earnings to 200 yuan. Of course, that was just Lin Zihao and Liu were still about the same as before. They'd made some progress, but not much. In fact, they had already given up, mainly because the work was too exhausting. They just couldn't handle it. It had drained them completely. Lin, he was speechless. Are you guys really this fragile? He was working right alongside them, after all, so how come he wasn't falling apart like they were? Still, even if he was the only one left, it didn't matter. If he could help King Chio earn a bit more, then he'd do just that. With both their wages combined, they could make around 500 yuan a day, a pretty decent sum. At the same time, Lin noticed his physical strength had improved a bit. It wasn't a huge difference, but it was something, and to him, that was a good thing. One day, as usual, Lin Yi arrived at the construction site, ready to start another day's work. But to his surprise, King Chio didn't show up, which made Lin Yi wonder if he'd been stood up. That's not cool. How could you not show up yourself? Am I just supposed to work here alone? But clearly, Lin Yi was mistaken. Although King Chio hadn't come, a phone call soon came in, explaining the situation. Lin Yi, my mom's condition has gotten worse. The hospital says she needs immediate surgery. Otherwise, she might not make it. What am I going to do? I don't have any options left. It was clear that Wang Chio hadn't expected the surgery to come so soon. She thought there was still some time left. Lin Yi frowned slightly. If they really were going ahead with the surgery, then all the money they'd managed to earn recently would be a mere drop in the bucket, nowhere near enough. But facing Wang Chio's mother in such a crisis, he simply couldn't turn a blind eye. So he simply said, now's not the time to worry about pride. This is a matter of life and death. Let's both try to think of a way, all right? Borrow from anyone you can. Just try. There be a way. I'm hanging up now. If I manage to get the money, I'll have them transfer it to you. With that, Lin Yi ended the call. He knew Wang Chio would never let him meddle too much, but things had reached a point where her feelings couldn't be his first concern. Saving a life was what mattered most. Still, who could he borrow money from? Lin Yi's first thought went to his own father, Lin Sishu. Without hesitation, he dialed the number. Hey, Dad, something's come up here. Could you lend me some money? Lin Yi got straight to the point. What happened? You didn't get some girl? Oh, come on. You can't do that, son. If she's pregnant, you let her have the baby and take good care of her. Otherwise, don't call me your father anymore. Clearly, Lin Sishu's imagination was as wild as ever. Lin Yi hadn't said anything specific, yet his dad's mind had already jumped to that conclusion. Talk about impressive. Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips. No, Dad, you've got it all wrong. It's for a buddy of mine. His family's in trouble and needs money. Oh, that's the case? So how much do you need? Whatever you can give, I'll take. You? Now that's just too much. Who bullies their old man like this? Lin Yi kafut akardli. Well, if he couldn't lean on his own dad, then who could he lean on? Besides, he figured his dad was the one person who could lend him the most. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, so long that in the end, the call just cut off. Now Lin Yi was left embarrassed. Did it really have to be like this? He thought his dad would bail him out with a big sum, but instead he'd just hung up. What was that supposed to mean? Not a single cent. Lin Yi grumbled inwardly at his father's stinginess. But just then, Lin Sishu called back. Sorry, you startled me for a second there. My hand slipped, so I hung up by accident. I get it now. If you called a few days earlier, I could have given you more, but I just invested a bunch of money in another project yesterday, so there's not much in the checking account right now. But I still have some savings, about 800,000. I don't know if that's enough, but it's all I've got. Send me the account number, and I'll wire it over for you. If it's my son's friend, I trust him. Lin was taken aback for a moment. It seemed he had been overthinking things. His dad was still the most reliable one after all. Although there was still quite a gap to the 800,000, it was already a decent amount. So he thanked Lin Sishu and handed over the account details. Now he still needed over $1 million. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and then called Bai Ling. Bai Ling, do you have any money right now? Could you lend me some? As much as you're able. I'll pay you back soon. I only have 5,000 yuan at the moment. Do you need a lot? I can help you borrow a bit more if you want. Bai Ling replied while glancing at her computer, nibbling on snacks. She didn't ask too many questions about why Lin Yi needed the money. That's not enough. How much can you possibly pull together? Lin Yi felt a little shameless, asking a girl to lend him money, and then even pressing her for how much she could get. But what could he do? Dignity had to take a back seat. At most, 20,000, but I'll have to ask around to see if I can. All right, sorry for the trouble. Once you get the money, just transfer it to this account. Next, Lin Yi contacted Lin Ziheo and Li Yu. These two couldn't even match what Bai Ling could manage. Each could only come up with 10,000. So together, that made 20,000. Still, Lin Yi could understand. After all, they were students. Not everyone's parents were as indulgent as his own, willing to let him do as he pleased. Besides, one had a bit of money, but it all went to paying protection fees. The other, whenever he had cash, would spend on girls. And lately, he'd started dating someone. Lin Yi reached out to some other classmates he knew, and altogether, he managed to borrow another 10,000. Basically, he was getting 1,000 or 2 from each, sometimes just a few hundred. Most of them weren't that close to him, so the fact they lent him anything at all was already pretty generous. So, with 30,000 here, plus Bai Ling's 20,000, that made 50,000 in total. Add to that his dad's 800,000, and Lin, he had just 85,000 altogether. Lin, he felt a headache coming on. He knew Wang Qiu wouldn't be able to lend him much. At most, with what she'd earned recently, maybe 10 or 20,000. That meant he still had to handle the bulk of it himself. Left with no other choice, Lin, he decided to approach Niu Mingming. They weren't exactly close, but that wasn't the point. The key was that this girl seemed to have quite a background. Otherwise, she wouldn't act so brash. She had to have money, and if she had money, it was worth a shot. Lin Yi, you're looking for me? What's up? Don't tell me you want to go somewhere with me? I'm up for it. You're overthinking it. I'm here to borrow some money. Ahem, all right then. To be honest, if it were anyone else, I'd just block them. I hate lending money. People never pay it back. But you're different. So, how much do you need? Well, that was something. Lin Yi really did have some face here. Shameless as ever, he said. I'll take whatever you have. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the call dropped. Well, maybe her hand slipped. She'd probably call back soon. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Niu Mingming called. She truly was just like her father, no different at all. I only have 200,000 on hand. If you need it, I can lend you all of it. Pay me back whenever you can. I'm not in a rush. By the way, if you're really strapped for cash, I suggest you go find our new tough lady teacher. She's even richer than I am. I'm dirt poor, seriously. Of course, if you're not afraid of getting beaten up, haha. You call yourself broke? Then what does that make him utterly destitute? Lin Yi quickly sent his account details to Niu Mingming, and at the same time, he really did start thinking about asking Jiang Shui for help. But the problem was, she looked so fierce. Would she really lend him money? Lin Yi decided not to worry about that for now, and called Jiang Shui anyway. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Ms. Jiang Shui, is there something you need? Why are you calling me? It's nothing, really. If there's nothing, then get back to your studies. You're a student. Your studies should come first, understand? Well, actually there's something. Then say it. Could you lend me some money? What's the reason? If you don't have a good reason, don't even think about it. Who knows what you want the money for? With no other choice, Lin Yi explained the whole situation to Jiang Shui. After all, there was nothing to hide. After hearing him out, Jiang Shui replied right away, not bad. That's exactly how you should treat your classmates. Good kid. So how much do you need? I can lend it to you. Would 500,000 be okay? Sure. Just give me his account info, and I'll transfer the money directly to him. Wow, that was easier than expected. If he'd known, he would have asked for even more. But Jiang Shui hung up as soon as she finished speaking, and Lin, he felt it would be awkward to call her back. 1,550,000? That should just about do it, but maybe you should borrow a bit more, just in case. But who else could he ask to cover the rest? Lin Yi pondered for a while, then instinctively reached into his pocket for a cigarette. Instead of his smokes, his fingers brushed against a VIP card. Seeing the card, Lin Yi suddenly remembered. Wasn't he also acquainted with Guan Xiaochuang? Of all the people he knew, Guan Xiaochuang was by far the wealthiest. How had he not thought of him before? He'd completely slipped his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed Guan Xiaochuang's number. Dr. Lin? What's up? Lin Yi got straight to the point. Could you lend me some money? My friend's mother is in the hospital for surgery, and we need cash urgently. Guan Xiaochuang paused before asking, which hospital? The first hospital. Look, don't ask too many questions. Just tell me, can you lend me the money or not? Nope. Ha. You won't lend me the money, and you're still laughing. What kind of person are you? He really thought the other party would agree readily and generously, but it turns out the richer someone is, the stingier they become. Truly, saving this guy was a waste. All right, I get it. I shouldn't have bothered you. Well, I'll let you get back to your work. I'm hanging up now. Dr. Lin, you've misunderstood. It's not that I don't want to lend you money. It's just that right now, I'm with Elder Nyo. After he overheard what was going on, he insisted I shouldn't lend it to you. Lin, he was taken aback for a moment. Elder Nyo? Wasn't that the old man he met at the hospital last time? But this made no sense to Lin Yi. He was asking to borrow money from Guan Xiaochuang, not from this old man. Why should it matter whether he agreed or not? Still, it looked like Guan Xiaochuang really listened to the old man. Lin Yi smirked and was about to hang up. Since they weren't going to lend the money, what was the point in dragging this out? Just as Lin Yi was about to end the call, Elder Nyo snatched the phone from Guan Xiaochuang. It's been a while, young friend. Are you feeling pretty angry right now? Well, isn't that obvious? If he wasn't angry, would he be delighted? What do you think? Since you won't lend me the money, there's nothing more to say. After all, it's your money. Whether or not you lend it is entirely up to you. Actually, let me tell you the truth. I'm one of the shareholders of First Hospital, actually the second largest shareholder, so I do have some say in things. Huh? Are you done bragging? If that's all, I'll hang up now. I still have things to do. Stop bothering me. Elder Nyo's lips twitched. Was this kid really that dense? Was he not getting the hint at all? And now he was even snapping at him. Good grief. Absolutely no manners, especially toward an elder. So Elder Nyo finally burst out. I wouldn't let Guan Xiaochuang lend you money because I didn't want you to owe him a favor. He's more than willing to help, and it's not like he's short on cash. But Guan Xiaochuang, can't you see? My point is, if Guan Xiaochuang doesn't lend you money, then you don't owe him anything. As for me, I happen to like you, so naturally I'll help you. Isn't it about First Hospital, with your friend's mother being hospitalized? Do you really think if I say the word, the hospital won't waive the fees for your friend's family? So why even bother borrowing money? Yet you still snap at me. That's just too much. Whoa, so that's what he meant. He really hadn't realized. But honestly, isn't this old guy being a bit dramatic? Lin, he wasn't even that harsh, and look at how worked up he got, acting like a kid himself. I see. Then it was all a misunderstanding. Let me apologize, all right? No, I want a hug and a kiss and to be lifted high. Bah, what I want is for you to agree to one thing. Ahem, please go ahead. I can give the hospital a heads up, but you must make time to meet with me. I want to discuss some medical topics with you. Don't try to make excuses to avoid it anymore. Okay. So what's your friend's name? I'll call them right now. All right, got it. And stop borrowing money from all over the place. Just return what you borrowed. Leave the problem with the old man to me. I'll take care of it. After hanging up the phone, Guan Xiaochuang found he could no longer enjoy tea with old Nyo. How could he drink it now? Wasn't this going too far? He was being openly slapped in the face, guarded against, and old Nyo had even said things to Lin Yi that should never have been said. He'd nearly spelled everything out. Old Nyo, isn't this a bit much? I was only giving you face by not lending money to Dr. Lin. Otherwise, he would have owed me a favor. That's an opportunity for me. But now, thanks to you, it's all gone. Guan Xiaochuang looked at old Nyo, utterly speechless. Ahem. Old Nyo felt a little embarrassed too. He'd gotten too worked up and blurted out everything. He supposed it wasn't fair to Guan Xiaochuang. But he wasn't afraid of Guan Xiaochuang. He said, just treat it as me being ridiculous, haha. Guan Xiaochuang's mouth twitched. In this whole Tianhai city, only old Nyo could so happily ruin his prospects and laugh it off without a care. But he really had no way to deal with this old man. He could only say, then why don't you replace Lin Yi and join my family instead? Wouldn't that be even better? In your dreams, go play somewhere else. Thanks to old Nyo's help, Lin Yi sent a message to everyone he had previously called, letting them know he no longer needed to borrow money. This was a relief for him. Otherwise, borrowing so much would have left him in a tough spot. His own father might have understood, but it would have been hard to repay the others. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi headed straight to the First Hospital. Although old Nyo had said he would handle it, Lin Yi still felt uneasy. He needed to see things for himself before he could truly relax. When Lin Yi arrived at the hospital, he quickly spotted Wang Qiu and asked directly, how did it go? Was the surgery done? They did the surgery. I told them we hadn't scraped together enough money, but the doctor just asked if I was Wang Xiu. I said yes, and the doctor said that was all that mattered. The surgery would be free, even the hospital stay afterward wouldn't cost a cent. Old for, do you think this might be some kind of scam? Or am I dreaming? Lin, he cleared his throat. Old Nyo really was something else. He'd solved the problem with just a word. But Lin, he didn't plan to explain anything to Wang Xiu. He simply said, it shouldn't be a scam. This is a reputable hospital, and you're definitely not dreaming. With that, Lin, he gave Wang Xiu a good slap on the head, leaving him dazed and confused. Clearly, this was no dream. Lin, he continued. So really, there's no need to overthink it. It's just that you're such a good person, so consider it free of charge. You and your mother just need to stay in a hospital and rest. Wang Xiu wanted to say something more, but at that moment, the doctor emerged from the operating room. Wang Xiu immediately tensed up, hurried over, and grabbed the doctor's hand. Doctor, how is my mother? The doctor glanced at both Lin Yi and Wang Xiu, a hint of a smile in his eyes. She's fine. The surgery went very smoothly. After a period of observation in the hospital, she'll be able to go home. Really? That's wonderful. Wang Xiu blurted out, then rushed into the operating room, unable to contain her excitement. Soon, the sound of sobbing could be heard from inside, along with a woman's voice speaking softly. Lin Yi gazed at the operating room, and suddenly an image flashed before his eyes. Years ago, he too had stood outside an operating room, waiting and watching from afar. He shook his head gently. A mother is the one who loves you most in this world. Treasure your good fortune and happiness while you have it, for once some things are lost, they're gone forever. Regret serves no purpose. Lin, he didn't disturb them. He knew they had many things to say to each other. So he quietly took his leave. Once outside the hospital, he let out a long breath. At last, this ordeal was over, and tomorrow he wouldn't have to do hard labor anymore. He could finally attend classes in peace, indulge in a little heroism now and then, take on the occasional quest to level up, and live the kind of life he'd always wished for. But just then, his eyelids suddenly began to twitch uncontrollably, not the left but the right. He remembered his father once telling him an old saying, a twitch in the left, I means fortune, in the right, I means disaster. Usually, when his right eye twitched, something bad was bound to happen soon. Ding! Mission alert. An S-level danger mission is approaching. Host, please be ready at all times. Ugh, come on. So, trouble really was brewing. But what on earth is an S-level mission? Weren't the previous ones just D-level and C-level? Now it's jumped straight to S-level. Are they just trying to mess with him? Linyi svalo it nervously. What exactly is the mission? Don't you know? And what does S-level even mean? No specifics at the moment. This is just an early warning. No concrete details until the mission actually appears. As for what S-level means, simply put, it's a crisis with the potential to wipe out the universe. The greatest disaster in history. Ever since Lin Yi learned that an S-level mission was looming, he'd been on edge, seeing potential danger everywhere he looked. A man stealing a seat from an old lady? Could be an S-level crisis. A high schooler snatching candy from a grade schooler? Maybe another S-level threat. Yet in the days that followed, nothing at all happened. Everything was calm. Still, Lin Yi didn't let his guard down. Always ready and on alert. Since even the system said so, an S-level mission was bound to appear sooner or later. Given his abilities, even D-level tasks put some pressure on him, let alone the highest S-level ones. Yet Lin, he couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Were these missions really assigned so randomly? Weren't S-level missions supposed to only show up at the very end? For it to appear so early, it really felt like a trap. Lin, he shook his head. With a major battle looming, physical fitness was his greatest asset, so he kept training his body, running every day, doing squats, sit-ups, and the like. When faced with a crisis of that magnitude, he knew it probably wouldn't help much, but all he could do now was make himself as strong as possible. Still, Linny was on edge, but life at school went on as usual. Flirting, studying, joining club activities. Everyone played their part. One day, even he, along with Li Yu and Lin Ziheo, were grabbing lunch together in the cafeteria. As for why Wang Xiu wasn't there, she was still at the hospital, looking after her mother, so naturally she hadn't come back yet, leaving just the three of them eating together, a bit forlorn. Hey, have you guys thought about where you want to intern? We're in our junior year now. Time to start thinking about the future, Lin Ziheo brought up. Nope, doesn't really matter to me, Li Yu replied lazily. I'm just here to kill time, planning to spend my days at school living the sweet life. After I graduate, I'll just have a kid, roll my wedding and graduation ceremony into one. The thought of it gets me all excited. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Don't tell him your bride is Qiulan. She's not exactly equipped to give you monkeys, is she? Lin Yi could tell immediately that Li Yu was just spouting nonsense, completely divorced from reality. But since he hadn't figured out where to intern either, he simply let the topic slide. Casually, he said, "Let's not talk about that. Here's a question. If you could pick any superhero, who would you want to be?" I already asked our boss before, and he said he liked Captain America. "Hulk, I guess. My body's way too weak. Wouldn't mind being a bit stronger," Lin Zaheo replied, giving Lin Yi's question some serious thought. Liu, however, just curled his lip. "You've just watched too many Marvel movies. What's the point of picking one? It's just a pipe dream. You'd be better off figuring out how to flirt with girls. That's the real skill. Don't be so childish." Lin Yi's mouth twitched again. "And flirting isn't childish? Cut the crap. Just pick one. Who would you choose?" "Fine, then Spider-Man. But honestly, I'd rather be Superman. Then I could wear my underwear inside out." Lin Yi stared, momentarily at a loss for words. In the end, he just ignored him and dug into his meal, eating in big hearty mouthfuls. But just at that moment, the ground began to tremble, sending waves of panic through everyone in the cafeteria. Someone quickly realized what was happening and shouted, "It's an earthquake. Get out of here now." The sudden quake threw Lin Yi and the others into confusion. As soon as people understood, they didn't hesitate. They rushed for the exits, desperate to escape. Students crowded together in their haste, anxiety written on every face. They jostled and pushed, but the throng was so dense that no one could get out quickly. Even the cafeteria workers, uncles and aunties, abandoned their posts. Spotting open windows, they nimbly climbed out, not caring since it was only the ground floor. It wouldn't be dangerous. Lin Yi, however, wasn't nearly as quick-witted. He simply joined the mass of students, pressing forward with the crowd toward the exit. But with everyone pushing and shoving, there was no way out in time. Besides, earthquakes rarely last long. And in the blink of an eye, the entire cafeteria collapsed, burying everyone inside beneath a mountain of rubble. It wasn't just the cafeteria. The teaching buildings, the library, the dormitories, all crumbled one after another, unable to withstand the quake. And it wasn't only Tianhai University. The entire city of Tianhai suffered the same catastrophe. People everywhere fled in terror. Some were lucky enough to escape, while others, tragically, were trapped under the ruins. Whether they lived or died was uncertain. Lin Yi had no idea how much time had passed. It was only when rescue workers finally pulled him, Lin Zaheo, Liu, and the others out from under the debris that he realized he was safe. Leading the rescue was none other than Song Mingqi, a face Lin Yi recognized. But this time, Song Mingqi hadn't come in search of some mysterious master. She was here to save lives. She didn't exchange a word with Lin Yi, nor did she try to reconnect. They were all focused on the rescue operation. The entire city of Tianhai had suffered devastating losses in the earthquake, and the area Song Mingqi was in charge of happened to include Tianhai University. Lin Yi had no time to dwell on her presence. He glanced at his own injuries and realized he'd gotten off relatively lightly, except for one arm that seemed dislocated, throbbing with pain. "I'm all right. Are you guys okay?" Lin Yi asked, turning to Lin Zaheo and Liu. "I'm fine. Just got my leg pinned by a rock, but nothing too serious otherwise." Liu looked to be in much the same shape as Lin Yi. But as for Lin Zaheo, well, that was another story. Though he hadn't said a word and was still standing, blood streamed down from his head, making it clear he was far from unscathed. I'm okay too. I could still walk a couple of steps." Lin Zaheo tried to prove his point by taking 2 steps, but almost immediately, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Worried, Lin Yi told Liu to stay put, then hoisted Lin Zaheo onto his back and set out in search of a doctor. He knew if he didn't act fast, things could get much worse. If they needed anything, they could just call, and Liu nodded in agreement. With one arm, Lin Yi hoisted Lin Zaheo onto his back and began to make his way, step by step, across the campus now strewn with debris and echoing with cries. Although the entire police force of Tianhai had been mobilized, it was likely still not enough. Many people's fates remained uncertain. In a moment like this, Lin Yi's first thought was of his own father, Lin Sishu. Right now, he had little energy to worry about others. All he wanted was for Lin Sishu, his only family. Not to if they needed anything, they could just call, and Liu nodded in agreement. With one arm, Lin Yi lifted Lin Zaheo onto his back and began to make his way, step by step, through the campus now strewn with rubble and the sounds of weeping. Even though all the police in Tianhai City had been mobilized, it probably still wasn't enough. There were still so many people whose fates remained uncertain. In times like this, the first person Lin Yi thought of was his father, Lin Sishu. At this moment, he didn't have the energy to worry about anyone else. All he wanted was for Lin Sishu, his only family, to be safe. Lin Yi pulled out his phone and, to his surprise, found that he could still make calls. The screen was cracked, but at least it was working. But before he could dial, his father called him first. Tianhai City just had an earthquake. They say it was a magnitude 7. Are you all right at school? Where are you? I'm coming to find you right now. Hearing his father's voice, Lin Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as his loved ones were safe, his tightly strung nerves could finally relax. Dad, I'm fine. What about you? Are you all right? Were you hurt? No, your old man's quick on his feet. The moment the quake hit, I ran outside, probably the fastest one out. My phone didn't have a signal until now, and as soon as I got one, I called you. You're at school, right? I'm coming to get you. I don't feel comfortable with you there alone. Lin, he couldn't help but smile. You call yourself quick-witted, but I was the fool who nearly got myself killed. As long as you're safe, you don't need to come get me. Just take care of yourself and be careful. There might be aftershocks, you never know. I'll take good care of myself at school. It wasn't that he didn't want to reunite with his father, but he had to get Lin Zaheo to a doctor first. Besides, from the look of him, he was just another refugee. One arm out of place, dirty and battered, and he didn't want Lin Sishu to worry if he saw him like this. All right, but you have to be careful. Stay sharp. Don't do anything foolish. After hanging up, Lin immediately dialed by Ling. He barely even had to think about it. It was pure instinct. First he called his parents, then the girl he cared about. It wasn't even a conscious decision. He just picked up the phone and dialed in that order. He'd probably think about his friends only after all that. But no matter how many times Lin Yi called, Bai Ling didn't pick up, Lin Yi grew anxious. But for now, he could only help Lin Zaheo find a doctor before heading to the girls' dormitory to check on Bai Ling. With that thought, Lin Yi called Niu Mingming, Old Niu, and Guan Xiaochuang. Niu Mingming was just fine. She'd happened to be out and about, enjoying herself when the earthquake hit. Old Niu was just the same. He was out and about, having fun at the amusement park, completely unaware that something like this would happen. Guan Xiaochuang was in a similar situation. He'd suffered some minor injuries, but nothing serious. Lin Yi went down his list, calling everyone he knew one by one. But the only one who truly surprised him was Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui was unharmed, but she had immediately joined the school's rescue efforts, assisting Song Mingqi and the police in saving people. Lin Yi genuinely hadn't expected it. The beautiful, almost decorative teacher, who usually seemed so domineering and fierce, would be the first to rush to help others. At the very least, from this point of view, she was far better than he was. When disaster struck, the only people he cared about were those closest to him. Through this ordeal, Lin Yi seemed to realize something. Deep down, he hadn't really changed. He was still an ordinary person. Maybe with the use of the experience card, he'd gained the powers of a superhero and done things only heroes would do. But inside, he remained as he always was, not much different than before. Lin Yi shook his head. Now wasn't the time for such thoughts. He had to help Lin Zaheo find a doctor. But the school doctor had already gone off to help others, so it wouldn't be easy to find one. Is there a doctor here? Someone's hurt. Please, come take a look. Lin Yi strode through the chaos, shouting the same phrase over and over. Before long, sweat was pouring down his face. Exhaustion was part of it, but cold sweat was there too. His arm hurt even more than he'd imagined. Even when he tried to ignore it, the pain still throbbed, refusing to be forgotten. I'm the school doctor. I'm over here. Bring him to me. I'll take care of him. Hearing the school doctor's voice, Lin Yi was instantly relieved. He hurried over with Lin Zaheo on his back. You stay here too. Let me take a look. You got a pretty bad injury yourself, the school doctor said, glancing at Lin Yi while directing others to carefully place Lin Zaheo on a stretcher. Lin Yi saw more than a dozen severely injured students here, and the number of wounded was still growing. He shook his head. I'll pass. My injuries aren't that serious. You don't have enough supplies or staff. Better to save them for the others. He knew the school's resources were incredibly limited. Even if outside help came, it wouldn't arrive until at least nightfall, and there was no guarantee it would be enough for the whole city. Every little bit saved counted. Right now, he had no time to worry about anyone else. He was deeply concerned about Bai Ling. The only thing he could do was to keep moving forward. So Lin Yi left, making his way quickly toward the girls' dormitory. Bai Ling should have been there before everything happened. When he arrived, all he found was a scene of utter ruin. What was once the girls' dormitory had collapsed into a heap of rubble. At the same time, there were many girls here as well, searching through the rubble, looking for their friends. Lin Yi joined in, pushing aside stones as he anxiously searched for Bai Ling. Excuse me, he asked. Do you know a girl named Bai Ling? Did she make it out? I'm not sure. I'm looking for my own friend, too, came the reply. Lin Yi asked several girls, but none of them could give him a satisfactory answer. All he got were vague, perfunctory responses. But he could understand why. Lin Yi kept searching through the ruins, and as he looked at the worried faces of the girls searching for their friends, a heavy feeling settled in his chest. Why did something like this have to happen? An earthquake just like that? Could this be the looming crisis he'd been warned about? If this really was the coming disaster, dragging so many people into it, Lin couldn't help but feel guilty, as if it had all happened because of him. The system's missions are always about accidents that have already occurred. The host is sent to prevent tragedy, not to create it. There's a real difference between the two. Lin froze for a moment. All this time, he had assumed these events were orchestrated by the system. Apparently, he was overthinking it. Now that he understood, he felt a bit better inside. Don't give up, everyone. Your friends will all be all right. Let's keep going. Just then, from the other side of the rubble, Lin heard a familiar voice. That sounded like Bai Ling, didn't it? The voice was so familiar that Lin rushed over immediately. And there she was, Bai Ling, still helping rescue people from the debris. Lin Yi's eyes misted over. So she was safe after all. All his worrying had been for nothing. He called out to Bai Ling, who finally noticed him. Lin Yi. He ran over and hugged her. But as soon as he did, Lin felt awkward. Was this really appropriate? Was he being too emotional, given their relationship? Would Bai Ling think he was just taking advantage of the situation? He quickly let go, his face flushing. Haha, I'm just glad you're all right. Did you cry? Just got some dust in my eyes. I wasn't crying. Were you worried about me? No, not at all. Haha, you're overthinking it. I was really worried about you. My phone ran out of battery. I couldn't reach you. What else could Lin say? He'd been worried he was being too forward, that maybe he was overestimating his importance to her. So he quickly changed his tune and pretended not to care. But you actually showed so openly that you care about yourself. And with that kind of answer, didn't he just hurt the girl's feelings even more? You say it's nothing, not a big deal. But just look at the girl's expression. After he said that, her face changed instantly. She turned a little cold. Isn't that just being mad? The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. When he was excited, but didn't react. Now that he's calmed down, suddenly you get all worked up. Clearly, you two are not on the same wavelength. My phone. Here. Use it to call your family and let them know you're safe. Bai Ling shook her head and replied. No need. I remember all their numbers. I've already borrowed someone else's phone to make calls. From now on, I'll remember your number too. Yeah, right? Lin didn't say anything, just began to think. Now that everyone he cares about is safe, he should start thinking about how to rescue more people. That's what he ought to do. At first, his reaction was downright poor. Compared to Zhang Shui and Bai Ling, he was lacking. But now it was his turn to step up and do his part. Lin, your hand. Should I take you to see the campus doctor? No need, I'm fine. There's something important I want to discuss with you. Come with me. Bai Ling and Lin left together, finding a quiet spot where no one would disturb them before starting their conversation. I'm thinking about using my abilities to save people. That way, I can help more and maybe even save more lives. But how can I use my power openly, without raising suspicion? I can't think of a good solution. Do you have any ideas? No. Well, that was the end of the conversation, wasn't it? She's a fake manager. Not helpful at all. Can't even come up with a single suggestion. What's the point of having her around? Lin looked at Bai Ling, at a loss. You really can't think of anything? Please, help me brainstorm. Bai Ling fell into serious thought. And then, surprisingly, she actually came up with an idea. Although she wasn't sure if it would work, she still shared it. I've got it. What if you use some kind of hypnotic drug or something? When you use your abilities, you can hypnotize anyone who sees you. Just be careful about the surveillance cameras. Find a way to destroy them. That way, you won't have anything to worry about. Hypnosis. Of course, that's a great idea. As long as he hypnotizes anyone who sees him, he can use his powers freely, without worrying about his future being affected. As for disguises, costumes, masks, as long as no one knows what you look like, you could use your abilities as you please, right? Not really. In front of a crowd, if you do anything too extraordinary, beyond what's humanly possible, it doesn't matter who you are. Sooner or later, they'll figure out your true identity, and that will only bring on more trouble. So this idea is still the best. Using a hypnotic drug? Some superheroes probably have this kind of ability, and even if they don't, they could use some equipment, like a hypno needle or something similar. All of these could induce hypnosis, which made Lin feel genuinely excited. Bai Ling, you're amazing. That's a great idea. Now get some rest. I'm going to give it everything I've got. I'm just happy I could help. I believe in you. At that moment, everyone else was still desperately searching the ruins for their friends. But there were just too many rocks. It was impossible to move them all. The pace of the rescue slowed, and everyone could only watch in frustration, helpless to speed things up. Step aside. I'm going to start rescuing people now. Just then, a man stepped in front of them, his voice calm and unhurried. This time, Lin had no mood for jokes. For once, he was completely serious, and he got straight to the point. Who are you? Why should we move aside for you? My friend is still trapped down there. I have to get her out myself. My girlfriend is down there too. I'm not going anywhere. Lin was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't realized there were other guys here besides himself. At first, he thought the group was all girls. After a moment's thought, Lenny said, "Didn't I just say? I'll get them all out." But of course, nobody paid him any attention. They kept digging through the rubble on their own, ignoring his words. Seeing that talking wasn't going to work, he let out a sigh. He'd have to take a firmer approach. With that, he raised his hand, releasing a crimson light. In a flash, everyone in the area slumped into a deep sleep. This time, he used the Doctor Strange experience card. For rescue missions, magic was simply more efficient and practical. Watching from afar, Bai Ling was astonished. Spider-Man could use magic? It seemed she didn't know him as well as she thought. He knew the experience card would only last 20 minutes, so he couldn't afford to waste a single second. From the very start, he poured in all his effort. He took a deep breath, summoned his magic, and all the massive stones in front of him began to levitate, rising high into the air in an instant. Students elsewhere also saw the huge rocks floating in the sky. But a second later, the sky was empty again. They thought perhaps they were just exhausted and imagining things. In just those few seconds, he had lifted every giant stone and completed the rescue of everyone trapped beneath the rubble. In an instant, he rescued several hundred people, gently lowering them to the ground using his magical power. It looked just like telekinesis, making objects float in midair. Only his strength allowed him to lift so many more at once. Bai Ling was astonished to see so many girls being saved. If he used his power for rescue work, couldn't he prevent countless deaths during disasters? Some have already stopped breathing, but most are still alive. I'll leave them to you. Please find the campus doctors to help them. Understood. Bai Ling responded promptly, then hurried out to look for doctors for the injured. He didn't linger. The girls' dormitory wasn't the only place in need. There were also the boys' dormitory, the teachers' quarters, and so many others waiting to be saved. With a swift leap, he took to the skies, flying rapidly away. This was something only he could do now. "Teacher, are we trapped in here? I'm so scared." "Yeah, will no one come to save us? Why did the earthquake have to happen? Why are we so unlucky? Everyone calm down. We have to believe that someone will come for us. Hold on a little longer. Don't give up." At that moment, a middle-aged professor from the medical department was trapped under the rubble with his students. Fortunately, their area hadn't completely collapsed. It was just that the exit was entirely blocked, leaving them unable to escape. But even though they weren't in immediate danger, as time passed, the students grew more and more anxious. The professor had no choice but to urge them not to let their thoughts run wild, not to let panic take over. He was frightened himself, of course, but at least he couldn't let it show in front of his students. Just then, the ground began to tremble again, a clear sign of an aftershock. A massive boulder suddenly crashed down, heading straight for a female student. Everyone instinctively shut their eyes. But the professor, acting on pure instinct, lunged forward and shoved the girl out of the way, taking the blow himself and getting pinned to the floor by the heavy stone. It was a shocking sight. This teacher, who'd never been particularly well-liked, risked his life for his students without a second thought. The rescued girl broke down in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. "Teacher, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have made fun of you before. It was my fault, but you still saved me. You shouldn't have had to care about me." Her remorse moved the other students, who began to reflect on their own treatment of the professor. "I misunderstood you too, sir. You're a good teacher, and I never should have switched out your tea every time. I'm sorry." If the professor had still been conscious, he probably would have said, "Wait, hold on. What did you swap my tea with? Tell me clearly." "Wah, me too. I'm not even human." There was still one stubborn strand of hair left on the teacher's head, but I was the one who pulled it out. I'm just the worst. Honestly, if someone's bald except for a single hair, maybe it's better to just pull it out. Though the students tried to make light of the situation, their grief-stricken faces made it clear. They were truly reflecting on what they had done wrong. You could tell how deeply they regretted what they'd done to their teacher in the past. If they could have another chance, they would own up to everything honestly, even if it meant getting a severe scolding, so long as the teacher was safe. Unfortunately, just then, outside, he was using his magic to hold up a collapsing building, pushing it back into place. That's when he heard some students in the distance calling out. Their middle-aged teacher from a medical department was trapped under the rubble. They could hear him down below, but there was no way they could move the massive stone that blocked him in. A fresh aftershock had just hit, and what broke their hearts most was that it sounded as if the middle-aged teacher had met with disaster. He pieced together that this all happened just a few minutes ago. Since he hadn't done anything significant in those last few minutes, he could use the time gem, rewind a bit, save the teacher first, and then come back to stop the building from falling. Thinking this was a great idea, he activated the time gem. A flash of green light shot skyward, and time itself began to run backward. He stopped once he'd rewound a few minutes, then put the gem away. In the blink of an eye, he teleported beneath the rubble and appeared right in front of the female student. Just then, another aftershock struck. The middle-aged teacher didn't hesitate. He rushed forward. Though he had no idea how Lin Yi had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Seeing the teacher charging in, Lin Yi didn't hold back. He kicked the teacher aside without a second thought, then scooped up the female student and dodged the falling rocks with a graceful leap. And just like that, Lin Yi had saved his teacher. He felt pretty pleased with himself. But the teacher's face darkened. This kid had the nerve to kick him, and it even looked so smug. He really was a hopeless case. Still, since Lin Yi had saved the female student, the teacher decided to let it go and said nothing more. Teacher, please punish me. I was the one who gave you that bald nickname. I'm so sorry. I was the one who switched your tea. I'm sorry. Go ahead and scold me. And I was the one who pulled out your last strand of hair. So please, don't forgive me. A crowd of students surrounded the teacher. No one really knew why they suddenly started confessing all this. They themselves couldn't figure it out. The middle-aged teacher was beside himself with anger. You all have gone way too far, he thought. Yet, strangely enough, despite his fury, he couldn't bring himself to truly blame them. And for some reason, he felt as if he had died once before. Standing to the side, Lin Yi stroked his chin, musing to himself. Was this a bug caused by the time stone, altering the timeline? Clearly, that previous moment in time shouldn't exist anymore. Yet the things he'd said during that lost moment were now coming true in this one. At the same time, the middle-aged teacher seemed to have an instinctive sense of having died once. Time truly was a mysterious force. Lin Yi knew full well it was best not to use this balance-breaking time stone, but he reassured himself, one more use surely wouldn't hurt, would it? Still, Lin Yi decided he wouldn't use the time stone again. Who knew what irreparable consequences might arise next time? As for preventing tragedy, he would have to rely on himself. It was up to him to work hard and change things by his own hand. So, Lin Yi caused everyone to lose consciousness, then used his powers to transfer all the students and the middle-aged teacher out of harm's way. After leaving the scene, Lin Yi remembered there was a building about to collapse and hurried there as fast as he could. But this time, he was a moment too late. The newly built teaching building, which hadn't yet been occupied, crumbled before his very eyes. Lin Yi's lips twitched in resignation. See, the time stone really is a trap. I just hadn't realized it before. Must have been sheer luck. Still, Lin Yi didn't feel it was a loss. Though a new teaching building was destroyed, no one was hurt. After all, there was hardly anyone around. On the contrary, he had saved many lives. By any measure, this was a far better outcome. So Lin Yi didn't dwell on it and pressed on with his rescue mission. Time was running short. He had to work even harder. Meanwhile, somewhere in the vastness of space, a colossal warship drifted, a sight that would make anyone think twice before approaching. For this was the ship of Thanos. A massive, purple-skinned man clad in golden armor stood before an energy scanner, his gaze fixed intently on the readings. The power of the time stone. Has it appeared once more? Yes, Lord Thanos. And we've already pinpointed the source of the energy. On which planet? On a planet called Earth. How many days until we reach Earth? The time stone. I'm coming for you. To fulfill my vision, your power is essential. Lord Thanos, shall we go to Earth and seize the stone for you? Thanos hefted a massive double-edged blade and drove it casually into the ground, the earth splitting with a thunderous crack. No, I will go to Earth myself. Who on Earth did this? To think someone could rescue so many people in less than half an hour. Jiang Shui gazed at Tianhai University, astounded that almost everyone had been saved in such a short span of time. It was truly unbelievable. Song Mingqi was equally amazed. This was the fastest rescue operation she had ever witnessed. She had, of course, heard about the situations elsewhere, but none sounded promising. Even though rescue teams had arrived quickly in other locations, it was still far from enough. Each place was still in the midst of its own rescue efforts. Yet, here in this university, the rescue was completed at record speed. What struck her most was that the rescuers hadn't seemed to do much, and then, suddenly, it was all over. Song Mengqi paused for a moment. The method reminded her very much of that expert she'd encountered before. It seemed the search area could be narrowed down again. Was the person behind this really a student at Tianhai University? But now wasn't the time to look for him. Since everyone at the university had been rescued, she needed to head to other places. At that moment, Lin Yi hurried over, anxiety etched on his face as he looked at Jiang Shui and Song Mingqi. Everyone's been rescued, but there just aren't enough doctors. So many people can't get treatment. What are we supposed to do? Jiang Shui and Song Mingqi glanced at Lin Yi's arm. Tempted to say they'd noticed the same problem. It was indeed a pressing issue. Jiang Shui thought for a moment and said, there are still some medical students who can help. They can join in the treatment. Simple bandaging should be manageable for you, right? Lenny nodded, but he still frowned and said, that might be barely enough for Tianhai University. But what about the rest of Tianhai City? There are still so many people who can't get medical help. What should we do about them? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Song Mengqi couldn't help but admire him. Not bad, kid. You're thinking bigger now, looking out for the whole city. Lin Yi's lips twitched. At first, he hadn't considered such things, but in this short half hour, something inside him had shifted. Just saving Tianhai University was nowhere near enough. It was clear Lin Yi was genuinely worried. Song Mengqi reassured him, don't worry about that. And don't underestimate Tianhai City. It's far beyond your imagination. Even though things looked terrible at the beginning, these problems will be resolved soon. What do you mean? Song Mengqi didn't answer Lin Yi directly. Instead, she looked at Jiang Shui, signaling that now it was her turn to act. Jiang Shui nodded, then made a phone call, which was answered almost immediately. Hello, Grandpa Nyo. You've heard about what's happening in Tianhai City, haven't you? Lin Yi was taken aback. Grandpa Nyo? He hadn't expected teacher Jiang Shui to know Elder Nyo as well. The world really was a small place. Of course I know. I'm not blind, you know. I'm here in Tianhai City myself. Well then, I'll get straight to the point. At a time like this, we can't just rely on the government. We also need the combined strength of the 3 major families in Tianhai City, as well as the 2 great medical clans. Ahem, I understand. I've already ordered all the hospitals affiliated with Tianhai University and every medical disciple of the Nyo family to head to the disaster-stricken areas. That's truly wonderful. I'll have all the disciples of the Jiang Shui sect dispatched to the disaster zones as well, to assist the rescue teams in saving people. Yes, that's the right thing to do. And there's no need for you to call the Guan family's boy. The Guan family has already said they'll send people to help with the relief efforts. They may not have many people, but they have plenty of money, and that's exactly what the disaster areas are in desperate need of right now. Then I won't beat around the bush. At this point, we don't just need the nation's support. We also need the strength of Tianhai's 3 great families and the 2 renowned families of medicine. Ahem, I understand. I've already dispatched every hospital affiliated with Tianhai University, along with all the medical disciples from the Nyo family, to the various disaster zones. That's truly wonderful. I'll have all the disciples from the Jiang Shui sect head to the disaster areas as well, to help the rescue teams save lives. Yes, that's exactly what we should do. And by the way, there's no need to call the Guan family's young master. They've already promised to do their part in the relief efforts. There aren't many people in the Guan family, but they have deep pockets, and right now, money is desperately needed in the disaster zones. If that's the case, then in less than 2 days, everyone in Tianhai City should be rescued. What the? Guan Xiaochuang? Jiang Shui knows Guan Xiaochuang too? Just how small is this world? But then Lin Yi thought about it, and realized it wasn't just a matter of how small the world was. He hadn't noticed anything unusual about Jiang Shui at first, but for her to be able to lend him so much money, she clearly wasn't an ordinary person. Most likely, she belonged to some powerful family as well. Since Guan Xiaochuang and Elder Nyo knew each other, that meant both of them were from influential families too. So, it wasn't so strange for people from prominent families to know each other. But would the influence of these families really be useful? Honestly, Lin Yi doubted it. So what if they had money? Disaster relief isn't a problem you can solve with money alone. Seeing the confusion written all over Lin Yi's face, Song Mengqi explained, the 3 great families and the 2 old medical families. You should ask your father about them when you have time. He'll know just how powerful these families are in Tianhai City. It's far beyond what you can imagine. Once they step in, any problem can be solved in no time. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly remembered. Hadn't his father mentioned knowing Guan Xiaochuang and Elder Nyo before? Still, he really wasn't sure whether he believed in their power or not. Since Song Mengqi said so, Lin Yi decided not to argue further. Song Mengqi had other matters to attend to, so she left Tianhai University. Jiang Shui also said she would head to the disaster zone, but first, she had to take care of the injured students and teachers on campus. Jiang Shui glanced at Lin Yi and said, "Let me take a look at your arm, all right?" Lin Yi originally wanted to protest. He wanted to go to the disaster zone too and didn't want to waste any time. But his arm hurt so badly that it was nearly unbearable, and with only one working arm, he'd hardly be of any help in the rescue. Besides, he couldn't use the experience card anymore. So he nodded and agreed, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Jiang Shui, but please go easy on my arm. It's no trouble at all. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle." "Ah, all done. Your arm's back in place. See, wasn't I gentle? Didn't I say I'd be gentle? Are your ears broken or what? Can't you hear how loud he was screaming? And you call that gentle? Gentle my foot." Lin Yi had just let out a scream, one of real agony. Honestly, having Jiang Shui set his arm felt even worse than breaking it in the first place. With a twitch of his lips, Lin Yi said, "No offense, but are you sure you know how to set an arm?" Jiang Shui nodded slightly. "Of course. See? Didn't I do a good job? My arms get dislocated all the time, but once I set them like this, they're fine. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself." Lin Yi actually tried moving his arm a little, and, surprisingly, it didn't hurt at all. It seemed Jiang Shui really didn't know what she was doing. With a sigh, Lin Yi said, "All right, thank you, teacher Jiang Shui. Now that my hand is fine, I need to leave Tianhai University. I have to go save others, do whatever I can." "All right, go ahead. Once I finish up here, I'll head out too. Who knows, maybe we'll run into each other again." And so, Lin Yi left Tianhai University. Bai Ling stayed behind to help treat injured students and lend a hand to the school doctor. Thanos will arrive on Earth in 3 days. Stopping him is your new S-rank mission. Here are the details, get ready. Just as Lin Yi left the campus, the system's voice rang out suddenly. "Thanos? Thanos is coming to Earth. What on earth is going on?" Lin Yi had never imagined that someone like Thanos could actually exist in this world. Was this some kind of joke? Even though he had the superhero experience cards, Lin Yi had never seriously considered that Thanos was real. And the worst part? Thanos was actually coming to Earth. Who could possibly stop someone like him? Surely it couldn't be just him alone. Speechless, Lin Yi muttered, "If Thanos is real, does that mean Iron Man, Captain America, and the others are real too? Wouldn't they be the ones to stop him?" Probably not. Just because there's a Thanos in this world doesn't mean there are superheroes. So you're still the one who has to defeat him, the system replied after a moment's thought. Lin Yi's lips twitched. Defeat Thanos alone? Even with the experience card system, giving him access to all kinds of Marvel heroes, was there a single one who could take on Thanos one-on-one? He was the emperor of the universe, nearly invincible. Just thinking about facing Thanos alone gave Lin Yi a headache. After a pause, Lin Yi asked, "Thanos, he's really coming to Earth? But why?" "Of course he is. 3 days from now. Mark your calendar. As for why, it's probably for the time stone. You used it before, remember? Maybe the energy caught Thanos' attention. So now he's coming to Earth to collect the stones. As for his ultimate goal, well, if you've seen the movie, you pretty much know the story." Lin Yi coughed a few times. The time stone, could it really be that he'd drawn Thanos here by using the time stone twice? If the Earth was destroyed because of this, or if half the life in the universe was wiped out, wouldn't that make him gravely guilty? That's why Lin Yi seriously considered calling the police. Maybe it was a good idea to let the authorities deal with Thanos. The system immediately shot down his idea. What a ridiculous plan. Do you really think the police can handle Thanos? And besides you, do you think anyone would actually believe what you said? Most people would just think you'd watched too many superhero movies and had a bad case of delusions. You'd better accept it. This all started because of you. Even if you hadn't used the time stone, Thanos would still come back to Earth, just not this soon. So pull yourself together and get ready for the coming battle. You make a convincing point, but no matter how reasonable you sound, he couldn't possibly go fight Thanos, right? Lin, he shook his head. He thought the S-Class mission would only be about an earthquake, but it turned out to have nothing to do with that at all. The real S-Class mission was the arrival of Thanos. Even though he was scared and reluctant, he had no choice but to face it head-on. After all, this concerned the fate of the world, perhaps even the fate of the whole universe. Not that he truly grasped what the universe meant, but he did understand this. If the world was gone, if the universe ceased to exist, then his friends, the people he cared about, his family, they'd all be gone too. So, in this moment, Lin, he suddenly wasn't all that afraid anymore. Whatever would be, would be. Anyway, there were still 3 days left. Surely, he'd find a way. Once Lin understood what the mission really entailed, he quickly calmed down and decided to deal with the disaster at hand first, while also thinking about how to handle what was coming. The entire city of Tianhai was in chaos, just like Tianhai University. Many skyscrapers had collapsed into rubble, and everywhere, cries and shouts echoed through the streets. Lin, he spent more than an hour summoning 100 clones, selecting a dozen or so who knew medicine, and instructing each of them to head to different disaster zones. Tianhai was such a vast city, spread out like this. No one would notice that so many identical people were running around. First, the clones didn't appear all at once. Second, everyone's attention was on the earthquake, so who would notice anything unusual? As for the rest of the clones, Lin, he sent out as many as he could. Though these clones weren't much used medically, they could still lend a hand in the relief efforts, and that was better than nothing. Lin Yi himself didn't stay idle either. He joined the volunteers working in a nearby disaster area. At first, Lin Yi thought this earthquake would plunge the entire city of Tianhai into a hopeless crisis. But to his surprise, all the big hospitals in the city had sent staff to the disaster zones, making sure that every affected area had plenty of professional doctors to tend to the wounded. Not only that, but there were also many men dressed in black martial arts uniforms who exerted great effort to rescue a large number of people. They arrived just in time, moving swiftly and efficiently like well-trained martial arts masters. Moreover, another group stepped forward to help those whose homes had been destroyed, providing ample food and offering free shelter and meals. Of course, the military was also among the first responders, leading these unknown forces and contributing their own strength. Lin Yi became aware of all this. The Tianhai city he had seen before and the real Tianhai city seemed like two different worlds. It truly possessed tremendous power, which was why so many innocent lives could be saved so quickly in the midst of disaster. Without these forces, who knows how many more people would have perished in vain. This gave Lin Yi an idea, if only he could enlist their help to deal with Thanos. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. How could he possibly reach out to these people? And even if they agreed to help, they probably wouldn't stand a chance against Thanos. In the end, it was up to him. Lin Yi stayed busy with everyone until midnight before finally recalling his avatars and ending the rescue efforts. At the same time, exhaustion overtook him, and he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up the next day, Lin Yi began scrolling through the news. Thanks to everyone's efforts yesterday, Tianhai City was already recovering, and the aftershocks of the earthquake had come to an end. It seemed that given time, Tianhai City would gradually heal. Although the quake was over and most people had been rescued from the ruins, the post-disaster relief work would continue for several more months. Many people lost their homes in the quake, suffered serious injuries, or found themselves without work. All of this required ongoing support from relief efforts to help them recover as quickly as possible. Watching these resilient and admirable people, Lin Yi felt an even stronger resolve. He, too, needed to protect them. He didn't care about the so-called balance of the universe. He only knew that these people shouldn't die for nothing. The earthquake hadn't taken their lives, and neither should Thanos. There were only 2 days left before Thanos arrived on Earth. The final countdown began, and Lin Yi braced himself for the coming battle. Right now, he had 3 trump cards. The first was a superhero experience card. In theory, Thor or Scarlet, which would be best suited to fight Thanos, since both had bested him in the movies. But so far, Lin Yi hadn't drawn either Thor or Scarlet Witch, so relying on them to face Thanos was nothing more than a fantasy. His second trump card was a luck potion, which would make him incredibly lucky for an entire hour, as if fortune itself was on his side. He wondered if using this card in battle would yield miraculous results. So Lin Yi planned to use it against Thanos. Apart from the luck potion, Lin Yi also had another trump card, the maxed out talent selection mega gift pack. This gift pack allowed him to instantly master any talent to its highest level. In fact, he actually had 2 of these packs. But he had already used one before, so now only one remained unused. Lin Yi was pondering which talent, if maxed out, could be used against Thanos. These were his hidden cards. With these at his disposal, Lin Yi felt he finally had a sliver of hope. However, according to the plot, when Thanos first arrived on Earth, he would likely be wielding the power of many Infinity Stones, along with the Infinity Gauntlet itself. His strength would be even greater than before. So in the end, these advantages only slightly raised his odds. Defeating Thanos was still a distant goal. Lin Yi shook his head. Step by step, he'd prepare. After all, no matter what, he was determined to stop Thanos. He then turned his attention to the talent selection. What should he choose to max out? A talent, not a skill. So many options didn't actually count as talents, which made things a bit tricky. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have simply chosen inventing technology as his maxed out talent. Just imagine, he could probably create not just Iron Man, but even the Transformers. He could even invent the most powerful laser cannon, pierce straight through Thanos, and call it a day. But clearly, that was wishful thinking. Lin Yi could only daydream about such possibilities. His real options were limited to just a few. Martial arts, combat sports, dancing, singing. Martial arts and combat sports would directly enhance his own strength. Those could actually help against Thanos. As for dance and singing, one could perhaps cringe Thanos to death with awkward dance moves, the other could howl Thanos to death with off-key singing. Alright, those last 2 were obviously pointless. In the end, it really came down to choosing between martial arts and combat sports. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Yi made his decision. Martial arts. He'd skip combat sports. He felt that maxed out martial arts would be far more formidable than combat sports. So of course he'd choose the stronger path. Without any hesitation, he selected martial arts mastery as his maxed out talent. In that instant, countless martial arts techniques flashed through his mind. It felt as if he had instantly mastered all sorts of legendary martial arts without ever having a teacher. He could simply perform them at will. Eager to test the power of his maxed out martial arts, Lin Yi executed a set of iron sand palm strikes. With a single slap on the stone surface, he left a deep, iron-shaped imprint. Such a feat clearly required years of dedicated training. Only a true Iron Sandpalm master could achieve it. And it wasn't just Iron Sandpalm. There was the Diamond Fist, the Golden Bell Shield, Tai Chi, Seven Wounds Fist, the One Yang Finger. He felt he could perform them all with ease. Yet, he couldn't shake an odd feeling. Something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. It was as if, somehow, he hadn't really grown much stronger at all. So, in order to test whether he had really gotten stronger, he decided to seek out Jiang Shui. He had a hunch. Jiang Shui must be powerful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to punch him so hard that it still ached just thinking about it. Only by truly understanding the limits of his own strength could he come up with more effective strategies when the time came to face Thanos. The gap in power between them was vast. So was the gap in intelligence, for that matter. So the only sliver of hope lay in preparing everything in advance. Lin Yi arranged to meet Jiang Shui, and his proposal was simple. He wanted her to hit him. As for the reason, there was none. He just wanted her to hit him, plain and simple. Right now, Lin Yi's mind was entirely focused on dealing with Thanos. He didn't even have the energy to fabricate an excuse. Anyway, even if he told the truth, she probably wouldn't believe him, so why bother explaining? If she wanted to ask more, he'd just dodge the question. Better yet, skip the talking, just get straight to the fight. Of course, this suggestion was a little strange, and Jiang Shui was caught off guard. He wanted her to hit him. What kind of weird request was that? She had no reason to hit him. Why would she? Did he think she was crazy? So Jiang Shui refused, saying, I'm not going to hit you. You haven't done anything to annoy me. Why should I hit you? Am I insane? You're not insane. I am. So just hit me, will you? I can see that. But you should see a doctor, not come to me. I'm busy. I don't have time to mess around with you. Just think of it as a sparring match, okay? Let's train together. I've been working hard on my martial arts lately. Lin Yi scrambled to come up with an excuse. Jiang Shui still found it strange. I'm a woman. You, a grown man, want to spar with a woman? Don't you think that's odd? You're not like other men. Sorry, that's not what I meant. I just think you're really strong. Even stronger than most men. No, I mean you're stronger than any man I know. At this point, Jiang Shui actually felt she had a reason to take a swing at him. This guy was just too infuriating. What was he even saying? You're a man. No, you're a woman. More womanly than any woman. Jiang Shui shook her head and said, You don't have to deliberately provoke me. I can see right through you. I'm not falling for it. Besides, I have disaster relief work to do. I don't have time to play games with you. Lin Yi's lips twitched. He hadn't expected Jiang Shui to see through his intentions so quickly. He was, indeed, trying to rile her up, thinking her temper would make her take a swing at him, and that would serve his purpose. It wasn't that he had to spar with Jiang Shui in particular, but there really wasn't anyone else suitable. He didn't know anyone else who could put up a decent fight. Jiang Shui was the only one he thought might be strong enough. At least, judging by the punch she'd landed on him that day. Not just anyone could pack a punch like that. He'd stake his own skull on it. However, it seemed the other party would not get his wish. So, how could Lin Yi make Jiang Shui hit him? Ordinary attempts at provocation were useless by now, so it was time to try a different approach. Lin Yi walked directly up to Jiang Shui, gazed at her delicate, beautiful face with a smile, then deliberately let his eyes linger on her ample chest. Come on, hook me. Please give me a sign. This time, Jiang Shui's expression truly darkened, as if she was about to lose her temper entirely. How dare he tease her in such a blatant way? Ignoring whatever his intentions were, she let out a cold laugh. If your aim is to provoke me, then let me tell you, you've succeeded. You're forcing me to make a move, so don't regret it. Not at all. I won't regret it. Lin Yi was clearly satisfied with himself. After all, there wasn't a girl alive who wouldn't get mad if you kept staring there. Unless, of course, you were drop-dead gorgeous. Lin Yi took a deep breath and said lightly, Then please, don't hold back. Hit me with everything you've got. Jiang Shui raised one of her long, stocking-clad legs. 1 foot is all I'll need. Don't get the wrong idea. Even from this angle, Lin Yi couldn't see a thing, thanks to her safety shorts. He simply found Jiang Shui a bit arrogant. 1 leg was enough? Really now? Without hesitation, Lin Yi drew on his martial arts skills, launching a series of powerful Vajra fist strikes at her. Of course, he held back his strength a little. He wasn't entirely sure Jiang Shui was a true expert. Jiang Shui was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected Lin Yi to know the Vajra fist. But she didn't care. With a single swift kick, she met his attack head-on. Lin Yi flew backwards through the air, landing with a heavy thud on the ground. Only then did Jiang Shui withdraw her leg, her voice calm and indifferent. Do you want to keep going? It took Lin Yi a moment to get up from the ground, his mouth full of dirt, which he quickly spat out. He was thoroughly confused. What was going on here? He couldn't even block a single kick from a girl. And he just used the Vajra fist. Was it completely useless? Of course I want to continue. This time I won't hold back. Lin Yi refused to admit defeat. He switched tactics, using the move called Monkey Steals the Peach. No, wait, this time it was Black Tiger Steals the Heart. He lunged forward, which made Jiang Shui even more surprised. Black Tiger steals the heart. Students these days really did pick up quite a few tricks. Still, she paid it no mind. That one leg of hers was enough for him to play with for a year. She countered with the same swift kick. Lin Yi's Black Tiger Steals the Heart didn't land. He hadn't even gotten close before he was sent flying once again. Strangely enough, it was as if her kick had some kind of magic. No matter what he tried, he simply couldn't dodge it. Was it because her legs were just too beautiful? No, that couldn't possibly be it. There had to be another explanation. This was truly baffling. This time, Lin Yi took even longer to get up from the ground, clearly feeling the increased force behind Jiang Shui's kick. If you come back again, my strength will only increase. Don't say I didn't warn you. Cough, cough. I could stop coming, but could you at least tell me why my moves seem to have no effect at all? I thought my techniques were pretty professional. Jiang Shui pursed her lips and replied, they are quite professional. But why can't they beat even one of my legs? Do you really think I'll tell you? If you can't figure out on your own, my explanation won't help. So you'd better give up sooner rather than later. Stubborn as ever, Lin Yi pressed on, trying Monkey Fist, Mantis Fist, Snake Fist, all top-tier martial arts. Still, none could match the power of just one of Jiang Shui's legs. Each time, with a simple strike, she easily defeated him. Time slipped by, and eventually, the sun dipped below the horizon. Lin Yi's face was covered in dust, and drops of his blood stained the ground. Clearly, Lin Yi had been beaten so badly that he coughed up blood, yet he still couldn't find a way to deal with Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui sighed and said, I didn't expect you to be so persistent. It seems you're not just here to spar or practice swordplay. You must have your own reasons. So here's my advice. Try fighting some laborers. You won't be their match either. Honestly, you're a genius when it comes to martial arts, but that's all there is to it. With those words, Jiang Shui turned and left without looking back, leaving Lin Yi standing alone. Lin Yi wanted to call out and stop Jiang Shui, but for a moment, he couldn't find his voice. After being beaten up, he could only lie on the ground and watch her walk away. It was a long time before Lin Yi regained his senses, but by then, Jiang Shui was already gone. Reluctantly, he decided to follow her advice and see if he could spar with some laborers. He still couldn't understand why this was happening. He had mastered so many martial arts, yet none of them seemed to help at all. Determined to figure it out, Lin Yi sought out a few buddies who worked in construction. Let's not forget, Lin Yi had worked on construction sites himself, so of course he knew a few guys. Nothing surprising about that. Lin Yi got straight to the point, asking these friends for a one-on-one fight. Really, to go all out with him, no need to hold back. As for the reason, it was the same as before. He wanted to spar and test his skills. After much convincing, the others finally agreed to Lin Yi's request. It was the last day of the 100th chapter, and so, Lin Yi ended up taking a serious beating from his construction buddies. He couldn't fight back at all. He tried many moves, but it was useless. Their sheer strength was overwhelming, and their straightforward, brute force attacks left him completely helpless. Despite being thrashed, Lin Yi still thanked them, because he was finally starting to understand where the problem lay. Of course, he had to express his gratitude, though his buddies couldn't quite understand it. They wondered if he was out of his mind. You've just been beaten up, and yet you're so happy. After seeing his friends off, Lin Yi found a place to sit and pondered his situation. It was clear now, knowing martial arts moves without any real strength behind them was of little practical use. If martial arts were nothing but fancy moves, then they were just for show, a kind of performance art. Even if you mastered every skill, it remained no more than a talent. In a real fight, raw physical power was far more useful than showy techniques. But did that mean martial arts were useless? That was nonsense. Martial arts did have their value. Still, you needed to gain experience through constant combat and never neglect the basics. As long as you grew stronger, then, paired with top-tier moves from martial arts, you become unbeatable. Although for now, these skills didn't make a big difference for him. Both he and his abilities had the potential to grow. With enough training and experience, he could even surpass all those techniques one day. A slight smile tugged at Lin Yi's lips. After taking so many hits, he had finally grasped this truth. No wonder it was considered a performance skill. It gave him no real strength, only maxed out his technique. If he had no power of his own, then even the best moves were hollow. Still, when it came to dealing with Thanos, it wasn't entirely useless. Who knows, it might even work wonders. The day soon drew to a close, and by the next morning, there was only one day left before Thanos arrived on Earth. Today, Lin Yi decided not to practice with his sword. Instead, he planned to prepare some things to deal with Thanos. He wasn't the least bit worried that Thanos would show up somewhere else when he landed on Earth. He was certain Thanos would come straight for him. After all, the Time Stone was in his possession, so all he had to do was wait for Thanos to find him. Lin Yi's first stop was the Tianqi Bar, where he'd been before, to borrow the Infinity Gauntlet and the gems. They were made so realistically that they might actually come in handy, so he decided to take them with him just in case. Of course, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have been able to borrow them. But he made a call to Guan Xiaochuang, who spoke a few words on his behalf, and, sure enough, they let him have them. It was clear that Guan was much more familiar with the folks at Tianqi Bar than he was. After borrowing the Infinity Gauntlet and all 6 stones, Lin Yi paused to think for a while. Then, with newfound determination, he called Wang Qiu, Li Yu, and Lin Zihao. He wanted all of them to gather at Tianqi Bar, not just for a bit of fun, but also to have them help him deal with Thanos. In truth, Lin Yi had this idea for a while. The moment he learned he'd have to face an S-level mission, he started considering this plan. One Avenger alone might not be invincible, but if all the Avengers joined forces, there'd be no problem they couldn't solve. Of course, back then, he hadn't known the enemy would be Thanos. But it was the same for everyone. No matter who he was up against, he needed his brothers by his side. He needed them to become Avengers, to become superheroes. The trial card system had already explained to him that he could only use 1 trial card per day himself, but it never said anything about not being able to give them to someone else. So, if he could use the cards on others, that meant he could have teammates. When the time came, they could join forces to take down bosses together. What problem couldn't they solve like that? Lin Yi raised this question with the system, asking whether it was possible or not. The system only replied, maybe, saying it wasn't sure, but he could give it a try. Basically, it was a bunch of useless chatter. But as long as it wasn't an outright refusal, that meant this idea was at least somewhat feasible. That was enough for him to take the risk. Still, there was a problem. If he wanted his brothers to face Thanos with him, he'd have to come clean about the system. And it would take a long time to convince them to buy into something as far-fetched as saving the world. They weren't like him. They didn't have any heroic fantasies. Becoming superheroes just to show off, sure, but actually accepting the mission? That would be tough. So Lin Yi decided not to tell them the truth. Not yet, anyway. The time wasn't right. That left only one option, bluff. He'd let them believe they were just playing a game and fighting Thanos in it. That would do the trick. That was also why he'd arranged to meet the 3 of them at the Tianqi Bar. He needed a convenient place to kick off his little ruse. With this in mind, he made another call, asking Guan Xiaochuang to help him find an isolated spot, somewhere with a strong video game vibe. That would be the arena for their showdown with Thanos. What? An isolated spot? Somewhere with a video game vibe? I don't quite get what you mean. You just want a big, empty place? And it needs to be a bit special. That's right. That's pretty much it. Okay, got it. I'll help you look. Once I find a place, you'll owe me a favor. Of course. If you handle this for me, forget 1 favor. 10 would be fine. You said it. I said it. Great, just wait. As soon as I find somewhere, I'll send you the address. I'll get someone on it right now. After hanging up, Lin Yi stepped into the smoking area, pulled out a cigarette, and lit up. He knew he shouldn't drag his best brothers into this, but he had no choice. He couldn't do it alone. There are some things you simply can't solve by acting tough and relying on nothing but hot-blooded courage. If only it were that simple. But since it wasn't, he could only deceive his brothers this once, though it meant putting them in danger too. After Lin Yi finished exhaling a cloud of smoke, he muttered to himself, if we fail, at least we can die together. Even if we weren't born on the same day, let's hope we die on the same day. Ha! Letting the cigarette work its calming magic, Lin Yi forced himself to settle down. Panicking wouldn't solve anything. Before long, Wang Qiu and the others arrived at the Tianqi Bar. They were all surprised. The place hadn't been destroyed by the earthquake, as they'd expected. They were equally stunned by the bar's opulence, and the fact that it seemed to be a catch-all wonderland, reminiscent of a house of everything. Lin Yi glanced at Wang Qiu first. Weren't you at the hospital? Were you and your mom all right during the quake? Wang Qiu nodded. We're fine. As it happened, I was taking my mom for a walk in the park when the earthquake struck, so neither of us was hurt. What about you two? How are your injuries holding up? Li Yu and Lin Zihao both shrugged it off. Same as always, not dead yet, but not exactly thriving. Lin, he stroked his chin. Honestly, if they somehow became superheroes, their injuries wouldn't matter much at all. So he let the worry go and got to the point. I called you here today because there's something important I want to discuss. Chapter 102, 5 de gaming. All 3 turned to Lin Yi, their faces saying, just spit it out already. Stop beating around the bush. With the earthquakes these past few days, I know everyone's been feeling down. That's why I found this place. Let's pull an all-nighter, play some games, really unwind for once. Afterward, we can get back to whatever we need to do. Think of it as a chance to blow off some steam. Liu gave him a skeptical look. There's an internet cafe here? That fancy? But what game would we even play? Doesn't sound all that fun to me. Lin Zaheo nodded in agreement. Yeah, we might as well do something else. Isn't there everything here anyway? Wang Xiu, on the other hand, didn't care. I'm easy. I'll go along with whatever. Lin, he had expected this reaction. After all, they'd been roommates for ages. Who didn't know each other's quirks by now? So he cut straight to the chase. If you guys don't want to play, don't regret it later. This isn't your average internet cafe. It's a 5D gaming lounge. You can literally step into the game world. It feels incredibly real. No way. For real? Sang de gaming. None of them really knew what 5D meant, but if it was a level above 3D and 4D, it had to be mind-blowing. Now, that was actually intriguing. Entering the game world itself? That sounded amazing. Even Lin Zaheo, usually the calm one, couldn't hide his excitement. Is this like Sword Art Online? Lin, he wasn't completely sure himself. It should be pretty close. At the very least, the experience doesn't feel much different from that. Lin, he only knew about this kind of internet cafe. He'd never actually played there before, but he'd seen the introductions. Basically, it was a place where you could experience games in an incredibly realistic way. This immediately piqued the interest of all three of them, who quickly agreed, let's play this one. So, the group headed to the internet cafe area. Unlike an ordinary internet cafe, this place consisted of just a few square meters of space and could accommodate a maximum of 5 people at a time. Any more, and it simply wasn't allowed. Inside, there was only a massive projection screen and a huge computer nearby. Other than that, the space was completely bare. The room was pitch black, somewhat reminiscent of a movie theater, except that there were no chairs. Soon, a staff member approached and handed each of them a helmet-like pair of glasses, large enough to cover their entire heads. They put them on, and immediately, the glasses displayed some sci-fi special effects. Whenever they looked at someone, a string of code appeared in their vision. They had no idea what it was for, but it definitely felt cool. The staff explained, these are the most advanced 5D glasses. Once you put them on, you'll experience a fully immersive 5D gaming environment. All game controls happen inside the glasses. Just use your thoughts to control your character. No other equipment is needed. Controlling a game, just with your mind? Had technology really come this far? The staff also added that the technology wasn't perfect yet. Controlling the game with pure thought was challenging at first and took some time to get used to, and there weren't many 5D ultra-realistic games available yet. These were some of the drawbacks. So, they decided to try out a game, the 5D edition of Super Mario. Apparently, it was the only one currently supported and had the best reputation. To their surprise, as soon as the game began, they genuinely felt like they'd been transported back to their childhoods, right into Mario's world. But this time, it was even trickier than playing Super Mario on the old TV. There were more traps, and they felt as though they really were Mario himself. Yet after just a few steps, a Goomba would knock them out, forcing them to start all over again. Still, this 5D Super Mario did have its perks. At least 4 people could play together. It must have been optimized for multiplayer. No matter how you looked at it, even though it was an old game, the 5D experience made it genuinely fun and engaging. Before they knew it, the entire night had flown by, even though they were still stuck on the first level. Their minds were utterly exhausted. Playing a game that required mental control was so draining, it was hard to imagine anyone pulling an all-nighter without getting completely wiped out. Refusing to give up, they searched for other 5D games, and to their delight, actually found another promising one, 5D version of Honor of Kings. Wasn't it said that there were no good 5D games? Could Honor of Kings really work in 5D? That had to be an incredible experience. But what happened next completely shattered their expectations. To play a single round, it cost 10 yuan for one 5D game token, and even losing a life required another token. It was just like the old arcade games, except back then it was just 1 yuan to play. Now, it was 10. Who would have thought you could play like this? Still, the thrill of becoming those chosen heroes, Monkey King, Han Xen, Li Bai, and fighting in the canyon was absolutely exhilarating. It felt as if they had traveled to another world, and the experience was truly fascinating. But before long, they ran out of money. That's when they realized, what's the point of all this excitement if you can't keep playing? Might as well just play some Super Mario. By the dead of night, exhaustion caught up with them, and they couldn't play anymore. Lin called for a feast, and everyone dug in right there. Wow, technology these days is really incredible, although there's still a little something missing, Liu sighed. Lin thought for a moment and replied, a little something missing? No worries, by the time we finish eating, it'll be dawn. Then I'll take you all to play a Marvel Super 5D game. That one's even more intense. It feels like you're truly in the battle, and you can even fight Thanos. That got the 3 of them excited. Really? There's a Marvel game too? Is Super 5D different from the 5D one we just played? Without missing a beat, Lenny said, it's totally different, way more thrilling, way more realistic, and it's not a rip-off, either. It's much easier to control. That sounds awesome. Let's do that next. This time, I'm going to dominate the entire field. Ahem, once you finish eating, put on these glasses, and you'll be able to step right into the game world. Lin E handed them an even more outrageous pair of glasses. Well, to call them glasses was a stretch. They were more like helmets, and frankly, they looked pretty cheap. Lenny admitted he bought them off a discount site. But they were good enough. They'd have to make do. The three of them were ready to put them on right away. Once they were done eating, it was game time. But Lenny hurried to stop them. Wait, don't rush. What? Yeah, what's with the delay? Let's just start already. Exactly, let's play. I can't wait. Lin Yi's lips twitched. They were all looking forward to the game. But if they knew this wasn't just some game, if they realized they were about to go into real battle, to actually save the world, they'd probably be even more nervous than he was. The moment they put on those glasses, their game with Thanos, no, their battle, would truly begin. At that thought, Lenny couldn't help but feel anxious. After all, this wasn't a game. If they lost, there'd be no do-overs, no extra lives. What's wrong? You seem a little off, Wang Qiu asked, giving Lenny a puzzled look. Lenny shook his head and said, it's nothing, really. I'm just a little excited. That's right, just excited. So I needed you all to wait for a moment. Li Yu burst out laughing. I can tell. If you weren't excited, then why are your legs shaking? Honestly, I'm excited too. Maybe I should be trembling as well. Look at me. How's my shaking? Lin Yi's lips twitched, but he let it go. Nerves had to be faced sooner or later, so it was time to begin. He raised his voice and called out. Enough talk. Let's start the game. Thanos, here we come. Thanos, here we come. Just wait. We're coming for you. Yeah, I can't wait. I wonder what this game will be like. The three of them then put on their glasses, and the world faded to darkness. Lin Yi took the opportunity to pull out the hypnotic syringe, quickly giving each of them a shot. One by one, they slipped into unconsciousness. Lin Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. All that was left was to drag them into the car and head to the place Guan Xiaochuang had found. Once there, he could tell them that they were inside the game world, and that Thanos' arrival would mark the true beginning of the game. As for the experience cards, all he needed to do was wait for Thanos to show up. Then he could use them on his three brothers. The final showdown was looming, but Lin Yi knew his chances were slim. Maybe at best a 10% chance. He took a swig of liquor. Even if it was only a 10% chance, or even certain death, he still had to try. After all, he was a fan of Iron Man. What surprised Lin was that the place Guan Xiaochuang found for him was actually a whole city. And not just any city, an uninhabited one. The place was full of ruins and tumble-down buildings, but that suited Lin Yi's needs perfectly. Guan Xiaochuang explained that it wasn't actually a real city, but a simulated one. The materials were all fake. The investment was huge, but after an earthquake, it had been written off. Now Lin Yi could use it however he liked. Fake. Lin Yi, curious, punched a shop's rolling shutter door, and his fist crashed right through, leaving a gaping hole. So that was what Guan Xiaochuang meant by fake. The buildings were as flimsy as tofu, with only the appearance of a real city. A facade, nothing more. But Lin Yi was more than satisfied. This place was perfect, a battleground where he could fight without holding back. And even without using the experience cards, he could show off. Just look at his strength. Lin Yi wasn't in any hurry to wake Wang Qiu and the others. He'd let them wake up on their own. After all, Thanos hadn't arrived yet. He took out the time stone from the Infinity Gauntlet. To his surprise, it looked exactly like the one in the movie. He was certain it would fool Thanos. But if it didn't, that was fine too. He still had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. As his thoughts wandered, he waited in anticipation. The space before their eyes was suddenly torn open. Lin Yi sensed what was about to happen, but hadn't expected it to come so quickly. Thanos had arrived. Already? There was no time for Lin Yi to let the others wake up at their own pace. He swiftly gave each of them a firm kick to rouse them. Before anyone could speak, Lin Yi used his experience card to grant them all the powers of superheroes. Naturally, Lin Yi chose to become his favorite, Iron Man. He'd used this power once before and was now familiar with Iron Man's abilities. It would be more than enough to take on Thanos. Lin Zhehao, still bewildered, watched as his skin turned green and his body grew larger and larger. He transformed into the Hulk, exuding an awe-inspiring might. As for Wang Qiu and Li Yu, at some point one had already donned Captain America's costume, while the other was dressed as Spider-Man. These were the outfits Lin Yi had prepared for them. While the appearances of Captain America and Spider-Man wouldn't change much, this was the final battle. They had to look the part. Iron Man, the Hulk, Captain America, and Spider-Man. 4 superheroes, all assembled. So this is what it's like inside the game? It feels so real, as if I truly am the Hulk. Did I just wake up from a nap? Or is it just me? Haha, let's not talk about anything else. Let's enjoy the game. This looks incredibly fun. Lenny nodded and said, exactly, the game has begun. Thanos is coming. Everyone, stay sharp. As the space split open even further, a purple-skinned man in golden battle armor appeared before them. It was none other than the Emperor of the universe, Thanos. Greetings, but it's a pity you'll soon perish by my hand. Unless, of course, you hand over the time stone. Then perhaps I'll consider sparing you. Thanos gripped his double-edged blade and spoke with chilling indifference, not giving the four of them a second thought, like an emperor regarding mere ants. Whoa, this Thanos really does look just like the one from the movies. Impressive attention to detail. Yeah, it's just a shame we don't have our phones. Otherwise, I'd snap a picture and post it to my moments. Haha, when we beat Thanos, let me have the final blow. Clearly, apart from Lin Yi, Wang Xiao and the others were completely ignoring Thanos, chatting among themselves as if he weren't there. This made Thanos bristle with a hint of anger. How dare anyone disregard him? Without the slightest hesitation, he suddenly appeared before Li Yu and Wang Xiao, pressing their faces down with both hands and slamming them straight into the ground. A thunderous crash echoed twice, leaving two massive craters where they'd landed. Seeing this, Lin Yi didn't hesitate for an instant. He transformed his fist into an iron hammer and struck Thanos with a powerful blow. Thanos simply turned his head to look at Lin Yi, his eyes flashing with a violet light that sent Lin Yi flying backward in an instant. This boss is really cocky. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Zhao struck out, landing a punch squarely on Thanos' face and sending him hurtling away like a rocket. Lin Yi's heart leapt with joy. Among all these superheroes, only the Hulk's strength could rival Thanos. As long as you landed a hit, even Thanos couldn't just shrug it off. Sure enough, Lin Zhao's attack had an effect. But Lin Yi didn't dare let his guard down. Controlling Iron Man, he triggered a surge of red energy beneath his feet and shot over to Li Yu and Wang Xiao, pulling them up to safety. You guys aren't out already, are you? Lin Yi asked with some concern. The fight had only just started. If they were eliminated so quickly, what would be the point of going on? I'm Phoenix. A sneak attack? That was dirty, but I'm okay. Put me down. I need to teach this guy a lesson. Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the two were unharmed. Probably their bodies had been strengthened by their superhero forms. Otherwise, they would have been flat on the ground by now. Lin Yi set them down and returned to the battlefield. The four of them stood shoulder to shoulder in a line, each readying for combat. At that moment, Thanos brushed the dust off himself, got up, and retrieved his double-edged sword from where it was embedded in the ground. Very well. I'll finish you off first, and then take back the time stone. The battle was about to erupt. Lin Yi and the others didn't dare relax for a second. Thanos' speed just now had been almost unbelievable, and his strength was beyond imagination, so everyone treated him with utmost seriousness. Thanos, however, didn't look concerned at all. In his eyes, even if these four were Earth's mightiest, they were still just slightly stronger ants. The four exchanged glances, silently agreeing. The best defense was a good offense. Li Yu was the first to act, shooting out a web that instantly wrapped around Thanos' arm. Li Yu was a little surprised. This game felt almost too real, as if he were actually shooting webs himself. But what puzzled him most was, why did his leg still ache a bit, even in the game? He shook his head, pushing the thought aside. Just then, Thanos suddenly yanked him forward with overwhelming force. Li Yu couldn't resist at all. Dragging Li Yu close, Thanos raised his other hand, gripping the massive sword, and swung it down at Li Yu. Li Yu's face went pale. That was it. He was going to end up respawning at base. But at that critical moment, a round shield appeared out of nowhere, slamming into the sword just as it was about to strike Li Yu's head. The blow knocked the weapon aside, and Wang Xiao stepped in front of Li Yu, retrieving his shield and pulling Li Yu back to safety. Don't get reckless. Play it safe and bide your time. Lin Yi and Lin Zhao exchanged a glance, then launched a coordinated attack together. Lin Zhao leapt more than 10 meters into the air, raising both fists and smashing down toward Thanos. Thanos crossed his arms above his head, blocking the blow head-on. In that instant, the ground beneath his feet shattered with a thunderous crack. For the first time, Thanos' expression grew a bit grave. Clearly, Lin Zhao's strength was nothing to scoff at, or he would have shaken him off by now. Meanwhile, Lin didn't sit idly by. He soared behind Thanos and unleashed a barrage of missiles, exploding across Thanos' back and leaving him writhing in pain. Seeing this, Lin Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. He had thought Thanos was unbeatable, but it seemed that the four of them might actually have a fighting chance. It looked easier than he'd imagined. But just as that thought crossed his mind, Thanos erupted in fury. With a thunderous roar, he kicked Lin Zaheo, sending him stumbling back. Then, wielding his massive blade, Thanos attacked Lin Zaheo in a relentless flurry, his speed and power both overwhelming. In a matter of moments, Lin Zaheo was utterly overpowered, knocked flat on the ground, unable to rise. Lin hurriedly flew over to help, but to his shock, Thanos seized Lin Zaheo's webbing, still tangled around his own hand. With a mighty yank, he flung Lin Zaheo up again, this time colliding with Wang Xiao, who was nearby, and sending them both hurtling through the air. They spun a full 180 degrees before crashing down in front of Lin, knocking him back as well. The three of them sprawled on the ground, struggling to get up. Thanos wasted no time. He unleashed 3 blazing arcs of fire from his blade, slashing toward them. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Thanos could do that? Since when? It certainly looked formidable, and this time there was no chance to defend. Just then, with moments to spare, Wang Xiao sprang to his feet, raising his shield to block the 3 fiery blades. But each strike left a deep crack in the shield. Even a mightiest shield now looked ready to fall apart. Don't worry, I'll hold him off as long as I can, Wang Xiao called out, determined to protect his teammates, one already down, and the others depending on him. Interesting, Thanos said coldly, but I want to see how many more of these you can withstand. Without a trace of emotion, he unleashed a relentless barrage of flaming blade arcs, filling the battlefield with the fury of a fiery inferno. Very quickly, Wang Xiao was drenched in sweat, his whole body trembling. Even his shield, once indestructible, was now battered and on the verge of shattering. That's enough. Step aside and let me handle this. If you keep going, you'll die. Seeing this, Lin Yi grew anxious and wanted Wang Xiao to step aside so that he could take on Thanos' attack himself. But Wang Xiao shook his head and said, "No, as real as this feels, it's still just a game. If I can't even protect my brothers in a game, what would that make me in real life? This time, let me, as the big brother, protect you all." No sooner had Wang Xiao finished speaking than their surroundings erupted into a sea of fire. A wave of scorching heat blasted Lin Yi and Lin Zaheo backwards, slamming them into 2 cars. In an instant, the vehicles were reduced to twisted wreckage. Caught in the flames, Wang Xiao also collapsed, losing consciousness. His experience card vanished, stripping him of his fighting power. Thanos hefted his massive blade and declared, "You're no match for me. Hand over the time stone. That's the wisest choice." But before Thanos could finish, he was suddenly yanked away by a tangle of spider silk, sent flying straight into a supermarket. "It's all my fault. I let my guard down. Who would have thought this boss would be so tough? Did we forget to level up? Or maybe we didn't spend enough money. Damn it. I swear I'm going to beat him. Top up $100 for me." Well, when you put it that way, I guess he's not wrong. As his buddy, who could say this isn't just a game? A beam of violet light shot out from the supermarket, piercing straight through Liu and draining the power from his experience card. He, too, slumped to the ground, unconscious. Lin Yi froze, stunned at how quickly their team had been wiped out. But at least he knew that, thanks to the experience cards, neither Wang Xiao nor Liu were in any real danger. Still, now he was the only one left standing. Whether he could win or not was another question, and time was running out. At most, he had 10 minutes left to settle this fight. Without hesitation, he downed a bottle of luck potion. For the next hour, his luck would soar to unprecedented heights. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi stepped into the supermarket, where Thanos was indeed waiting. But Thanos was sitting on the ground, a mocking expression on his face. As Lin Yi approached, he said coolly, "I don't like losing. I know you don't like losing either. But the truth is, you've lost, and you never stood a chance. I've changed my mind. There's no need to negotiate. I'll just kill you all and take the stone." Lin Yi edged closer, cautiously, before replying, "Honestly, that's how you should have thought from the start. You probably could have finished us off much faster." Even as he spoke, Lin Yi's mind was racing for strategy. He knew Thanos was overwhelmingly strong. Just moments ago, he'd wiped out Lin Zaheo in the blink of an eye. Against an enemy like this, he couldn't afford to act without a solid plan. So he decided to try and stall for time by chatting with Thanos, hoping to come up with a way to deal with him. But Thanos saw right through him at a glance and said, "I know exactly what you're thinking. You're trying to delay me, hoping to find a way to defeat me. But unfortunately, that won't work, and I have no intention of giving you the time you want." As he spoke, Thanos stood up, grabbing that fearsome great blade. Lin Yi was a bit shocked. He had seen through him so quickly. Was Thanos even human? This was just too incredible. Since his tricks wouldn't work, he'd have to fight Thanos head-on. Lin Yi readied his nanocannon, prepared for battle. If Thanos made even a single move, he would fire without hesitation. Thanos didn't dare let his guard down either. He assumed a battle stance, Even though he knew his enemy had no chance of winning, he remained completely vigilant. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly noticed a peculiar, yet familiar, fruit beside him. The fruit was yellow, somewhat shaped like a pineapple, covered in spikes. It also resembled a durian, but the spikes were different, big and few in number. Why did it feel so familiar? Lin Yi felt he'd seen it somewhere, though he was certain he'd never eaten one before. He thought about it for a moment, but couldn't figure out what it was. Just then, the system spoke up. It seems to be called a horn melon. Horn melon. At that, Lin Yi finally remembered. This was the fruit Thanos planted in Avengers Endgame. Thanos seemed to be quite fond of it. If he didn't like it, he wouldn't have chosen to retire and start growing this fruit, eating it every day. With this thought, Lin Yi didn't hesitate. He picked up a horn melon and tossed it right at Thanos' feet. Thanos was immediately stunned. What had just been thrown at him? It didn't look like any kind of weapon. Lin Yi felt a little nervous. Would a horn melon have any effect on Thanos at all? Instinctively, he doubted it. After all, the man before him was an emperor among the stars. Then, to his surprise, Thanos, upon seeing the horn melon at his feet, was overcome by a sudden urge to pick it up. The desire grew stronger and stronger, as though the fruit held some irresistible allure for him. Lin Yi watched as Thanos, completely ignoring him, bent down to pick up the fruit and held it with a look of pure delight on his face. Come on, you're Thanos. How can you be defeated by a piece of fruit? Don't you care about your dignity? Now's not the time for sarcasm. Don't you realize this is a golden opportunity? Why aren't you making your move? The system notified Lin Yi, reminding him that this was a golden opportunity. If he missed it, he might truly never get another chance. Lin Yi quickly came to his senses and fired a burst of nanolight at Thanos. The blast sent Thanos flying, hurling him onto the rooftop of a tall building. He hit the target. Lin Yi hadn't expected his attack to land. After all, if Thanos had been paying attention, Lin Yi could swear he'd never have hit him. It seemed Thanos' obsession with the fire ginseng fruit was genuine. Lin Yi gathered up all the fire ginseng fruits in the area and chased after him. Landing on the rooftop, Thanos quickly regained his composure. Just like before, the attack hadn't caused him any real harm. But Lin Yi had expected as much and didn't dwell on it. Seeing Thanos coming at him with a punch, Lin Yi stayed calm and casually tossed a fire ginseng fruit off the edge of the building. Strangely enough, Thanos abruptly changed direction, abandoning his attack on Lin Yi and snatching the fire ginseng fruit instead. The look on his face was one of pure excitement. Even he had no idea what he was so thrilled about. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi fired a crimson laser at Thanos, striking him and forcing a pained cry from his lips. Enraged, Thanos grabbed his massive blade, ready to strike Lin Yi down. But Lin Yi threw out another fire ginseng fruit, and Thanos turned to chase after it once more. Lin Yi fired off another laser. For several minutes, this bizarre cycle repeated. Lin Yi used the fired ginseng fruits to keep Thanos distracted, attacking him again and again to chip away at his strength. The pleasure of a single fire ginseng fruit was fleeting, but a steady stream was endlessly satisfying. Though Thanos was truly formidable, he was completely powerless against this weakness. If only the Avengers had known, they wouldn't have struggled so much against him. At this rate, Lin Yi began to feel that, even alone, he might be able to defeat Thanos. It almost felt effortless. He checked his bag and found he still had half of his fruit stash left, plenty to keep going. But just then, Thanos saw another fire ginseng fruit flying his way and finally sliced it in half with a single stroke of his blade. Enough. That's enough. I won't fall for the same trick again. I've conquered this weakness. Now your fate is sealed. Thanos roared in fury, never having been toyed with like this before. He was determined to make Lin Yi suffer, to make him wish he were dead. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. So this weakness could be overcome? Was Thanos really that impressive? Then again, it wasn't all that surprising. If Thanos could be taken down by a single trick, he wouldn't be Thanos at all. So he simply discarded all of the fire ginseng fruits. It was clear from the slight twitch at the corner of Thanos' mouth that this pained him greatly. Lin Yi could tell that after his recent attacks, Thanos had finally started to take damage. His strength was probably waning. That meant if Lin Yi went all out, there was still a chance to win. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi steeled himself for a one-on-one showdown with Thanos. The game had only just begun. All right then, let's not waste any more words. Let's begin. Don't hold back. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, he burst forward with a sudden surge of power beneath his feet. At the same time, his hand transformed into a great sword, which he drove at Thanos with all his might. Thanos raised his own massive blade to defend himself, blocking Lin Yi's strike. With a thunderous crash, the entire rooftop shattered in an instant. Lin Yi pressed forward relentlessly, forcing Thanos back a step. But before Thanos could even react, Lin Yi changed tactics with his other hand. No longer relying on brute force, he struck Thanos with a wave of supple strength that landed squarely on his body. Before Thanos could recover from his surprise, Lin Yi's fingers flashed out in a flurry of rapid strikes, targeting every vital pressure point on Thanos' body. With a choking gasp, Thanos coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body suddenly immobilized, giving Lin Yi the perfect opening for a decisive blow. Heavenly Sword from Beyond. Lin Yi drew his sword, nimbly vaulting over Thanos' head. With a light touch, like a dragonfly skimming the surface, he used Thanos' head as a springboard to launch himself into the air. Then, channeling a surge of crimson energy, he brought his sword down from above, striking Thanos' upraised arms. A blast of scarlet sword energy ripped through the entire high-rise, sending Thanos crashing to the ground and carving out a massive crater. Lin Yi landed heavily beside him, feeling the strain begin to show. Sure enough, the power of Iron Man, when combined with martial arts, could truly be brought to bear. No longer just for show, no longer mere blunt force, strength and technique fused together, becoming something far more formidable. You're courting death. With a roar, Thanos leapt up from the pit, his eyes blazing red as he hurled a punch at Lin Yi. Lin Yi remained calm, catching Thanos' fist and redirecting the force with perfect leverage. 4 ounces moving 1,000 pounds, sending all that strength right back at Thanos. In a heartbeat, Lin Yi unleashed his full power, raining down a flurry of lightning-fast punches, each one faster and heavier than the last, pummeling Thanos' chest. Once again, Thanos spat out blood, sent flying by the assault. Lin Yi was relentless. He unleashed every last bit of his firepower, sweeping the airborne Thanos with a barrage of high-tech weaponry. The massive explosion that followed bloomed into a mushroom cloud, whipping up a whirlwind and shaking the earth. All that was left was Lin Yi's silhouette, his back turned to the blast. A real man never looks back at an explosion. In truth, Lin Yi knew very well that his ability to overpower Thanos this time was nothing short of luck. For some reason, every move he used this time far exceeded his expectations. Not only that, but even when he sprayed bullets, not a single shot missed. They all hit the mark. It seemed that the advantage still came from the boost of the luck potion. Otherwise, even with the element of surprise and his martial skills, he would never have been a match for Thanos. As the smoke gradually cleared, Lin Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. There was just 1 minute left on the clock. He had finally defeated Thanos in under 20 minutes. At that moment, Thanos, his whole body battered and torn, landed back on the ground. Suddenly, Thanos lunged at him, grabbing Lin Yi in one swift motion and unleashing a flurry of rapid punches. Each blow carried the force to shatter a mountain. Lin Yi's armor began to crack and fall apart, exposing his body beneath. Even his helmet was gone now. Eyes wide with shock, Lin Yi stared at Thanos, just in time to be sent flying by a vicious kick. He crashed through several buildings before finally hitting the ground, the impact making the whole city tremble. My armor was specially crafted, otherwise, you really would have destroyed me just now. But too bad, you fell short at the last moment. The victory is mine. Though Thanos now had less than half his strength, possibly even less, the thrill of victory let him easily ignore the price he'd paid. Lin Yi's mech suit was now in tatters, sparks crackling across its battered frame, clearly on the verge of collapse. Lin Yi himself spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to get up for quite some time. He hadn't expected that, even after all that, he still couldn't kill Thanos. Was this guy even human? Thanos strode over to Lin Yi and stomped down on his head, pinning him to the ground, making it impossible for him to move. Where's the time stone? Hand it over, or I'll crush your skull. Lin Yi let out a guttural cry of pain, as if his head might burst open at any second. But he didn't say a single word. Thanos pressed harder, ringing an even more agonized scream from Lin Yi. The pain was unbearable, and Thanos showed no mercy. He was ready to finish off this stubborn human, and then take his time searching for the stone. He was sure the time stone had to be on Lin Yi, so killing him first, and then searching the body wouldn't be a problem. With murder in his eyes, Thanos steeled himself. While Lin Yi closed his eyes, he guessed it was finally time to act. Suddenly, a massive green figure crashed down from above, slamming into Thanos and pinning him against a distant wall. What followed was a relentless flurry of punches. Lin Yi realized Lin Zaheo was still alive. He must have been waiting for his chance to ambush Thanos. After all, in his eyes, this was just a game. Naturally, he could stay calm, as long as he doesn't actually lose all his health. Right now, he's lost almost all his fighting power, so everything depends on Lin Zaheo. But to his surprise, just after briefly suppressing Thanos, Thanos struck back, sending Lin Zaheo flying dozens of meters with a single blow. The impact shook the ground with a thunderous force. Thanos shook his head and said, "Let's see who's going to save you this time." He extended a single finger, clearly not planning to get close to Lin Yi. That guy was just too unpredictable. It was better to stay cautious and keep some distance. Lin Yi couldn't help but force a bitter smile. Lin Zaheo really was too weak, knocked out again so soon. And this time, Lin Yi was certain that Lin Zaheo had truly lost consciousness. At that moment, the Iron Man transformation on Lin Yi's body wore off, and he reverted to his ordinary self. That meant if he took even the slightest hit now, it'd be the end for him. Struggling to his feet, Lin Yi tried desperately to figure out what last card he could play. "Who are you? And Lin Yi, how did you get hurt? Did this guy bully you?" Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, and something unbelievable happened. Standing before Lin Yi was Jiang Shui. Lin Yi rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but there was no mistake. It really was Jiang Shui. He couldn't figure out how she could have possibly shown up here. "Teacher Jiang Shui, why are you here?" Lin Yi asked in astonishment. Jiang Shui smiled and replied, "Surprised, aren't you?" "Haha, actually it's nothing much. That day when you asked me to hit you, I thought you were acting strange, so just in case I put a tracker on you. But after you got to a certain place, the signal vanished, and it was really far from the school too. I thought you might actually be in trouble, so I came over following the last known location I saw." "HM, the signal's back? What's going on?" Jiang Shui glanced at the signal source on her phone, a bit puzzled. Lin Yi realized what had happened. The signal must have been blocked when he transformed, and now that the transformation wore off, it was back. "You need to get out of here." Lin Yi shook his head urgently. Although his teacher was tough, sometimes even a bit violent, this was Thanos they were dealing with. How could his teacher possibly handle someone like that? If she died in front of him, Lin Yi knew he'd regret it for the rest of his life. "Why should I leave? This wannabe punk dared to bully my student. How could I just let him off?" Jiang Shui clearly had no intention of backing down. Lin Yi was completely dumbfounded. Was she really about to take on Thanos? These two couldn't be more different. It was like characters from two separate worlds. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Although it seemed that Jiang Shui hadn't noticed anything unusual, and even mistook Thanos for some kind of edgy outsider. Most likely because she'd never watched the Avengers. But it was still incredibly dangerous. That was no ordinary person. It was Thanos. "Who are you? Seems like troublemakers are always popping up." Thanos glanced at Jiang Shui, frowning as he spoke. Jiang Shui let out a cold snort. "Why do you care who I am? Besides, it doesn't matter. Just like I don't need to know who you are. Either way, I won't let you get away with this." Thanos didn't reply, simply curling a finger to gesture politely, giving her the classic ladies first. "Ms. Jiang, please leave. He's not someone you can handle." Lin Yi called out to Jiang Shui, hoping she would listen and get out of there, regardless of whether it would help. Jiang Shui ignored Lin Yi, pursed her lips, and said, "Well, then, don't blame me for not holding back. You might regret this." Thanos shrugged with perfect calm. "Of course not. No regrets. Go ahead." Jiang Shui nodded, took a deep breath, and in a flash appeared right in front of Thanos, launching a swift kick at him. Thanos dodged easily, swinging a fist back at her. But to his surprise, Jiang Shui caught his punch just as effortlessly. With one hand gripping Thanos' heavy fist, Jiang Shui said coolly, "Looks like you're badly injured. If you were at your peak, maybe you'd be strong, but right now, you're just ordinary." Without warning, she kicked Thanos, sending him flying. Before he could react, she was on him again, a palm wreathed in green flames slamming into his body. The flames erupted in an instant, a blinding burst of light illuminating the entire city. Jiang Shui dusted off her hands and walked toward Lin Yi, only to find him completely dumbfounded. She laughed and offered an explanation. "Well, you see, there are actually a lot of people in this world like me. You can think of us as ability users. That guy just now, his aura was definitely unusual. He's probably the same kind of person as I am." That's when Lin Yi remembered what the system had told him. He wasn't the only one in this world with special abilities. Most people just kept theirs hidden, which is why nobody knew. So Jiang Shui was just like him, a special kind of human, an ability user. No wonder she was so powerful. He always felt the pressure when facing Jiang Shui, and now he finally understood why. Ability users. That's great. Now he could relax. Go get him, Ms. Jiang. Take Thanos down. Wait a minute. With that last attack, wasn't Thanos already finished? That move was incredibly powerful. And considering Thanos was already seriously injured, taking a hit like that head-on, honestly, it would be impossible for him not to be instantly defeated. So you're a capable human as well, and not a weak one at that. I was careless. This time, we've really run into a host of tough obstacles. But to the astonishment of both of them, Thanos was still standing. He hadn't fallen. He just looked even more exhausted than before. He was like some kind of super tank. After taking so much damage, he could still fight? Was this a joke? Lin Yi swallowed hard and looked at Jiang Shui. Ms. Jiang Shui, you should be able to handle him, right? Jiang Shui wiped the sweat from her forehead and shook her head. I'm not sure. That last attack was my full strength, and I didn't expect it to do so little. He really is a monster. Not sure. Lin Yi's emotions took a wild swing, but now he had no choice but to trust Jiang Shui. They had to win, otherwise the world was doomed. Please, you have to win. Jiang Shui nodded. I don't really understand what's going on, but I'll give it everything I've got. After all, this is the moment for martial artists like us to prove our worth. That's what makes it meaningful. Jiang Shui and Thanos exchanged a look and both silently abandoned any thought of fighting from a distance. For Thanos, he definitely wanted to defeat Jiang Shui in close combat. Hand-to-hand was where he was strongest. And it was much the same for Jiang Shui. She was a gifted fighter, but also a master of ancient martial arts among the gifted. Her greatest strength was close-quarters combat, so she didn't hesitate for a second and charged straight at Thanos. Thanos accepted the challenge, rushing forward to meet Jiang Shui head-on in a fierce melee. The two exchanged blow after blow, evenly matched. Each of them possessed unimaginable strength. Every strike was faster and more powerful than any ordinary person could hope to match. Watching this, Lin Yi felt little joy. He knew that if things continued this way, Jiang Shui would still lose to Thanos. If she couldn't finish him in a single decisive blow, a drawn-out fight would only end in her defeat. Thanos slammed a fist into the ground, but Jiang Shui dodged, countering with a punch of her own. Thanos took the full brunt of the blow and staggered back a few steps, showing the first hint of weakness. Jiang Shui lit up with hope and wasted no time, charging forward to press her advantage. She meant to end it with a final strike, but she never expected it was all a trap. Just as she closed in, Thanos unleashed his full power in a sudden burst, sending Jiang Shui flying with a devastating punch. She crashed heavily to the ground and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her injuries were severe. Lin Yi hurried over to help her up, worry etched on his face. Are you all right? Jiang Shui shook her head and replied, What do you think? I'm not dead, so relax. Lin Yi kafud akardi. She was coughing up blood. She clearly wasn't fine. Jiang Shui thought for a moment, then quickly made a decision. Let's get out of here first and find a place to hide. Once I feel a bit better, we can fight again. There's no rush. Without hesitation, she grabbed Lin Yi, and the two of them vanished in an instant. Thanos was instantly enraged, unleashing purple beams of energy that tore through everything around him in a storm of destruction. He was determined to find these two. Only then could he get his hands on the Time Stone. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Jiang Shui slipped into a basement, finally letting out a sigh of relief. There was no way Thanos could catch up to them so soon. Thank goodness they ran fast enough, catching Thanos off guard. Otherwise, escape would have been nearly impossible. Lin Yi glanced at the time and realized there were only 5 minutes left before the luck potion wore off. Without the boost from that potion, their chances of winning would shrink even more. All their narrow escapes so far had been thanks to the effects of the luck potion. Otherwise, there was no way their fortunes would have been this good. But even so, Thanos was not someone they could defeat with luck alone. They would need to rely on their own strength and a bit of strategy, too. Now that his powers were gone, Lin Yi was no match for Thanos at all. Their only hope was for Jiang Shui to land the final blow. At the same time, Lin Yi's last trump card would be crucial. It could create the opportunity Jiang Shui needed. So it all came down to luck. Only while the luck potion was still in effect did they stand a chance at gambling on victory. Without it, their hopes would be dashed. What kind of superpowered being is he anyway? This is insane. Even after suffering such serious injuries, we still can't beat him, Jiang Shui said in amazement, settling into a seat. Lin Yi looked at her and said, Teacher Jiang Shui, I have a plan. I think we can defeat the purple sweet potato monster. Jiang Shui nodded, realizing at last that the person they were facing was the so-called purple sweet potato monster. No wonder he was so monstrous. Now it all made sense. Or did it? Purple sweet potato monster. Was that even a formidable name? In truth, Lin Yi had just made up the nickname for Thanos on the spot. If he'd said Thanos, Jiang Shui might have recognized it. If she realized they were fighting Thanos, Lin Yi would have a hard time explaining himself. Superpowered beings weren't all that unusual, but Thanos, he was an alien from the universe. That was still a shocking revelation, wasn't it? Lin Yi leaned in close and explained his plan to Jiang Shui in a low voice. When she finished listening, she nodded slightly and said, This plan, it might just work, but will the purple sweet potato monster really fall for it? He seems pretty smart. Clearly, Jiang Shui was still a bit worried, so she voiced her concerns directly. Lin Yi stroked his chin and said with conviction, "He'll fall for it. Trust me." "All right, I trust you. Let's split up and put the plan into action." "Okay, it's time for a do-or-die showdown." Thanos was still searching for them, determined to flush them out, even if it meant utterly destroying everything in his path. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Yi didn't need to be forced. He stepped out on his own. Thanos saw Lin Yi holding a burlap sack. He couldn't tell what was inside, but he guessed that whatever it was must be the source of Lin Yi's confidence. "You actually showed yourself? Where's the woman? Hiding somewhere, planning another sneak attack? Let me tell you, that trick won't work on me again." Thanos frowned slightly, noticing how calm Lin Yi appeared. "Lin Yi Shuruk, you got it wrong. She's just unconscious. I knocked her out. I don't want to keep fighting you pointlessly. Whatever it is you're after, I can give it to you. What are you playing at?" Thanos was clearly suspicious. He'd been fighting desperately to keep it from him, and now he wanted to hand it over? That had to be a trap. Lin Yi spoke sincerely. "I'm not playing any tricks. I just wanted to test your resolve, so I challenged you. Frankly, I can understand your actions. Resources are finite. You want to use the Infinity Gauntlet to wipe out half the universe, all in the name of balance. Otherwise, in the end, the universe is doomed to perish anyway." Thanos was a little surprised. "You actually understand my reasoning?" But deep down, he wasn't completely convinced. After a pause, he pressed, "So, have you determined my resolve now?" "Absolutely. You truly possess the resolve and the qualification to fulfill this sacred mission. So here, take it. It's yours. No need to hunt for the stones one by one. I've gathered them all for you. All that's left is for you to snap your fingers and erase half the universe's life." With that, Lin Yi tossed the sack to Thanos. Thanos opened it, and to his amazement, inside was the Infinity Gauntlet, adorned with every single Infinity Stone. Not just the Time Stone, but the Space, Reality, Power, Mind, and Soul Stones were all embedded in it. Truly, all he needed was a single snap to fulfill his purpose. "You really pulled it off? What's your reason for doing this?" "Because like you, I think maybe this is the right thing to do. But I lack the courage and the power to snap my fingers myself, so I need you to do it. That's my reason." Lin Yi lied with a straight face and steady breath, all to make Thanos believe him. Under normal circumstances, Thanos would have instantly seen through the deception and realized that all these stones were fakes. But there was no other way. With the luck potion on his side, all these concerns simply disappeared. In other words, Thanos' sharp intellect could be rendered useless. He would only desire the Infinity Gauntlet, and that desire would blind him to everything else. So, luck might look useless at first glance, but is it really of no use at all? For Lin Yi, it was invaluable. If not for luck, he could never have outwitted Thanos. Thanos glanced at Lin Yi, his expression without suspicion. "You understand me. That alone sets you apart from those foolish people. I'm pleased. I hope you won't be among the randomly destroyed. It doesn't matter if I am. Honestly, if there were a chance, I'd love to sit down with you and have a proper conversation." To Lin Yi, Thanos couldn't really be called a villain. He was even something of a hero. The only difference was in how he maintained order in the universe. Others protected, while he destroyed. That was all. Like other heroes, Thanos cared about the universe. He was just far too extreme. That, and nothing else, made him a villain. Deep down, Lin Yi admired Thanos. He didn't agree with his methods, but it wasn't impossible to understand them. Of course, the understanding he spoke of was quite different from what he just told Thanos. What he meant was that he grasped Thanos' reasoning, though he didn't approve of his actions. He believed many people would feel the same. After speaking, Thanos actually smiled. Lin Yi couldn't quite figure out why, but it didn't matter anymore. The moment Thanos snapped his fingers, everything would come to an end. Without a trace of doubt, Thanos slipped on the gauntlet and prepared to snap. A crisp snap echoed through the air, Thanos' face still lit with a joyful smile. But nothing happened. Just as he started checking the gauntlet, a great blade pierced straight through his body from behind. Blood burst out, splattering across the ground. Only then did Thanos turn to see Jiang Shui standing there with her double-edged sword. "Lin Yi was right. To defeat you, we had to use your own weapon." "Looks like it worked," Jiang Shui said, showing no mercy as she delivered a fatal blow. This time, she was confident she could truly finish him. "So that's it. You tricked me." Thanos looked at Lin Yi, and realization dawned instantly. The Infinity Gauntlet and the stones were all fake. Damn, they looked so real. He'd studied them for ages and still hadn't noticed. This just showed how terrifying the power of imitation could be. Even Thanos was fooled. "Lin Yi Sikit, there was no other way to deal with you. I'm sorry." Thanos spat out a mouthful of blood, gasping for breath. He didn't utter a single word. Instead, he simply closed his eyes as if resigning himself to fate. This time, he could sense that he was likely to meet his end. Even though he had braced himself and given it his all, he hadn't expected to lose in the end. Lin Yi and Jiang Shui both believed this was the end for Thanos, so they accepted the outcome. But unexpectedly, their opponent still had strength left. In a sudden burst, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, throwing Jiang Shui aside. Then, in a flash of purple light, Thanos vanished without a trace. Lin Yi's lips twitched. He can still escape? Just how tough is this guy? Is he indestructible? Jiang Shui was equally speechless. She hadn't imagined he still harbored such overwhelming power. What kind of monster is he? Still, she didn't dwell on it for long. Even if he survived, with injuries that severe, he'd be crippled for life, if not dead. Yet Lin, he couldn't shake off his concern. This wasn't just anyone, this was Thanos. As long as he wasn't dead, who could say he wouldn't rise again? With that in mind, he urged Jiang Shui to give chase. I've had enough. He's no longer a threat. There's no need to pursue him to the bitter end. But you, kid, it's time to explain yourself. Why were you targeted by someone with such terrifying power? Are you an ability user too? Lin, he let out a sigh. It seemed he'd have to let Thanos get away, and could only hope this really was the end, because if it happened again, he wouldn't stand a chance. After a moment's thought, Lin Yi decided to admit it, more or less. Surprisingly, Jiang Shui didn't seem shocked at his admission. She simply said, if you're an ability user, it's wise to keep that hidden from ordinary people. Otherwise, you'll invite endless trouble. At worst, it could even cost you your life. So I won't blame you for keeping it secret. Lin Yi nodded, a little surprised by Jiang Shui's understanding. Well then, I have things to take care of, and need to patch up my wounds. You should see to yours as well. Also what? When this busy spell is over, I'll take you to see a whole different world. Just like that, Jiang Shui was gone as quickly as she'd come, and Lin Yi knew that, at last, this ordeal had come to an end. Ding! Mission complete. Host upgraded to level 3. You have unlocked the following features. Trial card duration increased to 30 minutes, more superhero lottery draws, and an enhancement gift pack. He hadn't expected that finishing an S-rank mission would upgrade him straight to level 3. Apparently, defeating Thanos had been worth a massive amount of experience, enough to break through in a single leap. This time, things are a bit more interesting. Not only has the duration of his trial card been extended again, but he can also unlock more superhero trial cards. That's right. Over the past few days, Lin Yi has been drawing cards every day, but the ones he gets most frequently are Doctor Strange, Spider-Man, Iron Man, and Captain America. As for the others, aside from the Hulk, he hasn't drawn any of the other superheroes at all. It seems that with this new feature, he'll finally be able to unlock more superheroes. Otherwise, no matter how much he likes Iron Man, he'd eventually get a bit tired of it. Wouldn't he? Wouldn't it be nice to switch things up and try out other heroes for a change? As for the final reward pack that boosts his stats, Lin Yi decided he didn't need it for now and left it in storage. He figured it wouldn't hurt to save it for later. He could always use it when he felt ready. Right now, Lin Yi simply wasn't in the mood. Even though the whole Thanos affair was over, the price Lin Yi had paid was devastating. To defeat Thanos, he had betrayed his own brothers, deceived Thanos, and taken advantage of Jiang Shui. None of this was the behavior of a true hero. In fact, it was even worse than Thanos in some ways. If protecting this world means stopping at nothing, then what makes him any different from Thanos, who would do anything to achieve his goal of saving the universe? Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder, are there really any other heroes in this world besides him? If there are, how would they choose to protect the world? Would they do a better job than he did? He didn't dwell on these thoughts any longer. Instead, he found his brothers one by one and carried them to his car. He couldn't say anything to them, but at the very least, when they woke up, he could treat them to a good meal. That was the only thing he felt he could do for them right now. Are you hiring security guards here? I'd like to give it a try. At this moment, Lin Yi had arrived at a large corporation, though of course he was only here to apply for a security guard position. Because of the recent earthquake, all the students from Tianhai University had been given a break from classes. It wasn't just the juniors and seniors off for internships. Even the freshmen had to put their studies on hold and spend this period working, at least until things returned to normal. Lin Yi found this all rather baffling. Was this really the end of his campus life? He still had a whole year left that he'd never get to experience. And the most awkward part was that he'd never even interned before. He hadn't graduated, his grades were just average, so the hospitals didn't want him, at least not for now. So Lin Yi thought about it and figured he could try waiting tables. At least it would pass the time and give him a new experience. But Wang Qiu gave him some advice. Forget about waiting tables. It might sound easy, but it's actually exhausting, the pay isn't great, and you're always getting docked for little things. You'd get scolded all the time, anyway. It's really not a good job, with a terrible experience. Wang Qiu said, if you're thinking about waiting tables, you might as well keep hauling bricks. At least that's a bit more reliable. But Lenny thought, wasn't a bit dull to keep hauling bricks all the time. He wanted to try something different after all. So, as a compromise, Lin E decided to try his luck at a big company, becoming a security guard. Now that sounded like a decent job. Most days, there wasn't much to do, the pay was pretty good, and it was an entirely new field for him. There was a sense of excitement about it. The head of security here was a man named Wang Dali, a round-faced, big-eared fellow. Well, it might sound impolite to describe him this way, but that's really how he looked. If he weren't wearing his security uniform, you'd probably take him for the boss. So, you want to be a security guard? Sorry, we don't have any openings. You should look somewhere else. Without even glancing at Lin E, Wang Dali dismissed him. Uncle, I told you I don't want to be a security guard. Can't you give me a better job? I'm not interested in being a security guard. A boy, legs crossed, and fiddling with his phone, piped up. He looked no older than a middle schooler. His face radiated disdain, as if this job was entirely beneath him. Lin Yi fumed instantly. Seriously? You're turning your nose up at it when you can't even get the job? Do you have any idea how meaningful being a security guard can be? You know nothing, yet you look down on the work? Produce. Wang Dali, didn't you just say there were no openings? Then what about this slot for your nephew, huh? This was blatant favoritism. Clearly, neither of these two were decent people. If he doesn't want the job, doesn't that mean there's an opening? Why not give it to me? Lin, he kept his tone polite. Even if he was cursing them out silently, he still spoke with a bit of restraint. After all, one has to keep up appearances. But Wang Dali grew more annoyed. He'd told Lin E to leave, and yet he was still here? Even if his nephew turned down the job, there was no way he'd give it to Lin E. Why couldn't he take the hint? So he said bluntly, even if my nephew doesn't want it, you still can't have it. Got it. Lin E played along. Why not? As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing well-developed muscles. He actually looked pretty tough. Then, right there, he gave a demonstration by breaking a brick with his bare hands. Now, that was impressive. He looked like the real deal. Wang Dali's lips twitched as he glanced at his own nephew, who was still playing games with his frail-looking frame. Honestly, this guy did seem a bit more qualified. But qualification was one thing. Connections were another. Even if Lin E was a kung fu master, he wasn't Wang Dali's nephew. So why should the job go to him? In short, the logic was simple. If an outsider got the job, there was no guarantee of any future benefits. But if his own nephew took the position, even if the nephew was less than impressive, there would always be a chance to take advantage of him later on. So Wang Dali still wore a face of outright refusal as he said, stop putting on a show. Even if you're as skilled as you say, I still won't let you be a security guard. You're not qualified. Lin Yi's face darkened. And your nephew is qualified? That's right. He's more qualified than you. Got a problem with that? Still not leaving? Do you want us to show you the door? Yeah, that's right. Even if I don't get the job, you're not getting it either. It's that simple. Lin Yi let out a sigh. Everywhere else, the security guards he'd met were warm and welcoming to him, which had left him with such a good impression that he'd even considered becoming a security guard himself. But here, these guards were completely lacking in any professionalism. Dealing with people like this was simple. If they wanted to give you trouble, you just gave it right back to them. Without any further courtesy, Lin E landed a punch on each of the two men, knocking them both to the ground in an instant. Help! Murder! Murder! Mom! Save me! That'll teach you to act tough. Let's see how you show off now. Lin E thought with a sneer as he turned to leave. He didn't care about their exaggerated cries for help. He was already thinking about finding a new job. But just then, a group of security guards, drawn in by the racket, rushed in. Who are you? You dare to hit people here? Don't blame us for being rough with you. Lin E glanced at them and tried to reason. You really don't want to fight me. None of you are my match. What a joke. He'd mastered every martial art there was. Even if he couldn't take on a giant, handling these men with similar builds would be child's play. He was actually looking out for them. If they insisted on attacking, he'd have to fight back, and they'd be in for a beating. Lin, he wasn't a violent person by nature. But clearly, his words didn't work. They just thought he was being arrogant. So the men pulled out their batons and charged at Lin E. Thud! 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 In no time at all, Lin E was dusting off his hands, having already laid every one of them out on the floor. Monster! Demon! He told them not to fight him, but they refused to listen. Not only that, they even started hurling insults. The last one was the worst. Not only did he curse at him, he even called him a beast. Anyone overhearing might have thought Lin E had done something truly terrible to them. Lin E was just about to leave when Wang Dali stood up and sneered, Kid, don't think that just because you can fight, you can do whatever you please. I'm telling you, you're finished. I'm calling the police right now. I'll make you regret everything you've done. Huh, you still want to be a security guard? I'll make sure you get what's coming to you. Lin E clenched his fists. This guy was really pushing his luck. Lin E was just about to teach him another lesson. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Where have you all gone? I was just about to look for you to ask a few questions. Are you all in the lounge? As the voice echoed through the room, the door was pushed open by a middle-aged man. When Wang Dali saw who was at the door, his entire demeanor changed in an instant. He immediately put on a beaming smile. President Guan, what brings you here? If you need anything, you could have just called. No need to trouble yourself to come in person. There was nothing Wang Dali could do. Even though he wanted nothing more than a deal with Lin Yi right now, he still had to show respect to the head of their corporation, Guan Xiaochuang. Yes, the person who had entered was none other than Guan Xiaochuang. Lin Yi was a bit surprised too. He hadn't expected Guan Xiaochuang to show up here, let alone as the company president. Guan Xiaochuang cast a glance at Wang Dali before fixing his gaze on Lin Yi. Lin Yi, what's he doing here? Clearly, Guan Xiaochuang was just as puzzled. He then said, I tried calling you, but your phone wouldn't connect. I just arrived at the office and wasn't too busy, so I thought I'd come find you myself. What on earth happened here? Of course, what he meant was, why are there so many people lying on the floor? And why does Wang Dali look so beaten up? Wang Dali thought Guan Xiaochuang was here to back him up, so he became excited and blurted out, it was him. He's the one. Wang Dali pointed at Lin Yi, eager to make his accusation and ensure Lin Yi paid the highest price for his actions. But before Wang Dali could finish, Guan Xiaochuang interrupted him calmly. This is my friend, an extremely close friend, in fact. What about him? Go on. That single sentence left Wang Dali completely stunned, speechless, his mouth hanging open as if he could fit an egg inside. Good heavens, did he hear that right? Guan Xiaochuang's friend? And who was Guan Xiaochuang? The head of one of the three great families, the chairman of their group. And his friend was here to apply for a security guard job? If anyone else had said that, Wang Dali would have slapped them for making things up. Was this some kind of joke? But coming from President Guan himself, there could be no mistake. So the guy standing before him had been hiding his true strength all along? Oh, heavens, what had he gotten himself into? He was doomed. And it didn't stop there. Because of that one sentence, Wang Dali's bravado instantly evaporated. He wanted to say, it was him. It was him. But now, what could he possibly say? At first, he wanted to say, it was him. He's the one who beat them up. He's absolutely lawless. An arrogant little brat who thinks he can do whatever he wants. We have to ask Mr. Guan to stand up for us. Although it felt odd to have the boss step in for the security guards, Mr. Guan had always been approachable and easygoing. But now it turned out they were all friends of Mr. Guan, a close-knit group at that. How could he possibly say anything more? The rest of his words were stuck in his throat. He had no choice but to swallow them back. I'm done speaking. I have nothing more to add. Wang Dali stammered, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Lin Yi found the situation increasingly strange. It seemed like Wang Dali was about to make a complaint and list all his so-called misdeeds, but now, suddenly, he had nothing to say. But the situation didn't end there. Something even stranger happened next. Wang Dali abruptly grabbed his nephew and bowed deeply to Lin Yi. We're so sorry. We failed to recognize your status. This was all our fault. We sincerely hope you'll be magnanimous and just let us go like letting out a puff of air. Uncle, are you out of your mind? You can't just let this guy off. Look what he did to us. And if you want to be a puff of air, go ahead, but I'm not joining you. Without a second thought, Wang Dali swung his hand and slapped his nephew hard across the face. The slap rang out with a sharp, resounding crack, leaving a streak of blood in its wake. All right. I'll be a puff of air, okay? Just please stop hitting me. That's more like it. It's important to recognize who you are. Well, that's not the main point. The main thing is that we need to apologize to this young man. What are you waiting for? Apologize now. I am sorry. I was wrong. I apologize to you. That's the right attitude. Lin Yi looked at them, bewildered, completely at a loss. What on earth was going on? Why couldn't he make head or tail of this? Just a moment ago, they were so aggressive, and now, all of a sudden, they had turned into this? Did he do something? As far as he could recall, he hadn't done anything. Lin Yi couldn't understand, but Guan Xiaochuang immediately sensed what was happening. He figured that these people had offended Lin Yi and gotten put in their place, so when he arrived, they wanted him to deal with Lin Yi for them. But the moment he declared Lin Yi was his friend, they instantly realized something and began apologizing to Lin Yi instead. Thinking this through, Guan Xiaochuang found their reaction rather amusing, just like the brainless villains you'd find in a novel. So, feeling mischievous, he decided to play along and changed his tune. Oh, my mistake, sorry. He's not my friend after all. He just looked a bit familiar, so I got mixed up. Wang Dali nearly coughed up blood on the spot. Was he really going to leave them hanging like this? Could they take back their apology? Seriously? This was too much. They'd already humbled themselves completely, and now it turned out Lin Yi wasn't even Mr. Guan's friend. So he really was just an ordinary guy. Wang Dali had already been completely played out. He just stood there grinning foolishly, as if he didn't even know what he was laughing about. At this moment, Lin Yi finally caught on to what was happening and gave Guan Xiaochuang a look. You really know how to have fun. Only then did Guan Xiaochuang lead Lin Yi away from the scene, and once they were out of earshot, she asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened? I promise I'll stand up for you, Dr. Lin." Lin Yi shook his head, but after thinking for a moment, he replied, "Just fire Wang Dali. He's not a good person. Find someone with better character to be head of security." Lin Yi had no intention of complaining. After all, Wang Dali had already gotten what he deserved. Being messed with like that was lesson enough. But letting someone like him continue in the position clearly wasn't a good idea. It would only give people a bad impression of such a major company. At least, that's how Lin Yi saw it. "All right, I understand. I'll have him replaced. But what brought you here today?" "I'm looking for a job. The school told us to find an internship, so I ended up here." "I see. So what position are you applying for? I can help arrange it for you." "Security guard, of course. But I haven't landed the job yet." "Wait a second. So this remarkably capable guy is here to apply for a security guard position? Is he really planning to play the unassuming master here?" Guan Xiaochuang couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth and asked, "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. I actually think being a security guard sounds pretty good, and honestly, I'm not suited for much else. Just say the word, and I can arrange any job you like, right here in this company, or even a medical internship at another hospital. Whatever you want, I can make it happen." "Well, you're impressive, but I still want to be a security guard. The other jobs can wait." For Lin Yi, having a good father meant he didn't need to worry about money, so any job was much the same to him. Besides, he was just looking to pass the time for now, and being a security guard seemed a bit more interesting. Guan Xiaochuang cleared her throat and said, "Actually, aside from being a security guard, there's another, even better option for you. Join the Guan family as a guest expert. Annual salary of 10 million. Join the Guan family? Become a guest expert? 10 million a year? Clearly, the last part was the real highlight. If the offer had been 1 million a year, he might have just agreed. Who cared what a guest expert did, as long as there was money involved? Even though he wasn't short on cash, Lin Yi still liked having more. He could ignore small sums, but who wouldn't be tempted by a windfall? But come on, 10 million a year? That was just ridiculous, about as realistic as pies falling from the sky. So Lin Yi turned her down flatly. The reason? He figured Guan Xiaochuang was just joking around, so he couldn't take it seriously. Otherwise, how awkward would that be? Upon hearing Lin Yi's refusal, Guan Xiaochuang realized she might have been a bit too hasty. Their relationship hadn't reached that level yet, so of course he wouldn't agree so easily. For true experts, money is never the thing that wins them over. They simply don't care about that little bit of cash. What matters far more is personal connection and goodwill. It seemed clear he still needed to take his time to get to know Lin Yi, strengthen their rapport, and only then could he have any real hope of bringing him into his fold. If Lin Yi knew what Guan Xiaochuang was thinking, he'd probably be caught between laughter and exasperation. What's going on in that head of yours? Does he really look like someone who doesn't care about money? Buy him a few more rounds of barbecue, and he'd be over the moon. And so, Guan Xiaochuang let Lin Yi stay on as a security guard in their company, but as the head of security, at least. That more or less met Lin Yi's request, and naturally, he was pleased with the arrangement. "So, what's your relationship with this company? You seem to have a pretty high position here," Lin Yi asked, making conversation with Guan Xiaochuang after the dust had settled. Guan Xiaochuang cleared his throat and replied, "Chairman, actually, our group owns quite a few companies." Lin Yi's lips curled in realization. "Chairman. No wonder Wang Dali had been so shaken when he saw you earlier. That explained everything. No wonder he could make anything happen with just a word, no matter how impressive the position." After that, the two didn't talk much more. Guan Xiaochuang simply left Lin Yi with the promise, "Whenever you get tired of being a security guard, come and find me. Any position you want, it's yours to choose." Lin Yi nodded in agreement, but didn't take it too seriously. A real man builds his world on his own merit. Relying on someone else for a shortcut just felt pointless. Still, no matter how you looked at it, this position as head of security was thanks to Guan Xiaochuang. Lin Yi returned to the security office and was soon officially appointed as the team leader, while Wang Dali had already left. As for the guys Lin Yi had taken down earlier, he went around and offered each one a cigarette by way of apology. But honestly, it wasn't entirely his fault. They tried to fight him first. After all, he couldn't just stand there and take it. Everyone understood that he was the new boss now, and no one really held a grudge. They all accepted Lin Yi's apology. And so, Lin Yi's first day at work began. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. He threw himself into his duties with real dedication, patrolling non-stop throughout the day, never once complaining of fatigue. That's when he spotted a flashy red luxury car, parked carelessly in an unauthorized spot. Immediately, he decided to go over and remind the owner. After all, this wasn't a parking area. "Excuse me, please park your car in the designated lot. You can't leave it here," Lin Yi said, tapping on the car window. A moment later, the car door opened and out stepped a petite girl. no more than 15 or 16, with porcelain skin and delicate features. She looked like a living doll. Lin, he was momentarily taken aback. Maybe that saying was true after all. 9 out of 10 girls like her drive a luxury car. Who are you? The young girl looked at Lin, her tone indifferent. Her little face was set in a frosty expression, as if trying to come across as cool. Lin, he thought for a moment and replied, I'm the security guard here, so you have to listen to me. Park your car properly, please. It was obvious that a child this young couldn't possibly be driving, but since she got out of the car, there must be a driver. In that case, asking the driver to park the car properly would do as well. But the young girl just snorted coldly. Is being a security guard really such a big deal? Lin, he could sense a hint of disdain from her, which made him feel a bit annoyed. What if it is the biggest position here? That's why you have to listen to me, got it? The girl rolled her eyes. Well, I'm here today to take up the position of general manager. That's a bigger title than yours, isn't it? Are you kidding me? Linny thought. 15 or 16 years old. Not even an adult yet. And you're telling me you're going to be the general manager? Don't take me for a fool, just because I haven't read many books. But Lin, he didn't let it bother him. Let's not even start with whether you're bluffing. Even if you really are the general manager, you still need to have the car parked properly. That's the rule, and you have to follow my instructions. The young girl pursed her lips. She was the general manager, so why should she listen to a security guard? There may be such a rule, but as the general manager, I can abolish it. I could even disband the entire security department, you know? Do you really think you have authority over me? The girl shot Lin a sharp look, her patience clearly running thin. But Lin, he was even less patient than the little miss. Without another word, he pushed her aside and climbed into the car himself. He glanced over at the driver and told him to move the car, but the driver simply ignored him. It was clear he only took orders from the young girl. Frustrated, Lin, he squeezed the driver out of the seat and took the wheel himself, heading straight for the parking lot. The young girl was left standing there in stunned silence, utterly speechless. Since when did security guards have so much nerve? They could just ignore the general manager as if she didn't matter. Miss Zhang, do you need me to go teach that guy a lesson? The driver glanced at Zhang Yuaner. Zhang Yuaner a shukiet. No need. I'm going to make the whole security department disappear. I want to see just how important he thinks his job is. Oof. When the time comes, he'll be the one begging me. With that, Zhang Yuaner strode into the office building and made her way to her office. Her arrival immediately sparked a wave of chatter among the employees. So it's true, she really is a little girl. I heard rumors from upstairs that our new general manager is just a kid, 15 or 16 years old. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. She looks even younger than 15 or 16, honestly. I guess she's only 11 or 12. This is truly unbelievable. I have no idea how the board approved this. Isn't this just nonsense? What could a child possibly understand? Exactly, but let's just keep our opinions to ourselves. If someone so young can be appointed as general manager, she must have powerful connections. She's not someone we can afford to offend. Let's not try to play any power games with her, or we'll all be left with nothing. That's right. She's just a kid. Whatever she says, we'll just go along with it. She should be easy enough to deal with. Otherwise, if the new boss wants to make a big impression right away, none of us want to be caught in the crossfire. Zhang Yuaner arrived at her office. Although it was spacious and offered a nice view, the decor was minimalist, bordering on plain. It was clear that Zhang Yuaner wasn't fond of this style. She much preferred something cuter and more girlish. Where's my assistant? Have someone redecorate my office as soon as possible. The faster, the better. Otherwise, I simply can't work in here. She spoke coolly toward the door, clearly dissatisfied with her office. I'm right here. Okay. I'll find someone to redo the office right away. But, President Zhang, where will you work in the meantime? Maybe you could use another room for now. As soon as those words were uttered, everyone nearby felt at a loss. That's such a pointless suggestion. If this little girl were the kind of person who could just make do, she wouldn't bother redecorating the office in the first place. It's not as if she can't physically work here. The previous general manager worked in this office for years without a single complaint. So really, that suggestion was unnecessary. Just look at Zhang Yuaner's reply. It was bound to be a refusal. No need to trouble yourselves. Just find me a spot in the open office area. I'll work alongside all of you until the renovations are done. Then I'll move back in. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Yuaner was actually willing to make do, leaving them both puzzled and intrigued. Is she easy to get along with or not? Everyone realized they'd have to get to know their new general manager a lot better. Zhang Yuaner cleared her throat, thought for a moment, and said directly, but before that, I need you to handle something for me. This will be my very first order since joining the company. It looked like her first act was about to happen. But which department would be the target? Please don't do anything reckless. No one was too worried. Every new leader makes a bold move at first. That's nothing new. But Zhang Yuaner was different. She was so young. Who knew what she might do? Disband the security department. Jean Yuaner declared, stunning everyone. Those words left everyone frozen in place. Disband the security department? She was actually targeting them? What kind of move was this? No one could quite process her decision. Besides, can the security department just be disbanded like that? If it's gone, what will they do when something happens in the future? There'd be no way to handle anything. How could such a big company not have security? This whole banquet wouldn't even be possible without them. That might not be the best idea, right? Did someone in the security department offend you? I can help you fire that person. You don't need to dismiss the entire department. Jean Yuaner thought about it and realized there was some truth to that. There was no need to get rid of the whole security department. After all, most of them hadn't done anything to offend her. It was a little rash to punish everyone. She recognized that she'd been acting on impulse, so after calming down, she agreed with Assistant Lee's suggestion, nodding. Fina, then just help me fire one security guard. Do you know his name? No, I don't. Send me photos of all the security guards. I'll find him. Then you take care of it. I want him to know that I'm not someone to mess with him. Honestly, this was a bit much, firing someone just for a minor offense. Still, none of them dared to protest. All they could do was feel sorry for the poor guy, offering him a silent moment of sympathy. Soon, Jean Yuaner received photos of all the security guards. She looked through them for a while before spotting Linny. She pointed him out to Assistant Lee and said, "That's him. Fire him immediately. I don't want him in this company for even one more second." Assistant Lee replied promptly, assuring her there was no problem. Then he noticed the man in the photo, Lin Yi. Apparently, he had just been appointed as the chief of security today. It was his very first day at the company, and he'd already become the head of security. Maybe he had some kind of connection, but the position wasn't particularly high. So even if he knew someone, it probably wasn't anyone too powerful in the company. Either way, handling this wouldn't be much trouble. As Assistant Lee went to deal with Lin Yi, Jean Yuaner broke into a satisfied smile, clearly in a much better mood. Well, I hope we can all work well together from now on. I'm a straightforward person. I respond to gentleness, not force. If you try to strong-arm me, I won't reason with you. I'll make you pay for it. But if you talk to me nicely, I'll listen to what you have to say. That's just how I am. Jean Yuaner gave a brief introduction of herself, making it clear that her animosity toward Lin Yi was because he'd chosen to confront her head-on and driven away her car. Deep down, she knew she could be capricious and unreasonable, but if someone spoke to her calmly, she might be willing to change. What she absolutely couldn't stand was being challenged. Everyone has their limits, and for Jean Yuaner, this was hers. No one said anything more. They all got back to work, and Jean Yuaner, too, began her first day at the job in earnest, putting herself into her work. This came as a bit of a surprise to everyone. They had all assumed she was just a playful little girl, but it turned out she had a serious side as well. Not long after, Assistant Lee was pulled over by Lin Yi and brought into the room. "Is that the security captain?" "Looks like it. I didn't expect him to be kind of good-looking, actually." "Haha, don't start swooning now. I have a feeling this is going to get interesting." "Exactly. Get your popcorn ready. This is the real entertainment." Jean Yuaner paused what she was doing and looked at Lin Yi. "Why are you still here?" And Assistant Lee, "Why did you let him come over?" Assistant Lee gave a wry smile. "It wasn't my idea to let him in. He insisted on coming himself. He even said he'd stay right here no matter what." "What could I do?" Lin Yi nodded. "That's right. What can you do to me?" "Fire me?" "I refuse. I won't accept it. So what are you going to do?" "I haven't done anything wrong. I told you to move your car because that spot was off limits for parking. So just because you're the manager, you get special privileges? And now you want to fire me for doing my job? Well, I'm not leaving." Lin, he wasn't trying to cause trouble for no reason, but he felt it was completely unfair. He had done the right thing. So why should he be fired? On what grounds? "You shameless jerk. You're unbelievable." "Say that again." "I'll say as many times as I want. You're still the ugly one. So what?" Jean Yuaner was so furious she felt like she might explode. How could he have the nerve to refuse being fired? Was he invincible or something? She was the general manager. Wasn't it within her power to fire a security guard? Whose position was higher here? Taking a deep breath, Jean Yuaner said, "Security. If he won't leave, escort him out. It's not up to you to refuse." Lin Yi Simirkit. "Call security?" "Well, here I am. Are you asking me to escort myself out? Does that make any sense?" "I meant the other security guards." "Sorry, but those guys are all my brothers now. If you call them in, let's see who gets escorted out. Me or you. Worst case, I'll help them find even better jobs." Who's afraid? This was the first time anyone had seen such a bold security guard. It was as if he held the highest authority in the building. Utterly untouchable. Even if you were the general manager, you couldn't do anything to him. He was completely out of reach. Jean Yuaner's face flushed bright red with anger. Who was this guy? How could he be so shameless? She had never seen anyone like him before. Meanwhile, Lin Yi made himself comfortable, found a seat, and started drinking tea from Zhang Yuaner's own cup. Since he was already being shameless, he figured he might as well go all the way. Unless someone gave him a proper explanation today, he really wasn't going to leave. These weaklings were no match for him anyway. But Zhang Yuaner had no idea that Lin Yi was actually trained in martial arts. She glanced at Assistant Li, silently asking if, since the security guards couldn't handle it, maybe he should step up and kick this shameless guy out. Assistant Li hesitated for a moment, then looked around at everyone. The others all nodded in encouragement, silently saying, "Go for it, Pikachu. We choose you." That decided it for Assistant Li. He took a deep breath, fixed Lin Yi with a cold stare, and said, "Don't push your luck. I'll have you know, I've had some training myself. Watch out, or I might actually hurt you." My hand. I give up. I am sorry." In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had grabbed his hand and twisted it mercilessly. The pain was indescribable. Assistant Li immediately started begging for mercy. His moment of bravado lasted less than 3 seconds. Seeing that Li was genuinely in pain, no, actually remorseful, Lin Yi let go. He turned to Zhang Yuaner and asked, "What else have you got? Go ahead, try it. This is getting boring." Zhang Yuaner fast dakind. She pulled out her phone. Since she couldn't deal with this shameless man herself, surely she could call the police. "Let's see how arrogant you are then." But before she could dial, Lin Yi flicked a pebble. Who knows where he found it, sending the phone flying out her hand. Clearly, Lin Yi wasn't going to let her call. If she couldn't call, what could she do? Zhang Yuaner looked at the others, clearly meaning, "Well, what about you? Don't just stand there watching the drama. Help." That finally spurred everyone into action. Phones came out all around, but Lin Yi was ready for this. One by one, every single phone was knocked out of their hands, and even if they picked them up, he'd just shoot them down again. That's how formidable he was. Lin Yi had known exactly what they'd try, so he'd stuffed his pocket full of pebbles in advance. He'd keep this up all day. By now, everyone was at their wits' end. He was like the most powerful security guard in history. Even the general manager couldn't handle him. There was nothing they could do. Zhang Yuaner opened her mouth, ready to curse Lin Yi, but then thought better of it. She realized she wasn't much of a match for him in an argument anyway. So she gave up. "What exactly do you want?" "Nothing much. I just want you to be fair. If I've done something wrong, you can fire me, but if I haven't, you have no right. It's that simple." "So you're saying I can't fire you? Isn't that obvious?" He'd only just started, his first day on the job, and now he was facing the sack? Did they think he had no pride? Besides, it would make it hard for him to find work in the future. He wasn't about to let this little tyrant fire him. So what if she was the general manager? Did she think she was all that? He actually knew the chairman. Thinking of this, Lin Yi decided it was time to call Guan Xiaochuang. What was going on at this company? Why was everyone here so bizarre? How about we ask the chairman to decide who's right? Me or you? Zhang Yuaner had also been planning to look for the chairman, but to her surprise, it was Lin Yi who brought it up first. "All right, it's settled then. I'll go find the chairman right away." Zhang Yuaner responded hastily. Lin Yi eyed her with some suspicion. "You're not thinking of calling someone else in, are you? I'm warning you. You'd better behave yourself." Zhang Yuaner shook her head, her expression insisting that Lin Yi was overthinking things. How could she possibly do such a thing? Yet in truth, that was exactly what she intended. This shameless troublemaker seriously deserved to be taught a lesson. What good would finding the chairman do? "I'd better go find him myself. All of you, just stay here and don't cause any trouble," Lin Yi said calmly. Everyone exchanged glances. It seemed there was nothing to do now but wait for the chairman to come and save them. As long as the chairman arrived, he would surely take charge of the situation, give Lin Yi a sharp reprimand, and then fire him. Let's see how arrogant he can be after that. Honestly, this was only to be expected. The chairman would definitely stand by the general manager and the rest of them, not side with a mere security guard. That simply wasn't realistic. Zhang Yuaner snorted coldly. Well, so be it. The chairman would surely back them up. When that happened, Lin Yi would be finished, and whatever pride he had left would be crushed. Before long, under everyone's anxious anticipation, Guan Xiaochuang arrived. He'd only hurried over because Lin Yi had messaged him on WeChat. He wondered if Lin Yi had finally come to his senses and wanted him to arrange a suitable position in the company. If that were the case, it would be a good thing. As long as Lin Yi could fill a decent role at the company, that would basically make him part of the Guan family. Or at least, that's how Guan Xiaochuang saw it. But when he arrived, he found all the employees staring at him wide-eyed, the atmosphere thick with awkward tension. Especially Zhang Yuaner, whose murderous glare sent shivers down his spine. "What's going on here?" Guan Xiaochuang asked. He glanced at Lin Yi, who remained silent, and immediately realized, could Lin Yi have stirred up trouble again? So instead of greeting Lin Yi, he turned directly to the others. "What else? It's this guy. I wanted to fire him, but he refused. Does he even have the right to refuse?" I'm the general manager, and I can't even dismiss a security guard, and he threatened us on top of that. Zhang Yuaner explained to Guan Xiaochuang, her emotions running high and her sense of grievance obvious. That's right. It's him. He's completely out of line. Far too arrogant, another added. Exactly. If he isn't punished, it's simply intolerable. Just firing him isn't enough. He should be handed over to the police for investigation. Hey now, the person talking about intolerable justice. Aren't you going a little too far? What did he even do to deserve that? Anyone hearing this might get the wrong idea. Lin glanced at Guan Xiaochuang and told him everything, holding nothing back. He explained that he was just following the rules, yet this little girl wanted to fire him. Of course, he refused. He hadn't done anything wrong. In fact, it was the girl who was in the wrong. If anyone should be fired, it should be her. Guan Xiaochuang finally understood. Lin, he was just an honest and straightforward guy. Yes, what he said made sense, but did he have to be so blunt and unyielding? Then again, if he wasn't like this, he wouldn't be Dr. Lin. With that, Guan Xiaochuang turned to everyone and declared, All right, I'll make the decision for all of you. Listen up. Lin Yi stepped forward. I have something to say to you. Everyone smiled, convinced that Lin Yi was doomed this time and would surely be fired. Zhang Yuaner let out a cold snort, as if to say, Serves you right for crossing him. Now you'll pay the price. Lin Yi simply pursed his lips, said nothing, and walked over to stand in front of Guan Xiaochuang. If this guy really thought Lin Yi was in the wrong and wanted to fire him, so be it. He'd just leave. After all, there were plenty of things he could do. Worst case, he'd just go back home and farm. So Lin Yi showed not a hint of fear, standing calmly and looking at Guan Xiaochuang, waiting for him to open his mouth, or, to be blunt, waiting for him to spout nonsense. Guan Xiaochuang caught the look in Lin Yi's eyes and immediately realized he'd misunderstood. What I have to say to you is just this. Well done. No matter who it is, the rules are the rules. Rules are what keep things in order. It's not just the manager who should follow them. I have to follow them too. So you did nothing wrong, and I won't fire you. After saying this, Guan Xiaochuang felt as if he'd reached a new level of enlightenment. See? That was a great speech. There ought to be applause right now. But only Lin Yi seemed to appreciate it. Everyone else's faces grew dark, thinking Guan Xiaochuang must have lost his mind. He was really siding with the security guard. Zhang Yuaner was absolutely furious, glaring at Guan Xiaochuang. Are you crazy? You're really not going to fire him? Why? I don't get it. Guan Xiaochuang shot Lin Yi a look, as if to say, Here's your chance to show off. I've had my turn. Lin Yi nodded, thanked Guan Xiaochuang for the opportunity, and said coolly, Wasn't it explained clearly enough? I'm not being fired because I didn't do anything wrong. It's that simple. On the contrary, you're the one at fault in this matter. So if someone should be fired, it ought to be you. Giving him a chance to show off didn't mean he should try to fire the general manager. She just started today, for goodness sake. Zhang Yuaner was about to explode. Not only was Lin Yi not being fired, now he wanted to fire her? Incredible. If things were going to be this absurd, she really might as well quit. Fuming, she shouted, Fine, I'll go. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, Lin Yi said with a dismissive shrug. Guan Xiaochuang was rendered even more speechless. Please, just stop stirring up trouble. Every time something happens, I'm the one left to clean up the mess. He hurriedly stopped Zhang Yuaner and said, Yes, you made a mistake, but it's hardly worth firing you over. It's not a big deal. Some punishment will do. Tomorrow, write me a 10,000-word reflection, and then we can put this matter behind us. Why should I? Why should I? Lin Yi and Zhang Yuaner, surprisingly in sync, spoke in unison. The corner of Guan Xiaochuang's mouth twitched. How did it suddenly feel like he was the odd one out here? After thinking for a moment, he said, Come on, both of you, let's not make a scene. Let's leave it at that, all right? Give me some face here, okay? Brother. Sister. The truth was, he couldn't actually fire either of them. Regardless of who was right or wrong, or whether they were managers or not, if he just kicked out everyone who caused trouble, things would be too simple. And honestly, that's just not how things worked. But for certain reasons, he had to protect both of them. If even one of them left, he'd be left in a very unpleasant position. Seeing that Guan Xiaochuang had laid all his cards on the table, both Lin Yi and Zhang Yuaner fell silent, which was as good as agreeing to his solution. And so, this little farce started and ended in the blink of an eye. Although everyone was still a bit bewildered, there was nothing more they could do but let it go. Still, it was obvious something fishy was going on. Neither this security guard nor the general manager were ordinary people. Otherwise, knowing Guan Xiaochuang's temperament, this wouldn't have been his way of handling things. When it was all over, Guan Xiaochuang called both Lin Yi and Zhang Yuaner into his office. Only then did he explain, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Yuaner, my real younger sister, and Lin Yi Yuaner, He's a Dr. Lin I told you about, the one who saved my life. So we're all family here. What's the point of fighting? Hearing this, both Lin Yi and Zhang Yuaner were stunned, rooted to the spot in disbelief. Zhang Yuaner was Guan Xiaochuang's sister? That had to be a joke. They didn't even share the same last name. One was Guan, the other Zhang. How could they possibly be siblings? Zhang Yuaner felt much the same. How could Lin Yi be the Dr. Lin her brother had spoken so highly of, the one who had once saved him? That Dr. Lin had left her with a wonderful impression, but Lin Yi was the complete opposite. There was no way they could be the same person, right? Guan Xiaochuang glanced at them, finding the whole thing rather amusing. Don't look at me like that. I'm telling the truth. Lin Yi retorted bluntly. Stop messing around. You don't even share a surname, and you don't look alike at all. How could you possibly be siblings? That's because one of us took our father's surname, and the other our mother's. Isn't that normal? Besides, the Guan family does things a little differently. The women don't have to take the Guan name. They can use their mother's surname. But the men, they must all be called Guan. A twitch played at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. So what you said was actually true. This little girl really is your sister. No wonder she's so bold and generous. And on top of that, she's the company's general manager. So it's all a family business. Being a general manager isn't strange at all. Lin Yi gradually came to terms with this reality, but he doubted Zhang Yuaner would be as accepting. So he voiced his own doubts. Dr. Lin is a doctor, isn't he? Why would he work as a security guard at our company? Is that even possible? Guan Xiaochuang replied with a hint of exasperation. To be honest, I'm not even sure if Dr. Lin is really a doctor, but his medical skills are definitely impressive. There's no doubt about that. As for why he's working here as a security guard, I guess he just wanted to experience a different side of life. Kind of like you, right? You joined the company for the experience, too. Once classes resume, you'll head back to school. Zhang Yuaner's lips twitched. For a moment, she was at a complete loss for words. Lin Yi and Zhang Yuaner exchanged a glance, both feeling utterly repulsed. This was just too much to take in, truly hard to accept. So, silence seemed the best choice. Guan Xiaochuang couldn't help but burst out laughing. You know, you two really are the definition of no fight, no friendship. Once you get to know each other, you'll realize you're not so bad after all. Their uncanny synchronicity kicked in again. They even spoke in total unison. It made Guan Xiaochuang think, if you two don't just get married right here and now, it's a disservice to everyone watching. So he decided to give him a little push, though, of course, he had his own motives. All right, now that you're all acquainted, let's get to the real reason I called you here, Guan Xiaochuang said, turning to Lin Yi with a smile. There's actually something I'd like to ask you for help with, Dr. Lin. For some reason, seeing Guan Xiaochuang smile, Lin Yi felt goosebumps creeping up his arms. He cleared his throat. What is it you want? It's simple, really. I'd like you to protect my sister, Zhang Yuaner. Lin Yi didn't wait for Zhang Yuaner to speak. He refused outright. Absolutely not. Protect her? She doesn't need protecting. Besides, I'm a security guard, not a bodyguard. I agree, I don't need it. Having Xiao Meng or Xiao AI around is more than enough. Zhang Yuaner quickly chimed in, shaking her head. Guang Xiaochuang ignored Zhang Yuaner's protest. He wasn't surprised by Lin Yi's refusal either, and brushed it aside as he continued. Xiao Meng and Xiao AI are here to protect me. As for the family's other experts, there aren't many left, and I can't really entrust Yuaner to them, either. After thinking it over, you're still the best choice, Dr. Lin. You're strong enough to take down 7 or 8 security guards at once. Those skills are more than sufficient. Lin Yi's mouth twitched again. Even if you think I'm the right person, why should I agree? He had absolutely no affection for this little bossy girl. Why on earth should he protect her? Did he have nothing better to do with his time? Lin Yi opened his mouth, about to say something in protest against Guan Xiaochuang's proposal. But Guan Xiaochuang went on. Don't refuse just yet. Have you forgotten? You still owe me a favor. Now it's time to pay it back. Lin Yi was taken aback. He still owed Guan Xiaochuang a favor. Wasn't it the other way around? If anything, Guan Xiaochuang owed him. But then Lin Yi thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered the time he borrowed a venue to deal with Thanos. He really did owe Guan Xiaochuang a favor. Damn, you remember everything so clearly, and he'd almost forgotten about it. You mean the thing with the venue? That's a separate matter, and besides, I'm not the kind of person who cares much about favors. What nonsense, Lin Yi thought. He wasn't a real master anyway. If he liked someone, he'd help them even without a favor. If he didn't, no amount of favors would make a difference. Guan Xiaochuang knew Lin Yi wouldn't care about saving face, and he was different from most so-called experts. So he simply said, actually, this isn't really a negotiation. You could even see it as a threat. Lin Yi looked at Guan Xiaochuang with a strange expression. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a spoiled rich kid? But now he seemed to be something else entirely. Guan Xiaochuang pulled out a hard drive. People with abilities can't let themselves be exposed in public. So, if I uploaded a video of you fighting in that city, I guarantee it'd get a lot of clicks. After that, you could forget about living an ordinary life. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Was there a surveillance camera in that place before? Otherwise, how would he have gotten this footage? So he's this sneaky? Lin Yi had thought Guan Xiaochuang was just a straightforward guy with no hidden agenda. He'd been wrong, completely wrong. But aren't you afraid I'll just take you out on the spot? You dare to threaten someone with abilities? Lin Yi asked after thinking it over. You have a point. If it were any other superpowered person, threatening them like this would get me killed. So normally, I wouldn't dare. But I know you won't do that. Because you're a hero, aren't you? Lin Yi was genuinely stunned. He knows even that. Has he been investigating him? How much do you actually know? That's not important. As long as you agree, I can promise I know nothing at all. But if you refuse, then who knows what I might find out, including how you use your friends to deal with outsiders. On the surface, Lin Yi looked calm, but in reality, cold sweat was already trickling down his back. I won't force you to join the Guan family. I don't like forcing people. But when it comes to protecting my sister, even if I have to twist your arm, I won't hesitate. As long as you agree, I'll help you with your hero work and cleanup. Guaranteed to be more effective than a little girl could ever be. Fine, you even know about Bai Ling, damn it. How on earth do you know so much? This guy's intense. Since they had already seen almost everything, Lin Yi was no longer nervous. He curled his lips and said, All right, I agree, but don't even think about making me join the Guan family, you old schemer. You'll come around eventually, huh? Come around my foot. Let's see if that happens. Watching their exchange, the one feeling most exasperated was actually Zhang Yuaner. The way they spoke made it sound as if she had already agreed. If only Lin Yi agreed, what difference did it make? So she protested, Don't go making decisions for me. I'm not going to agree. Guan Xiaochuang wasn't the least bit surprised by her reaction and didn't take it to heart. He just said, Yuaner, you're the best. You'll listen to your brother, won't you? If you refuse, I'll be really sad. So please say yes, all right? Well, I suppose it's not impossible. Seriously? At first, she seemed so resolute, but who would have thought she'd cave and even faster than him? Isn't she being a little too agreeable? Lin Yi thought that this little girl didn't usually have this kind of personality. Whatever the case, both of them had agreed, and Guan Xiaochuang finally let out a sigh of relief. Lastly, Dr. Lin, you don't have a place to stay, do you? Lin Yi wasn't sure what Guan Xiaochuang was getting at, but he nodded. Because of the earthquake, he couldn't return to the school, so he'd planned to rent a place for a while. But on his first day at his new job, there was no way he'd find somewhere right away. He'd have to stay at a hotel first and look for a suitable place later. Guan Xiaochuang turned to Zhang Yuaner as well. And you also don't have a place to stay, right? That's right, why do you ask? Zhang Yuaner nodded. That's why I prepared an apartment for both of you. You can move in and stay as long as you like. This way, it'll also be convenient for Lin Yi to protect my sister. He could be on guard 24/7. It's killing two birds with one stone, don't you think? The moment those words were out, both of their faces flushed red. Living together? That was going a bit too far, wasn't it? Are you really her biological brother? You, don't go overboard, brother. How could I possibly live with this guy? The apartment is huge, with plenty of rooms, so don't worry. Besides, I trust Lin Yi's character. He's reliable. That's not really the point. It's settled then. Look, Lin Yi doesn't even mind, and he's a guy. Why should you care? But it's exactly the girl who should care in this situation, isn't it? Still, seeing Guan Xiaochuang's determination, she could only agree in the end. Lin Yi shrugged his shoulders, agreeing as well. He had nowhere else to stay anyway. What did he, a grown man, have to be afraid of? He just thought that, from now on, it would be best to avoid getting mixed up with Guan Xiaochuang. That guy was honestly a little terrifying. As expected, someone of such high status couldn't possibly be just a simple playboy. That was only a facade. In reality, he was more calculating than anyone else. After all, there's no such thing as an honest businessman. And so, Lin Yi and Zhang Yuaner were sent to a luxury apartment. It was said that this was the most secure place in all of Tianhai City, with the best safety system. Many officials and important figures lived here. Naturally, the environment and amenities here were top-notch as well. If you wanted to buy a place like this, you'd need at least several million. Anything less was out of the question. Their apartment was on the 23rd floor, apartment 331. The moment Lin Yi walked in, he was stunned by the sheer size of the space. It was absolutely massive and fully furnished, with every appliance imaginable. There was even a private balcony, perfect for hosting gatherings or dinners. There were quite a few rooms too, 3 or 4 by the looks of it, more than enough for their needs. Neither Lin Yi nor Zhang Yuaner stood on ceremony. They immediately started choosing their bedrooms. Lin Yi picked the room on the left. It had a great view of the city, and the decor was distinctly masculine. Though, honestly, that wasn't what drew him in. What truly caught his eye was the high-end computer in the room, worth tens of thousands. Now, that was a man's romance. He would have chosen this room for the computer alone. As for Zhang Yuaner, she chose the pink room. She knew her brother had specially prepared it for her, so of course she wanted to stay there. Once they'd picked their rooms, the two of them met in the living room, staring awkwardly at each other. The tension in the air was almost palpable. It was all so surreal. Who would have thought they'd end up living together for such a long time? This kind of scenario only happens in melodramatic novels or TV shows, yet now it was happening in real life. What Lin Yi couldn't accept was that Zhang Yuaner was still just a kid. If she were an older woman, he'd have nothing to complain about. In fact, he'd probably laugh himself awake in his dreams. So Lin Yi felt uneasy, and Zhang Yuaner was just as uncomfortable. If her brother hadn't insisted, she would never have agreed to this. Not in a million years. Well, since we'll be living together from now on, we'd better try to get along. Zhang Yuaner finally broke the silence. Lin Yi yawned and agreed. I'm with you on that. I'll protect you, but you can't be unreasonable. That way, we can live together peacefully for a while. As soon as the school reopens, we'll go our separate ways and find our own homes. All right, but we need some ground rules. Lin Yi snapped his fingers and said, no need to say it. I already know what you're going to bring up. At least a first rule, I'm sure. Rule number 1, don't enter your room. We have to sleep separately. Am I right? Instinctively, Zhang Yuaner shook her head, but then quickly nodded. It really was a necessary rule. Still, hearing it from this guy's mouth was just a bit annoying. Stop talking and listen to me. Okay, go ahead. Second, when we go to work each day, you can walk with me, but we can't show up at the company together. You have to get there before me. No one can find out we're living together. Lin Yi shuruk unjonjernet. Sure, that's fine. Go on. Third, I checked. You only have one bathroom. I'm a bit of a neat freak, so you can't use it. Figure something out yourself. This one left Lin Yi a bit speechless. No bathroom? And he was supposed to just figure it out? How was he supposed to take a shower if he couldn't use the bathroom? Lin Yi shook his head. That won't work. If you're the one with the cleanliness issues, you can figure out yourself. Just don't use this bathroom. It's not impossible. Fine, I'll handle it myself. Anyway, do you have any rules you want to set? You can say them now. To Lin Yi's surprise, the little loli actually agreed. He'd expected her to keep being difficult. That made Lin Yi feel a bit embarrassed. If she'd acted unreasonable, he wouldn't have cared. But she seemed genuinely fastidious, not just difficult for the sake of it. He was a grown man. Surely he could make a small compromise? Still, Lin Yi didn't push the topic. He simply said, I don't have any rules. As long as we get along peacefully, that's all I ask. I'll be counting on you. Then go get some rest. I'm heading to my room. Lin Yi nodded and watched as the little loli disappeared back into her room, though he had no idea what she was up to in there. But that didn't really matter. After a moment's thought, Lin Yi went to the bathroom, left a sticky note there, and then headed out. He'd just find a public bathhouse to wash up, no big deal. But just then, a message popped up on his phone from Bai Ling. Bai Ling's message was brief, a single line. She'd spotted some unsavory thugs harassing a couple and wanted him to come quickly. That's right. With nothing better to do, Bai Ling would always call him in to deal with troublesome situations whenever she found them. That was part of what a manager was for, after all. Lin Yi no longer resisted. He replied, send me the address. I'll be right there. So Lin Yi gave up on his plan for a shower and decided to take care of business first. Soon enough, Bai Ling sent the location. It was a bar. Looks like the couple she mentioned had run into trouble there. Still, Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder, what were a couple doing at a bar anyway? He didn't really get it, but it wasn't his business. All he needed to do was step in and help. Upon entering the bar, he saw a crowd of men and women, not dancing, but gathering together to watch the chaos unfolding at the center of the room. To be precise, it was a group of unruly troublemakers surrounding a couple, shoving and jostling them, clearly bullying them. Yet the boy in the couple held his own, shielding the girl the entire time. So all the pushing and shoving was directed at him alone. Lin Yi, over here, a cheerful voice called out. You finally made it. Come on, you have to deal with them. They're being way out of line. Lin Yi was still observing the scene when someone tapped him on the back. Turning around, he saw Bai Ling in her overalls, radiating youthful energy. He cleared his throat, quickly pulling his gaze away from the spectacle. Just a fleeting, harmless glance. Nothing more than casual curiosity. Really, he told himself there was nothing indecent about it. So, tell me what's going on. I need the full story before I step in. He needed to understand the situation before taking action. After all, intervening blindly might not necessarily be the right thing to do. Bai Ling nodded, agreeing with his reasoning, and explained, here's what happened. I don't actually know this couple. The girl was in a bad mood and came to the bar alone for a drink. She's quite pretty, so a tall, burly guy took notice and tried to make a move. The girl got flustered and called her boyfriend for help. When her boyfriend arrived, he didn't hesitate, just smashed a beer bottle over the big guy's head. That made the guy furious, and he called in a bunch of thugs to surround them. That's when I saw what was happening and called you. Lin glanced across the room and spotted a man dressed head to toe in designer clothes, clutching his head and hurling vile insults at the couple. Lin frowned at the sight. Still, he was even more curious about something else, so he turned to Bai Ling. What I'm more interested in is, what are you doing at a bar at this hour? Is that really the point? The point is, you need to step in and help them. Saving people is more important. They could just call the police. They don't necessarily need me to bail them out, do they? Which is why I think the real question is, why are you at the bar? Bai Ling was at a loss for words, but she realized he seemed a bit jealous. Rather than getting upset, she felt a secret delight at his reaction. I only came because a friend of mine works here and needed me to drop something off. I was about to leave when I stumbled upon all this, so I called you. Oh, I see. Well, you should have said so earlier. Wait right here, I'll go handle it. Watch closely. After Lin finished speaking, he strode straight over and looked at the gang of thugs. Why are you bullying them? If you have a problem, take it up with me. And who the hell are you? It was obvious these thugs weren't friendly at all. The couple glanced at Lin, grateful for his help, but they didn't want to drag him into trouble. Thank you, but you'd better not get involved. You can't afford to cross these guys. Well said. Who do you think you are, meddling in our business? Didn't you notice no one else dares to get involved? Let me tell you, I'm Xiao Jian of the Xiao family, one of the 3 great families of Tianhai City. Now do you see who you're dealing with? I'm a big deal around here. Lin paused, a bit surprised. Another one from the 3 great families? He only knew 2, the Guan family and the Zhang family. He'd never even heard of the Xiao family. Was it really one of the 3? Then again, when it came to the Guan family and Jiang Shui, he hadn't heard of them before either. Maybe it wasn't that these families weren't famous. It was just that Lin had never paid any attention. Otherwise, why would everyone else seem to know, while he was completely clueless, like some outsider who didn't know the first thing about Tianhai City? But so what if they were from one of the 3 great families? This guy was still flirting with someone else's girlfriend, even though she was already taken. What a sleazebag. He deserved to be taught a lesson, and Lin wasn't afraid of him in the slightest. So Lin curled his finger, beckoning. I don't care who you are, I'll still beat you up. I don't even know who you think you are. Are you looking to die? The Xiao family thugs hadn't expected someone to be so reckless. He'd just been told they were with one of the city's top families, and he still dared to talk big? Did he have a death wish? With that, the group of thugs surrounded Lin and the onlookers couldn't help but worry for him. Standing up for others, even if you were just a hot-headed kid, still took guts. No one wanted to see him get hurt. But with so many thugs, it was obvious things wouldn't end well. Everyone could just picture Lin being beaten unconscious. Then, amid the stunned silence, only Bai Ling cheered, her voice ringing out. Go, go, go. I'm rooting for you. You can totally thrash them. Was she out her mind? More likely, Lin would be the one getting thrashed. There were at least a dozen of them, all seasoned fighters. How could one guy possibly take them all on? But Lin just laughed. Only Bai Ling truly understood him. She knew he'd be fine. With that, he charged straight into the fray. A fierce fight broke out. Thanks to the martial arts Lin had mastered, he was more than capable of handling these thugs. Maybe he couldn't take them all down instantly, but he could certainly hold his own. Bit by bit, he chipped away at their attacks. If he let them all come at him at once, even he wouldn't be able to withstand it. But sometimes you have to set an example, scare the others by taking one down. That way, their momentum falters, they lose their rhythm, and before they know it, they're isolated and fighting alone. That's when Lin becomes unstoppable, agile as Jackie Chan, taking them down in style. One by one, he floored the gangsters. And through it all, Lin didn't use any special experience cards. He relied entirely on his own abilities to deal with over a dozen thugs. It was obvious, ever since he'd gotten the experience card system, even without using it, he'd grown much stronger. He was gradually becoming someone who could hold his own, no matter the situation. That battle with Thanos had taught him a lot, giving him valuable experience, and making him realize the limits of his strength. So, after that, he'd been training his body hard, improving his physical condition, and with the boost from martial arts, he now had this level of power. Everyone who saw this was left speechless, jaws dropping in amazement. One after another, they exclaimed, "Incredible, man! You're amazing!" He was the real deal, a true martial artist. Otherwise, how could he single-handedly handle more than a dozen street punks? It was like watching an action movie come to life. Bai Ling was especially proud, as if she herself had knocked them down. A sweet smile blossomed on her face. Lin glanced at the couple and said, "You two should go. Leave this guy to me. Don't worry, I've got it." I really don't know what to say. Thank you so much. Sorry to trouble you with this. No worries, just get going quickly. Just like that, the couple was able to leave safely. If it weren't for Lin they probably wouldn't have gotten away unscathed tonight. Xiao Jian's face darkened immediately. He was at a loss for words. Who would have thought this kid actually had some real skills? But wasn't he being a bit too cocky? That really ticked Xiao Jian off. Not only had Linny beaten up his men, but now he was letting the people who'd hit his guys walk away. That was just asking for trouble. He stood up, glaring at Linny. You think you're pretty tough, don't you? Linny didn't take him seriously and replied, Isn't it obvious? Of course I'm tough. Xiao Jian glanced down at his fallen lackeys and spat. Useless. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. With that, he pulled out a pistol and aimed it at Linny. He was ready to take matters into his own hands. The room fell silent in an instant. Linny knew that gun was the real deal. He hadn't expected someone to actually pull a gun in front of so many people. If Xiao Jian fired, it would cause chaos, and innocent people could get hurt. That was unacceptable. So Linny decided it was time to stop playing around. He'd use an experience card and fight back with a superhero's power. With that kind of strength, a gun would be nothing more than a toy. No threat at all. Since his last upgrade, Linny could now summon even more superheroes. And Star-Lord was the latest hero he could summon, though he hadn't tried him out yet. Linny had a soft spot for Star-Lord. After all, he'd really taken on Thanos himself, and that running joke always made him smile. So he simply activated the Star-Lord experience card. His appearance didn't change much, except now he had 2 energy pistols, formidable weapons capable of unleashing astonishing power. These are nothing like the handgun in Xiao Jian's hand. They weren't even in the same league. It seemed likely that a single shot would be enough to obliterate this entire place. However, Linny had no intention of firing. Otherwise, it would only cause even greater panic. Instead, he decided to use Star-Lord's greatest ability. And what was Star-Lord best known for? It certainly wasn't just shooting with double pistols like some old-school gunslinger. That's right, it was his legendary dance moves. An oddly captivating, almost magical style of awkward dancing. You have guns too? Where did those come from? Xiao Jian couldn't help but tense up a little. Clearly, he hadn't expected Linny to be armed as well, and those high-tech pistols looked nothing like his own. They were on a whole different level. But before he could say anything more, Linny raised one hand. And suddenly, in the midst of all this tension, he started dancing all by himself. Yes, right there in that charged, high-stress moment, he began to dance in the most flamboyant, outrageously awkward way imaginable. Xiao Jian was utterly dumbfounded. He stood there, at a total loss, unable to figure out how to respond to Linny's antics. And it wasn't just Xiao Jian. Everyone else was frozen as well, staring at Linny in astonishment, until the tension in the air simply melted away. One by one, they began to relax. But Linny didn't stop there. Not only did he keep dancing, he actually started to sing, clearly determined to showcase his many talents. Dancing alone can be awkward, but the system had taken care of that. It had upgraded our dance god Star-Lord, making his moves not only self-energizing, but also irresistibly contagious. It was like the magic pull of those plaza dances that grannies can't resist. Now, Linny's dancing had that same effect. Everyone around him was itching to move. Finally, Bai Ling, the pretty girl, stepped in to lend a hand. She was the first to join Linny, throwing herself into the dance and losing herself in the joyful awkwardness. With a beautiful girl dancing alongside Linny, the others couldn't hold back any longer. They let go of their inhibitions and dove into the spontaneous dance party. More and more people joined in, boosting Linny's confidence. See, you don't always have to settle things with a fight. Sometimes a good dance-off is all you need. Linny made his way to the center of the dance floor. Spotting a metal pole, his cheeks flushed red, but without a hint of hesitation, he launched into a dazzling pole dance. Surprisingly stylish, and absolutely mesmerizing. Yeah, awesome. You're so cool, big brother. I'd have your babies. Keep dancing. Let's get wild. The dance party continued to radiate its special charm. Not only did all the men and women in the venue join the awkward revelry, even the thugs who had been knocked to the ground earlier got up and joined in, swept up in the infectious joy. What are you all trying to do here? I won't let you come back after going off to dance like fools. The Xiao family watched as their gang members all ran off to awkwardly dance, suddenly realizing what was happening, and spoke up with clear irritation. Get out of the way. We want to dance. We want to sing. We want our freedom. What the heck? What does awkward dancing have to do with freedom? Are they out of their minds? Or have they been brainwashed? I'll give you 1,000 yuan. Come back here. Stop dancing and go teach that brat a lesson for me. But before Xiao Jian could even finish his sentence, his face was hit with a fistful of cash. Then, the gang members shouted, "We'll give you 10,000. Come dance with us. If you're not dancing, get lost. Don't mess with us." Xiao Jian's mouth twitched. He shook his head and decided he'd had enough. He was going to pull out his gun. Let's see if they'll keep dancing now. Is their life worth less than dancing? What are you standing there for? Come on, I'll dance with you. I'm an amazing dancer. But just as Xiao Jian raised his hand, a flamboyant drag queen grabbed his hand tightly. Startled, Xiao Jian dropped his gun to the floor and tried to snatch it back, but the drag queen's grip was astonishingly strong. In no time, Xiao Jian was being dragged away, spun around in dizzying circles. Yes, that's right. He was literally spun around in circles. What kind of ridiculous dance was this? And he was the only one spinning around, looking utterly ridiculous. For as long as Lin kept dancing, that's how long Xiao Jian was spun, round and round, unable to stop. After 30 minutes of relentless dancing, the music finally died down. Everyone was still buzzing with excitement, while Xiao Jian had been spun so many times he'd lost count of how many times he'd thrown up before passing out cold. Lin, he was thoroughly satisfied. Who would have thought that a simple dance-off would settle things with this guy? What an unexpectedly powerful move. If only he'd known Star-Lord was this strong, he would have summoned him earlier to deal with Thanos. Maybe that would have saved a lot of trouble. In any case, the problem was solved. Lin E cast a glance at Bai Ling, then led her out of the bar. Lin E, you're amazing. You can even dance. And everyone joined in too. How did that happen? Maybe it's just the power of awkward dancing, Lin E replied, rubbing his nose and thinking for a moment. Honestly, I do think I'm pretty awesome. In the end, Lin E didn't explain anything more. He simply brushed off Bai Ling's questions and moved on. There really wasn't any easy way to explain it, so he left it at that. Besides, it wasn't the point. The most important thing was saving that couple and teaching that jerk a lesson. That was enough. Bai Ling also felt a sense of accomplishment and promised to keep working hard. She wanted to discover more missions and hand them over to Lin E so the world could become a better place. Lin E's lips curled in a wry smile. He really wanted to tell her not to work too hard, otherwise, he'd be run ragged. These missions brought little reward and just wore him out. The more he thought about it, the more he felt shortchanged. But seeing Bai Ling so excited and thrilled, just like a little kid, Lin E simply decided to let it go. Fine, let her be. After all, he usually had plenty of free time, so Lin E and Bai Ling parted ways just like that. She, of course, headed back to her own place. Rumor had it she was renting an apartment as well. After the earthquake, though people continued living as they always had and many businesses had reopened, everyone was affected in some way. Many had lost their schools, their jobs, or even their loved ones. Perhaps true wounds can only be healed as time goes by. Or maybe not. Some scars never truly fade. You never know what might happen in the next moment. So cherishing what you have now is the only way to live. For once, Lin felt a rare twinge of melancholy. He pulled out a cigarette, but before he could light it, a gust of white air blasted him straight into a nearby alley. The powerful force slammed Lin E against a wall. The sharp pain nearly made him lose consciousness, but he managed to grit his teeth and stay awake. Who are you? Lin E wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring in surprise at the dark figure approaching him. Who am I? That's not important. All you need to know is that I'm a top fighter for the Xiao family, and I'm here for your life. That's all that matters. The speaker was a man with a crew cut, hands in his pockets, chewing gum with a stone-cold expression. Lin E quickly pieced things together. Was this one of Xiao Jian's men? But something wasn't right. The move this guy just pulled, could any ordinary human do that? Could he be like Teacher Jiang Shui, an ability user? No way. Before Lin E could think any further, the man raised his hand again. Instantly, another surge of air swept him up, lifting him more than 10 meters off the ground. Then, just as suddenly, the force vanished, and Lin E began to fall. If it had been anyone else, the impact alone would have been fatal. But Lin E wasn't just anyone. Drawing on his martial arts training, he steadied himself midair, found a foothold, and landed perfectly without making a sound. The man looked genuinely surprised, even pausing his gum chewing for a moment. How did you do that? Are you an ability user too? Or maybe a martial artist? No, I can't sense any powerful energy from you at all. You're just an ordinary person. So how did you break my technique? Lin Yi's lips curled slightly. So ability users could sense each other's presence? And since the man sensed nothing from him, Lin Yi began to understand. Without using his experience card, he didn't count as an ability user. But thanks to his martial arts skills, he was certainly stronger than most. But Lin Yi thought it over and realized these things didn't really matter. What mattered was that whoever messed with him today would get payback in the future. That was the truly important thing. Still, one thing did nag at him. His experience card had just been used, and he'd have to wait until tomorrow before he could use it again. That meant he couldn't transform into a superhero for now. If he could, he wouldn't be worried at all. With that card, he'd even managed to knock out Thanos. Why would he fear some flat-top thug? But without the experience card, he had to rely on himself. This was his first time facing an ability user, and he had no idea if he could win. Looks like you're not going to say anything, The flat top finally sneered. But that doesn't matter. My mission is to take you out, to make you understand. There are some people you simply can't afford to provoke. Everyone's equal, Lin Yi replied calmly, so there's no such thing as someone who can't be messed with. I don't think you've got me cornered. After everything he'd been through, Lin Yi was gradually growing up. When faced with danger now, his first instinct wasn't to run away. Big talk, the flat top scoffed. Let's see how you handle my next move. With that, the man planted both hands in front of him and began to move them wildly. Suddenly, gusts of air rose around Lin Yi, swirling faster and faster. Lin Yi tried to escape, but realized the currents, though not directly attacking him, had sealed off every exit. These swirling winds, like miniature tornadoes, were closing in on him. If this kept up, it wouldn't be long before all that pressure crushed him. He might be torn to pieces. That's right. I'm going all out. Airflow execution. No one survives this move. Lin Yi was feeling the pressure, but couldn't help retorting. Stop boasting. If your move was really that amazing, you wouldn't be playing lackey to Xiao Jian. Honestly, you're not that strong among ability users. I bet there are plenty who could break this move of yours, so get a rest. He'd seen plenty of ability users before. Take teacher Jiang Shui, for example. She was definitely way stronger than this guy. If it were Jiang Shui using a move and hyping it up, Lin Yi might actually believe it. But from this guy, not a chance. The flat top's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected this kid to give him no credit at all. Who doesn't exaggerate a little when hyping up their ultimate move? Did he really have to spoil the show? Fine, maybe it's not as powerful as I claim, he admitted with a cold laugh. But against ordinary people, no one survives it. Zuoti. Golden Bell Shield. Iron Shirt. Lin Yi dropped into a horse stance and unleashed his signature defensive technique. Golden Bell Shield. Iron Shirt. Clearly, this time there was no way to rely on agility to escape. The destructive force of the airflow was on a whole different level from before. Since he couldn't dodge, he had no choice but to stand his ground and take it head-on. The crew-cut man burst into laughter at the sight, thinking to himself how pitifully foolish it was, trying to withstand the attack head-on. But in this situation, brute force really was the only option. Still, it was just courting death. He could already picture Lin Yi's final moments, and with that, he intensified the surge of air currents. Winds from every direction crashed against Lin Yi's body, followed by a thunderous boom, and then billowing smoke filled the air. The crew-cut man turned away. After all, a real man never looks back at an explosion. He was just about to walk away in triumph. But what he never expected was that, in the next instant, a punch sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground, his nose bleeding from the impact. Gasping for breath, Lin Yi said, "I survived. That's all there is to it." Despite his bravado, Lin Yi was covered in wounds, his condition precarious. He'd barely escaped death. Thankfully, his Iron Shirt technique had just managed to shield him. Otherwise, he would have been on his way to the afterlife right now. Yet, he lost almost all his strength, which was worrying. If that guy launched another attack, even the Iron Shirt probably wouldn't be enough to save him. You're still standing? Impossible. It seems you may not have brute strength, but you're some kind of martial arts prodigy. Strictly speaking, you're not an ordinary person, but you're no superhuman either. Interesting. Well then, let's see how you handle another round. Although the crew-cut man had been caught off guard and punched by Lin Yi, he was clearly far from finished. Just a nosebleed, nothing serious. He was ready to unleash the air current stranglehold once more, confident that this time Lin Yi would fall. There's no foe the air current stranglehold can't handle, and if there is, just hit them again. Lin Yi knew this guy would try again. Now things were really looking grim. He racked his brain and realized the only thing he could rely on was the unopened gift pack from earlier. But it was a gamble. If luck wasn't on his side, it might be useless, and he'd still end up dead. With no other options, Lin Yi made up his mind and opened the gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the X-ray eye drops. Staring at the vial, Lin Yi was stunned. X-ray vision? Normally, he'd have been thrilled, but at this moment, what good would X-ray vision do him? Why couldn't he get something like super strength or the ability to fly? How was seeing through things supposed to help him against the air current stranglehold? Lin Yi was at a loss, but figured it was better to try than do nothing. So he looked at the crew-cut man and said, "Here's the deal. You can go on with your attack. But do you mind if I put in some of my drops first? My eyes are a bit dry." In the middle of a heated fight, especially at this critical moment, you actually want to put in eye drops? Are you kidding me? Do you really think he'll agree to that? You're about to be finished off, and you still have the leisure to use eye drops. Worried about your dry eyes, you sure have nerves of steel. Go ahead. I'll let you do it. Not bad. That's more like it. Give him a moment. Just like when the hero transforms, the villain always waits politely. So he'll wait for you to finish with your eye drops before making his move. But though the buzzcut man said that, his real meaning was entirely different. What he actually meant was, I'm about to unleash my ultimate move, and you still have the gall to joke around and use eye drops. Fine, go ahead. Let's see how you manage. He immediately launched his attack, mocking Lin Yi as he did so. So that was the real intention. Not, as Lin Yi understood, that he would kindly wait for him to finish the eye drops before unleashing his power. And so, without warning, the opponent struck with his move. Lin Yi's lips twitched. So much for trust. How can you go back on your word like that? But this was no time to complain. Lin Yi hurriedly tilted his head back and put in the eye drops, though he had no idea if they'd be of any use. Fortunately, the airflow strangler was a move that worked slowly. While it sealed off escape, actually landing a deadly blow took some time. That was its one and only weakness. So, after a few close calls, Lin Yi managed to finish with the eye drops. Immediately, a sharp pain shot through his eyes. But when he opened them again, he found his vision had sharpened dramatically. He could even make out a speck of dirt on the wall at the end of the alley, crisp and clear. With a thought, he could see right through things. He could see the structures inside. Let's not insult the power of X-ray vision. Most people would use it to check out beauties or search for gemstones. But you're using it to look at a speck of dirt. The system couldn't help but remind him. This X-ray vision comes with side effects. The longer you use it, the greater the impact on your eyes afterward. So you'd better save it for something useful, like seeing through your opponent's abilities. Lin Yi thought that made sense. This wasn't some trial run. These powers all came with a price. So using X-ray vision just to look at dirt, or to see right through it, was, well, a bit pointless. Time to focus on the real problem. Lin Yi looked at the swirling streams of air around him, his eyes now gleaming gold. Activate golden eyes. Or was it Sharingan? Rinnegan? Forget the name. It didn't matter. What mattered was what he could see. Now, with X-ray vision, he could look straight through the currents of air and see their inner structure. At the very center of those swirling streams, there was a white object, perhaps the core that kept the airflow in motion. At first, Lin Yi couldn't quite make out what that white object was, but after a closer look, he realized it seemed to be a piece of chewing gum. No way. Don't tell me the thing controlling all these air currents is just chewing gum. But sure enough, at the center of every swirling current, there really was a piece of chewing gum. Lin Yi glanced over at the crew cut man, and in that instant, he was nearly blinded by the sight. Was it really that small? How impressive. Shifting his gaze, Lin Yi noticed that, indeed, the man was chewing a piece of gum in his mouth. What's more, the way the gum shifted in his mouth seemed to mirror exactly the way each piece of chewing gum in the air currents changed shape. However the gum in his mouth twisted and turned, the rest of the gum in the air currents did the same, perfectly synchronized, moving as one. A flicker played across Lin Yi's lips. Suddenly, it all made sense. He focused his X-ray vision even further, pushing his ability to the limit. He could even see the gum inside the man's mouth. And sure enough, it was pulsing with a faint blue energy. So, it was clear. The man's power worked by creating air currents with his breath and manipulating them with his chewing gum, allowing him to launch intelligent, targeted attacks. That meant if Lin Yi could just snatch one piece of gum from the center of a current and somehow stop the man from chewing, the man would lose control over the air currents. And if Lin Yi also kept an eye out for the man spitting out new gum, he could prevent him from regaining his power. Wow, this X-ray vision is incredible. What a cheat code. If he hadn't had it, there's no way he could have seen any of this or figured out the crew cut man's ability. He would have been completely in the dark, with no way to counterattack. But now, things were different. He knew everything about his opponent's abilities. Strange as it was, it no longer seemed so mysterious. After all, it was just a guy playing tricks with chewing gum. Who did he think he was fooling? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi yanked an iron bar from the wall, straining with all his might. What is this guy up to? The crew cut man obviously didn't understand Lin Yi's actions, but he didn't care either. In a little while, Lin Yi would be finished, so whatever he did was pointless. But what he never expected was that Lin Yi hurled the iron bar straight at his swirling air current. It might not have seemed significant, but the spot Lin Yi aimed for, whether by luck or intention, was right at the center where the chewing gum was. If the gum at the center of the current got hit, the whole air current would vanish. And sure enough, his worst fear came true. Right before his eyes, the air current was torn apart by the iron bar, even though the bar itself was shredded to pieces in the process. But that didn't matter. Once a hole was punched through, he could no longer trap Lin Yi. Surely, the only thing left was to generate a new air current to block the breach, but he was almost out of gum. In the very instant the crew cut man hesitated, Lin Yi sprang into action. Employing his light-footed skills, he appeared before the man in the blink of an eye. He didn't attack any other part of the man's body, just landed a precise blow right on the man's chin. Caught off guard, the crew cut man swallowed his entire piece of chewing gum in a single gulp. For a moment, he was utterly stunned. He stumbled backward in a hurry, and sure enough, the turbulent air currents swirling around his hands instantly vanished. This isn't just a coincidence. You actually saw through my technique. How could you possibly have seen through my flawless move? That's impossible. The crew cut man was genuinely shocked, but Lin Yi was unfazed. Flawless? What a boast. Truth be told, if it weren't for his X-ray vision, he wouldn't have seen through the trick either. I don't have the patience to chat with you. You put me through such trouble. Now it's your turn to pay the price. Lin Yi spoke coolly, fixing his gaze on the crew cut man, with no intention of restoring his opponent's composure. But the crew cut man was no novice. He quickly regained his composure, then suddenly broke into a grin. So what if you unravel my move? I can always make more. With that, he pulled out another stick of chewing gum. As long as he got it into his mouth, he'd be able to unleash another wave of gum-powered air currents. Lin Yi curled his lip in disdain. Do you really think I'll let you chew another piece? Unless you chew the gum, your air current trick will be out of control. Useless against me and just a waste of ammunition. You could try and see for yourself. The crew cut man drew in a sharp breath. He hadn't expected Lin Yi to analyze the situation so thoroughly. It was truly intimidating. Lin Yi was right. If he didn't chew the gum, he could still blow air directly, but he wouldn't be able to control the currents. Aside from an ambush, it would hardly be effective and would barely stand a chance of hitting the target. Moreover, he was running out of gum and needed every shot to count. But he wasn't about to admit defeat. Now, it was a matter of who would succeed first. Would he manage to chew his gum and unleash his full abilities, or would Lin Yi defeat him before that could happen? There were only a couple of meters between them, not much distance at all. Trying to pop a piece of gum into his mouth under Lin Yi's watchful eye was no easy feat. Lin Yi understood this, which gave him a bit more confidence, though there was still one thing that worried him. Did the other man have any hidden tricks up his sleeve? There was no way to be certain, so he had to proceed with utmost caution. One careless move, and the tables could turn in an instant. Both men were fully focused, not daring to let their guard down for a second. At any moment, the fight could erupt again. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. What are you two doing? You're making so much noise you're disturbing the neighbors. But just at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, and both Lin Yi and the crew cut man frowned. A battle between those with special abilities must not be witnessed by others, especially the police. And the newcomer was precisely the local law enforcement. Did this mean it had to end here? Seeing that someone had arrived, Lin Yi lost any desire to stir up more trouble. So be it. He hadn't really lost out anyway. In the end, the two changed their minds. With silent understanding, they vaulted over the wall and vanished from sight. Afterward, the crew cut man returned to Xiao Jian's side. Xiao Jian greeted him with a cheerful grin. So all sorted out? The crew cut man opened his mouth, then shamelessly declared, Of course. Who am I? For a man with my abilities, there's nothing I can't handle once I step in. In truth, things were not so neatly resolved. Not only had he failed to take out Lin Yi, but he'd almost been taken out himself. If not for the timely arrival of others, he might have ended up on the losing end. But he couldn't possibly admit that. He was Xiao Jian's hired expert. If word got out that he hadn't completed his task, his bonus would surely be docked. The world is a big place. Chances are they'd never cross paths again. So why not say whatever he pleased? As long as his bonus stayed intact, that was all that mattered. One had to admit, the crew cut man was quick-witted. Hearing this answer, Xiao Jian didn't think twice. He clapped the man on the shoulder. Well done. I'll give you a raise. Keep up the good work. Seeing Xiao Jian so delighted, venting his anger and even offering him a raise, the crew cut man felt a twinge of guilt, but with a grin, he shamelessly said, 10,000's not much, 100,000's too much, but 70 or 80,000 feels just right. Deal, you got it. There's a kind of happiness that comes from not knowing everything, that blind, contented joy. Maybe it's a little foolish, but who cares? After Lin Yi left, his X-ray vision faded. Of course, he could still use it if he wanted, but his eyes hurt too much. He couldn't stand it, so he withdrew the ability for now. He planned to rest a bit, then take a shower. You know what I mean. X-ray vision. Not going to a bathhouse would be letting the audience down. Lin Yi had seen online polls. When it comes to the superpower guys want most, X-ray vision always tops the list, no contest. And what's so wonderful about X-ray vision? Well, you'll understand once Lin Yi gets to the bathhouse. This ability is just that awesome. Close for the day, buddy. Come back tomorrow. Just finished up. Saw the... You didn't know this place closes early? Seriously? Lin Yi ran to several bathhouses, trying almost everyone nearby, but they had all closed for the night. What a letdown. It wasn't even that late. Lin Yi glanced at his phone with a pout. It was already past 10 at night. Had he really fought that gum-chewing ability user for so long? Was it really that late already? He hadn't realized before, but now, seeing the time, it made sense that the shop was closed. Well, nothing to be done about it. Maybe he could check out some girls on the street? No, that wouldn't do. He'd get embarrassed, worried someone might catch him in such a shy state. Mainly, he just didn't have a nerve. Even if no one would actually find out, it still felt strange, awkward, even. So really, being able to see through walls and such was much better. You could see others, but they couldn't see you. That was the true pinnacle of peeking. Back at his apartment, Lin Yi switched on his X-ray vision, only to discover that, within his range, it was all men. Not a single woman to be seen. What was the point of looking then? Still not willing to give up, Lin Yi remembered there was a girl living in their apartment, wasn't there? But he quickly shook his head. She was just a kid. He retracted his X-ray vision at once. He headed to the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water, trying to soothe a bit of dryness in his throat. Just then, he noticed a sticky note on the fridge. It read, "Thank you for letting me use the bathroom. Get some rest. Good night." Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. Could that little girl really have written this? Clearly, he didn't understand her as well as he thought. Lin Yi wasn't sure why, but suddenly he felt that maybe his X-ray vision should be put to better use. After all, he was a hero. He ought to maintain some dignity. Besides, he didn't even know what the side effects of this ability might be. So, best to use it cautiously. And if he was honest, that little girl was part of the reason too. Maybe X-ray vision was impressive, but it could never show how interesting a person truly was. All it revealed was the outside, and, ironically, what's on the outside is the least interesting of all. So forget it. Best to just wash up and get some sleep. If he kept relying on this power, he'd probably end up single forever. Lin Yi scribbled a reply on the sticky note. Good night. Then he headed back to his room. The next morning, Lin Yi got up early and started making breakfast for Zhang Yuaner. Truth be told, he wasn't much of a cook. He only made his own meals occasionally. Most of the time he ate in the cafeteria or grabbed food outside. But since he was looking after a child, it was better to cook himself. Besides, they both needed to eat, and healthier food was always the better choice. So he got up at the crack of dawn. But just as he finished making breakfast, and before Zhang Yuaner came out of her room, there was a knock at the door. It was a food delivery. That was a little awkward. He just finished cooking breakfast. Who ordered delivery? The delivery guy explained that it was for a girl surnamed Zhang. So, it really was Zhang Yuaner, after all. At that moment, Zhang Yuaner came out of her room wearing adorable pajamas. Spotting the takeout on the table, she nodded and said, I ordered some takeout, mostly fried chicken and things like that. I figured you'd like it. Let's just have it for breakfast. Lin Yi's lips twitched as he replied, I already made breakfast, and I'm not really a fan of fried chicken. Zhang Yuaner froze for a second, clearly caught off guard by his response. It was outside her expectations. With a huff, she retorted, Then you eat what you made, and I'll eat what I ordered. Settle. Zhang Yuaner had originally thought that ordering breakfast would let Lin Yi sleep a little longer. After all, she didn't know how to make breakfast herself. That's why she'd ordered it in advance to be delivered this morning. She'd assumed, as most people do, that boys love fried chicken and soda, but he turned out not to like it at all. Well, in that case, she'd just have it herself. Seems she'd miscalculated. If Lin Yi knew what Zhang Yuaner was thinking, he'd probably complain that fried chicken and soda are kids' food. And who wants to eat something that greasy first thing in the morning? Still, Lin Yi was a bit annoyed too. Now she's putting on airs, when he just spent all that effort making a big pot of porridge for nothing. Had he known she wanted takeout, he wouldn't have gone to the trouble of cooking breakfast at all. What a waste. So, both of them ate in silence, each stubbornly sticking to their own breakfast. Neither said another word. The meals they prepared were both enough for two, but now each was forcing down a double portion alone, their stomachs stretched uncomfortably full. After finishing a breakfast that left neither of them in a good mood, Lin Yi took Zhang Yuaner to work. Naturally, when they reached the vicinity of the company, the two of them went their separate ways. One of the rules they'd agreed upon was that they couldn't be seen arriving at the company together. So as they got close to work, they split up. Lin Yi planned to let Zhang Yuaner go in first while he found a place to sit for a while before heading in himself. Lin Yi took a seat on a bench at a bus stop, scrolling through his phone, even though he wasn't actually waiting for a bus. He figured he'd play a quick game to pass the time, and by then, it should be about right to head in. But to his surprise, just as he started his game, he caught sight of a familiar face. He put his phone down and greeted the person. It was none other than the foreman he'd met before at his father's construction site. Lin Yi had never particularly liked the guy, but he'd heard the man had moved on to become a live streamer, leaving the construction business behind. There was no reason to hold a grudge, so he figured a simple greeting wouldn't hurt. He wasn't the petty type. But when the foreman saw Lin Yi, he let out a sigh and said, Oh, hello. What a shame, really. What do you mean? Lin Yi asked directly, noticing the man's tone of regret. It's nothing. I just feel a bit emotional. You and your father are both good people, yet something like this still happened. But you have to stay strong, get through this, and things will get better. Lin Yi's confusion deepened. What are you talking about? The more I listen, the less I understand. You mean you still don't know something happened at your home? To be precise, something happened to your father. Lin Yi's face changed instantly. Grabbing the other man, he demanded, "What's going on? What did you do to my father?" The foreman's lips twitched. "What did I do to your father? What does this have to do with me?" That's a pretty harsh accusation. You've misunderstood. This isn't about me. It seems your father invested in a project that failed, lost all his money, even sold a house. He borrowed some money from me, just enough to pay off his debts. Didn't your father tell you? Lin, he finally let go of him, stunned that something like this had happened. Lin Sishu really hadn't mentioned a word of this to him. An investment failure. Wait, now that he thought about it, Lin Sishu had told him recently about investing in a new project. He hadn't paid much attention. After all, his dad was always doing things like this, but to lose everything? Even the house. That really meant losing it all. Lin, he couldn't help but worry about Lin Sishu. His father must have kept this from him to avoid causing concern. But the pressure must have been enormous. And what was he doing at the time? Lin, he shook his head, glanced at the foreman and said, "I misunderstood you. I am sorry. Thank you for helping my father." The foreman didn't mind. "Your father has helped me plenty of times before. If anything, I was the one who acted poorly, so I should be the one to apologize." They chatted for a little while longer before the foreman left. Lin E quickly called Lin Sishu, determined to get to the bottom of what had happened. "Hello, Dad. Something this big happened at home. Why didn't you tell me? What actually happened? Are you all right? How did you find out? I don't remember posting anything about it. Was it some blabbermouth who told you? Tell me who it was. I'll go have a word with them." Lin E couldn't help but feel moved. Even now, his father was thinking of him. How could he not be touched? This was his father, after all. He truly was different. But as a son, he couldn't let his father shoulder everything alone. So he said, "That doesn't matter anymore. Just tell me honestly what happened. We'll figure it out together." On the other end of the line, after a long silence, the voice finally continued, "All right, I'll tell you then. Honestly, it's nothing much. It's just that the company I invested in before lost a lot of money because of the earthquake. I ended up losing quite a bit too. But really, you don't need to worry. I've already taken care of everything. I don't know a single cent. It's just that I have to start from scratch now. That's all." You make it sound so simple. Starting from scratch. Isn't that such a heartbreaking phrase? And yet, you can talk about it so calmly. So, when you say you solved it, does that mean you even sold the house? You found out about that too? Who spilled the beans? I told everyone to keep it from you. Could it be that foreman? I think he's the only one I didn't specifically warn. Does that mean there's not a penny left at home now? Yeah, but you don't need to worry. I'll be back at work soon, so your living expenses will stay the same. It won't affect your life at all. You just want to have extra money to chase girls with. But even if I gave you some, you probably wouldn't get anywhere. Enough. Take care of yourself. I can handle my own expenses now. I'm working too. You don't have to push yourself so hard. That's it." Lin, he hung up after he finished speaking, for a simple reason. He was fuming inside. This was a serious problem, yet his father still talked about it lightly in front of him, as if it was no big deal. But in truth, he must feel guilty and upset deep down. Why couldn't he let his own son share this burden? Lin, he was grown up now. He wasn't a child anymore. No matter how old you are, in your parents' eyes you'll always be a child. That's a kind of love. So what are you angry about? The system couldn't help but interject. "You're right, but that's exactly why I'm mad. Forget it. No matter what, he's my old man. If I don't look out for him, who will? So what are you planning to do? Buy back the house and everything else we lost. Do you have money? No. Then aren't you just talking big? Face reality, young man. But I'll find a way." Lin, he was determined to help his father. The more his father tried to shield him, the more he felt he had to step in. After all, they were father and son. If something happened and he did nothing, what kind of son would he be? So Lin, he began racking his brain for ways to make money, enough to buy back their family house and help his dad truly get back on his feet. That would take at least several million. To earn that kind of money in a short time, short of robbing a bank, there really weren't any good options. He considered borrowing from Guan Xiaochuan. The guy definitely had that kind of money and might even agree, but there would surely be lots of strings attached. After all, he was a schemer at heart. So unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin, he would never turn to Guan Xiaochuan for help. That meant he had to rely on his own skills to make money. But there was a problem. The system had already warned him. He couldn't use it to make money. Otherwise, making a few million wouldn't be difficult at all. After all, with the powers of the Marvel heroes he possessed, what couldn't he accomplish? But since he couldn't use those abilities, all those ideas were nothing but wishful thinking, completely useless. He needed to come up with another plan. X-ray vision. Of course, he still had his X-ray vision to fall back on. If he used it, he could definitely earn a lot of money. even though he wasn't sure exactly how yet. Hadn't he read enough novels? Just follow their examples, and getting rich would be a piece of cake. So, making back a few million shouldn't be too hard. Besides, this was an innate power. It wasn't granted by the system, so it didn't really have anything to do with it. He could use it however he wanted. The more Lin Yi thought about it, the more sense it made, and he resolved to make his fortune using his own X-ray vision. But at that moment, the system interjected. What exactly do you plan to do with your X-ray vision? Never mind that you haven't even thought it through. There are side effects to using it. If you keep relying on it, you'd better be prepared to pay the price. Sure, you might make a few million in no time, but you'll have to pay an equal price in return. That's just how this ability works. Lin Yi didn't hesitate for a second. It doesn't matter. Whatever the price, I'm ready for it. My mind is made up, and that's that. You really are stubborn, the system remarked. Lin Yi stretched lazily, then considered whether he should find Zhang Yuan and ask if she knew of any places where people gambled on raw jade stones or traded in antiques. Those were the kinds of places where his X-ray vision could truly shine, and he could quickly make a few million. But he was just an ordinary guy. He didn't know about those high-end venues. So he thought of asking Zhang Yuan. After all, she was from one of the 3 major families. She'd probably know something. With that in mind, he returned to the company, took care of a few tasks that required his attention, and then headed to where Zhang Yuan worked. Look, it's that security guard from yesterday. I wonder what he's doing here. Maybe he's here for me? Hee. I do think I'm pretty attractive. If he asked me out, I might just say yes, out of the kindness of my heart. Don't flatter yourself. That security guard is actually some rich heir playing the fool. Otherwise, how could he be so impressive? Not even the chairman could fire him. Do you really think someone like him would be interested in you? Well, I guess I never had a chance. What a shame. The moment Lin Yi appeared, a flurry of whispers broke out among the crowd. Clearly, what had happened yesterday had made Lin Yi's reputation soar. Carrying an aura of effortless cool, Lin Yi couldn't help but enjoy himself. He felt quite pleased with who he was. He went to the office to look for Zhang Yuan, but she was nowhere to be found. Just then, someone gave Lin Yi a reminder. Director Zhang's in the office area, not in her own office. They pointed out where Zhang Yuan was working, and only then did Lin Yi realize she'd blended in with the regular staff. That came as a bit of a surprise. Why would she leave her nice office to squeeze in with everyone else? It seemed this little lady was more down-to-earth than he'd imagined. But if Lin Yi had known that Zhang Yuan wasn't there to be approachable, but simply because her office was under renovation and she had no choice, he might have thought differently. Zhang Yuan, Director Zhang, I need to talk to you. Do you have a moment? Lin Yi walked over to Zhang Yuan, intending to call her by name, but then thought better of it. They were at work, after all. It was more appropriate to use her title, even if she seemed a bit too young for such a position. Zhang Yuan finally noticed Lin Yi. She frowned slightly and said, "Is something the matter? We're on work hours now, so it's best not to interrupt me." Lin Yi couldn't shake the feeling that this little lady was just asking for trouble. Her way of speaking was really off-putting. Still, she wasn't wrong. It was work time, after all, and he hadn't considered that. So he said, "All right, I'll let you get back to it. I was going to ask if you could take me to the antique market, but never mind. I can find someone else." With that, Lin Yi turned to leave, deciding not to bother their pint-sized general manager any further. But to his surprise, he had only taken a couple of steps before Zhang Yuan called out to stop him. Lin Yi turned his head and asked, "What is it?" "Well, it's not like you can't interrupt me. Let's go. I'll take you to the antique market. I actually know a great place." As she spoke, Zhang Yuan's face lit up with excitement. It couldn't have been more obvious. Obvious about what? That she was dying to go out and have some fun, and had no intention of working any longer. Otherwise, why would she so quickly change her mind and agree to go with him, after just telling him not to interrupt her? It seemed that professionalism simply wasn't in this little lady's vocabulary. She'd barely started work, and her mind was already elsewhere. "All right then, let's go together. You lead the way, and I'll follow." "Great, let's get going." And just like that, Lin Yi and Zhang Yuan left the company together, heading off to the antique market. On the way, Zhang Yuan glanced at Lin Yi and asked, "So, what are you going to the antique market for anyway?" Lin Yi thought for a moment and replied, "To hunt for treasures, of course. What else would I go there for? If you're thinking about going to the antique market just to make money, I suggest you reconsider. The place we're headed to is called Gu Garden, the most famous antique hub in Tianhai City. Many celebrities and folk experts trade and exchange antiques there, so the waters run deep. Without at least a dozen years of experience, you'll likely just get taken for a ride. Most newcomers end up buying newly crafted items at sky-high prices, thinking they've found treasures. For ordinary folks, it's best just to go for the spectacle, to see the excitement. Finding a true bargain there is as hard as reaching the heavens." Lin Yi nodded, but he couldn't help feeling a bit curious. "How do you know all this?" Zhang Yuan pouted. What's so strange about that? I might not be all that interested in antiques myself, but my brother absolutely loves them. He's always bringing home piles of knickknacks, grinning from ear to ear. So, I've picked up a thing or two along the way. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. That reminded him, these places really were a playground for idle young heirs with nothing better to do. But hasn't your brother ever gotten lucky? Has he never found a real gem? Not even once? Are you telling me your brother has never found a hidden treasure? Well, not in Goo Garden. He stumbled across some genuine pieces elsewhere from time to time, but even then, he always ends up paying more than they're actually worth. So that means Goo Garden is pretty useless, right? If no one ever finds any real bargains, why go there at all? Wouldn't any other antique market do? That's not quite it. Goo Garden really does have some incredible treasures, far from ordinary ones, in fact. Legend has it that there are 10 truly ancient items in Goo Garden, each worth a fortune. So far, only 3 have been discovered. The other 7 are still hidden somewhere inside. No one knows exactly where, but the possibility keeps everyone endlessly fascinated. If someone managed to find one of those 10 legendary antiques, it would be the opportunity of a lifetime. Nothing else could compare. That's why, despite the crowds of experts and the flood of crafted fakes, people's passion for those 10 treasures never fades. Do you understand? But didn't you say 3 have already been found? What happened to the people who found them? Without exception, all 3 became famous entrepreneurs in Tianhai City. Wow, they really were worth a fortune. Now that's interesting. Even if it's riskier than other places, if luck's on your side and you unearth one of those legendary items, your whole life could change in an instant. Lin, he had to admit, the allure of Goo Garden far surpassed that of any other place. Since he was going to dabble in antiques, he had to get the very best. Otherwise, what would be the point? After all, he had, not gold exactly, but X-ray vision. Only by acquiring the finest treasures could he live up to the prestige of such an extraordinary ability. The two of them chatted as they walked, and after quite some time, finally arrived at the legendary old garden. It was a sprawling Sihyuan, a traditional courtyard residence, with the entrance alone buzzing with people, a scene of lively commotion. Anyone who didn't know better might have mistaken the place for a bustling marketplace. It truly was noisy beyond belief. Their own voices were nearly drowned out, so they had no choice but to put on headphones and call each other to communicate. That way, they could actually hear one another clearly. Of course, this clever little trick wasn't something Lin Yi would have come up with on his own. It was Zhang Yuaner who had suggested it. Glancing around, Lin Yi noticed that many pairs wandering together were also using headphones to talk. Clearly, Zhang Yuaner was no stranger to this scene. This place is divided into a front yard and a backyard, she explained. The front yard is scattered with small stalls, while the backyard houses proper shops. The only real difference is that the antiques in the front yard are a bit cheaper, while those in the back are pricier. But as you can see, the front yard is much more crowded and the backyard is quieter. At least you can get some peace there. So, between the front and backyards, which one is more likely to have a hidden gem, a truly valuable piece? Is it the backyard? Lin Yi asked. No, you're overthinking it. They're basically the same. The differences I just mentioned are about it. If you really want to split hairs, both places have plenty of crafts, just that one is expensive and the other is even more expensive. So if you're short on cash, it's best not to buy anything from either. Did she have to be so brutally honest? Such frankness was almost intimidating. Still, Lin Yi understood something else from her words. Although the front and backyards differed in scale, they were equally full of pitfalls. In other words, true antiques could be found in both places. It wasn't just a rookie's misconception that the backyard, being fancier, must have all the real treasures, or that the front yard streetwise vibe meant the good stuff was more likely to turn up there. Rubbing his chin, Lin Yi found this all rather intriguing. He glanced at Zhang Yuaner and declared, All right, it's time for me to show off. I'm going to hunt for antiques now. Watch closely. Without waiting for her reaction, he grabbed her by the hand and strode inside. The front yard unfolded before them, a sea of men and women, young and old, all engaged in the trade of antiques. Every imaginable sort of person was there. Snatches of antique world jargon floated through the air. Lin Yi didn't understand most of it, but somehow, that only added to the charm. So this was the world of antiques? Fascinating. I just explained everything to you, and you still didn't listen? I'm happy to show you around, but if you're thinking of buying something, you might want to think twice. Are you really that rich? Zhang Yuaner couldn't help but tease. Lin Yi shook his head and said, Don't disturb me. Be quiet. I'm about to begin. Do as you wish. I don't care anymore. But can you let go of my hand first? Oh, sorry about that. Only then did Lin Yi realize, in his attempt to look cool, he was still holding her delicate hand. He quickly let go. He then activated his X-ray vision, ready to take in the entire collection of antiques in the front yard all at once. With a flash of golden light in his pupils, every single antique was instantly imprinted in Lin Yi's mind. The varieties, appearances, shapes, and features of these items all were recorded by his eyes in vivid detail. And among these treasures, if there was anything truly old, Lin Yi could spot the energy contained within it. There would be no mistake. Lin Yi had read enough stories about X-ray vision to know that sometimes these eyes could see special kinds of energy. Even in his last fight, hadn't he seen the energy inside the gum in that crew-cut guy's mouth? Of course, this was only the first step. In short, these eyes had many unexpected functions. As long as he concentrated, he could do a lot more. At that moment, Lin Yi's attention was drawn to a particular spot. A small bowl, covered in fine cracks like a spider's web, spread out across its surface in a fascinating pattern. Not only that, but the bowl radiated a faint golden energy. In other words, there was no way this bowl was ordinary. With a single thought, Lin Yi focused on it, and suddenly a vision appeared before his eyes. He saw a group of craftsmen in ancient attire, carefully firing this very bowl in a kiln. Lin Yi was taken aback. He couldn't tell which era these craftsmen were from, nor did he know much about antiques, but he was sure this was a treasure, very likely one of the 10 old relics they were searching for. He wanted to take a closer look, but just then, a sharp pain shot through his eyes, and his X-ray vision was abruptly cut off. Lin Yi squeezed his eyes shut, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "What's wrong? You were fine just a moment ago. Are you all right?" Zhang Yuaner noticed something was off and looked at Lin Yi with concern. Lin Yi shook his head, signaling he was okay. He guessed some sand had gotten in his eyes and said it would pass soon. After a moment, he was finally able to open his eyes, only to find that his vision was now a little blurry. He couldn't help but touch the corner of his mouth. His eyesight had always been perfect before, but now it was as if he were nearsighted. Could it be because of the X-ray vision? Would it get better? He wasn't sure. I'm afraid that's impossible. That's the nature of X-ray vision, possessing limitless power, allowing you to see things beyond imagination. But the more you see, the more powerful your ability becomes, the closer you are drawn to darkness. You've already witnessed so much, even using your power to glimpse the past. Naturally, the side effects will be obvious, so you'd best not use it again, or you might go blind. Lin Yi felt a bit speechless and said, "You knew about this side effect from the start? Why didn't you tell me? If I'd told you at the beginning, would it have stopped you from using it? Besides, you might not have believed me. Sometimes you have to try something for yourself to understand the consequences. Now that you know how serious it is, you'll think twice before using it again. Who could have predicted you'd push your abilities this far so quickly? All right, I get it now. So you're not going to use this ability again, right? I'll use it one more time, and then I'm done. Who knows how much that artifact is worth? And if I go blind, so be it. Are you out of your mind? Is money all you care about? You're still thinking of using it? Don't you understand the consequences? If you use it again, you might lose your sight for good. Permanent blindness. No cure. I know, I'm not stupid. You've made it perfectly clear. But the thing is, he's my father. I can't just stand by and do nothing, no matter the cost, even if it means this. So enough. I'm going to buy that little bowl. If someone else snatches it up, that would be a tragedy. What more could the system say? This guy's a madman, even crazier than his own father. Lin Yi rubbed his eyes, feeling a little uncomfortable, but he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he turned to Zhang Yuaner. "I need to buy something. Let's go together. But you haven't really looked at anything yet, have you? I keep telling you, don't buy things on a whim. I've seen everything I need to." Without further explanation, Lin Yi took Zhang Yuaner by the hand and led her to a vendor stall. A middle-aged man was haggling with other customers and didn't even notice Lin Yi and his companion approach. Lin Yi didn't mind. He simply raised his voice. "I want to buy your item." The middle-aged vendor finally noticed them, took one look, and immediately pegged them as novices, easy targets. He greeted them enthusiastically. "You two are quite the good-looking pair. Come, take a look at my treasures. All genuine antiques with history. Look at this blue and white porcelain, for example. Just admire the craftsmanship, the artistry, the glaze. This is top-quality blue and white porcelain. If you want it, it's yours for a mere 100,000. I'm not making a profit. Let's just be friends." You must make a lot of friends every day with that line, huh? And I bet you said the same thing to who knows how many people. Isn't it getting old? As for that blue and white porcelain, 10,000? I wouldn't give you 1,000 for it. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, a teenage boy walked over, grabbed the blue and white porcelain from the man's hands, and flipped it over. On the bottom, there was a stamped mark, and it read something like such and such factory craft product. Lin, he cleared his throat. Even though he wasn't an expert, he could tell that this thing had nothing to do with antiques. It was probably just something bought in bulk. "Gui Xiao, don't come here and mess things up. I just managed to get a business going. What are you trying to do? Ruin it for fun." The middle-aged man clearly recognized the newcomer and was immediately displeased. At the same time, the people who had been interested in buying from his stall all walked away without even looking back. No matter how much the middle-aged man tried to lower the price, none of them returned. Naturally, he was furious. After all, everyone here was selling craft goods, but Gue Xiao had a single him out and ruin his business. Gue Xiao glanced at Zhang Yuaner and said, "If you trick other people, I could turn a blind eye. But if you try to fool my goddess Zhang Yuaner, do you really think I'll let you get away with it?" Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Zhang Yuaner was a goddess. How had he not noticed? Well, that wasn't the point. The real question was, Zhang Yuaner knew this kid? Zhang Yuaner frowned slightly and quietly whispered to Lin, "This guy is a famous antique appraising prodigy around here. He grew up in this market, and lots of big shots come to him for advice when buying antiques. He's my classmate. He has a crush on me, but I don't like him. He's really annoying and always pestering me. Still, if you really want to buy antiques, you'd be better off letting him help you." Linny nodded, surprised at how impressive this little guy was. With a friendly smile, he extended his hand and greeted him. "Hi there. I'm also a friend of Zhang Yuaner. You can call me Lin Yi." But Gue Xiao ignored Lin Yi entirely and spoke only to Zhang Yuaner. "Why didn't you call me when you were coming here? And as for you, mister, this has nothing to do with you. I'm only stepping in because of Zhang Yuaner, and to be honest, because I don't like you. So stay away from my goddess." Lin Yi's expression darkened instantly. If you want to show off, fine, go ahead, everyone's entitled to that. But this kid was downright hostile, not giving him the slightest courtesy and acting so arrogant. It really got under Lin Yi's skin. Still, seeing that it was just a kid, Lin Yi pursed his lips, withdrew his hand, and let it go for now. If it happened again, though, he didn't care how old the kid was. He'd put him in his place. He said nothing more, but to Gue Xiao, it looked as if Lin Yi had been intimidated into silence. This only made Gue Xiao even more smug. "Zhang Yuaner, that coward is no good. Why don't you let me keep you company? Let him go play somewhere else. I'll show you how to find real treasures, guaranteed to make you happy. That middle-aged guy's stall has nothing worth buying. It's all fakes or cheap crafts. No point wasting your time." Before the middle-aged man could argue back, Lin Yi jumped in first and said, "You little rascal, getting cocky now? You may be small, but your mouth is big. Are you really sure there's nothing good here?" The middle-aged man was actually grateful for Lin Yi's words, but to be honest, his place really was nothing but handicrafts. There was nothing valuable, so he felt a bit embarrassed. The ghost young master shot Lin Yi a glance and said, "Do you know anything about antiques? If you don't, then don't talk nonsense. I've looked over everything here. Every last piece is fake, not a single genuine article." "Oh, and just because you've looked, that makes you the authority?" "Of course. I've never made a mistake in this field." Lin Yi snickered. "Well, I happen to think there's something good here. Fine. Search all you want. If you can find a single genuine piece, I'll quit the antique business for good." Sure. Kids should stick to their studies, not play with antiques. But if you can't find one, you have to promise never to see Zhang Yuaner again. She's mine." "Don't talk nonsense. Who says I'm yours?" "Lin Yi, don't play his game. He's just taking advantage of what you don't know. Let's go, don't bother with him." This last outburst, naturally, came from Zhang Yuaner herself. She might not like Lin Yi much, but compared to him, she disliked the ghost young master even more. Back in school, he'd always bragged about how amazing he was. After she turned him down, he went around telling everyone she was his girlfriend. Absolutely shameless. If it weren't for the fact that her older brother thought well of him, she would have cut ties with this guy long ago. She certainly didn't want Lin Yi to suffer because of him. Lin Yi gave Zhang Yuaner a look, meaning it was fine. Since the other side wanted to play, then play. What was there to be afraid of? And besides, even if he lost, so what? Not seeing Zhang Yuaner wouldn't make much difference anyway. After all, they were all living together now. Avoiding her entirely would be impossible. But Lin Yi didn't say any of this out loud. He just replied, "All right, I accept your challenge. I'll take a look and see if there's anything real here. Search all you want. If you find anything, I'll be the biggest fool alive." A sly smile tugged at Lin Yi's lips. "You're really ruthless, aren't you? Setting yourself up like this? How could he not help you make a fool of yourself? For everyone's entertainment. After all, this was where that little bowl was hidden, and that little bowl was definitely an old treasure. Lin Yi was sure of it. That's why he was so confident in making this bet.